The realm of the undead is bizarre, and order has collapsed. Cheng Hao awoke to find himself in a humble wooden cabin, with two stunning beauties resting upon him. Welcome, everyone, to the game world of road survival. As the system's notification echoed, Cheng Hao realized he had traversed into another world. He had drawn the survival talent of Omniscient Exploration, enabling him to grasp the precise locations of all nearby monsters and resource chests. While others were still fumbling in the misty zone, Cheng Hao was already cruising in a three-wheeled vehicle, effortlessly transporting the lovely sisters. While others fretted over a bottle of water and a slice of bread, Cheng Hao was comfortably lounging in a luxurious RV, savoring fruit salad and relishing the sisters' massages. While others were trembling in fear of zombies and the uncanny, Cheng Hao had already acquired superpowers, capable of obliterating zombies with a single punch and shattering the bizarre with a mere slap. Road survival? No, I am here to relish life. Chapter 1. Omniscient Exploration. How fragrant. Cheng Hao, in a hazy state of slumber, suddenly caught the scent of two distinct, enticing fragrances. In the twilight between wakefulness and dreams, he felt as if two individuals were sprawled upon him. Though this made his breathing somewhat labored, the warm, soft, and fragrant sensation was undeniably pleasant. He instinctively reached out, exclaiming, "So ample. Wait, I've been single for over 20 years, relying solely on my skills without seeking assistance. How could there be girls sleeping beside me? And two at that?" He hastily opened his eyes and was met with the undeniable sight of two young women, one on each side of his chest. One had twin ponytails and wore an adorable strawberry bear pajamas, exuding a youthful charm. The other had long black hair, adorned with rimless glasses, dressed in a professional outfit, her legs clad in black stockings and feet in high heels, radiating an icy exterior yet harboring a stark contrast within. As Cheng Hao was momentarily entranced by the two women, the black long straight girl subtly stirred, then abruptly opened her eyes, their gazes locking. Who are you? Where's this? Why am I here? What do you want?" The black long straight girl shot up as if electrified, bombarding him with questions. Shifting her gaze, she noticed her sister was also present, and quickly pulled her up, exclaiming, None. Wake up." The girl with twin ponytails rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "Sister, what are you doing?" "I was sleeping soundly." "Huh." Upon seeing the unfamiliar young man beside her, she froze, her big eyes wide with a blend of confusion and innocence. Seeing that the black long straight girl regarded him as a villain, Cheng Hao felt utterly innocent and quickly explained, "Miss, please don't panic, I am even more anxious. I have no idea what is happening." Glancing around, he discovered they were in a very rudimentary wooden cabin. Just as he prepared to rise and investigate, a celestial notification sound echoed in his ears. "Welcome, everyone, to the game world of road survival. The system has gathered players aged 14 to 59 from around the globe, randomly matching 1 to 5 temporary teammates. You may choose to form a team, decline, seek other companions, or embark on the journey alone. You will have a 24-hour protection period from monster attacks. Seek vehicles and supplies to begin your road survival adventure. Do not worry about your driving skills in this world. Everyone is a master driver of Xiaoming Mountain. Treasure chests containing various resources are rarely found placed by the roadside. The vast majority are concealed within fog-laden areas, necessitating diligent search efforts. Only through continuous migration and exploration can one hope to acquire more chests. By accessing the personal information panel, one can draw upon a survival talent and inquire about additional details. Lastly, I wish everyone good fortune." As the voice broadcast concluded, the three individuals exchanged silent glances, their expressions laden with unspoken thoughts. Ultimately, it was Cheng Hao who regained his composure, approaching the wooden cabin door and gently pushing it open. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld 3 old bicycles parked at the entrance. Remarkably, this small wooden cabin was situated at a crossroads. The areas flanking the roadway were shrouded in a grayish mist, with visibility not exceeding 5 meters. Faintly, an array of eerie sounds could be heard: weeping, laughter, screams, and the sound of chewing. After listening for a while, Cheng Hao felt an icy shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his arms. Turning back to Hei Changji, he remarked helplessly, "I just said I didn't know the situation, now you believe me, right?" Hei Changji appeared somewhat embarrassed, adjusting her glasses as she whispered, "I'm sorry, it all happened so suddenly, and I was just too frightened." "It's all right, I can understand." Seeing her sincere apology, Cheng Hao chose not to press the issue further. Sister, what we do now? Can we return to our original world? I am so scared. I miss home. The girl with twin ponytails clearly struggled to cope. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Hey Changji embraced her, offering consolation. Don't worry. I'm here with you, and I won't let anything happen to you. As for whether we can return, I'm not certain. All we can do is follow the game system's cues and find a way to survive. Exactly. Cheng Hao nodded in strong agreement. Didn't the system just say that by opening the personal information panel, we can draw a survival talent? Let's focus on securing that first. Cheng Hao, being an orphan, harbored little nostalgia for his previous world. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. In my former life, I was at the bottom, with no hope of rising. Here, perhaps I still have the chance to change my fate. With this thought, Cheng Hao concentrated, and a blue screen materialized before him. After a couple of swipes, he located the interface for drawing a survival talent and clicked to proceed. As the light flickered, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations to player 01888666 for drawing the only hidden survival talent in the entire server, Omniscient Exploration. Upon activation of this talent, all treasure chests, monsters, and information regarding other players within a 10-kilometer radius will be thoroughly revealed to the player. As the player levels up, the exploration range will further expand. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Omniscient Exploration, and it's the only one in the server. Doesn't this mean that while others are still fumbling through the fog for direction, I have already activated a God's Eye view? Opening the personal information panel, he found the details have been updated. Name, Cheng Hao. Level 1. Survival talent. Omniscient Exploration within a 10-kilometer radius, upgradable. Experience points, 0. Superpower, none. Vehicle, not selected. Upgrade materials, none. System space, 1 cubic meter upgradable. Items, none. Teammates, none. Activating the Omniscient Search talent, a finely crafted panoramic map materializes before Cheng Hao. The foggy regions flanking the roadway suddenly become strikingly clear on the map. Not only does it vividly display the geographical environment and real-time traffic conditions within a 10-kilometer radius centered around him, but it also marks dozens of significant points with particular annotations. By clicking on these points, one can access detailed information corresponding to each. Point 1, approximately 30 meters from the current location, features an electric tricycle. Point 3, approximately 880 meters away, contains a superpower treasure chest. Point 10, about 6.8 kilometers from the current location, holds a supply treasure chest. Point 44, roughly 9 kilometers away, reveals a peculiar entity, the red skirt scissor woman level 10. Gazing at the various details marked on the points, Cheng Hao's heart raced with excitement. With his comprehensive intelligence, guided by the panoramic map, he could navigate the fog without impediment to uncover treasure chests filled with resources while deftly avoiding all potential risks. In the unknown fog-laden regions, what is paramount? Information. Now, Cheng Hao was akin to the sovereign of knowledge lurking behind the scenes. Exiting the personal interface, curiosity piqued. Cheng Hao turned his gaze to the long black hair across from him. An information panel manifested above her head. Name, Lin Qingyan level, 1 survival talent. Marksmanship affection, 1 age, 24 height, 172 centimeters weight, 56 kilograms measurements, 32D, 62, 95 lockpicking attempts, 0 vehicle. Not selected superpower, none. Chapter 2, Entering the Fog, Encountering Zombies. Goodness, even the number of lockpicking attempts is displayed? Is it the kind of lockpicking I imagine? Shifting his gaze, Cheng Hao looked at the girl with twin ponytails. Name, Lin Nuanyuan level, 1 survival talent. Culinary healing affection, 5 age, 18 height, 158 centimeters weight, 49 kilograms measurements, 36D, 58, 88 lockpicking attempts, 0 vehicle. Not selected superpower, none. Observing the statistics and stealing a glance at Lin Nuanyuan, clad in a loose strawberry bear pajama, Cheng Hao couldn't help but exclaim, such talent indeed. These sisters have never attempted lockpicking, which means they, just as Cheng Hao was lost in thought, Lin Nuanyuan suddenly leaned towards Lin Qingyan and asked, Sister, I've drawn the culinary healing survival talent. However, I've barely set foot in the kitchen throughout my life. How can I prepare cuisine? Lin Qingyan shook her head, her expression equally perplexed. I drew marksmanship, which claims I can hit every target on the road. Yet I possess neither bows nor bullets. What shall I use to shoot? Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao promptly interjected, It's simple. Once we gather the necessary materials, we can retrieve blueprints from the system for crafting. If luck is on our side, opening a treasure chest might yield weapons like bullets or bows. He then turned to Lin Nuanyuan. As for your culinary healing, it essentially makes you a chef-type healer. Consuming anything you've prepared, even a bowl of instant noodles, will have restorative effects and heal injuries. Your past experience is irrelevant in this world. If the game system says you can, then you can. Listening to Cheng Hao's confident explanation of their abilities, as if he understood them better than they did themselves, both girls stared at him in astonishment, questioning, "How do you know all this?" "I've played many games before, and many concepts are fundamentally similar," Cheng Hao replied succinctly before introducing himself. "By the way, my name is Cheng Hao, and my survival talent grants me enhanced vision, hearing, and smell. For instance, in the foggy areas flanking the roadway, visibility is about 5 meters. After acquiring my survival talent, I can clearly see objects within a 50-meter radius. My hearing and sense of smell have also seen significant enhancement." Cheng Hao chose not to disclose the full extent of his true abilities. After all, such power was extraordinarily formidable, so he fabricated a significantly toned-down version. In a survival world, exercising caution is never a mistake. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan immediately assessed, to see 50 meters in foggy areas is already impressive. My marksmanship, while touted as infallible, is limited to the roadway. Beyond the roadway into the fog, due to obstructed vision, my skills are essentially rendered useless. I am Lin Qingyan, and this is my sister Lin Nuanyuan. Lin Qingyan offered a brief introduction. Then, she smoothly transitioned, "Mr. Cheng, you seem to possess greater knowledge regarding survival games than we do. Furthermore, your talent will be immensely beneficial in locating treasure chests and resources. Thus, I shall speak plainly, I wonder if you would be willing to form a team with us sisters?" Cheng Hao was taken aback by Lin Qingyan's directness as she extended the invitation to team up. After all, her affection for him was still quite low. Compared to the naive Lin Nuanyuan, Lin Qingyan clearly possessed a more astute understanding of the situation, knowing what would be advantageous for herself. Cheng Hao felt no aversion to this. In fact, he found her worth engaging with. In a world of peril and survival, possessing a clear mind could indeed save one's life in critical moments. Similarly, Cheng Hao was quietly assessing the value of the two women. One is an archer, and the other a healer. They are indeed well-suited as teammates. Moreover, with the Omniscient Search Affinity reminder, should either of them harbor any ill intentions, I would be able to detect it at once. Having thought this, Cheng Hao hesitated no longer and promptly nodded in agreement. Since the game system has transported the three of us to the same wooden cabin, it must be fate. I will be delighted to team up with both young ladies. As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Lin Qingyan. "Hey, race to a pleasant cooperation." Lin Qingyan reciprocated with a professional smile. Pleasant cooperation. Observing this, Lin Nuanyuan quickly extended her fair hand as well. "Hee, Chengge, I hope to rely on you more in the future. Leave it to me." Lin Qingyan, affection 1-2. Lin Nuanyuan, affection 5-10. Have we become teammates already? And the affection has only increased this little? Cheng Hao silently complained as he watched the data change for the sisters. However, upon noticing a seemingly inconspicuous note beneath the affection label, Cheng Hao's heart stirred, suddenly filled with motivation. When affection reaches 100%, the target will agree to allow you to unlock them. Limited to the opposite sex. "Sister, Chengge, where shall we go next? Should we ride one of these 3 bicycles at the intersection and begin our journey? Which path should we take?" Outside the wooden cabin, Lin Nuanyuan looked at the 3 diverging paths, her face revealing a hint of confusion. Cheng Hao waved his hand dismissively. "These 3 bicycles are far too old, and worn riding them would be exhausting. Not far ahead lies an electric tricycle, which is much more comfortable than cycling." "An electric tricycle?" Lin Nuanyuan, upon hearing this, looked around and asked in puzzlement. "Where is it?" Cheng Hao smiled and explained. "Stop looking, you certainly won't see it. In a misty area, is nearly 30 meters away from us." "I see now," Lin Nuanyuan exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. "Chengge, the survival talent you drew is truly convenient. It's not too bad, every individual's talent has its place." Cheng Hao humbly replied, then addressed the 2 women. "Just follow closely behind me, and we will walk straight over." "All right, yes." Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan responded, following Cheng Hao to the roadside. They cautiously stepped into the misty area. In an instant, the 3 were enveloped by a gray haze, with visibility reduced to approximately 5 meters. The sisters felt a surge of tension, instinctively drawing closer to Cheng Hao, fearful of getting separated and losing their way. Cheng Hao found himself sandwiched between them. The fragrance emanating from the two women, combined with the sight of Wan's nightgown revealing glimpses of her fair skin, stirred something within him. Craftsmen have it tough. The days I've endured in the past were truly arduous. Suddenly, he halted his steps, lowering his voice to warn, "There is a zombie approaching ahead. Let's stand still and allow it to pass." What? Zombies? Previously, various eerie sounds had emanated from the misty region. The two sisters surmised that some kind of monster must be lurking within. However, at this moment, upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, they realized that a zombie was approaching them heated. They were so frightened that their faces lost color, and they instinctively pressed closer to Cheng Hao. Although they had only recently met him, in such a dire situation, their sense of shame was overshadowed by the fear in their hearts, leaving little room for consideration. Especially Lin Nun, who directly wrapped her arms around Cheng Hao's waist, nearly nestling into his embrace. Cheng Hao, unreserved, encircled the waist of the two sisters. The delightful sensation was indescribably comforting. "No, I must strive to enhance my likability and ultimately become an exceptional locksmith." While internally jesting, Cheng Hao was preparing to offer some words of comfort to the two girls. A foul stench assailed him, prompting him to instinctively close his mouth and hold his breath. Immediately afterward, a sound reminiscent of thick phlegm lodged in the throat, wanting to be expelled but unable to emerge from the mist. Gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a colossal figure nearly 2 meters tall burst through the dense fog, appearing before the three. It was a severely decayed zombie, its original gender utterly indiscernible. Its damp hair was matted with filth and teeming with colorful worms. One side of its skull was caved in, with an eyeball dangling from its socket. With each step, the eyeball swayed like a bell. Its arms hung past its knees, with nearly 10-centimeter-long greenish nails sprouting from its fingers, creating a truly chilling sight. Chapter 3. Which is faster, the blade or the vehicle? Is approaching this way. As the zombie trudged forward, Lin Wan, frightened, burrowed deeper into Cheng Hao's embrace, burying her face against his chest. The warmth of her breath caressed Cheng Hao, evoking a tantalizing yet ticklish sensation that nearly overwhelmed his self-control. Similarly, Lin Qingyan found it impossible to maintain her composure, clinging tightly to Cheng Hao, her arms entwined around his waist. It seemed that only by melding into his very being could they procure a semblance of safety. As the two women clung to him like octopuses, Cheng Hao's initial enjoyment gradually morphed into discomfort. Struggling to breathe, he helplessly reassured them, "There is no need to fear. We are still within the 24-hour protection period. As long as we do not provoke them, the creatures in the misty area will not attack us." Cheng Hao had long been aware of the approaching zombie, which was initially marked on the panoramic map at location 2. Due to its continuous movement, they encountered it prematurely. In truth, mobile targets, such as monsters or other players, would have their map markers refresh in accordance with their movements. Conversely, items like treasure chests would vanish if discovered and opened by other players before Cheng Hao arrived. This urgency to lead the two women into the misty area in search of supplies stemmed from the necessity of securing landmark information and seizing the initiative. However, only by truly claiming the resources as their own could they find genuine security. Though the towering zombie was mere moments away, it seemed oblivious to the presence of Cheng Hao and the two women due to certain constraints, continuing on its path until it vanished into the mist. Only then did Lin Qingyan and her sister release their hold on Cheng Hao, reflecting on their earlier intimate posture and the invigorating warmth radiating from him. Both sisters felt their cheeks flush slightly. They exchanged a glance, brushed their hair back, and silently acknowledged their shared understanding. Yet, concurrently, their fondness for Cheng Hao subtly increased. Lin Qingyan, affection level 3-5, Lin Wan, affection level 5-15. These two sisters were indeed intriguing. Cheng Hao reveled in this unspoken delight while maintaining an impassive exterior. Taking the hands of both women, he led them toward the location of the electric tricycle. Soon, in an open expanse of grass, a tricycle, commonly referred to as a three-wheeled vehicle, appeared before them. Cheng Hao turned the key, starting the tricycle, which indicated a full battery capable of traveling over 100 kilometers. He gestured toward the rear compartment and said to the two women, "Please take a seat. We shall search this vicinity for additional supplies. According to the game's established mechanics, beginner activity zones typically abound with numerous benefits to assist players in their development and advancement. Should we allow this opportunity to slip by, once the protective period has elapsed, the challenge will escalate to an entirely different level. Very well, Brother Cheng. We shall heed your guidance. The two sisters unanimously expressed their agreement. Though unspoken, it was evident that they had implicitly recognized Cheng Hao as the leader of the team. With a determined sense of direction, Cheng Hao mounted his tricycle and set off toward another marked location on the map. There, treasure chests containing superpowers awaited, promising significant enhancements to one's abilities. In the realm of survival, discovering and locating resources is merely the initial step. The paramount concern lies in safeguarding those resources from being seized by others. Cheng Hao was resolute in avoiding a dismal scenario where he hoarded provisions while others accumulated armaments, rendering him a mere storehouse for their supplies. He understood that, despite the sisters' current compliance and rising fondness for him, should a more formidable player emerge, one capable of offering greater protection and resources, they might very well abandon him. Even if they were reluctant, circumstances could compel them to act otherwise. In extreme situations, rather than gamble on human nature, it is far wiser to wager on one's own strength. The panoramic map indicated the presence of two additional players near the target point. One could only hope they would not arrive first. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Cheng Hao accelerated his tricycle through the misty expanse. However, upon finally reaching the marked location, the scene he most dreaded unfolded before him. A man and a woman were loitering near the designated spot. The man, with a bald head and round face, sported a substantial belly and a bulky figure, brandishing a large machete at his waist. The woman, with cascading waves of hair and a statuesque physique, donned snug jeans paired with a white tank top, exuding a unique allure. As she noticed Cheng Hao approaching on his tricycle, the woman waved enthusiastically. The bald man scrutinized Cheng Hao, his eyes filled with disdain. Yet, upon noticing the two young and attractive women seated behind him, a broad smile spread across his chubby face. Cheng Hao had no desire to engage with them, but the treasure chest concealing the superpower potions lay perilously close. If he turned away now, allowing them to discover the chest, all would be lost. Reluctantly, Cheng Hao halted his tricycle, feigning nonchalance as he scanned the surroundings. Upon confirming that the treasure chest remained in its original position, he felt a slight relief wash over him. However, before he could utter a word, a pungent fragrance wafted toward him. The woman in tight jeans swayed her hips and approached Cheng Hao, playfully stating, "Hey, handsome, your tricycle is quite impressive. Would you be so kind as to take us back to the road? We found ourselves lost in this maze, wandering for quite some time, nearly exhausting my sister." After saying this, she cast a flirtatious glance at Cheng Hao. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the Lin sisters in the compartment, seemingly conveying a subtle provocation understood only among women. Lin Wanwan immediately puffed up her cheeks, visibly displeased. Lin Qingyan, however, paid little attention to the brazen woman and instead stole a glance at the bald man, noticing a machete strapped to his lower back. An ominous premonition stirred within her. Cheng Hao was contemplating how to navigate the situation with these two individuals when the bald man circled the tricycle. Suddenly, he stomped heavily on the front wheel, pointing at Cheng Hao and demanding, "This is your vehicle? Do you have any proof? In my opinion, this vehicle belongs to me. However, I'm magnanimous. The two sisters behind can remain seated. No need to change vehicles. As for you, kid, get off this vehicle. It's mine now." Before Cheng Hao could respond, the bald man unsheathed the machete from his back, brandishing it menacingly as he continued to threaten. "Do you know what survival talent I possess? That's right. This formidable machete that can slice through iron. If you don't recognize your situation, I'll cleave you in two right now." "Sis, why is this person behaving like this?" Lin Wanwan could not help but mutter in frustration, her gaze filled with concern for Cheng Hao. Lin Qingyan sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Her survival talent was marksmanship, but unfortunately, she had not yet crafted any weapons. Otherwise, how could she allow this knife-wielding rogue to act so brazenly? Although the bald man targeted Cheng Hao, declaring that the sisters could stay on the vehicle, Lin Qingyan understood that if he were to replace Cheng Hao as their companion, their fate would be dire. "Steady yourself." Just as Lin Qingyan was lost in her worries, she suddenly heard Cheng Hao whispering nearby. Huh? Lin Qing Yin was taken aback. Upon noticing Cheng Hao's subtle movements, she quickly grasped the handrail of the compartment, firmly holding onto Lin Wan beside her. In the next moment, Cheng Hao abruptly twisted the handlebars. The electric tricycle surged forward with a whoosh, accelerating fiercely. The bald man, who had one foot on the front wheel, had no time to react and was knocked to the ground. Ouch! He cried out in pain as the machete slipped from his grasp. You little brat! Attempting a sneak attack. How dare you? He clumsily scrambled to his feet, preparing to retrieve his machete. Cheng Hao deftly maneuvered the handlebars, executing a drifting turn in the tricycle, and charged fiercely at the bald man. In this realm, once you take the wheel, you become the god of racing on Mount Xiaoning. Cheng Hao himself could scarcely believe that he could command such an imposing presence with an electric tricycle, akin to that of a 100-ton behemoth, though the bald man wielded a large knife as his survival talent. It was merely that, an illusion of invincibility granted by a mere blade. How foolishly overconfident, as the bald man bent down to retrieve his knife from the ground. Cheng Hao accelerated, shouting boldly, "Come on, strike me. I am eager to see whether your knife is swifter or my vehicle." Before the bald man could even rise, the tricycle hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. This time, the wheels aimed squarely at his groin. With a resounding crash, the bald man was sent flying several meters away, his face skidding across the ground, leaving a trail of blood. The excruciating pain forced him to writhe helplessly on the ground, his cherished knife long forgotten. Yet Cheng Hao had no intention of sparing him. The tricycle spun around, its wheels rolling mercilessly over the bald man's head. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the wave-haired woman could react, the bald man had already succumbed to unconsciousness, struck down by Cheng Hao's ferocity. Upon seeing Cheng Hao come to a halt, his gaze coldly fixated on her, the wave-haired woman hurriedly took a few steps back, mustering a nervous smile as she stammered, "Handsome, this has nothing to do with me. I never intended to steal your vehicle. I've only been with him for less than half an hour. We hardly know each other. You all carry on. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she swiftly turned and plunged into the misty area. Lin Xinyin and Lin Wan were equally taken aback by Cheng Hao's imposing demeanor. They had not anticipated that the considerate and protective Cheng Hao they had encountered would possess such a ruthless and decisive side. Yet, considering the circumstances, they could comprehend, with a knife in hand, had Cheng Hao not taken the initiative to retaliate, it would likely have been him lying on the ground. In this perilous and unpredictable world, the established societal norms and regulations had crumbled. It was survival of the fittest, the strong prevailed. Hence, rather than perceiving Cheng Hao as brutal, they viewed him as resolute and valiant. Lin Qingyin, affection level 10, 15. Lin 1, affection level 5, 20. Chapter 4, superpower level, body of steel. Noticing the sisters' affection levels rise further, Cheng Hao was somewhat taken aback. He had merely knocked out a rogue, and yet there was an unexpected reward. Regaining his composure, Cheng Hao addressed the two women. "There's a treasure chest in that tree ahead. I shall go retrieve it." A treasure chest? The two sisters were momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation. However, Cheng Hao had already dashed towards a fragrant osmanthus tree, utilizing both hands and feet to scale its branches. Upon reaching a fork in the tree, he discovered a suitcase, roughly the size of a primary school student's backpack. Clutching the suitcase, he leapt to the ground, and as he looked back at the thicket, he couldn't help but silently scoff. What a clever hiding spot. Without the hint, even if I stood right beneath this tree, I might not have spotted this treasure. Lin Qingyin and Lin Nuanyuan, witnessing Cheng Hao actually retrieve a treasure chest from the tree, were filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, quickly gathering to inspect it. Cheng Hao, unperturbed by their presence, opened the suitcase right before their eyes. A flash of red light revealed a vial of crimson potion within. Activating his Omniscient Exploration ability, lines of information materialized before him. Red gene potion, upon consumption, grants the superpower of an indestructible body. Attributes such as strength, defense, speed, jump, and evasion will see a significant enhancement. Superpower level, level 1, initial activation, can be developed to level 10. Consuming experience points allows further development, up to complete mastery at level 100. The potion is safe for direct consumption, with no side effects. With this knowledge, Cheng Hao hesitated no longer. He swiftly uncapped the vial and gulped down the vibrant red liquid. Lin Xingyin and Lin Nuanyuan exchanged worried glances. Is he really just going to drink it without hesitation? What if it's poisonous? At that moment, Cheng Hao felt a warm current coursing through his body. Almost instantaneously, an overwhelming surge of power seemed desperate to burst forth. He pressed down with his legs, his feet crashing against the ground, which erupted with a deep crater. With the momentum from the rebound, he soared into the air, reaching a height of several meters. How exhilarating! Cheng Gu truly possesses superpowers, Lin Nuanyuan exclaimed, her face a picture of shock and excitement. Lin Xingyin's beautiful eyes mirrored her disbelief. To think that a single vial of potion can bestow an ordinary person with abilities akin to those of a superhero. This world is utterly fascinating. Simultaneously, she felt a wave of relief for having insisted on teaming up with Cheng Hao. After all, the stronger Cheng Hao became, the safer she and her sister would be as teammates. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Cheng Hao suddenly leapt to the side of the unconscious bald man lying on the ground. Grasping the man's ankle, he effortlessly swung his arm, flinging the nearly 200-pound hefty body several dozen meters away, as if it were mere refuse. Noticing a machete on the ground, which the bald man had acquired through his survival instincts, Cheng Hao picked it up, and immediately a prompt appeared before him. Dark Iron Machete, Level 1. Can be continuously enhanced by consuming experience points. Regardless of its utility, I shall keep it, placing the machete into the system space. Cheng Hao continued to assess his superpowers. Both his agility and strength were remarkably robust. Let us test his offensive capability. Noticing a massive granite landscape stone nearby, Cheng Hao clenched his fist and struck with a powerful blow. With a resounding crack, the granite stone shattered into myriad fragments. Such formidable power emanated from merely level 10 of my superpowers. What heights might I reach upon attaining level 100? Furthermore, beyond this level, there are 3 additional tiers of super abilities. As long as I persist in my journey and exploration, I shall inevitably attain the highest echelon of superpowers. Opening my personal information panel. Name, Cheng Hao level, 6, survival talent. Omniscient Exploration, 16 kilometers radius. Upgradable, experience points, 0, superpower, diamond body, 10. Vehicle, electric tricycle, upgrade materials, none, system space, 1 cubic meter upgradable. Items, black iron machete, teammates, Lin Xingyan, 15. Lin Nuanyuan, 20. I have ascended to level 6. The range of Omniscient Exploration has expanded in tandem with my level. It seems that the recent acquisition of the superpower treasure chest has significantly bolstered my strength. However, according to the rules, only the initial consumption of the genetic potion grants a superpower alongside the elevation of the player's level. Subsequent acquisitions of other superpowers require the expenditure of experience points to enhance player levels. Yet with superpowers in hand, obtaining experience points should be a trivial endeavor. Suppressing my excitement, Cheng Hao turned around. Observing the sisters still in a state of astonishment, he chuckled, "Don't just stand there in a daze. Hop in the vehicle. And let's press onward. Let's explore other locales. Perhaps there are more treasure chests awaiting us. Rest assured, as your teammate, I shall not hoard this glory for myself." All right. The Lin sisters responded obediently, settling themselves in the rear compartment of the tricycle. At this moment, their gazes towards Cheng Hao bore not only profound reliance, but also a deep-seated reverence. Our next destination, point number 10, lies 5 kilometers ahead. There, a supply treasure chest awaits, containing water and bread, which will serve to replenish our stamina. Given the considerable distance, Cheng Hao rode the tricycle back onto the main road. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the location marked on the panoramic map, in front of a bench beside the road. Bending down, he glanced beneath the bench, revealing a thick layer of fallen leaves. Displacing the leaves, a black box came into view, eliciting astonished expressions from the Lin sisters as Cheng Hao retrieved it with a single motion. Lin Nuanyuan seemed to have witnessed some form of magic, clapping her hands in delight. "You've hidden it so well, yet you managed to find it, Brother Cheng. This is simply astonishing," Cheng Hao vaguely explained. "There exists a peculiar scent on this suitcase. My sense of smell is more acute than yours, and I detected it immediately." Without further hesitation, he opened the suitcase, and 2 orbs of white light flashed. On the ground appeared a supply of mineral water and a box of bread. Mineral water, 55,024 bottles. Egg and meat floss bread, 11,030 bags. Upon seeing these provisions, the eyes of Lin Qingyan and her sister sparkled with excitement. Finally, they had discovered food and water. Although they had just arrived in this world less than an hour ago, having eaten only the previous night, coupled with the initial tension and anxiety, their physical and mental energy had been significantly depleted, leaving them parched. They had been worried that if food and water remained elusive, their situation would become increasingly dire after the 24-hour protection period. At this moment, their apprehensions were finally alleviated. Cheng Hao retrieved 2 bottles of water and 2 bags of bread, offering them to the sisters. Here, let us make do for now. Once we replenish our strength, we shall set off. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, I will ensure you are well-fed and well-hydrated. A little incentive, and we can sketch out a grand plan. This, in turn, brings us closer to the day of unlocking. Lin Wanwan, upon hearing this, gratefully accepted the bread and water, exclaiming in excitement, "Yes. Thank you, Brother Cheng. I believe you can do it." Lin Qingyan accepted her share as well, merely nodding in acknowledgement of her gratitude. However, the affinity displayed by the all-knowing exploration system revealed her true feelings. Lin Qingyan, affinity 1530. Lin Wanwan, affinity 1535. Clearly, they did not perceive Cheng Hao as merely making grand promises. He truly possessed the capability to deliver. Chapter 5. Exchange of supplies. Cheng Hao also took some bread and water, sitting on a wooden chair, devouring his meal heartily. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan, in perfect harmony, sat on either side of him. While munching on his food, Cheng Hao opened the system interface and entered the official chat channel. Each channel initially accommodated 10,000 participants. According to the rules of the game, each person was permitted to send only 10 messages per day within the channel. Once they added each other as friends, the limit on messaging would be lifted. Additionally, they could engage in resource trading. By placing the items to be traded into their respective system spaces, the system would facilitate the exchange remotely. Upon glancing into the dialog box, he was taken aback by the flood of information rapidly scrolling through the chat channel. In contrast to the 3 of them, others had already come to terms with their circumstances and began to adapt to the new environment. The majority of individuals present remained bewildered, anxious, and hesitant to accept their circumstances. Due to cat, woe is me. I refuse to partake in any survival games. I long to return home. Time and peace. Road survival? What is that? I've never heard of it. Is this some television reality show? What am I doing here? Am I still in my homeland? Do you not realize that proceeding without my consent is unlawful? Please return me at once, or I shall lodge a complaint with the authorities. My life's few struggles. I have just completed my college entrance examination, submitted my preferences, yet have not received my acceptance letter. Will I be able to report to school on time in September? Tianya, good heavens! I was married just last night, and upon waking this morning, my wife has vanished. My dear wife, where are you? If you see this message, please leave me a note. 1-1. I could not resist departing from the road to venture into the misty area, hoping to discover a treasure chest. However, after only a few dozen meters, I became utterly lost. What should I do? Who will assist me? I have encountered several zombies. While they have not attacked me, I am nevertheless terrified. Desolate eagle. I have opened numerous treasure chests, yet all I have uncovered are various upgrade materials. Not a drop of water or a morsel of food in sight. Here I am in a desolate Gobi desert, enduring extreme temperatures. Is there anyone who has water? I am willing to exchange upgrade materials. Seeing Cheng Hao so engrossed, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan also accessed the interface to peruse the information. After a brief reading of the distressed messages, they reflected on their own situation, comfortably enjoying bread and water. They felt increasingly fortunate to be teammates with Cheng Hao. Of course, some individuals, having drawn advantageous survival skills, boasted in the channel, Xiaoyan, I have acquired the flame survival talent, enabling me to generate small flames. Most importantly, these flames can be upgraded. Haha, one day, my little flame will evolve into a raging inferno. At that time, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world and become the supreme sovereign. Junrain, supreme sovereign? Have you consulted me? Apologies, but my survival talent allows me to automatically generate water, no matter how much you upgrade your flames. I can simply construct a dam and extinguish you. Lao Ba, excuse me, but I have drawn a survival talent that allows me to control excrement. Is this ability useful? I feel as though the game system is deliberately toying with me. Desolate Eagle. Is there anyone who has water? I am truly on the brink of dehydration. I am willing to exchange materials. I have opened several roadside treasure chests, and they're all filled with materials. I am at a loss. Upon seeing the player named Desolate Eagle desperately seeking water, someone promptly offered a suggestion. Good life. Did not a brother above mention he has the survival talent to automatically generate water? He should have no worries regarding water resources. Why not trade with him for some? Without waiting for the individual to inquire, the Rain of June proactively responded. I apologize, but what I have generated is seawater, which is not potable. I am still searching for water myself. Cheng Hao felt a stirring in his heart upon reading this. Although Lin Qingyan had awakened her survival talent in marksmanship, she had yet to gather the necessary materials to craft ammunition. Furthermore, the panoramic map revealed by the Omniscient Exploration showed no treasure chests containing upgrade materials within a radius of several kilometers. Since someone named Desert Lone Eagle claimed to possess numerous materials, it would be prudent to trade a bottle of mineral water with him. Otherwise, once the 24-hour protection period elapsed, if Lin Qingyan still had not produced any weapons, he would be left alone to protect the Lin sisters, an overwhelming burden indeed. Thus, Cheng Hao clicked on Desert Lone Eagle's avatar and directly sent a friend request using his real name. Shortly thereafter, Desert Lone Eagle accepted the request and sent a message. Mr. Cheng, do you have water? Cheng Hao replied, indeed, a bottle of mineral water costing 550. What materials do you have? Desert Lone Eagle responded, I have metals with electronic components, gasoline, and a whole heap of them. My good brother, please send me a bottle quickly. I can provide you with any upgrade materials you need. Cheng Hao perceived that the individual was truly parched. It would be remiss not to take advantage of this opportunity. Thus, he compiled a lengthy list: 10 metals, 10 rubber, 10 gasoline, 10 electronic components, 10 glass, 10 gunpowder, 10 leather. To his surprise, the other party agreed without negotiation. No problem. My good brother, I will send them to you right away. Accompanied by a notification sound from the system, Cheng Hao discovered that his system space had been replenished with a plethora of upgrade materials. Since his system space currently only accommodated 1 cubic meter, once filled, the excess materials materialized before him in the open air. Cheng Hao had merely exchanged a single bottle of mineral water. Lin Wanwan, seeing the abundance of materials, curiously asked, Brother Cheng, what will you do with so many materials? Oh, their uses are manifold. Cheng Hao replied, then turned to Lin Qingyan and elaborated. These materials can be used to craft firearms and ammunition. Consequently, Qingyan's marksmanship can flourish. Additionally, the tricycle we ride requires these materials for upgrades. Even the kitchen appliances you use, such as rice cookers and microwaves, can be crafted or upgraded using these materials by retrieving the blueprints. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan eagerly clapped her hands and urged, in that case, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to craft and upgrade the supplies. Cheng Hao, however, shook his head. Is it truly that simple? Whether upgrading existing items or crafting new ones from blueprints, it necessitates the expenditure of experience points. Otherwise, if that individual possessed such an abundance of materials, they could simply retrieve the blueprint and create a device that generates water automatically. Could they not? As for the three of us, our experience points should still be at 0, correct? Experience points? Lin Qingyan could not help but inquire. What must one do to acquire experience points? Despite possessing shooting skills, she had not yet found a suitable weapon. At this moment, with a plethora of materials in hand, yet still requiring experience points, even Lin Qingyan felt a twinge of impatience. Cheng Hao pondered for a moment before responding in a solemn tone. If my assumptions are correct, the only way to gain experience points is by hunting monsters. What? We must hunt monsters? Lin Wanwan's face turned pale at the prospect of actively seeking out monsters to obtain experience points. Memories of the zombie encountered earlier in the misty area flooded her mind, its contorted visage and decaying body. Though it had not launched an attack, Lin Wanwan still felt a lingering dread. After a moment's hesitation, she hesitantly asked, Brother Cheng, is it truly necessary to slay those monsters to acquire experience points? They are so terrifying. Isn't it too dangerous? Although Lin Qingyan remained silent, her tightly clenched lips betrayed her inner unease. The game system had announced that during the 24-hour protection period, those monsters would not attack players proactively. Yet, this was a mere play on words. Not attacking proactively did not equate to not retaliating. After a brief silence, she shook her head and declared, "It's still too risky. After all, we have only just arrived in this world, and we still know so little about it. Let's explore a bit first. Perhaps we might find a weapon or ammunition in a treasure chest. Once we are armed, I can assist from the sidelines. Which is certainly better than you facing this alone. Regardless of the circumstances, we are a team. We cannot allow you to bear all the risks alone." Cheng Hao felt a surge of emotion at the concern reflected in the sister's expressions. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely replied, "Qingyan, Wan, I understand your fears regarding the potential dangers I may encounter in battle. However, I have unwavering confidence in my indomitable physique. Moreover, once the 24-hour protection period concludes, the monsters will begin to attack us proactively. Rather than waiting to be struck passively, it is wiser to seize this protection period to practice against monsters and accumulate experience." But what if? Lin Qingyan clearly remained apprehensive. Cheng Hao, however, cut her off decisively, stating, "There is no what if. It is settled. Rest assured. I will not gamble with my life. Moreover, experience points do not solely equip you with firearms and ammunition. Our vehicles also necessitate upgrades. We cannot possibly remain reliant on this utterly defenseless electro-tricycle for another 24 hours, can we? Without robust external defenses, should a horde of zombies descend upon us, our fates would be sealed." Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, the sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan recognized the futility of further persuasion. They understood that this electro-tricycle could only serve as a temporary means of transportation. It was simply impossible to rely on it for shelter against the elements or to withstand monstrous attacks to any significant degree. Seeing that the two women had ceased their objections, Cheng Hao instructed them to stow the excess materials into their system space. He then mounted the electro-tricycle, carrying the sisters as they set off toward a designated zombie gathering point on the map. The tricycle sped along the highway, with the fog-laden areas on either side occasionally swirling ominously. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan sat in the back compartment, holding each other's hands tightly, lost in their thoughts as they gazed at Cheng Hao's silhouette. Before long, Cheng Hao arrived at the location marked on the panoramic map. At the intersection of two highways stood an abandoned gas station, where 6 zombies roamed nearby. Their decaying bodies hung limply, and their bluish-black skin oozed with pus. Their arms swung mechanically, emitting incoherent groans from their mouths. Cheng Hao brought the vehicle to a halt and turned to the sisters, saying, "Stay in the vehicle and do not exit. As long as you do not provoke those zombies, they will not attack you. Leave the rest to me." With that, he leaped from the tricycle. Seeing this, Lin Qingyan suddenly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Cheng Hao, you must be careful." Her anxious expression and concerned gaze resembled that of a wife tenderly cautioning her husband as he prepares to depart. Lin Nuanyuan, too, with her sparkling eyes, fixed her gaze on Cheng Hao and softly urged, "Brother Cheng, please ensure your safety and do not be reckless." Cheng Hao smiled confidently, assuring them, "Do not worry. My superpowers are far more formidable than you can imagine. I guarantee you will be astonished." With a thought, he activated the superpower of his diamond body. In an instant, his muscles tensed and began to ripple with energy. A subtle metallic sheen glimmered across his skin, and he appeared to have gained considerable height. Cracking his knuckles, Cheng Hao took bold strides towards the 6 zombies. According to the Omniscient Exploration hints, among these 6 zombies, 2 were level 6, 3 were level 5, and 1 was level 4. Most importantly, they were organized into 3 groups based on their levels. This arrangement allowed Cheng Hao to confront them group by group, thereby avoiding a simultaneous assault from all 6 zombies. Cheng Hao currently possesses a player level of 6, with a superpower of Diamond Body developed to level 10. In this scenario, even when confronted by level 5 monsters while remaining stationary, their formidable defense ensures that not a single scratch can be inflicted upon him. However, zombies are not merely a concern of bites and toxins. They also present a repulsive challenge. Should their saliva or bodily secretions taint him, the stench alone could be overwhelming enough to render Cheng Hao incapacitated. At that juncture, it would be futile to consider unlocking the door for Lin Qingyan and her sister, as they would likely recoil from the very thought of sharing a vehicle with him. Consequently, Cheng Hao opts against engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Entering an abandoned gas station, he seizes a chair and stealthily approaches a solitary level 4 zombie from behind. Without uttering a word, He raises the chair and delivers a crushing blow to its head. With a resounding thud, the chair shatters the zombie's skull, causing its body to sway before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A few twitches later, silence envelopes the scene. Experience points 40. Upon hearing the system's notification, Cheng Hao feels a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, as the film suggests, obliterating a zombie requires nothing less than a decisive blow to the head. The successful dispatch of a level 4 zombie bolsters his confidence significantly. He then shifts his gaze towards the trio of level 5 zombies congregating nearby. Noticing a derelict vehicle in the parking lot, Cheng Hao strides over and yanks the car door off its hinges with remarkable strength. Grasping the door handle, he employs it as a makeshift shield, while extracting a metal rod from the car interior to serve as his weapon. With a determined leap, Cheng Hao charges towards the 3 level 5 zombies. Sensing the imminent threat, one of the zombies reacts, no longer indifferent to his approach. It twists its body, gaping its mouth wide to release a cloud of noxious green mist directed at him, while its decaying hand lunges for his neck. Cheng Hao deflects the attack with the car door, which collides with the zombie's hand, producing a hissing sound. Before the creature can respond, he thrusts the metal rod with precision into its skull. With a sickening squelch, the head of the level 5 zombie bursts under the force of his strike. Experience points 50. In response to the demise of their companion, the remaining 2 level 5 zombies let out a guttural roar, baring their filthy teeth as they lunge towards Cheng Hao with malicious intent. Chapter 7. The green crystal core. As he observes the 2 level 5 zombies closing in on him, a cold smile creeps across Cheng Hao's lips. In a swift and decisive manner, Cheng Hao annihilated a level 4 and a level 5 zombie in rapid succession. With this stark comparison, he gained a clearer understanding of his own prowess, the extraordinary abilities exhibited by his diamond body in terms of both strength and reaction speed far surpassed those of the level 5 creatures. Even should these two join forces, they would pose no threat to him. As the 2 level 5 zombies extended their claws, preparing to close in on him, Cheng Hao seized the car door in his grasp and swung it with great force. The zombie on his left, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest by the door with a resounding crash. It was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into a fuel pump at the gas station, which erupted in a spray of putrid, foul-smelling fluid. The sheer force not only shattered the zombie's skull as if it were a watermelon, but also obliterated its body into countless fragments of flesh. Experience points 50. In the meantime, another zombie seized the opportunity to pounce from the right. Its putrid maw was mere inches from Cheng Hao's neck. Yet, in his heightened state, its movements appeared sluggish. He swiftly grabbed a discarded tire from the ground, his muscles tensing instantaneously and with a force akin to thunder. He swung it towards the zombie's head. Another resounding crash echoed. Thick, viscous brain matter mixed with shattered bone sprayed forth. The upper half of the zombie erupted under the tremendous impact. Experience points 50. In less than 3 minutes since Cheng Hao abandoned his electric tricycle to engage in battle at the abandoned gas station, only 2 zombies remained out of 6. Each strike he delivered was a crushing blow. Such exhilarating and decisive combat brought a sense of relief to Lin Qingyan and her sister, who had previously worried for him. Lin Wan couldn't help but wave her tiny fist from the back of the tricycle, cheering for Cheng Hao. "Brother Cheng, go for it. Eliminate the remaining 2 zombies as well." Cheng Hao nodded in acknowledgement. As his gaze shifted to the last 2 zombies, a serious expression took hold. Level 6. The same as his player level. Caution was essential. He could not let victory blind him to the potential danger. With this thought, Cheng Hao resolved to test the waters. He picked up a brick from the ground and aimed it at the head of one of the level 6 zombies, throwing it with great force. With a sharp crack, he struck true. The zombie's head exploded, flesh and blood scattering. However, unlike the previous level 4 and 5 zombies that crumpled lifelessly to the ground upon such a blow, this level 6 zombie remained upright, its form steady. The severed neck pulsed and writhed, and in the blink of an eye, a brand new head began to regenerate. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Hao furrowed his brow. Had the headshot failed to take effect? Most notably, the speed of self-healing was astonishing. Indeed, 6th-level zombies were truly different. Lin Wan, who had been cheering enthusiastically, was now rendered speechless by this bizarre spectacle. With her bright, expressive eyes wide open in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Sister, I must be mistaken. That zombie's head was clearly smashed off by Brother Cheng with a single blow. How is it possible that it has regrown in the blink of an eye?" Lin Qingyin, her expression grave, replied, "They are monsters, and thus cannot be judged by ordinary reasoning." "Quiet down. Do not distract Cheng Hao." "Understood," Lin Wanwan quickly responded, obediently taking her seat. Meanwhile, after regrowing a complete head, the sixth-level zombie turned its gaze toward Cheng Hao, realizing that this intruder had the audacity to provoke it. A glint of ferocity flashed in its eyes, and its decayed eyeball glowed a deep crimson. However, it did not immediately launch an attack on Cheng Hao. Instead, it let out a low growl to its companion, prompting another sixth-level zombie to turn and face Cheng Hao as well. Cheng Hao, observing this, furrowed his brow. Were they preparing to attack in unison? Their intelligence surpassed that of fifth-level zombies by a significant margin. Indeed, the next moment, both zombies crouched low to the ground, then pounced on Cheng Hao with the ferocity of leopards. Seeing this, Cheng Hao dared not delay. With a mere thought, he unleashed the full potential of his diamond body. A wave of warmth surged through him, and the metallic sheen on his skin intensified. Simultaneously, he activated his Omniscient Exploration survival talent, scanning the bodies of the two sixth-level zombies. In an instant, a green crystal within them was distinctly marked. Crystal nucleus, the energy source of a sixth-level monster. Only by shattering it can one halt their self-healing and regeneration. So that was it, Cheng Hao realized, and began to devise a battle strategy. Spotting a fire hydrant at the abandoned gas station, he noticed a canister of fire extinguisher within. Seizing it, he hurled the extinguisher at the two zombies. With a resounding bang, the extinguisher exploded, sending shards piercing into their bodies, releasing a foul-smelling pus. However, as their muscles writhed, they began to heal rapidly. Fortunately, the white smoke emitted by the extinguisher obscured their vision. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Hao concentrated, and a silver iron cleaver materialized in his hand. This cleaver was the very one previously wielded by the bald man at his waist. Cheng Hao had kept the machete in the system's space since he picked it up. Now, confronted by two level 6 zombies, it was the perfect opportunity to test the blade's sharpness. Gripping the machete tightly, Cheng Hao leapt into action, positioning himself behind one of the level 6 zombies. The air was still thick with the mist from an extinguisher, and before the zombie could react, Cheng Hao aimed for its internal green crystal core. With a powerful thrust, a crisp crack echoed. The crystal shattered. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's body disintegrated into a puddle of flesh, scattering across the ground. Experience points 60. Upon witnessing the demise of its companion, the other level 6 zombie unleashed a deafening roar. It sprang into the air, escaping the foggy haze, and then its mouth widened grotesquely, splitting open like a blooming bud to reveal 6 octopus-like tentacles lined with suckers. In a flash, these appendages swept towards Cheng Hao. Could mutate as well? Thankfully, he had swiftly eliminated one. Cheng Hao's pupils constricted, and with a surge of relief, he ducked back just in time as the tentacles grazed his shoulder. Putrid slime dripped onto his arm, hissing as it corroded his skin. It was corrosive. There was no time to lose. Drawing a deep breath, a torrent of warmth surged through his body. Maximizing his speed, he moved like lightning, slipping through the gap as the tentacles closed in. In a swift maneuver, he repositioned himself behind the zombie. Firmly grasping the machete, he aimed for the location of the green crystal core and struck down with force. Crack! As the crystal burst, the entire zombie collapsed into a stinking mass of flesh. Experience points 60. Hearing the system's notification, Cheng Hao exhaled deeply. Finally, he had dealt with the 6 zombies. In total, he had amassed 310 experience points, sufficient for him to utilize the exchange materials to craft or upgrade some items. Chapter 8. Upgrading the tricycle. Meanwhile, not far away, the Lin sisters, witnessing Cheng Hao's triumph over the 6 zombies, felt an immense sense of relief. Lin Wanwan jumped up with excitement, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Brother Cheng has won. He defeated all 6 zombies." Though Lin Qingyin did not express her joy as exuberantly, a smile finally graced her usually composed features. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the metallic sheen gradually faded from Cheng Hao's skin. After steadying his breath and returning the machete to the system's space, He approached the tricycle and said to Lin Qingyan, "I've secured the experience points, 310 in total. So, do you have any weapons you wish to craft? Just tell me how many experience points and materials you need." Lin Qingyan stared at Cheng Hao in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. "You exerted yourself so fiercely just to earn experience points to help me craft weapons?" Cheng Hao shrugged and replied with a smile. What else could it be? Upon hearing these words, a warm sensation surged within Lin Qingyan. Her eyes slightly reddened, and her affection for Cheng Hao significantly increased. Lin Qingyan, affection level 20-50. Noticing that the usually aloof Lin Qingyan's affection for him had soared to 50, surpassing even that of her sister, Cheng Hao felt a twinge of surprise. He had initially expected Lin Wan to reach the unlocking threshold first. Could it be that the elder sister had taken the lead? While contemplating this, he urged Lin Qingyan, "Enough hesitation. Swiftly craft your weapon. I am eager to witness the extent of your shooting skills once you possess a reliable firearm." Upon Cheng Hao's encouragement, Lin Qingyan refrained from further reluctance. She understood that acquiring a weapon would enhance her strength, which would greatly benefit their team. She accessed her personal information interface and navigated to the survival talents page. There, she discovered various firearms and ammunition blueprints. After a brief overview, she turned to Cheng Hao and stated, "I require 100 experience points, 2 units of metal, and 2 units of gunpowder. Is that agreeable?" "Certainly." Cheng Hao readily agreed. He then utilized the system to transfer the necessary experience points and materials to her. After Lin Qingyan accepted the transfer, she promptly selected the blueprint and began the crafting process, consuming the experience points and materials. The moment the 100 experience points and specified materials were expended, a shimmering silver light erupted before her. As the brilliance faded, a finely crafted silver handgun, 2 magazines, and 200 rounds of ammunition materialized before her. "Is this a Desert Eagle?" Cheng Hao observed as Lin Qingyan's handgun took shape. A scan with his Omniscient Exploration revealed the firearm's characteristics: formidable power, long range. And with its large caliber bullets, it could inflict substantial damage on targets over 100 meters away. However, as a hunting pistol, the Desert Eagle possessed significant recoil. Could Lin Qingyan, with her build and wrist strength, handle it effectively? Seemingly sensing Cheng Hao's concerns, Lin Qingyan extended her hand and grasped the handgun. Her fingertips caressed the grip, and the survival talent of her shooting skills resonated immediately. It felt as though the gun had become an extension of her very being. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyan picked up a magazine with one hand while deftly loading bullets with the other. Each bullet was inserted into the magazine with remarkable skill and precision. Prior to this moment, she had never even touched a gun. Once the magazine was loaded, Lin Qingyan carried the firearm to an open area. Her palm pressed firmly against the gun's body, and her grip was secured tightly at the handle. With her index finger gently resting beside the trigger, she leaned back slightly, adopting a remarkably precise shooting stance. 100 meters away, on the ground of an abandoned gas station, an orange beverage bottle swayed gently in the wind. Lin Qingyan cast a glance at the bottle, her wrist subtly adjusting the angle. Bang! The moment the shot rang out, a powerful recoil surged through her arm. Instinctively, she leaned back. Yet she maintained her shooting position with unwavering steadiness. Simultaneously, the beverage bottle exploded in response to her shot. What remarkable marksmanship! Cheng Hao, witnessing this scene, immediately applauded in admiration. He had been concerned moments earlier whether Lin Qingyan had chosen the wrong firearm. Now, it was evident that his worries were entirely unfounded. Beside them, Lin Wan leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, you are incredible! Hitting a target from such a distance with a single shot. You're even more impressive than the sharpshooters on television." Lin Qingyan was equally astonished by her own shooting skills. She had merely acted on instinct, her mind devoid of overthinking. How had she managed to hit the target so directly? It seemed that the survival talent bestowed upon her by the system was far more profound than she had anticipated. Once Cheng Hao confirmed that Lin Qingyan could proficiently utilize her survival talent, he noticed there were surplus materials within the system space, alongside a balance of 210 experience points. His gaze then settled on the electric tricycle before him. While the tricycle presently met their needs, it was clearly inadequate for long journeys in the future. Accessing the system interface, he swiftly navigated through it, retrieving the blueprint for a van. With a mere thought, He selected the necessary resources and proceeded to expend 200 experience points. A burst of white light immediately enveloped the tricycle, accompanied by a resounding hum. The tricycle warped and transformed in the light. Leather and metal intertwined and reformed, while glass fragments floated and pieced together to form windows. Electronic components seamlessly integrated into the vehicle's framework, and even gasoline was automatically injected into the tank, providing fresh power to the engine. Lin Wanwan, who had been watching her sister practice her shooting, was taken aback by this sudden spectacle. She widened her eyes, tugging at Lin Qingyan's clothing and retreating in astonishment. Holding the handgun, Lin Qingyan's eyes were similarly filled with disbelief. Before they could inquire, the radiance engulfing the electric tricycle dissipated. In its place, a silver-gray van stood firmly, its body sharply defined, the windows cloaked in anti-peeping coating. The tires were encased in a metal protective mesh, and the roof even featured retractable solar panels. The transformation of the tricycle into a brand-new van left both Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuan wide-eyed in amazement. Cheng Hao gazed at the new vehicle, nodding in satisfaction. He opened the car door and gestured invitingly towards Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan. "My lovely ladies, would you care to join me in my vehicle?" "Hee, I would love to," Lin Nuanyuan exclaimed with a charming smile, eagerly leaping into the car. She sank into the plush seat, exclaiming in delight, "Wow, so soft and comfortable. Finally, no more riding in that rigid tricycle. Brother Cheng, you are truly amazing. Being your teammate is such a blessing." Lin Nuanyuan, affection level 30, 65. Lin Qingyan settled into the passenger seat, adjusting her seat angle, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Lin Qingyan, affection level 10, 60. Seeing the rising affection levels of the two ladies, Cheng Hao couldn't help but silently marvel. Indeed, a man must possess a car. Chapter 9. The violent motorcycle. After thoroughly inspecting the van and mastering its specifications, Cheng Hao took his place in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. He gently turned the key, igniting the engine, which roared to life with a deep, powerful growl. Lin Nuanyuan, seated in the back, eagerly glanced around, while Lin Qingyan placed her pistol beside her leg, her eyes shimmering with a newfound light. Although they had only been in this world for a little over an hour, thanks to Cheng Hao, they had unknowingly shed their fear and unease. At this moment, they found themselves filled with hope and anticipation for the future. As he drove, Cheng Hao activated his all-knowing exploration survival talent. Utilizing the indicators on the panoramic map, he began to identify the next target location. With the van speeding forward, the area within a 16-kilometer radius around Cheng Hao continuously evolved, revealing new markers. A brief glance revealed positions of monsters in the foggy regions, locations of other players, and several supply chests. Upon opening one, he discovered it contained clothing rather than food or water, leaving him greatly disappointed. Is there truly nothing of value? Just as Cheng Hao hesitated, unsure of which marker to pursue, a new point caught his eye. Point 32, approximately 92 kilometers away from players, features a supermarket with abundant supplies. A large supermarket? Abundant supplies. Cheng Hao's eyes instantly lit up. This was akin to discovering a grand treasure in a world of survival on the roads. Driving straight to the supermarket to stock up, he could simply take whatever he desired. This was far more exhilarating than opening chests one by one. Without further hesitation, Cheng Hao confirmed the direction and drove the van straight towards the supermarket. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Lin Qingyan in the passenger seat and instructed, "Qingyan, should we encounter zombies or other monsters on the road ahead, do not hesitate. Fire your weapon without delay. By doing so, you shall garner experience points, which may either elevate your player level or enable you to craft additional weapons or upgrade your current handgun. In essence, experience points are exceedingly valuable." "Understood." Lin Qingyan nodded, gripping her handgun, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The van sped along the expansive highway, the scenery outside whizzing by like a swiftly changing slideshow. The fog-laden areas flanking the road remained thick with mist, intermittently echoing with the growls of lurking creatures. Before long, 6 zombies emerged into view, shambling out from the fog like animals in migration. They meandered languidly in the middle of the road. Utilizing his Omniscient Exploration ability, Cheng Hao assessed the situation and informed Lin Qingyan they are merely level 5 zombies. A shot to the head will suffice to eliminate them. "All right," Lin Qingyan nodded. her right hand clutching the Desert Eagle as she extended it out of the window. She remained seated, her gaze fixed ahead. When the van was approximately 70 to 80 meters from the 6 zombies, Lin Qingyin's finger pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 accompanied by 6 gunshots. The heads of the zombies burst open like smashed watermelons. Experience points, 50. Experience points, 50. As the notifications chimed in her ears. The light in Lin Qingyin's eyes intensified. Is this the exhilarating sensation of hunting monsters and acquiring experience points? Truly thrilling. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Hao slammed down on the accelerator, and the van surged forward like a wild stallion. The dull thuds of a few headless zombies being violently struck by the van echoed behind them. They soon encountered several groups of level 4 and 5 zombies in the following stretch, which Lin Qingyin dispatched with precision, blasting each one in the head. In the blink of an eye, her accumulated experience points reached a total of 780. However, Lin Qingyin refrained from hastily upgrading herself or crafting weapons. She understood that her ability to amass such experience points was entirely due to the opportunities Cheng Hao had created for her. Thus, the subsequent allocation of these points should be determined by him. As the van raced onward, nearing a large supermarket within 2 kilometers, Cheng Hao, who had been focused on driving, suddenly furrowed his brow. Sitting upright, he addressed Lin Qingyin and the rear-seated Lin Wanwan. Buckle up and hold on tight. Qingyin, expend 300 experience points to reinforce and upgrade our van. Both the body and the windows must be bulletproof. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's unexpected directive, even Lin Wanwan recognized the gravity of the situation. Lin Qingyin nodded, consuming 300 experience points as per Cheng Hao's instructions to initiate a comprehensive upgrade of the van. A radiant silver light enveloped the vehicle, which was speeding along the highway. Accompanied by a low hum, the body and windows of the van were upgraded. Both Lin Qingyin and Lin Wan clearly sensed that the once ordinary van had ascended to a markedly higher echelon. It now gleamed with a silvery luster. Its body transformed into a sleek and more futuristic silhouette. At that moment, Lin Qingyin turned to Cheng Hao, her curiosity piqued. Cheng Hao, did you see something? Cheng Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a group of players on motorcycles is rapidly approaching us. Moreover, they are armed. Regardless of their intentions, it is prudent to maintain vigilance. We must prepare accordingly. Lin Qingyin concurred without hesitation. Yes, you're absolutely right. We should exercise caution. Seated behind, Lin Wan waved her fists. Her expression a mix of indignation and defiance. If those bikers dare to entertain any ill thoughts, I won't hold back. I'll shoot them right in the head. No sooner had she spoken than the thunderous roar of motorcycles filled the air. A convoy of bikers suddenly emerged from the bend ahead. Whoosh! In a flash, the motorcycle brigade zipped past Cheng Hao's van. Just as Lin Wan assumed they were departing in the opposite direction, the sound of their engines grew increasingly closer. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Qingyin spotted 8 motorcycles pursuing them, divided into 2 groups of 4, flanking the van on both sides. The leader of the pack, donning a fearsome skull mask, brazenly banged on the driver's side door of the van, gesturing for Cheng Hao to halt the vehicle. So you wish to play rough, do you? I care not for your threats. Cheng Hao, undeterred, gripped the steering wheel and forcefully swerved, aiming the van towards the 4 motorcycles on the left. However, being players themselves, the bikers possessed commendable riding skills. As the van bore down upon them, they adeptly veered away, narrowly escaping the collision. Simultaneously, they drew their firearms, aiming at the van and commenced firing. Bang! 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 Chapter 10. The Highway Battle as the bikers unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the van. The projectiles rained down like a tempest. To the astonishment of the motorcycle riders, however, the bullets merely ricocheted off the van's body, sparking without leaving a single scratch. The windows remained unscathed as well. It seemed as though what they wielded in their hands were not real firearms, but rather toy water guns meant for children. However, when one of the motorcyclists felt a bullet ricochet off the vehicle, grazing his arm and prompting a string of curses, he exclaimed in pain, "Damn it! This van is entirely bulletproof." The leader, donning a skull mask, cursed aloud in anger. But soon his eyes glinted with overwhelming greed. If they could seize this bulletproof vehicle, their Group S strength would ascend to another level. He then shouted, "Keep firing. Aim for the tires. We must bring this vehicle to a halt. With enough firepower, even if it is bulletproof, it can still be penetrated." A barrage of bullets erupted once more. Inside the van, Lin Wan, seated in the rear, curled up in her seat, clutching her head in terror as the deafening gunfire echoed outside. Although Lin Qingyan held a Desert Eagle in her hands, the relentless barrage outside rendered the windows tightly shut, leaving her utterly unable to retaliate. Cheng Hao, with both hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, displayed no sign of panic on his face. Thanks to his Omniscient Exploration ability, he could effortlessly assess the destructive power of the bullets and the defensive capabilities of his van. In simpler terms, they were not even in the same league. Did they truly believe their ordinary bullets could penetrate my vehicle, glass, or tires? Such a waste of my experience points. After another volley of bullets, Cheng Hao suddenly lowered the window on Lin Qingyan's side, while simultaneously shouting, "Qingyan, shoot! Take out that guy by the window." He reloading. "Got it," Lin Qingyan replied, immediately positioning the muzzle in the gap of the window, her gaze sharp as a hawk, locking onto the target. As her words fell, her finger already squeezed the trigger. With a resounding bang, the left side rider's helmet exploded in a spray of crimson, his body going limp as he toppled from his motorcycle. The uncontrolled bike began to sway dangerously, nearly colliding with the motorcycle trailing closely behind. The rider, narrowly avoiding catastrophe, felt a surge of relief, only to look up and see a slender, delicate hand emerging from the passenger seat of the van, gripping a silver handgun, its barrel aimed directly at his head. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the motorcycle rider was met with a fatal shot at close range. Third brother, eighth brother, the other motorcyclists, witnessing the demise of their comrades, erupted in furious cries. Reloading their magazines, they unleashed another chaotic barrage upon the van. At that moment, Cheng Hao had already advised Lin Qingyan to retract her arm and secure the car window tightly. With his omniscient exploratory abilities, Cheng Hao was acutely aware of the number of bullets in the guns of the individuals outside, knowing precisely when they would need to pause to reload and when they would raise their weapons to unleash a barrage. He understood their actions better than they did themselves. Briefly outlining a strategy to Lin Qingyan, he awaited the opportune moment before abruptly slamming on the brakes. The van, which had been racing at high speed, skidded to a halt, leaving a long trail on the road. The four motorcycles flanking the van were caught off guard and sped ahead. As they prepared to slow down and turn around, Cheng Hao lowered the window. "Qingyan, fire." Lin Qingyan, having been ready, extended her arm out of the window with her handgun. Bang, 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 bang. For shots rang out, and blood erupted from the helmets of the four riders. In an instant, only the two motorcycles at the front remained of the 8 riders. These two motorcycles had been leading the convoy, directing the assault. Cheng Hao's sudden braking had put them beyond bullet range, thus sparing them from immediate annihilation. Seeing the woman in the passenger seat of the van shoot with such precision, the two riders hesitated, fearing for their lives as their comrades fell. One rider accelerated, attempting to flee down the road. Thinking of escaping now? Too late. Cheng Hao scoffed, refusing to grant them their wish. He restarted the van and pressed the accelerator, sending it racing after them like an arrow. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyan kept her gun trained on the two riders, ready to pull the trigger the moment they fell within range. Anticipating her intention, the two riders exchanged a glance and began to weave left and right in a serpentine manner, clearly attempting to evade Lin Qingyan's bullets through their rapid maneuvering. Their strategy indeed posed a challenge, as Lin Qingyan fired 4 or 5 shots in succession, all of which missed. Frustrated, she had no choice but to remove the magazine and prepare to reload. Observing this, a cold smile crossed Cheng Hao's face. No need for such trouble. I shall simply run them down. Although the riders had evaded the bullets with their serpentine movement, their linear speed had consequently diminished. As he spoke, Cheng Hao pressed the accelerator to the floor. The deafening roar startled one of the motorcycle riders, compelling him to glance back. Seizing the moment, Cheng Hao deftly turned the steering wheel, slamming the front of the van into the motorcycle. The bike lost its balance and crashed to the ground. The motorcyclist on the vehicle rolled continuously on the ground. Before he could evade, Cheng Hao's van's wheels had precisely rolled over his head. The sound of impact was akin to a watermelon bursting. The motorcyclist met his demise on the spot. The last rider, who also served as the leader adorned with a skull mask, witnessed the tragic fate of his 7 companions. A fierce determination flickered across his face beneath the helmet. Suddenly, he veered off, riding his motorcycle recklessly into the misty area along the roadside. Lin Qingyan, who had been aiming with a pistol, remarked with a frown upon seeing this. He has entered the fog. Once he surpasses 5 meters, I will be unable to see him. Cheng Hao swiftly hit the brakes, bringing the van to a halt. He turned to Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, stating, "Stay in the vehicle and keep watch. I shall pursue that fellow." He understood that leaving such a threat unchecked was not an option, especially since his Omniscient Exploration ability had revealed that the masked individual was no ordinary foe. Without waiting for Lin Qingyan's sisters to respond, he leaped out of the van, mounted a motorcycle abandoned on the road, and after starting it, surged forth into the mist. The damp, chilly fog enveloped him instantly, an acrid stench assaulting his senses. After riding for nearly 2,000 meters, Cheng Hao abruptly halted the motorcycle, for the skull-masked rider had parked ahead in a clearing. Sitting atop his motorcycle, he regarded Cheng Hao with a chilling voice. "You truly are remarkable. Even within the fog, you pursue me relentlessly. Frankly, I was concerned you might hesitate to follow or lose track of me." Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow at this. "So, you deliberately led me into this misty area?" "Indeed." The skull-masked rider scoffed coldly, his tone ominous. "For this is my domain." Chapter 11. The Lords Summoning My Domain? Upon hearing the rider's words, Cheng Hao feigned confusion, shaking his head and asking, "I do not comprehend." "What do you mean?" "Ha ha, I knew you wouldn't understand." The skull-masked rider laughed triumphantly before suddenly raising his right hand, a dark rune materializing in his palm. He bent down and struck the ground forcefully. An inexplicable energy surged forth from his palm, beginning to spread throughout the misty area. As the fog swirled, a horde of zombies emerged, swiftly converging towards Cheng Hao in a menacing encirclement. However, the issue remained that they were still under a 24-hour protection period. In the absence of any proactive aggression from Cheng Hao, it would be reasonable to assume that these zombies would not initiate an attack on him either. Clearly, this phenomenon is intricately linked to the extraordinary abilities exhibited by the skeleton-masked knight across from him. Before Cheng Hao could utter a word, the knight twisted his neck with a sense of pride and proclaimed, "Fear not, for I shall enlighten you. My survival talent allows me to see a distance of 20 meters within the fog. This ability grants me an advantage over others in discovering treasure chests within the misty domain. Just half an hour ago, I fortuitously stumbled upon a treasure chest. Inside, I found a potion, and upon consumption, I acquired a superpower beyond my survival talent. Lord Summoning. In simple terms, this newfound ability enables me to command monsters within the fog." At this point, the skeleton-masked knight let out a series of eerie chuckles, gazing at Cheng Hao with a smug expression. "Thus, you should now comprehend why I have brought you into this foggy realm, correct?" Cheng Hao nodded, understanding dawning upon him. "You intend to utilize the 10 5th-level zombies summoned to confront me?" The knight's laughter echoed. "How, what else could it be? Shall I gather them for a grand assembly?" With a sinister grin, he continued, "My Lord Summoning has only reached level 10, allowing me to summon merely 10 5th-level monsters. However, with the absence of that female gunslinger-s assistance, these 10 5th-level zombies will suffice to deal with you. Once you are vanquished, I have my methods to handle that female gunslinger as well. Thus, once you are eliminated, your vehicle will be mine, and so will your woman." "Ha ha ha." Cheng Hao disregarded the knight's boasting and posed a question instead. "But if I were to kill you, would that superpower of yours become mine?" "Kill me? Do you possess the capability to do so?" The knight scoffed disdainfully at Cheng Hao's words. Yet, suddenly a thought struck him. His expression shifted as he fixated on Cheng Hao, inquiring, "Wait, how do you know that my Lord Summoning is a level superpower?" "Guess," Cheng Hao replied with a grin, his heart brimming with ridicule. "Neither the prey nor the hunter seems to know their roles. Who dares to stand there so arrogantly? If you do not perish, who will?" In reality, from the moment this individual led the motorcycle gang to attack the van, Cheng Hao had discerned through his Omniscient Exploration ability that the skeleton-masked figure possessed the capability to summon monsters. The level of this power was on par with his own indestructible body. However, unlike Lin Qingyan's shooting skills, which could only be executed on the highway, this superpower was confined to the foggy area due to insufficient development. Therefore, when this motorcycle knight charged into the mist, the dynamics of the encounter were set. Cheng Hao followed without a moment's hesitation. Once this individual is vanquished, the extraordinary power he possesses will be mine. The ability to control monsters. From a certain perspective, it is far more practical and prestigious than the indomitable body that Cheng Hao currently wields. As his supernatural abilities continue to develop, the number and strength of the monsters under his command will only increase. Ultimately, he could forge a legion of creatures uniquely his own. One cannot help but remark on the fortuitous luck of this individual clad in a skull mask, having acquired such a formidable power. It is as if he has seized the script of a protagonist. Alas, his fortune cannot last indefinitely. He has encountered me prematurely. Let me guess. The skull-masked knight sneered coldly, a glint of chilling malice flashing in his eyes. Once I have defeated you, I shall have no shortage of methods to compel you to speak. With that, he clapped his hands, releasing a wave of energy that caused the 10 surrounding zombies to extend their claws and lunge ferociously at Cheng Hao. The skull-masked knight, seated upon his motorcycle with arms crossed, appeared ready to relish the spectacle. Ha ha, once you were torn to shreds, I shall claim that female gunner from your vehicle. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, he beheld Cheng Hao's form suddenly gleaming with a metallic luster. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. The skull-masked knight's eyelids twitched violently. No, it cannot be. You possess supernatural abilities as well. Cheng Hao, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly seized a stone from the ground as a fifth-tier zombie lunged at him, and with a powerful strike, he crushed its skull. Bang! The zombie's head exploded upon impact. Experience points, 50. With decisive action, formidable strength, and blinding speed, Cheng Hao left the skull-masked knight utterly dumbfounded. Yet, Cheng Hao did not pause. With a single stomp, his might reverberated through the ground, creating a web-like pattern upon the surface. Using this force, he propelled himself into the air. Cheng Hao reached out, and a silver cleaver materialized in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, the speed at which he wielded the blade became indistinguishable to the naked eye. Silver afterimages flitted by, accompanied by a series of dull thuds. The heads of the remaining 3 zombies were severed cleanly. The foul, black ichor splattered upon the blade, rising in wisps of acrid smoke. After flicking away the zombie's tainted blood, the Shintai cleaver remained as sharp as ever. Experience points, 150. The 6 remaining zombies, now cognizant of the intruder's formidable prowess, howled in retreat. They had not intended to assault Cheng Hao. They were summoned forth by the skull-masked knight's supernatural abilities and forced into action. Moreover, given that the skull-masked knight was merely a half-hearted practitioner, he now found himself profoundly shaken by Cheng Hao's undeniable strength. The control over the remaining 6 zombies has notably weakened. In an instant, these undead creatures seemingly regained a semblance of self-awareness and began to scatter in all directions. Yet, Cheng Hao offered them no opportunity to escape. How could he easily let slip the experience points that had presented themselves? His robust figure darted into the horde like a bolt of lightning. As the blade shimmered, the heads of the zombies fell to the ground like ripe fruit, one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 6 remaining zombies had their heads severed, their bodies reduced to mere piles of flesh. Gazing at the personal information panel, Cheng Hao noted the influx of experience points. He turned to the skeletal-masked motorcycle rider and grinned. Thank you, my friend, for the generous gift of 500 experience points. You truly are a benevolent soul. The skeletal rider, upon hearing this, wished to respond, but was completely overwhelmed by Cheng Hao's imposing presence. As Cheng Hao approached, the rider's composure faltered. Hastily, he drew a pistol from his person, trembling as he aimed it at Cheng Hao, stammering, "Don't come any closer, or I will shoot. I really will." His feigned panic was a ruse to lower Cheng Hao's guard, for while he spoke, his finger had already tightened on the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet was fired, aimed straight at Cheng Hao's forehead. However, the anticipated sound of the bullet piercing Cheng Hao's skull never came. Instead, there was a sharp clang. The skeletal rider, wide-eyed, was horrified to discover that Cheng Hao had deflected the bullet with the blade in his hand. Such reflexes and keen eyesight were astounding. As the scarred-faced rider opened his mouth to utter something, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Cheng Hao, who had been several meters away, had somehow appeared at his side. The world spun around him, and he beheld a headless corpse, blood gushing from its neck. That is my body, my head. As consciousness faded, the rider, adorned with the skeletal mask, found his life extinguished. Chapter 12. Comprehensive upgrade, observing the headless body of the skeletal-masked rider lying on the ground. Cheng Hao crouched down for a closer inspection. Soon, he discovered a black crystal the size of a walnut at the rider's chest. The surface of the black crystal was adorned with intricate patterns, and a peculiar energy emanated from it, continuously expanding. This crystal was, in fact, the crystallization of the supernatural energy that had resided within the skeletal rider, now gathered after his demise. In truth, the survival talents acquired through lottery and the superpowers gained from gene serums share a certain similarity. For instance, Lin Xingyan's marksmanship could also be regarded as a form of low-level superpower. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the vast majority of survival talents dissipate upon the demise of the player. Only a select few can manifest as tangible survival talents, such as the dark iron cleaver left behind by the bald man, which, even in the absence of its owner, can still be preserved by Cheng Hao. Conversely, superpowers are guaranteed to be retained in their entirety. Each superpower, regardless of its level, is formed from a genetic serum. Once the owner perishes, the genetic serum within their body will recoalesce. Under the guidance of his omniscient exploratory ability, Cheng Hao reached out and, with a mere flick, the black crystal core, formed from the superpower serum, effortlessly fell into his palm. The chill emanating from the surface of the black crystal penetrated through his skin to the very marrow of his bones, yet it also bore an inexplicable sensation of energy. Cheng Hao clenched his hand tightly. With a crack, the black crystal shattered, yet not a single drop of its black liquid fell. Instead, it wholly flowed into his body through the palm of his hand, akin to the genetic serum he had previously ingested for the diamond body superpower. A warm current coursed through Cheng Hao's body, and an inexplicable stream of energy information began to form in his mind. Congratulations on acquiring the level 10 superpower, Lord Summon. Upon initial activation, it can summon up to 10 level 5 monsters from the Misty region, serving as the Lord's apostles. Experience points are required for further development, up to a complete mastery at level 100. As the Lord, neither you nor your allies can gain experience points by eliminating summoned monster apostles. Upon reading the final stipulation, Cheng Hao couldn't help but smile knowingly. This is designed to prevent me from exploiting the superpower loophole to endlessly farm experience points. After all, as the Lord, the summoned monster apostles would obey his commands. Summoning 10 monsters and then eliminating them would create a perpetual cycle, allowing his experience points to increase at an unprecedented rate. Not only was this loophole effectively sealed, but the current development being limited to level 10 also restricted both the number and level of the summoned creatures. Even the summoning range was confined to a mere 5 kilometers. Cheng Hao initially intended to test his newly acquired superpower on the spot. However, after utilizing his omniscient exploration, he discovered that there were scarcely any level 5 monsters left in the area. The nearest level 5 werewolf was nearly 4 kilometers away. By the time he summoned it, it would be too late. Concerned that Lin Xingyan and Lin Wan would grow impatient waiting in the van, Cheng Hao hastily rode his motorcycle back to the road. Sis, Brother Cheng is back. Inside the van, Lin Wan was leaning over the seat, her gaze fixed intently on the misty region where Cheng Hao had previously entered. Upon spotting him returning on his motorcycle, she immediately exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xingyan, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, gripped her desert eagle so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Upon catching sight of that familiar figure, a profound sense of relief washed over me. Brother Cheng, what has become of that masked individual? Were you able to catch up with him? Lin Wan could hardly contain her excitement as she hurriedly inquired. Cheng Hao responded with a smile, of course. With me in pursuit, how could he possibly escape? Not only did I eliminate him, but I also acquired his superpower. Cheng Hao did not conceal this information from the two women, for he intended to demonstrate the Lord's summoning ability before them. Rather than risk startling them later, it was preferable to clarify matters in advance. After recounting the situation, Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement from the back seat, nearly propelling her from her seat. Brother Cheng, if I understand correctly, as your superpower continues to evolve, might we be able to summon a cadre of monsters to serve as our bodyguards? Indeed, that is a fair interpretation. Cheng Hao nodded, then added, however, at present, I can only control low-level monsters, and only within the foggy regions. That is still quite impressive. Lin Xingyan interjected with praise. The foggy areas are already blind spots for many. You not only possess greater visibility than others, but with monsters as your allies. It is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Exactly. Brother Cheng, there's no need for modesty. Lin Nuan rested against the back of her seat, gazing at Cheng Hao with admiration in her eyes. It was no wonder that these two sisters exhibited even greater enthusiasm than Cheng Hao himself. As teammates, the stronger Cheng Hao became, the safer they felt. While the sisters chattered excitedly, Cheng Hao opened his personal information panel to check his details. The system space is too limited. It must be expanded. Upon a brief glance, he immediately recognized his oversight. The materials for leveling up that he had previously exchanged could not fit within the system space, prompting him to allocate part of it to Lin Qingyan and her sister's system space. He also decided to retain the motorcycle he had just ridden. Hence, even when combining the system spaces of the three of them, it still proved insufficient. By consuming 10 experience points, Cheng Hao's system space expanded immediately by 100 cubic meters, bringing the total to 101 cubic meters. Such an expansive space was ample for storing numerous items. Subsequently, Cheng Hao allocated the remaining 500 experience points entirely to elevate his player level. Upon reviewing the leveling rules, Cheng Hao discovered that player level fundamentally represents the foundation of all abilities. Within level 20, inclusive, each level gained requires the expenditure of 100 experience points. From level 21 to 30, each level gain necessitates 1,000 experience points. The further one progresses, the more experience points are required for each advancement. Player level, survival talent, and superpowers are interdependent. Enhancing survival talent or superpowers will correspondingly elevate the player level. Conversely, directly augmenting player levels will proportionally enhance survival talents and superpowers. Cheng Hao currently possesses 1 survival talent and 2 superpowers. Rather than allocating points to a specific ability, it is far more advantageous to uniformly invest in player levels. After consuming 500 experience points to elevate his level by 5, Cheng Hao distinctly sensed subtle changes within his body. Upon refreshing his personal information, he noted a series of alterations in his foundational data. Name, Cheng Hao, level, 11, survival talent. Omniscient Exploration, 21 kilometers radius, upgradable. Experience points, 0, superpowers, indestructible body, 15. Lord Summoning, 15, capable of controlling 15 level 6 monsters. Vehicle, armored van, bulletproof upgrade. Upgrade materials, metal 3, rubber 6, gasoline 8, electronic components 5, glass 8. Gunpowder 6, system space, 101 cubic meters upgradable. Items, bottled water 55018, egg floss bread 11020, mysterious iron cleaver. Teammates, Lin Qingyan 60, Lin Wanwan 65. Indeed, after raising his player level by 5, the scope of Omniscient Exploration expanded further. The development levels of Indestructible Body and Lord Summoning also increased by 5%. Currently, the most significant shortcoming is the scarcity of food and water. However, there is no cause for concern, as a large supermarket lies ahead, promising a bountiful shopping spree. Chapter 13. A bountiful harvest. Cheng Hao stored the motorcycle within the system space. He then entered the armored van, starting it up, and continued his journey towards the supermarket. Along the way, he briefly reviewed the information of Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan. After spending 300 experience points to upgrade the van, Lin Qingyan had 480 experience points remaining in her account. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Hao instructed Lin Qingyan to expend another 300 experience points to retrieve the necessary blueprints and materials. This resulted in the creation of a fully automatic heavy machine gun. Mounted atop the armored van, Lin Qingyan, seated in the passenger seat, could control the machine gun via the screen buttons, allowing for a comprehensive 360-degree sweep of their surroundings. Thus, should they encounter any malicious players or monsters on the road, they would be able to overpower them with sheer firepower. Subsequently, Cheng Hao directed Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan to each expend 90 experience points, directly expanding their system spaces by a total of 900 cubic meters. The three of them now possessed over 2,000 cubic meters of system space, ample enough to sustain them for a considerable duration. As for whether Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan should increase their player levels, it currently bore little impact on the overall strength of their trio. Hence, Cheng Hao decided to postpone that matter for the time being. Regarding Cheng Hao's arrangements, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan complied wholeheartedly, without the slightest dissent. They understood that, without Cheng Hao, they would undoubtedly still be in a state of confusion, much like the majority of individuals in the chat channel. At this moment, seated in the safety and comfort of the van, with water to drink and bread to eat, and under the protection of such a formidable and reliable companion as Cheng Hao, how could they possibly question his plans? Minutes later, as Cheng Hao drove the van to the entrance of a large supermarket, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan were mesmerized by the dazzling array of goods within. They felt increasingly convinced that following Cheng Hao's guidance was indeed the wisest decision. Gazing through the glass at the brightly lit supermarket, they were momentarily entranced, as if they had returned to their former world. Upon opening the door, a warm breeze infused with the aroma of food enveloped them. The central air conditioning hummed, and the items on the shelves shimmered invitingly under the warm yellow lights. Was this real? Am I not dreaming? Lin Qingyan's voice trembled as her fingers glided across the neatly arranged cans on the shelves, as if she were touching a dream. Just a short while ago, they had been exhilarated at the prospect of acquiring a single bottle of mineral water and a box of bread. Now, however, mineral water, bread, and an abundance of other food items loomed like a mountain. Is indeed real. Cheng Hao smiled and then encouraged the sisters, saying, "Hurry and start shopping. Grab everything you can, food, drinks, essentials, regardless of whether you need it right now or your personal preferences. Just pack everything into the system space. Even if we don't use it later, we could trade with others in the channel." All right. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan nodded and began to gather supplies. They merely had to place their palms on the items, scanning them with the system, which would automatically open and store their selections. Mineral water, beverages, snacks, rice, toothpaste, towels, and even frozen pork and steaks from the freezer were all meticulously packed away by the trio. An hour later, the once bountiful shelves of the supermarket were left in disarray, while the system space of Cheng Hao and the sisters overflowed with an assortment of goods, exceeding personal capacity limits. The smiles on Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan's faces had not faded since entering the supermarket. Even in their original world, they had never experienced such a liberating spree of zero-cost shopping. Simultaneously, their fondness for Cheng Hao deepened, as without his guidance, they might have never discovered the existence of such a grand supermarket concealed within this foggy region. Cheng Hao was quite pleased to have acquired such an abundance of supplies in the supermarket. Henceforth, whenever he stumbled upon treasure chests containing merely a few bottles of water or bags of bread, he could simply disregard them, deeming it unnecessary to collect them. Instead, he would direct his efforts towards seeking treasure chests that concealed superpower potions or hunting monsters to gain experience points. After more than an hour had passed, the three of them had nearly filled their system spaces. Only then did Cheng Hao lead the two sisters out of the supermarket and back to the van. "Brother Cheng, now that we have gathered so many resources, where shall we head next?" Lin Wan asked as she settled into the vehicle, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Can we find a safe place to hide indefinitely? Those monsters are both terrifying and repulsive. I certainly do not wish to endure their onslaught once the 24-hour protection period expires." "You're thinking too simplistically." Cheng Hao shook his head before elaborating. "Since the game system has allowed us to utilize vehicles and continually migrate, there must be corresponding penalties for disobedience. If we linger in one location for too long, the game system could easily summon a horde of monsters to encircle us. What good would it do to have an abundance of food and drink then? Let us not forget our current player levels. While various supplies are undoubtedly important, they merely sustain our most basic survival. We must persist in migrating, seeking treasure chests that enhance our abilities, and hunting monsters to gain experience points, thereby elevating our player levels. Only when your player level is sufficiently high and your combat strength formidable will you truly be at ease." "But," Lin Wan hesitated before speaking somewhat uneasily, "my survival skills are not as developed as yours and my sister's. I do not belong to the combat category. Brother Cheng, you and my sister are already so powerful. Will I only fall further behind as we progress? Am I going to hold you back? How could that possibly be?" Cheng Hao was taken aback to discover that beneath Lin Wan's seemingly innocent and carefree exterior lay a sensitive heart. Perhaps it was the motivation from watching him and Lin Qingyan continually enhance their strength that had stirred a sense of urgency within her. He immediately smiled to reassure her. "I have never heard of a healer dragging others down. Wan, do not overthink it. Your abilities have yet to be fully revealed. When your sister and I require your help, you will understand just how crucial your skills are. Moreover, Consuming superpower potions can also transform you, granting you combat prowess. Lin Qingyan gently ruffled Lin Wan's hair, offering comfort. Silly girl, do not let your thoughts wander. Regardless of how the environment changes or what may happen in the future, I will always be your sister. You are my only sister. We shall never part ways. Indeed, hearing Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan declare this, Lin Wan's wavering heart found solace once more. Shifting her gaze, she leaned closer to Cheng Hao and inquired, Brother Cheng, where shall we venture next? Chapter 14. The haunted amusement park. Allow me to ponder for a moment, Cheng Hao murmured, silently unfurling the panoramic map of Omniscient Exploration. With his player level elevated, the realm he could now explore extended to a radius of 21 kilometers. The markers depicted on the map had more than doubled since its inception. However, the majority pertained to information about other players and the locations of monsters. The chests containing supplies or materials no longer piqued Cheng Hao's interest. Was it possible that within this 21-kilometer expanse, no chests imbued with superpowers lay hidden? Just as disappointment began to settle in, a distinctive red marker caught his attention. Upon selecting the marker, a series of details unfurled before him. Marker 44, approximately 14 kilometers from current location, haunted amusement park. This is a cursed amusement park where various types of monsters may appear at random. Difficulty level. By lifting the curse of the amusement park, you will earn a reward of 2,000 experience points and a superpower chest. The shorter the completion time, the higher the rating, and the greater the potency of the superpower potion within the chest. Upon absorbing this information, Cheng Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. A haunted amusement park? ISNT that akin to a game dungeon? Upon completion, not only would he receive experience points, but also a superpower chest. Though danger might lurk, it was worth the risk. A bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. No, wait, I already possess a motorcycle and a van. It should be, dare I say, a van transforming into a luxury car. Resolute, Cheng Hao adjusted his course towards the location of the haunted amusement park. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the eerie amusement park. As he opened the car door and stepped out, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan shivered simultaneously. Gazing at the desolate amusement park before them, they wondered why Cheng Hao had brought them here. Surely, he did not intend to experience the rides within this forsaken place. As they were about to inquire, Cheng Hao pointed to a notice board in front of the amusement park's iron gate, stating, Look. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan approached and read the sign that proclaimed, This is a haunted amusement park shrouded in a curse. Outside the amusement park, there are designated parking spaces equipped with a protective shield to safeguard players' vehicles and assets from being plundered. Upon entering the haunted amusement park, the 24-hour protection mechanism will expire, so players are advised to proceed with caution. If the curse within the amusement park can be lifted, the system shall bestow a certain reward. The 24-hour protection mechanism has faltered, which implies that the monsters within this amusement park will actively assault us. Lin Wan's expression shifted momentarily, and then she glanced at Cheng Hao, whispering, Brother Cheng, you don't mean to venture into this amusement park, do you? Cheng Hao smiled and nodded. Lin Wan hesitated, but it must be perilous inside, right? Cheng Hao elucidated. One could say that danger and opportunity coexist. If the potential rewards are substantial enough, taking a risk becomes worthwhile. He then shifted the conversation, adding, of course, if you are fearful, you may remain in the vehicle. There are dedicated parking spaces equipped with protective functions. As long as you stay inside the car, you will be safe. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan was about to respond, but Lin Qingyan interjected, No, I want to go in with you. What you said earlier is correct. The 24-hour protection cannot last indefinitely. Rather than waiting to be passive, it would be better to adapt and advance and practice against some monsters. Hearing her sister say this, Lin Wan immediately gathered her courage and exclaimed, Then I shall also enter. After experiencing it firsthand, my healing abilities may be developed. If you encounter any issues, I can provide treatment on the spot. Lin Qingyan nodded, then cautioned Lin Wan, once we are inside, you must stay close to me and not wander off. Understood? Lin Wan nodded earnestly. Rest assured, sister, I will not cause you any trouble. While they conversed, Cheng Hao had already parked the van in the designated space. Thus, even without supervision, the vehicle would remain unharmed and not be driven away by other players. Pushing open the rusted iron gate of the amusement park, Cheng Hao stepped inside. The sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan closely followed behind him. Lin Qingyan held a desert eagle, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a strange roar echoed from a distance. A horde of zombies, akin to well-fed livestock drawn to food, charged towards Cheng Hao and the two women in bizarre postures. Lin Wanwan quickly curled up, her voice trembling as she said, "Sister, Brother Cheng, they're coming." Lin Qingyan, gripping her handgun, was about to pull the trigger when Cheng Hao extended his hand to stop her. "Hold on. I want to test the superpower I acquired." With that, he raised his right hand and struck the ground forcefully. Dark, luminous patterns emanated from Cheng Hao's palm, transforming into peculiar energy that surged outward. With a deep rumble, 15 imposing level 6 zombies abruptly halted in their tracks. The originally vacant pupils glimmered with a dark, sinister light. In unison, they turned, extending their claws, and lunged towards their companions. "Is this truly your supernatural ability, the Lord's summoning?" Lin Qingyan's pupils constricted sharply. Although she had heard Cheng Hao mention this extraordinary power earlier, witnessing it in action left her utterly astounded. "You have taken control of those 15 zombies?" "Indeed." Cheng Hao nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it quite convenient?" The 15 zombies under Cheng Hao's command not only retained their strength, but seemed to have grown even more formidable. Furthermore, their betrayal was entirely unexpected. The other zombies had no time to react before their cores were crushed one by one. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in Cheng Hao's ears. Experience points 60. Experience points 60. Experience points 50. All the other uncontrolled zombies were reduced to mere goo, and in the blink of an eye, Cheng Hao's experience points surged to 950. Silently conveying a command, the 15 zombies acted like professional bodyguards, forming a protective barrier around Cheng Hao and his companions. Thus, even if formidable monsters were to appear randomly in this terrifying amusement park, these zombies would be able to hold them off for a time. Chapter 15. The laughter of the little boy Lin Qingyan and her sister Lin Wan gazed at the once filthy, twisted, and grotesque zombies. At this moment, under Cheng Hao's control, they marched in unison, guarding the trio. Their admiration for Cheng Hao's extraordinary ability deepened. After confirming their direction, the three continued their exploration of the amusement park. Suddenly, the previously still carousel began to spin. From within, a light, boyish laughter echoed. Hee 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 hee. The sound was bright and lively, as if a little boy were joyfully riding on the carousel. Yet, no matter how hard the trio strained their eyes to search, they could not discern the boy's figure. How peculiar! Even the Omniscient Exploration ability could not uncover the mystery. This haunted amusement park is truly bizarre. Just as Cheng Hao silently lamented, a prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. "A level 6 anomaly has appeared ahead. Please take caution." Huh? Cheng Hao froze for a moment, raising his head to see a figure clad in zebra attire and wearing a mask emerging from the carousel area. Its stripes were strikingly similar to those of the carousel itself. Were it not for the timely warning of his Omniscient Exploration ability, he would have been utterly oblivious. Upon revealing itself, the zebra figure hunched over, wielding a sharp knife, and charged towards Cheng Hao and his companions with alarming speed. The rapidity of the events left Lin Qingyan utterly unprepared to react or draw her weapon. With a mere thought, Cheng Hao commanded the two sluggish zombies nearby to unite. Forming an impenetrable wall, the zebra puppet, caught off guard, plunged headlong into the abdomen of one of the zombies. Attempting to struggle, it found itself ensnared by a dozen more zombies closing in from behind. With its sharp claws extended, the puppet flailed about in a desperate attempt to escape. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the zebra puppet met its demise before it could even approach Cheng Hao and the others, dissipating into a cloud of black and white smoke. Experience points 60. Was it dispatched so easily? I didn't even need to intervene, personally. Hearing the system's notification, Cheng Hao smirked, thinking, the monsters in this haunted amusement park are rather mediocre. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan both sighed in relief. Although the sudden appearance of that bizarre zebra puppet had startled them, it was swiftly obstructed by the zombies under Cheng Hao's control. Such formidable crowd control bolstered the sisters' confidence in successfully navigating this level. Brother Cheng, Lin Wanwan leaned closer to Cheng Hao, poised to speak, when a burst of laughter abruptly interrupted her. Hee hee hee, come play with me. Come find me. Let's play together. It was the same voice of the little boy from before, more vivid than ever, even articulating words. in the eerie silence of the desolate amusement park. It felt increasingly strange. Lin Wanwan's skin prickled in unease, and the words she intended to say were swallowed back. Cheng Hao's brow furrowed in concern. His eyes filled with confusion. He had just utilized his omniscient exploration ability once more, yet he still could not locate the little boy's hiding place. However, his laughter rang so genuine. As he pondered this, another prompt appeared before him. A new batch of zombies identical to the previous ones has spawned ahead. Please be cautious. Cheng Hao was taken aback and looked up to see a horde of zombies charging toward them. Strangely, these zombies were the same ones previously dispatched by Cheng Hao's controlled zombie apostles. But why had they resurrected? No matter. They must be eliminated. Experience points offered on a silver platter should not be squandered. With a focused thought, Cheng Hao commanded the zombie apostles to counterattack. Under his flawless control and coordination, the approaching zombies were swiftly eradicated. However, to Cheng Hao's astonishment, he did not receive any notification of experience points gained. In other words, these resurrected zombies held no value. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the little boy's laughter echoed once more. Hee hee hee. Run, horsey, run fast. A 6th level anomaly identical to the previous one has spawned ahead. Please take heed. As the sound of the prompt echoed, a zebra puppet sprang forth from an inconspicuous corner, brandishing a sharp blade and charging fiercely at Cheng Hao and his companions. Back again? Cheng Hao felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him upon witnessing this. This time, he had no intention of allowing the zombie apostle to intervene. With a swift motion, he grasped the dark iron cleaver in his hand and leaped into the air. As the zebra puppet rushed towards him, Cheng Hao swung the cleaver down with great force. With a resounding slice, the zebra puppet was cleaved in two, dissipating into black and white smoke that vanished in a thin air. Yet a perplexing scene unfolded before Cheng Hao. Despite having personally dispatched this 6th level anomaly, he received no notification from the system regarding experience points. Could it be that this zebra puppet, like the previous zombies, could resurrect indefinitely? Moreover, would any subsequent defeats after the first not count towards experience? If that were the case, it would indeed pose a significant problem. While he pondered this, the distant sound of a boy's laughter reached his ears. As the laughter faded, another wave of zombies, identical to the previous ones, charged forth. Although the zombies controlled by Cheng Hao easily eradicated them, he still received no experience points. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, standing nearby, also sensed something amiss. Concern flickered in their eyes as they inquired, Cheng Hao, are we stuck in a loop? Why do we keep encountering the same scenario? Those zombies and the zebra puppet have clearly been eliminated. Why do they keep resurrecting? And where is that boy's laughter coming from? After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Hao replied, if my intuition serves me right, that boy is the source of the curse plaguing this amusement park. Have you noticed that the zombies are all dressed in identical work uniforms? They are likely employees of this park who, for some unknown reason, have been cursed to remain here. Furthermore, the puppet in the zebra costume is certainly connected to the boy. Only by unraveling the connections between them can we break this cycle and successfully navigate through. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan nodded in understanding, albeit with puzzled expressions. But what exactly should we do? Cheng Hao thought for a moment before responding, when the zebra puppet appears again, we should first subdue it without killing it. After all, killing it seems futile. It may be more advantageous to keep it as a hostage. Chapter 16. The source of the curse to keep the anomaly as a hostage? Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan found it hard to believe and quickly pressed. After capturing the zebra puppet, will the anomalous boy reveal himself? Is it true that the zebra puppet knows the whereabouts of the little boy and can lead us to him? Cheng Hao shook his head. At this moment, I cannot be certain. Once we capture that fellow and interrogate him, we shall uncover the specifics. Suddenly, the eerie, childlike laughter echoed once more, as expected. Simultaneously, Cheng Hao heard a warning chime in his ear. A 6th level anomaly similar to the previous one has emerged ahead. Exercise caution. In an instant, the striped silhouette of the zebra sprang forth from an inconspicuous shadow in the carousel area, lunging fiercely. As before, it brandished a sharp knife, targeting Cheng Hao and his companions directly. Now, Cheng Hao commanded, his thoughts racing. This time, he refrained from allowing the zombie apostles to swarm and tear it apart. Instead, he issued a radically different command. A dozen zombies swiftly altered their formation, abandoning their frenzied assault stance. They moved with the precision of highly trained soldiers, encircling the zebra puppet with astonishing speed. Their decayed yet powerful arms ensnared the puppet's limbs and torso with an iron grip. The zebra emitted a low, guttural roar, thrashing violently in its futile struggle. The black and white fabric contorted under the zombie's restraint, while the knife flailed wildly, unable to strike any target. Soon, it was firmly immobilized, unable to move. Cheng Hao approached the zebra puppet and removed its headpiece, revealing a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with vengeful fury as he glared at Cheng Hao, exclaiming, "It's you. You are the ones who have hidden Lele. Quickly, return my Lele to me. If you do not find him, you shall all perish." In an instant, a fierce aura of brutality erupted from this man. Cheng Hao frowned and, wielding his black iron machete, struck at the man's chest. Although he aimed to avoid a fatal blow, the injury severely diminished the man's already formidable presence. Yet, the bloodlust in his eyes intensified, and the aura of resentment, hatred, and savagery emanating from him grew stronger. Realizing this, Cheng Hao's mind shifted, and he suddenly remarked, "I believe my previous line of thought was utterly misguided. The source of the curse in this haunted amusement park is not the elusive little boy, but rather this man clad in the zebra puppet attire. The boy named Lele must be his child, who, for some unknown reason, went missing in this park." In his desperation, he threatened the park staff, declaring that if they did not find his child, they would face execution. He himself has been relentlessly searching, yet they scoured every corner without success. Ultimately, this man succumbed to despair and chose to end his own life. His resentment and unwillingness transformed into a curse, dragging the entire amusement park into a chasm. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the staff here, for their failure to assist him in locating his child. Thus, he condemned them to a fate as mere shells of their former selves, eternally ensnared in this nightmarish paradise, endlessly repeating the cycles of searching and slaughtering. Consequently, whenever the sound of that child's voice echoed, the zombified employees of the amusement park, along with the middle-aged man masquerading as a zebra, would inevitably materialize. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's account, both Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan's faces betrayed their astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingyan spoke in a somber tone. "While his plight is undeniably tragic, it seems excessively extreme. This amusement park is vast. How can one expect the staff to monitor every child if they themselves are not vigilant?" As soon as Lin Qingyan finished her statement, the middle-aged man erupted into an unprecedented, heart-wrenching wail. Black and white smoke poured uncontrollably from the seams of his mask and the joints of his body, as if his very soul were aflame. It was unclear whether he was provoked by Lin Qingyan's words or engaged in a futile struggle. Cheng Hao, however, had little interest in delving deeper. Grasping the dark iron machete, he struck the middle-aged man several more times. The brutal aura that had just begun to rise within him was instantly diminished by more than half. Killing him would merely lead to his revival shortly thereafter. Thus, he resolved to render him in a state of half-life. In a sense, this would disrupt the cycle. Yet, Cheng Hao understood that this method was not sustainable. The immediate priority remained to locate the hiding place of the little boy. Activating his Omniscient Exploration ability, Cheng Hao resolved to conduct a thorough and meticulous search, leaving no corner of the amusement park unexplored. After previously hearing the chilling laughter of the boy, he instinctively believed there was something uncanny about the child. Therefore, he scrutinized the panoramic map for any peculiar entities within the park. But what if the boy was not, in fact, strange? What if that voice did not originate from him, but rather emerged from the obsessions harbored by the park's employees and the middle-aged man? With this entirely different perspective in mind, Cheng Hao once again searched, directing his attention to inconspicuous corners capable of concealing a child's form. He meticulously scanned the walls and clutter, layer by layer. Most areas were barren or cluttered with decaying amusement ride parts. Ultimately, his senses homed in on the top of the carousel's shelter, a narrow, dust-laden vent deep within. Detected a skeleton that matches the target characteristics. He found it, hidden at the very end of the ventilation duct. Cheng Hao's spirits soared as he immediately conveyed to Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, "I believe I have deduced where the little boy is hiding. Where is he concealed?" Lin Qingyan, and Lin Nuanyuan quickly inquired further. Cheng Hao pointed to the ventilation ducts above the carousel's canopy and said, "Right there." Lin Qingyan glanced up, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "The ventilation ducts? So high. Can a small boy really climb in?" "Climbing up is actually quite simple," Cheng Hao explained as he approached the wire fence beside the carousel. "If you climb along this wire fence, you will reach the entrance of the ventilation duct. Once inside, you can hide completely." That little boy probably just wanted to play hide and seek, but for some unknown reason, he got stuck inside and never came out, leading to a series of tragic events. Now, if we can retrieve his remains from the duct and hand them over to that zebra puppet man, we can lift the curse of this haunted amusement park. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's final words, the sisters' eyes sparkled with hope. At last, they could escape this eerie and sinister amusement park. Lin Nuanyuan, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Chenggu, what are we waiting for? Let's climb up right away. If a little boy can do it, surely we can too." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to ascend. "Wait, Nuanyuan." As Lin Nuanyuan prepared to climb, Cheng Hao swiftly grabbed the strap of her shirt and pulled her back. "Huh? What is it, Chenggu?" Lin Nuanyuan turned back, her large eyes filled with confusion. Cheng Hao scanned Lin Nuanyuan before explaining, "It's not that I doubt your climbing ability, but even if you manage to get up there, the entrance to the ventilation duct is too narrow. With your physique, you would likely get stuck." Lin Nuanyuan was taken aback, then looked down at her ample bosom before glancing back at the duct above. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson. Instinctively, she crossed her arms over her chest, feeling both shy and embarrassed. "What should I do?" she stammered. "Chenggu, with your strong build and broad shoulders, you probably wouldn't fit either, right?" "Indeed." Cheng Hao nodded in agreement before his gaze naturally shifted to Lin Qingyan. He assessed her from head to toe and said softly, "Qingyan, your figure is the most slender here. Particularly your shoulders and overall frame are quite suitable. It seems the task of climbing may fall to you." Lin Qingyan instinctively glanced at her own chest. Although not as voluptuous as her sisters, she was proportionate. A subtle emotion flickered through her mind. Did Cheng Hao think her figure was inadequate? With a glance towards Lin Wanwan, who was suppressing a laugh, Lin Qingyan said somewhat irritably, "Can't we devise a way to destroy that pipe and retrieve the remains directly without having to crawl inside?" Cheng Hao shook his head. "That seems implausible. If we were to damage the boy's bones, the zebra man might deny it. The curse that envelopes this amusement park may never be lifted." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan took a deep breath and nodded, "Understood. All right, I'll go." With that, she tied her hair into a high ponytail using a hair tie. Gripping the barbed wire fence with both hands, she began to climb. Cheng Hao followed closely behind, stating, "I will climb with you to the entrance of the pipe. You go in first, and I will be there to assist you at the opening." He then turned to Lin Wanwan, saying, "Wanwan, you wait down here. Those 15 zombie apostles will protect you, and keep an eye on the zebra man, ensuring he doesn't move." "All right," Lin Wanwan agreed, stepping aside obediently. Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan began their ascent of the barbed wire fence, which, due to years of neglect, swayed precariously and emitted a harsh creaking sound. Cheng Hao, possessing a robust physique, climbed swiftly, yet deliberately slowed his pace to guard Lin Qingyan's side. Her long black hair danced in the air, releasing a fragrant aura. Before long, the pair reached the top of the fence, arriving at the entrance of the ventilation duct. The opening was indeed quite narrow and shrouded in darkness. Cheng Hao retrieved a flashlight and a cloth bag from the system space, illuminating the interior with the beam, causing dust to swirl in the light. Deep within the duct, a corner could be faintly discerned. Cheng Hao pointed towards it, explaining to Lin Qingyan, "The remains of the boy are just around that corner. You need to place his bones in this cloth bag and bring them back." "Okay." Lin Qingyan nodded, accepting the flashlight and cloth bag. She positioned her hands on the edge of the entrance, cautiously leaning her head and upper body inside. Carefully adjusting her posture, she attempted to draw her shoulders in. Inching forward, the snug fit of her sports attire caused it to ride up slightly, revealing a glimpse of her delicate waist. With each bend of her knees and push of her legs, the graceful arc of her body became exceedingly apparent from Cheng Hao's perspective. Although Lin Qingyan's curves were not as pronounced as those of her sister Lin Wanwan, it did not imply a lack of appeal. Her slender waist and elongated legs, complemented by black stockings, exuded a distinct charm. Before long, Lin Qingyan reached the corner. The beam of the flashlight swept inside, and in the next moment, her body stiffened noticeably, her voice trembling yet relieved as she gradually exclaimed, "I found it. It's right in there." Within the scene lies a piece of iron wire, ensnaring his clothing. It is likely for this reason that, well, you may gradually place him into the cloth bag without haste. Cheng Hao nodded, softly reassuring, "There are no other dangers in the vicinity. You need not worry about anything else, just focus on your task." "All right," Lin Qingyan replied, shifting forward slightly. She then positioned the cloth bag before her, her movements gentle and imbued with a profound respect for the departed soul. Carefully, she placed a small, dust-covered, curled-up child's skeleton into the bag. Following this, she began to retreat slowly, saying, "It is in place now. I cannot turn around, so I must back away like this. Take your time. I will catch you at the pipe entrance." As Lin Qingyan gradually backed towards the entrance, Cheng Hao stepped aside, allowing her to withdraw her long legs first. However, the narrowness of the entrance made it difficult for her to maneuver. Observing this, Cheng Hao suggested, "Just leave the bag at the entrance. I will pull you out first." With that, he grasped the iron wire with one hand and gently wrapped his other arm around Lin Qingyan's waist, carefully drawing her out. During this process, their bodies inevitably drew close together. Cheng Hao could feel her warmth and slight tremors. "Are you exhausted? Is your body stiff?" Noticing Lin Qingyan's hair matted with dust and sweat, he spoke softly, "Hold on tight. I will take you down first." "Okay." Lin Qingyan's face flushed slightly as she allowed Cheng Hao to embrace her waist and lead her to the ground. Lin Qingyan, affinity level 10, 80. Upon hearing the system's notification, Cheng Hao was somewhat surprised. Merely carrying her down had apparently elevated their affinity by such a significant margin, 10 points at once. After all, as one approaches the limit of 100, further increases become increasingly difficult. This unexpected gain brought him closer to unlocking that time. With a smirk inwardly, Cheng Hao climbed back to the pipe entrance, retrieving the cloth bag containing the skeleton. Upon reaching the ground, he approached the zebra doll man, still under the control of the zombie. As he unzipped the bag, the remains of a little boy dressed in cartoon-patterned clothing were revealed. The zebra doll man trembled violently upon seeing the skeleton, the frenzied crimson in his eyes swiftly giving way to overwhelming, indescribable sorrow and confusion. No longer did he scream. He merely fixed his gaze on the remains, emitting soft, sorrowful whimpers from his throat. Chapter 18. Infinite Bullets. Sensing that the zebra doll man no longer radiated the previous brutality and malice, Cheng Hao focused his thoughts, commanding the zombie apostle to release him. As he lost control, the zebra-suited figure staggered forward. With trembling hands, he cautiously caressed the remains ensconced within the fabric pouch. He held the tiny, frigid bones close to his chest, as if cradling the most precious treasure in existence. Heart-wrenching sobs, stifled to the utmost degree, escaped his lips, no longer filled with malice, but rather imbued with the profound despair of a father who had lost everything. "Daddy Lele has finally found you." As the words left his mouth, the black and white striped costume began to peel away like burning ashes, dissipating into the air. The silhouette cradling the bones gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing along with the remains. Concurrently, the 15 six-tier zombie apostles around him swiftly decayed, crumbling into dust. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Cheng Hao's mind. Experience points, 900. As these monsters disappeared, the oppressive, chilling aura of the cursed amusement park faded away, dissipating like morning mist driven away by sunlight. Ding! Core curse source detected and purified. Congratulations, player. You have successfully completed the haunted amusement park. Experience points, 2,000. Time taken, 26 minutes and 29 seconds. Rating. Reward. Level 3, Superpower Chest. The melodious sound of the system notification echoed in Cheng Hao's mind, filling him with immense joy. 2,000 experience points. Combined with his previous total, his experience had now reached 3,910 points. Moreover, he had earned 3 level superpower chests. This was a tremendous windfall. Accompanied by the flicker of 3 soft glows, the chests materialized before Cheng Hao and his companions, unlocking the gift of Omniscient Exploration. The superpower potions and their corresponding abilities unfolded before him. First superpower chest. Level superpower, infinite bullets. Upon initial activation, development level 10 grants the ability to shoot with infinite bullets, with a maximum range of 300 meters. The higher the development level, the further the range and the greater the lethality. In later stages, various elemental damage attributes can be attached. Second superpower chest, level superpower, healing shield. Upon initial activation, development level 10 allows the application of shields to oneself and 3 teammates, providing both healing effects and defensive capabilities. The higher the development level, the stronger the healing and defensive powers. Third superpower chest, level superpower, power of thunder. Upon initial activation, development level 10 envelopes the body in silver lightning, enabling attacks and significantly enhancing speed. The higher the development level, the stronger the attack power and the faster the speed. Upon completing the introduction, Cheng Hao immediately comprehended that these 3 treasure chests were distinctly prepared for him, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan. Although they were said to be randomly generated, the game system exhibited a remarkable sense of humanity. Given that the system had already allocated the treasures, Cheng Hao certainly would not indulge himself alone. Moreover, considering his current situation, even if he were to absorb the powers of infinite bullets and the healing shield, they would serve little purpose for him, only complicating his abilities. Hence, he pushed the chest containing infinite bullets towards Lin Qingyan and handed the healing shield chest to Lin Wanwan, smiling as he said, "The system has rewarded us with 3 superpower treasure chests, just enough for each of us. Once we consume the potions inside, we shall all acquire a new superpower." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan were momentarily taken aback, despite a flicker of anticipation in their hearts. They struggled to believe that Cheng Hao would so generously share the immensely precious superpower treasure chests with them. Their hearts swelled with gratitude for Cheng Hao, rendering them momentarily speechless. Seeing their reaction, Cheng Hao chuckled and said, "All right, enough with the praises. Quickly consume the potions and let us see what kind of superpowers you awaken." Although he already knew the answer, he chose to maintain an air of suspense for the two. "Okay," Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan replied in unison. After exchanging glances, Lin Qingyan took the initiative, opening the treasure chest to retrieve the gene potion. Under Cheng Hao's encouraging gaze and Lin Wanwan's eager anticipation, she opened her mouth and drank the potion. Immediately, an indescribable warmth and a torrent of information surged through her limbs and mind. She felt as though her muscles, bones, and even nerves were undergoing subtle transformations, as if inscribed with a certain rule. Subsequently, all information regarding infinite bullets unfolded in her mind. "Sister, how do you feel? What kind of superpower did you acquire?" Lin Wanwan could not help but inquire as Lin Qingyan remained silent for a moment. "Infinite bullets. The superpower I have obtained is called infinite bullets, and it's at the highest level," Lin Qingyan replied excitedly, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Grasping the Desert Eagle in her hand, the pistol seemed to resonate with her, its body radiating warmth. She did not even need to check the magazine to clearly sense the continuous flow of energy within the chamber, an array of intangible bullets. Without hesitation, she raised the gun, aiming at a broken metal support on the remnants of a carousel in the distance. Bang! 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 Amidst the silence of the battlefield, devoid of gunfire and shell casings, a sharp, piercing whistle sliced through the air. 3 streams of light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, surged forth from the muzzle of the gun. Whir, whir, whir. The 3 crisp sounds melded into a singular resonance. A metallic support, as thick as an adult's arm, shattered upon impact. Its fracture was smooth and mirror-like, as if severed by an instant of intense heat. Lin Qingyan did not cease her barrage. Da-da-da-da. A flurry of luminous projectiles erupted forth as if splashed by water. On the distant ground, a vast cloud of dust erupted. The rate of fire transcended the original limits of her firearm. Moreover, she felt no sense of inertia from ammunition depletion, only an unending surge of power. Truly, infinity was indeed infinite. Lin Qingyan gazed at Cheng Hao with delight, her eyes shimmering with the luminous excitement of discovering a new world. "Cheng Hao, this ability is extraordinary. I can sense that as long as my mind reaches, the bullets can manifest." The typically composed Lin Qingyan was now flushed with exhilaration, her cheeks aglow. Caressing the Desert Eagle in her hands, she found herself increasingly enamored. After a considerable moment, she composed herself and turned to Lin Wan, exclaiming, Wan, it's your turn? Yes. Lin Wan had long been eager. With a cheerful acknowledgement, she opened her mouth and gulped down the genetic serum. So warm, so comforting. Lin Wan exclaimed in awe. Suddenly, she stood frozen, motionless. Chapter 19. The Power of Thunder. Wan, how do you feel? Noticing Lin Wan standing still. Though she had just consumed the genetic serum and successfully acquired superpowers, knowing there were no side effects, Lin Qingyan felt a twinge of concern as she approached to inquire. Meanwhile, Lin Wan perceived herself as if immersed in a warm spring. A refreshing, life-infused energy coursed throughout her being. In her mind, the principles of energy guidance, shield construction, and healing light emerged with clarity. Incredible, Lin Wan murmured, finally breaking free from her stupor. Instinctively extending her hands, she concentrated her thoughts in an oval, golden energy shield enveloped her entirely. With a playful wink at Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan suddenly declared, Sister, try hitting this shield with your fist. All right. Lin Qingyan, though somewhat puzzled, clenched her small fist and struck the golden barrier surrounding Lin Wan. To her astonishment, it felt as though she had struck a wall. No matter how forcefully she tried, she could not breach this membrane-like defense. Is this the power of the shield? A thought stirred within Lin Qingyan, prompting her to ask eagerly. Not merely a shield. Lin Wan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she proudly declared, within this protective shield, one can not only heal injuries but also restore stamina. Moreover, it is not limited to my personal use. I can also bestow it upon my teammates. With that, Lin Wan crossed her fingers and directed her attention towards Lin Qingyan. With a hum, a similar golden light shield materialized around Lin Qingyan's body in an instant. Sister, how do you feel? Lin Wan asked, her tone imbued with nervous anticipation. It's very warm and quite comfortable. Lin Qingyan replied, eyes closed as she savored the sensation. She then exclaimed, Indeed, as you mentioned, my stamina, which was depleted from shooting, is rapidly being restored. Giggles erupted from Lin Wan, her face blooming with a radiant smile, a genuine expression of accomplishment and joy. Shifting her gaze, she applied a healing shield to Cheng Hao as well. Cheng Hao assessed the strength of the shield enveloping him and couldn't help but commend. The defensive power of this shield can effortlessly withstand the attacks of level 5 monsters. Furthermore, as her player level increases, both the defense and healing efficiency will be further enhanced. Wan, you must now realize how vital your ability is to the team. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed with praise, her eyes sparkling even brighter. After a brief pause, Cheng Hao addressed Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, stating, Upon the first consumption of the gene potion, player levels will also rise. Check your personal information. You should both have reached level 6 by now. Indeed, the sisters exclaimed in unison, promptly opening the system interface to check their personal information. They discovered that their player levels had indeed increased, and their original survival talents had also been enhanced, filling their hearts with joy. Soon after, the two women turned their eager gazes towards the superpower treasure chest before Cheng Hao, their faces alight with anticipation. Cheng Hao, what kind of superpower does this treasure chest contain? They inquired eagerly. Yes, Big Brother Cheng, both my sister and I have unlocked level superpowers. You should check yours quickly. Perhaps you might acquire a level superpower as well. Level superpowers are not so easily obtained. Cheng Hao chuckled, shaking his head. Nevertheless, amidst the expectant gazes of the two women, he opened the treasure chest and retrieved the gene potion, consuming it in one gulp. Boom! An unparalleled surge of power erupted within him in an instant. Unlike Lin Qingyan's searing heat or Lin Wan's gentle warmth, this energy was imbued with a sense of destruction, accompanied by an exhilarating velocity. Crackle, sizzle, with a jolt of his arms. Visible silver arcs of electricity burst forth from Cheng Hao's body, swirling around him as if they were living entities. His hair stood on end, fluttering in an unseen breeze, with tiny electric serpents dancing at the tips. A spine-chilling aura radiated outward from him, causing the air around to feel electrified, emitting faint explosive sounds. Although both possess extraordinary abilities, Cheng Hao's awakening of the power of thunder dominates in terms of lethality. merely from the explosive aura he emanates. He completely overwhelms Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, who have recently acquired their powers. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan gaze at Cheng Hao, whose form is entwined with crackling lightning, exuding an imposing presence. It is a scene they had only witnessed in films or animations, yet it now unfolds before their very eyes, strikingly real. Their beautiful eyes are involuntarily filled with profound admiration and awe. Cheng Hao lets out a low growl, and in an instant, his figure shifts. He leaves behind only a faint silver afterimage. He has already appeared several meters away. The swiftness of his movement causes Lin Qingyan, who has just gained her abilities, to involuntarily narrow her pupils, for she can sense that the speed Cheng Hao has just demonstrated surpasses that of a bullet she could fire. Observing the silver arcs of electricity entwined around his arm, Cheng Hao casually throws a punch towards an abandoned ticket booth. A thunderous boom resonates as his fist, wrapped in silver lightning, strikes the booth like Thor's hammer. Blinding flashes of electric light erupt, and the steel structure of the booth is shattered into countless pieces. Both his strength and speed are remarkable. The combination of his indestructible body and the power of thunder is akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. Yet, Cheng Hao is not content with merely this. He expends 900 experience points in one breath to elevate his player level from 11 to 20. Cheng Hao's personal information panel refreshes accordingly. Name, Cheng Hao, level, 20 survival talent, Omniscient Exploration, 30 kilometers radius upgradable, experience points, 3,010, super abilities, indestructible body, 20, Lord Summon, 20, power of thunder, 20, vehicle, armored van, bulletproof upgrade. Upgrade materials, metal 3, rubber 6, gasoline 8, electronic components 5, glass 8. Gunpowder 6, system space, 101 cubic meters upgradable. Items, mystical iron broadsword, rice 99, bottled water 99, bread 99. Teammates, Lin Qingyan 90, Lin Wan 85. Indeed, reaching level 20 serves as a significant threshold. Upon attaining this level, several key foundational statistics witness a substantial enhancement. Notably, the range of Omniscient Exploration is directly expanded to a 30-kilometer radius. All three super abilities have also been developed to level 20, their potency undoubtedly amplified compared to before. Although Cheng Hao still possesses over 3,000 experience points, he refrains from depleting them entirely to further elevate his level. For after level 20, ascending to level 30 requires 1,000 experience points for each level gained. With 3010 points, he could only reach level 23 at most. Rather than pursuing this, he finds it more prudent to allocate his experience points towards areas currently more worthy of enhancement. For instance, transforming that van parked outside into a more comfortable, secure, convenient, and spacious motorhome. Chapter 20. The Fortress-style multifunctional motorhome. In truth, upon realizing that he had traversed into a world of survival on the open road, Cheng Hao had already nurtured the desire to possess a motorhome. Only a motorhome could adequately fulfill the necessity of leading a relatively comfortable life while constantly migrating along the highways. Other vehicles, whether they be vans, sedans, or even large cargo trucks, do not provide the same stability and comfort as a motorhome. Moreover, he was accompanied by a pair of lovely sisters. With a motorhome, they would have a bed, making their time together far more convenient. Retrieving a blueprint for constructing a motorhome from the system, Cheng Hao excitedly informed the sisters. Qingyan and Wan, our abilities have improved, and our supplies are sufficient for a prolonged existence. It is time to embark on a new endeavor to upgrade our van into a true living space. A motorhome? Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Brother Cheng, you intend to upgrade the van into a motorhome? That means we can cook, bathe, and sleep in the vehicle. Lin Qingyan also expressed her delight. This is wonderful. The space and protection of a van are indeed somewhat limited. A motorhome would enable us to venture much farther. Pausing for a moment, she expressed her concern. However, constructing a motorhome will surely require a significant amount of upgrade materials. While we have gathered many living supplies from that supermarket, we may lack the necessary upgrade resources. Before Lin Qingyan could finish her thought, Cheng Hao interjected, "No worries. As long as we have living supplies, it is equivalent to possessing hard currency. If we lack any upgrade materials, we can simply trade with other players. Didn't we encounter a player who had opened numerous resource chests? I will seek him out first. If he doesn't have what we need, I shall inquire with others." All right. With Cheng Hao's reassurance, the sisters felt relieved. Following him, they departed from the amusement park and approached the van. Cheng Hao opened the chat channel and located a player named Desert Lone Eagle. He sent a message. Hey, brother, how's it going? Still opening chests? Desert Lone Eagle. Hi, don't even mention it. I've opened dozens of chests in succession, and they're all filled with upgrade materials. I seriously suspect this cursed game system is rigged. Isn't it just trying to screw me over? I want to file a complaint. After expressing his frustration, Desert Lone Eagle sent another message. Brother, do you have any water left? Could you send me a few more bottles? The temperature here is exceedingly high. A single bottle of mineral water simply cannot sustain me for long. Cheng Hao promptly replied, not only do we have mineral water, but also chilled cola, black tea, green tea, herbal tea, and more. If you are in need, we can arrange an exchange. After sending this message, the Desert Lone Eagle immediately responded with several exclamation marks. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, he even altered his address for Cheng Hao. Really? Boss, you are truly my savior. I would like 10 bottles of chilled cola, in addition to 10 bottles of mineral water. Boss, what materials do you require? I shall transmit them to you right away. Without hesitation, Cheng Hao sent over the materials needed for upgrading the RV. The Desert Lone Eagle did not inquire why Cheng Hao required so many materials. He simply replied, please wait a moment, boss. He then began organizing the collected materials. Moments later, Cheng Hao observed his system space gradually accepting the items. Indeed, the materials transmitted by the Desert Lone Eagle. He opened his system space, and the materials automatically settled in front of the van. It took a full 10 minutes to gather all the necessary components. Cheng Hao wasted no time. He instructed Lin Wanwan's system space to retrieve 10 bottles of chilled cola and 10 bottles of mineral water, which he then transmitted to the Desert Lone Eagle. According to the characteristics of the system space, it preserves the original state of items upon entry. This means that if a bottle of chilled cola is placed inside, even after a span of 10 days, half a month, or even 6 months, it will retain its original temperature when retrieved. Upon receiving the cola and mineral water, the Desert Lone Eagle hurriedly sent a message of gratitude. Boss, you are truly remarkable. If you ever need materials in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. All right, Cheng Hao replied and exited the chat interface. Gazing at the mountain of materials piled in front of the van, a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. All right, the materials are ready. It is time to begin. He approached the van, placing his palm upon its body, and silently recited, System, expend 2,000 experience points to upgrade the van into a fortress-type multifunctional RV. Understood. Ding. 2,000 experience points expended. Upgrade confirmed. Vehicle upgrading in progress. A gentle yet potent white light enveloped the entire van in an instant. The body of the vehicle seemed to come alive, undergoing a dramatic transformation, stretching and reconstructing itself. It resembled a ravenous beast, continuously devouring the materials beside it. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan stared wide-eyed at the miraculous scene unfolding before them. The roof of the van began to rise, while the body elongated both horizontally and vertically. The chassis grew more robust and solid, and the front of the vehicle took on sharper angles, emanating a sense of power. The heavy machine gun, previously mounted, was not discarded, but rather reinforced and upgraded. Moments later, the radiant glow dissipated. The vehicle has upgraded from a ballistic-grade van to a fortified, multifunctional RV. Accompanied by the system's notification, a magnificent steel behemoth stood silently before them. It was significantly larger than the original van, towering nearly 3 meters in height and stretching close to 8 meters in length. It was cloaked in a deep gray, reinforced composite armor, with bold lines and defined angles that exuded an aura of fierce, surreal sci-fi. At the center of the roof, a prominently visible heavy cannon platform rotated a full 360 degrees. Surrounding the vehicle, observation windows with shooting ports were added, featuring 4 heavy machine guns on each side and 2 at the front and rear. The back transformed into robust double doors. Cool. Absolutely cool. Lin Wan exclaimed in awe, her mouth agape as she gazed upon the colossal RV. Lin Qingyan, equally astonished, murmured in disbelief, is this really our new home? Indeed. Cheng Hao nodded with a smile. Not only does it look impressive from the outside, but the interior is also lavish. Come, let me show you. With that, Cheng Hao opened the side sliding door located in the middle of the vehicle and ascended the steps inside. Chapter 21. Interior facilities entering the RV first. Cheng Hao turned around, resembling a salesman, and introduced the interior features to the two sisters. Ladies, I shall now present to you the internal amenities of this fortified, multifunctional RV. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan were taken aback by Cheng Hao's sudden display. After a brief moment of surprise, they nodded and smiled in agreement. Lin Wanwan clapped her hands and declared, "If you can convince me, I might just buy one." "All right," Cheng Hao responded, gesturing towards the interior of the RV. This fortified, multifunctional RV comprises several sections. First, the driver and co-driver area, featuring spacious and comfortable seats, along with a technologically advanced dashboard, central touchscreen console, and electronic displays. You can monitor the surrounding environment in real time, 360 degrees. Should any threats arise, the vehicle's defense system can be activated via voice command, enabling automatic interception and counterattack. Second, the living area. Behind the driver's seat lies a compact yet fully functional kitchen, equipped with an induction stove, storage cabinets, a small refrigerator, and a sink, ensuring all culinary needs are met. The kitchen is equipped with an automatic water generation device, providing an endless supply of fresh water. Thirdly, there's a resting area. Behind the kitchen lies a bedroom that occupies a substantial portion of the vehicle's interior. It features a spacious bed with a thick, comfortable mattress, complemented by built-in night lights that create a cozy ambience. Fourthly, the bathroom. In front of the bed, a frosted glass partition delineates a private space. Inside, there's a modern toilet and a shower room, where one can adjust the water temperature as desired. Fifthly, the systems for power, defense, and offense are seamlessly integrated with the vehicle structure, including the body, windows, doors, and chassis, thanks to impeccable design. As long as the vehicle remains intact, it requires merely 10 experience points daily to operate efficiently for 24 hours. After listening to Cheng Hao's comprehensive introduction, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. The kitchen, the unlimited water supply, the warm and comfortable bed, the bathroom, and the shower room. All these luxuries were beyond their wildest dreams when they were thrust into this world. Yet now, merely a few hours later, Cheng Hao had transformed them into reality. Lin Qingyan, favorability 5, 95, Lin Wan, favorability 10, 95. Upon hearing the system's notification, Cheng Hao felt a stir of excitement. The favorability has reached 95. Does this signify that he is merely a step away from success? Simultaneously, Lin Wan let out a joyful cheer, resembling a cheerful little bird as she leapt onto the bed, rolling comfortably. A bed. Oh my, this is a real bed. So soft and cozy. I thought I would have to curl up on the van seats to sleep tonight. Lin Qingyan, however, was more focused on the practical aspects. She approached the kitchen counter and ran her fingers over its smooth surface. Then, she entered the bathroom, gazing at the clean, bright toilet and shower, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. This is an unimaginable luxury for women adventuring in a foreign world. Brother Cheng, you are incredible. Lin Wan jumped off the bed, excitedly wrapping her arms around Cheng Hao's, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with admiration and trust. This RV is simply amazing. We have our very own home. Lin Qingyan also moved closer to Cheng Hao, though she did not leap onto him like her sister. Nevertheless, her body unconsciously gravitated towards him, her voice imbued with an unprecedented softness and reassurance. Cheng Hao, thank you. Once the favorability reached 95, the sisters found themselves instinctively drawn to Cheng Hao, their actions becoming more bold and intimate. More importantly, neither the exuberant Lin Wan nor the proud Lin Qingyan felt any discomfort in their closeness. Cheng Hao observed the exhilaration of the two sisters, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment from their genuine joy and reliance on him. Looking at the small kitchen beside him, he clapped his hands and announced, "All right, ladies, after inspecting the goods, I trust you're satisfied? After such a lengthy endeavor, it is time we take a well-deserved rest. Warm, your survival talent lies in culinary healing. Since we have procured such an abundance of supplies from the supermarket, and our RV is equipped with a ready-to-use kitchen, why not showcase your skills and treat both me and Qingyan to a delightful feast?" Splendid. I was just yearning to give it a go. Upon hearing the invitation to display her culinary prowess, Lin Nuanyuan immediately brightened with enthusiasm. She rolled up her sleeves and, with eyes sparkling, made her way to the fully equipped kitchen, eager to let you experience my culinary healing. Previously subsisting on bread and mineral water was nothing short of torturous for the stomach. From the system space, she retrieved generous cuts of fresh beef, beautifully marbled pork belly, ribs, and an array of fresh vegetables and seasonings. Grasping the chef's knife, the kitchen was soon filled with the rhythmic sound of chopping. Moments later, the fat sizzled in the pan, and the rich aroma of meat mingled with the fragrant notes of ginger, garlic, and scallions, rapidly permeating the kitchen, tantalizing the senses. Despite the smoke and abundant fragrance enveloping the small kitchen, the cleverly designed space ensured that neither the driving compartment nor the resting area at the rear detected even a hint of the aroma. While Lin Nuenyuan busied herself in the kitchen, Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan ventured outside to the open area of the RV, eager to experiment with their newfound superpowers. Cheng Hao fused his indomitable physique with the power of thunder, unleashing a series of close combat attacks and long-range lightning strikes. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyan stood at the front of the RV, gripping her Desert Eagle, silently attuning herself to the wondrous connection brought by the infinite bullets. With a mere thought, her magazine was instantly filled to capacity. She aimed at a small tree over 200 meters away. Bang, 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 bang. The crisp gunfire resonated in rapid succession. Almost without pause, 5 bullets struck precisely at the same point. Each of the 3 became immersed in their respective abilities and roles. Inside and outside the RV, a serene warmth prevailed. The aroma of the cooking enhanced the ambience of home. Suddenly, a thought struck Cheng Hao, prompting him to cease his display of superpowers. The panoramic map of Omniscient Exploration revealed that a convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles was approaching. Based on their trajectory along the road, they were undoubtedly headed towards this amusement park. Considering the distance and time, it would be entirely feasible to depart in the RV now and avoid the convoy. Cheng Hao initially analyzed this in his mind. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Despite their numbers, the adversaries lacked even a single superpowered individual. Although there were only 3 on his side, they were undeniably formidable. With this in mind, why should he shy away from them? Moreover, Nuenyuan's meal was nearing completion. Proposing a sudden change of location at this moment would surely dampen the spirits of the 2 sisters. Upon contemplating these matters, Cheng Hao discreetly disabled the alerts and continued to hone his extraordinary abilities. In his heart, he resolved that should the group pass by peacefully and depart, he would refrain from intervening. However, if they chose to act unreasonably, he would not hold back. Chapter 22, Weapon System Activated. As the convoy comprising 8 vehicles entered the detection range of the RV's radar system, a series of clear beeping alarms suddenly reverberated within the driving compartment. Cheng Hao, having sensed the impending developments, displayed no overt surprise. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, however, paused their activities and hastily approached the driving area. They gazed at the electronic display, where multiple red dots representing the convoy were rapidly approaching, evoking a sense of astonishment. Lin Wan, still wielding a spatula, grew anxious at the unexpected turn of events and inquired, "Brother Cheng, sister, does the RV's warning sound signify danger?" Lin Qingyan, fixated on the encroaching red dots on the screen, furrowed her brow. Cheng Hao, maintaining a composed demeanor, gently reassured the 2 women, "There's no need for alarm. It is merely the alert system of the Fortress RV detecting another player convoy approaching. Though they are numerous, it does not necessarily imply ill intent towards us. Even if they harbor ulterior motives, with our current prowess and the RV's weapon systems, we can handle the situation with ease. I will take the lead in dealing with them. You need only follow my cues," he added, casting a glance at Lin Wan. "Wan, how are your sweet and sour ribs coming along? Don't let them distract you. Cooking is of utmost importance." "Yes." Cheng Hao's calmness and the powerful confidence he exuded quickly inspired both women. Lin Wan nodded and returned to the kitchen with a light step. Lin Qingyan, though silent, felt her initial trepidation transform into resolute determination. "Indeed, I now possess extraordinary abilities. What is there to fear? The ones who should be worried are them." Cheng Hao then proceeded outside, stretching his limbs in a relaxed manner, while the surging forces of indomitable strength and thunder lay dormant within him, poised for action. The roar of engines grew louder as the convoy approached, tires stirring up clouds of dust. The convoy finally arrived at the road in front of the amusement park. Upon seeing a uniquely designed, futuristic RV parked in the lot, the driver of the lead truck extended his arm out of the window, signaling for the convoy to gradually come to a stop along the roadside. The doors swung open, and a motley group of ragged, weathered, and vigilant players began to disembark in an orderly fashion, numbering around 20, comprising individuals of all ages and genders. Upon disembarking, their gaze was immediately ensnared by a fortress-like multifunctional RV, towering in the parking space like a colossal beast of steel. What on earth is this? A sci-fi stronghold? A mobile fortress? Surely, this must be an RV, but whose RV possesses such an appearance? The thickness of its armor is such that even missiles would struggle to breach it. My heavens, just look at those wheels. Observe that design. This is undoubtedly top-tier equipment. How did the owner of this vehicle procure such a marvel? It hardly seems fair. Surely, within lies an abundance of food and water, along with a sumptuous bed. Gasps of astonishment, envy, and incredulity erupted among the crowd. All eyes were fixated on the sight, subtly revealing a glimmer of greed. As they approached for a closer inspection, they noticed a young man standing before the front of the vehicle. Inside the driver's seat sat a young woman, while another young woman busied herself in the small kitchen at the rear. Apart from these three, no one else was present. The windows and doors were ajar, seemingly devoid of any suspicion towards them. Thus, they could surmise that these three individuals were indeed the owners of this RV, a young man accompanied by two women, possessing such an extraordinary fortress on wheels. This unlikely trio ignited the darkest desires deep within some hearts. A few burly men with fierce expressions exchanged glances and closed in with ill intentions. The leader among them, a bald man bearing a scarred visage, licked his cracked lips and barked, "Hey, kid, that is quite a vehicle you've got. Where did you acquire it?" Cheng Hao did not even bother to lift his eyelids, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry. The bald man, rebuffed, darkened in demeanor. "Damn it, I'm talking to you." Another young man with bleached hair, brandishing a shotgun, arrogantly pointed at Cheng Hao. "Be sensible and open the door. We've been hungry for ages. There's bound to be food in that RV's kitchen. Hurry up and share some of your provisions. We all have our struggles. We should help one another. Don't you agree?" Hearing this, Cheng Hao let out a cold laugh. "Your hunger is of no concern to us. This vehicle, along with the food and water we've gathered, is the fruit of our own labor. Why should we share it with you?" His words prompted several women from the convoy to step forward in protest. "Young man, your words lack compassion. One must not behave in such a manner. With a vehicle as grand as yours, surely there is ample food that you three cannot possibly consume alone. What harm is there in sharing a portion? We have several individuals over 50 among us who have not had a drop of water or a morsel of food since our arrival. We are at our breaking point. Are you devoid of humanity? Surrender your provisions and water, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Various methods of coercion were unleashed: moral manipulation, verbal intimidation, and physical threats. The crowd's emotions were incited, drawing more individuals toward the scene. Some brandished knives and firearms, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious and greedy light. Fixated on Cheng Hao, it was as if, with a mere utterance of dissent from him, they would spring into action without hesitation. Confronted with the tumultuous threats and moral coercion, Cheng Hao finally lifted his eyelids. His icy gaze swept over the raucous faces, particularly those wielding weapons, poised for chaos. "Have you finished?" Cheng Hao's voice, though low, pierced through the cacophony, laced with a chilling indifference. Before they could respond, his lips moved, issuing a clear command. "Weapon system. Activate. Lock on all armed targets." A deep, powerful hum of machinery erupted instantaneously, to the astonishment of all. The armor panels atop the vehicle and around its sides slid open. From the roof, a rapid-fire cannon, glimmering with metallic coldness, emerged like a serpent ready to strike. Multiple firing ports opened along the sides of the vehicle, dark barrels exuding an aura of icy death, precisely targeting all those brandishing weapons across from them. Red laser sights flickered upon their foreheads or chests, akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 23. Bloody Suppression. Good heavens. A machine gun. There's a cannon on the roof of this RV. This had to be a mobile artillery platform. Were there truly machine guns surrounding the vehicle? Was this truly still an RV? Get back. The previously aggressive crowd erupted into chaos upon witnessing the weaponry system engage, their greedy shouts replaced by terrified screams. The bald man instinctively took 2 steps back, cold sweat instantly beating upon his forehead. They finally grasped the magnitude of the peril they had entangled themselves in. "Please, don't shoot. Brother, we can talk this over." The bald man's voice quivered, desperate yet feeble. "We merely came to observe, to chat. There's no need for such hostility." Cheng Hao cast a cold glance at them, his voice chillingly resolute. "Return to your vehicle immediately, and leave this place at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Damn it, who are you trying to intimidate?" The young man with the shotgun, observing the retreat in his companion's eyes, felt a surge of rebellion. He doubted Cheng Hao would dare fire upon so many in broad daylight. Thus, he abruptly raised his arm, aiming his weapon at Cheng Hao, and shouted defiantly, "I don't believe you have the guts to pull the trigger." Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Hao issued his command. As the final syllable fell, a machine gun mounted on the side of the RV unleashed a blinding torrent of flames. The dense hail of bullets tore through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. In an instant, it enveloped the yellow-haired man and his 2 equally reckless companions, who had attempted to charge forward with knives. The incessant gunfire erupted, splattering blood and chunks of flesh amidst the cacophony of gunshots and anguished cries. The shotgun in the yellow-haired man's grasp, along with his arm, was shattered into fragments. Immediately thereafter, his body convulsed violently, as if struck by countless heavy blows, contorting and disintegrating. The other 2 met a similar fate, reduced to mere pulp before they could even utter a scream. The gunfire ceased abruptly after less than 3 seconds, plunging the scene into a profound silence. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Everyone present appeared as though paralyzed, frozen in place, their faces devoid of color, their eyes reflecting sheer terror and disbelief. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and doubled over to vomit. Then another voice, pale-faced, murmured while gazing at Cheng Hao, "The devil, he is a devil." Cheng Hao's indifferent gaze swept over the paralyzed crowd. His voice, as frigid as before, uttered, "Who else wishes to test their luck?" No one dared to respond, nor even to meet his gaze. "Now, I shall grant you 3 minutes." Cheng Hao suddenly raised 3 fingers, speaking in a monotonous tone. "Clean up these 3 heaps of refuse from the ground. Then, vanish from my sight. After 3 minutes, should anyone still remain." Though he did not elaborate, it was evident that the onlookers comprehended Cheng Hao's intent. They quickly nodded in fervent agreement. All right. No problem. We are leaving right now." The scar-faced man hastily directed several underlings, urging, "You lot, hurry and assist me in the cleanup." Consequently, several men scrambled to gather the nearly unrecognizable remains of the 3 corpses into makeshift bags. The others hurriedly climbed into their vehicles, igniting their engines and fleeing in a panic, not daring to glance back. Within 2 minutes, aside from the bloodstains left on the ground and the faint metallic scent lingering in the air, the entrance to the amusement park had reverted to a tranquil and serene atmosphere. The once boisterous and greedy convoy vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Clearly, Cheng Hao's bloody suppression had achieved its intended effect. Observing the retreating convoy, Cheng Hao's expression remained impassive. He did not perceive his earlier actions as excessively extreme. For in this world, if one does not act ruthlessly towards their enemies, they will be met with even greater ruthlessness in return. With a mere thought, the cannon atop the RV and the shooting apertures around the vehicle quietly closed. Then, Cheng Hao approached the several bloodstains, and the power of thunder within him began to circulate subtly. A few slender silver arcs of electricity leaped forth, striking the ground. With hissing sounds, they completely carbonized the remnants of blood and some fragments of flesh, evaporating them entirely. After accomplishing this, he turned and returned to the vehicle. Inside the driver's seat, Lin Qingyin's tense body relaxed. She withdrew her hand from the gun's grip, her gaze towards Cheng Hao filled with a complex array of emotions, astonishment at his decisive ruthlessness, reassurance for her own safety, and an indescribable flutter in her heart. Lin Wan peered from the kitchen, noticing that the area outside the vehicle was now devoid of any presence, and she exclaimed, "Has Brother Cheng and the others already left? What else could it be? Were you hoping to keep them for dinner?" Cheng Hao jested initially, but then chose to divert the topic, exclaiming, "It smells amazing. Wan, is your feast ready to be served?" After stretching his muscles, he realized he was feeling a bit hungry, Lin Wanwan, momentarily distracted by his jest, quickly regained her focus. Upon being asked about the meal, her face illuminated instantly. Yes, yes. It's all prepared. Brother Cheng, sister, quickly wash your hands. It's time to eat. As they spoke, the three of them cast aside the previous incident. Cheng Hao and Lin Xinyan simply rinsed their hands in the kitchen sink, while Lin Wanwan brought the meticulously prepared dishes to the small dining table in the kitchen. The rich aroma wafted through the air. Once seated, they began to indulge in the feast. Cheng Hao picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, took a bite, and immediately gave a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, "Wow. Wanwan, your culinary skills are extraordinary. This is delicious, even better than what a five-star chef would make." Lin Xinyan also took a chopstick of vegetables and elegantly brought it to her mouth. After a few chews, her eyes brightened, and she nodded, crisp and refreshing. More importantly, I can feel my strength returning. Wanwan, your culinary healing is truly remarkable. Blushing from their compliments, Lin Wanwan's face radiated joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Hee hee, I'm glad you like it. Hurry and eat. The three gathered around the small dining table, beginning to feast heartily. After a satisfying meal, they not only felt rejuvenated, but also reached a peak in their spirits. After assisting Lin Wanwan in tidying up the kitchen, Cheng Hao stood up and gazed out the car window. Noticing that the sky was still bright, with 3 to 4 hours remaining until dusk, he proposed, "While it's still light, let us continue our exploration along the road. I hope we can uncover more treasure chests containing superpowers or gain further experience points before the 24-hour protection period concludes. Only in this way can we rely on our own formidable strength to face any unexpected situations once the protective effect fades." "Yes, sound good. Brother Cheng, we will follow your lead." Lin Xinyan and Lin Nuanyuan unanimously agreed that throughout their journey, Cheng Hao had repeatedly demonstrated his reliability. Moreover, with the sturdy fortress of their RV and newfound extraordinary abilities, they felt a renewed sense of confidence and anticipation in exploring uncharted territories. Chapter 24. The Mutant Zoo. As Cheng Hao ignited the RV, Lin Xinyan took the initiative to occupy the passenger seat, assuming the role of lookout and assisting with navigation. Lin Nuanyuan, obediently seated in the rear near the kitchen, rested her chin on her hand, leisurely gazing at the scenery outside the window. While driving, Cheng Hao employed his Omniscient Exploration survival talent to conduct searches. He sought to uncover new superpower treasure chests or fresh instances. The ability of Omniscient Exploration radiated outward from Cheng Hao, perpetually refreshing the markers on the panoramic map as he moved. Along the way, he indeed discovered several superpower chests. However, upon inspection, he found they contained only abilities of inferior grades. After acquiring several superpowers of a higher tier, Cheng Hao had grown somewhat disdainful of such low-level abilities. He resolved to drive further, refreshing the search. If nothing superior materialized, he would settle for the lower-grade superpower chests. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. If nothing of greater value appeared, he would have to lower his expectations. Just as Cheng Hao began to feel disheartened, a peculiar marker reminiscent of the previous horror amusement park suddenly emerged on the panoramic map. Upon clicking, a series of information boxes promptly appeared. Marker 196. Approximately 17 kilometers from the current location, Mutant Zoo. This is a zoo composed of mutated animals, featuring various species of mutant creatures appearing at random. Difficulty level. Eliminate all mutant animals and discover the cause of their mutations to receive a reward of 2,000 experience points, as well as a superpower chest. A mutant zoo? Remarkable. Just after departing from the amusement park, another zoo pops up? It seems this game instance has a peculiar affinity for various theme parks. Cheng Hao mused internally. Nevertheless, he had already pinpointed the location of this mutant zoo. Having tasted the sweetness of conquering instances, he would not let such a grand opportunity slip by. After driving for over an hour and traversing the outskirts of a desolate industrial area, a massive, rusted archway loomed ahead. Despite the severe corrosion, several enormous metallic letters remained discernible. Star City Wildlife Park. A zoo? Upon seeing the imposing expanse before her, Lin Nuanyuan couldn't help but draw parallels to the earlier amusement park. Extending her head beside Cheng Hao, she whispered, "Brother Cheng, there surely cannot be." Although Lin Xinyan remained silent, she had already grasped her desert eagle firmly in hand. Noticing that both women were mentally prepared, Cheng Hao decided to reveal the truth. Indeed, I can sense that this zoo is teeming with mutated creatures. Thus, we find ourselves in a different game instance. As for the completion requirements, they should be inscribed on the notice at the entrance. Let us descend and discover the details. After parking the RV in the designated spot at the zoo entrance, Cheng Hao led the two sisters to the notice board. As expected, it bore several lines of warnings akin to those at the haunted amusement park. This is a zoo afflicted by a virus, wherein various mutated animals may appear at random. Upon entering this mutated zoo, the 24-hour protective mechanism will lapse after the first day. All players are advised to proceed with caution. Should you manage to eliminate all mutated animals within the zoo and locate the source of their mutation, the system shall bestow certain rewards. Observing the striking similarity in the warnings, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan displayed remarkable composure. Without needing further explanation from Cheng Hao, both women were prepared to follow him into the park. Lin Qingyan activated her infinite ammunition ability, gripping her desert eagle tightly. Although Lin Wan lacked a weapon, she had initiated her healing shield ability to ensure her safety and not hinder Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan. At the same time, she crossed her arms, ready to provide shield protection or healing light to Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan at a moment's notice. Seeing the two women so self-aware, Cheng Hao felt compelled to keep pace. With a powerful tremor of his arms, he seamlessly fused the abilities of the Diamond Body and Thunder Power. Together, the trio strode purposefully into the mutated zoo. Upon entering, they initially found no animals. Instead, the flora inside had grown wildly, with pathways choked by various weeds, vines, and trees. If it weren't for the sign indicating it was a zoo, one might easily mistake it for a primordial forest. Cheng Hao understood that such an environment concealed unknown dangers. Thus, he cautioned the two women, "Be vigilant. Mutated animals may spring forth at any moment." Understood. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan nodded, their delicate faces etched with wariness. Under Cheng Hao's guidance, the trio formed a triangular formation. With Cheng Hao positioned centrally at the front, Lin Qingyan to the left providing support, and Lin Wan to the right, ready with her shield. As they ventured into the primate area, the Omniscient Exploration ability emitted a sharp alert. Warning, a group of rapidly moving mutated monkeys ahead. As the prompt echoed through the air, a sharp and piercing screech erupted from all directions. Tall trees lining the road were suddenly besieged by shadowy figures, darting about like phantoms at breakneck speed. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were monstrous primates, nearly double the size of ordinary monkeys. Their sparse fur revealing dark crimson skin, their eyes glowed a fierce red, and their exposed fangs gleamed menacingly. Their claws resembled lethal daggers, glistening ominously. A horde of mutated monkeys. Beware! No sooner had Cheng Hao's warning left his lips than the mutated monkeys launched their assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of fist-sized stones hurtled toward them from various angles, like cannonballs. Warm. Cheng Hao turned his gaze to Lin Nuanyuan and shouted, "Activate the healing shield." Lin Nuanyuan, already prepared, thrust her hands forward, conjuring a golden light shield that enveloped the trio in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The stones struck the shield, creating ripples across its surface. The shield quivered violently, but remained intact. Lin Nuanyuan's expression tightened as she exerted all her energy to maintain the shield. Cheng Hao uttered a low growl, channeling the power of thunder. In an instant, brilliant silver arcs of electricity erupted around him. Simultaneously, his indomitable physique activated, muscles bulging and skin shimmering with a metallic sheen. But before he could make a move, Lin Qingyan's voice rang out sharply beside him, seeking death. With a chilling gaze, Lin Qingyan had already locked on several mutated monkeys exposed in the chaos. Raising her desert eagle, she pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated as she pierced through the skulls of 5 mutated monkeys that were about to pounce. Their brains mixed with foul blood erupted, and their lifeless bodies plummeted from the heights. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle, Experience Points, 300. As Lin Qingyan felled the 5 mutated monkeys, the system's notification chimed in her ears, filling her with delight. Just as she was about to speak, 6 more mutated monkeys suddenly surged forth from her side. They lunged at her, their sharp claws rending the shield that surrounded her. Then, with gaping maws revealing their razor-sharp fangs, they aimed to sink their teeth into her neck. Ah! Lin Qingyan gasped in shock. The unexpected turn of events caught her off guard. After all, as a gunner, close combat was not her forte. Lin Yuanyuan, too, was momentarily sluggish. Her lack of combat experience led her to forget to reinforce the shield after it was breached by the mutated monkeys. In a moment of dire peril, the crackling sound of thunder erupted. Silver arcs of lightning snaked toward the 6 mutated monkeys, and in an instant, they were rendered rigid, collapsing to the ground. Are you all right? Cheng Hao transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly approaching. Observing Lin Qingyan, who was still shaken, he inquired with concern, Are you injured? Lin Qingyan shook her head, replying, I'm fine. Fortunately, you acted in time. That is a relief, Cheng Hao responded, then turned his attention to Lin Wanwan, saying, Wanwan, you have recently acquired your superpowers and are not yet adept in their application. For now, focus on manifesting the shield around Qingyan and yourself. As for me, there is no need for concern. My indomitable physique possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and these mutated creatures cannot harm me. This way, you will have one less target to focus on, allowing you to concentrate better, thus enhancing the strength of the individual shield. Understood. Lin Wanwan nodded and promptly withdrew the shield enveloping Cheng Hao, concentrating on fortifying herself and her sister, Lin Qingyan. Meanwhile, hidden among the trees, the mutated monkeys, witnessing 2 waves of their companions being vanquished, let out furious howls. More monkeys abandoned their ranged attacks, crawling on all fours, launching themselves from the treetops and rocky outcrops, aiming directly at the trio. Their speed was astonishing, leaving trails of afterimages. Thundercage. Cheng Hao, observing the scene, advanced rather than retreating, striking the ground fiercely with his fists. A thunderous roar erupted. Centered around him, a tempestuous surge of silver lightning expanded like a web, enveloping a 10-meter radius. Blinding arcs of electricity flickered, forming a fleeting electrical net. Sizzling sounds erupted as several of the leading mutated monkeys, caught off guard, collided with the electric net, instantly being pierced by the high-voltage current. They emitted agonizing shrieks, their bodies convulsing violently, billowing smoke as they collapsed to the ground in rigid stillness. The remaining monkeys, paralyzed by this horrifying spectacle, faltered in their assault. Now's the perfect opportunity. Lin Qingyan seized the moment, searching for the optimal shooting angle. No longer fixated on single headshots, she capitalized on her unlimited ammunition, executing rapid-fire suppression. Bullets cascaded like a tidal wave towards the cluster of monkeys. While not every shot was lethal, the dense barrage of firepower significantly curtailed the monkeys' agility. Numerous monkeys were struck by stray bullets, howling as they tumbled down. Cheng Hao, resembling a human tank, charged forward, enduring the assault of several fearless mutated monkeys. His fists, crackling with lightning, struck with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, one mutated monkey's ribcage, along with its internal organs, was obliterated by the ferocious punch. Another monkey's sharp claws grazed Cheng Hao's indomitable arm, leaving only faint white marks. In retaliation, Cheng Hao seized the monkey's arm and swung it down forcefully. With a thud, the mutated monkey was slammed to the ground like a sandbag. Blood gushed forth, and the ground cracked. The mutated monkey was instantly reduced to a puddle of flesh. The battle was fierce yet fleeting. Under the relentless melee assault of Cheng Hao, the precise and concentrated firepower of Lin Qingyan, and the steadfast shield support from Lin Wan, this group of mutated monkeys, known for their speed and harassment tactics, was utterly annihilated in less than 5 minutes. The ground was littered with charred monkey corpses, some riddled with bullet holes. Cheng Hao and his companions reaped rich rewards. They had slain 30 level 6 mutated monkeys, earning a substantial 1,800 experience points. Cheng Hao instructed Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan to each expend 900 experience points, raising their player levels to 15. Consequently, their super abilities and survival talents will be further enhanced. As for Cheng Hao himself, he consumed 1,000 experience points, elevating his level to 21. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that although this was also a level dungeon, the danger level of this mutated zoo far surpassed that of the terrifying amusement park. Thus, he needed to remain vigilant and cautious at every turn. Upon completing their upgrades, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan appeared more composed and confident than before. Their gazes turned towards the depths of the zoo, unwittingly filled with a sense of anticipation. It seemed as if what lay hidden within this mutated zoo were not unknown dangers, but rather a series of experience points waiting to be claimed. Indeed, after savoring the taste of success, the overwhelming desire to level up became utterly irresistible. Seeing that the sisters were eager to proceed, Cheng Hao decided to delay no longer. He beckoned to the two women, and the trio continued onward. Having traversed the primate area, they arrived at the outskirts of the beast zone. The scent of blood in the air grew even more pungent. Lin Wan widened her expressive eyes, scanning the surroundings for targets. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath them. At the same time, Cheng Hao's Omniscient Exploration talent issued a warning. Ahead, in the animal pavilion, a mutated brown bear is being generated. Currently at level 8. Its level will continuously rise as combat progresses. Please exercise caution. Upon reading the alert, Cheng Hao's brows furrowed. The monster's level could increase during battle? Did this mean that if they did not deal with it promptly, it could potentially reach levels beyond 21? This game's setting was rather outrageous. Roar! Just as he pondered this, a thunderous roar, filled with a savage aura, echoed from deep within the collapsed animal pavilion. Moments later, a colossal creature burst through the remnants of the concrete wall, appearing before the trio. It was a terrifying giant bear, standing over 3 meters tall. Its fur was half brown and the other half a dark red, as if drenched in tainted blood. Its body was adorned with grotesque growths and festering wounds, emanating a foul stench. Its eyes were murky yellow, brimming with madness. Most chilling, however, were its enormous paws, claws that had morphed into massive, gleaming metallic hooks. With a casual swipe, it could carve deep furrows into the hard concrete ground. Cheng Hao gazed at the mutated, bear-like creature before him, confirming once more its level. Level 8? Is this truly just an 8? Could it be that this flawed game system is as the lone eagle of the desert described? Chapter 26. An exquisite coordination, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the mutated brown bear, it was exponentially more formidable than the previous horde of monkeys. Cheng Hao's expression turned grave as he turned to Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, saying, "Qingyan, I will initiate the attack to draw its attention. You on the side should look for its weaknesses, such as its eyes, mouth, or heart, and shoot accordingly. Wan, maximize the shield's strength. Protect yourself and Qingyan. Be careful. Brother Cheng, good luck." The sisters replied, preparing themselves for the impending confrontation. Cheng Hao's arms trembled, transforming into a silver blur as he shot towards the mutated brown bear. Roar! The mutated brown bear, upon noticing the 3 intruders, let out a thunderous roar. The tremendous sound wave shook the surrounding leaves, causing them to cascade to the ground. Then, it rose on its hind legs, fiercely kicking off the ground. Its massive form suddenly erupted with astonishing speed, akin to an out-of-control heavy tank, exuding a destructive force as it swung its terrifying metallic claws down towards Cheng Hao. The claws sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. "Come at me." Thunderous diamond fist. Cheng Hao, undeterred, showed no inclination to evade. His muscles bulged as the diamond body reached its pinnacle, his skin glimmering with a dark golden hue. Simultaneously, a violent surge of thunderous energy coursed in his right fist. His entire right arm was enveloped in blinding silver lightning, as though grasping a miniature solar thunder. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, unleashing a punch at the descending massive bear paw. Bang! At the moment of impact between fist and claw, a deafening explosion resounded. A tempestuous shock wave radiated from the point of collision, sweeping away dust and debris from the ground. The blinding lightning clashed violently with the dark red energy erupting from the bear's claws. Crack! The sickening sound of splintering bones echoed. The mutated brown bear's seemingly indestructible metallic claws were forcibly bent and deformed by Cheng Hao's thunderous diamond fist. The palm was charred, flesh torn, emitting wisps of black smoke. Roar! The excruciating pain elicited an even angrier roar from it. Yet, as the grotesque bulges on its body pulsated, the destroyed bear paw miraculously began to heal itself. More importantly, Cheng Hao could sense that its momentum was indeed intensifying. Could it be that the system had not malfunctioned, but rather that there remained a substantial quantity of the mutagenic serum within its body. A thought struck Cheng Hao, and he promptly shouted to Lin Qingyan. Qingyan, aim for the tumors on its body. Understood. Lin Qingyan had initially intended to fire at the eyes of the mutated brown bear, but upon hearing Cheng Hao's sudden command, she swiftly adjusted her aim to target the tumors on the bear's body. Bang, bang, bang. In less than half a second, 3 bullets struck with precision, forming a triangular pattern as they targeted the 3 tumors located on the bear's chest. The bullets sliced through the air, generating a scorching current. Puff, puff, puff. 3 grotesque bursts of blood erupted from the mutated brown bear. A howl of agony erupted from the bear, its massive frame shaking violently. The pain from the ruptured tumors seemed to surpass even the agony it had felt when Cheng Hao had shattered its arm. Simultaneously, Cheng Hao could distinctly perceive that the bear's previously surging momentum had begun to wane significantly with the destruction of the 3 tumors. Indeed, those tumors were the crux of its strength. Having identified the mutated brown bear's fatal weakness, Cheng Hao was resolute. He called out to Lin Qingyan once more. Qingyan, continue to target the tumors for your shots. I will provide angles and opportunities. Got it. Lin Qingyan responded, her grip on the desert eagle unwavering. Cheng Hao, fists clenched in determination, harnessed the power of thunder and unleashed a relentless assault upon the mutated brown bear. Each time the bear was forced to retreat under Cheng Hao's onslaught, its tumors would become exposed, allowing Lin Qingyan to strike with pinpoint accuracy. Moments later, the bear was riddled with dozens of gaping wounds, oozing a dark green liquid. Its once ferocious aura had diminished to an alarming extent. Seeing this, Cheng Hao remarked coldly, seized the moment to strike. It was time to bring this to a close. With the bear's momentum faltering, Cheng Hao summoned the full extent of his indomitable body and thunderous might. He leapt high into the air, transforming into a blinding silver lightning bolt. Clenching his fists, akin to the hammer of a thunder god, he descended upon the bear's comparatively vulnerable cervical region with cataclysmic force. Boom! As his fist connected, the bear's sturdy vertebrae shattered with a cacophony of cracks. The violent energy of thunder surged into the very depths of the mutated brown bear. The blinding electric light instantaneously engulfed its massive form. Countless delicate arcs of electricity danced wildly across its body, detonating with ferocity. The mutated brown bear, with its colossal stature, convulsed violently a few times before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The frenzied light in its eyes swiftly extinguished. Experience points, 80. Upon hearing the system's notification, Cheng Hao found himself at a loss for words. This mutated brown bear was evidently far more challenging to defeat than the previous group of mutated monkeys, yet it yielded only 80 experience points. Had he known, he would have allowed it to undergo mutation and upgrade first, and then exterminated it once its value had increased sufficiently. However, this was merely a momentary frustration for Cheng Hao. Had another mutated brown bear appeared, he would still have chosen the same combat strategy. Experience points were secondary. The safety of himself and the Lin sisters was paramount. Brother Cheng, you must be exhausted. Allow me to restore your energy. Just as he pondered this, he heard Lin Wanwan's sweet and melodic voice beside him. Immediately thereafter, a circle of energy shields unfurled around Cheng Hao. The stamina he had expended was swiftly replenished. Cheng Hao clenched his fist, inwardly marveling. Having a healer by one's side is truly delightful. Where shall we head next? After vanquishing the mutated brown bear, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Lin Qingyan surveyed the area, but found no further signs of mutated creatures, prompting her to look at Cheng Hao with a question. Cheng Hao first employed his Omniscient Exploration ability, and a notification box promptly appeared. 3 level 10 mutated crocodiles are emerging from the lake ahead. Please exercise caution. Receiving this alert, Cheng Hao pointed towards a distant lake, declaring, that lake harbors numerous mutated creatures. Let's investigate. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 of them traversed the beast zone and arrived at the artificial lake near the crawling pavilion. The water was murky and green, emitting a pungent stench. Remains of various animals floated upon the surface. Lin Wanwan pinched her nose in disgust, exclaiming, this lake is absolutely foul. Brother Cheng, are there really mutated creatures in there? Certainly, Cheng Hao replied affirmatively upon hearing Lin Wan's inquiry. Observing that Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan were still approaching the lake, his expression shifted, and he urgently shouted, "Do not approach the water's edge. Retreat quickly." As he spoke, he spread his arms and yanked the two sisters back from the perilous shore. At that moment, the previously tranquil lake's surface erupted into three enormous splashes. Three giant crocodiles, each exceeding 7 meters in length and clad in dark green armor, burst forth from the depths like submarines. Their eyes were cold, vertical slits, and their mouths gaped open to reveal dagger-like, serrated teeth. Their robust tails resembled steel whips. Most terrifying of all were their limbs. Sharp, bony spurs protruded from the joints, shimmering with an eerie glow. Initially, when Lin Wan and Lin Qingyan approached, they did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, like phantoms, they submerged into the murky waters, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Just as their assault seemed destined for success, it was thwarted by Cheng Hao, leaving their efforts in vain. After failing to attack, the three massive, mutated crocodiles twisted their bodies and retreated back into the lake, vanishing from sight. Ah, how perilous! Lin Wan gazed at the now tranquil surface of the lake, her complexion pale, her heart still racing with trepidation. Lin Qingyan, filled with remorse, turned to Cheng Hao and apologized. "I'm sorry. Both Wan and I were too careless. If it weren't for you, we might have been bitten by that crocodile. It's all right. One learns through experience. Let us be more cautious in the future. No one is inherently suited for battle. We all grow through trials." Cheng Hao offered words of comfort before pointing to the mutated crocodiles in the water. "They hold a significant advantage in the water. We must lure them onto land to eliminate them. Yes, we will coordinate with you." Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan regained their composure, ready to unleash their respective superpowers. They focused their minds, prepared to respond to Cheng Hao's commands at any moment. With his indomitable physique, Cheng Hao was unafraid of these level 10 mutated crocodiles. He approached the lake's edge, stamping his feet heavily to create a commotion. Simultaneously, he provocatively unleashed a spark of thunderous energy, arcs of electricity dancing upon the water's surface, crackling audibly. Such actions immediately incited the concealed, mutated crocodiles. The closest one surged forth from the depths with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Its cavernous jaws opened to a terrifying angle, a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air as it lunged at Cheng Hao, poised to bite him in half. The appalling, crushing force of its jaws could sever steel in an instant. Finally, the trap was set. A glimmer of determination shone in Cheng Hao's eyes. He did not retreat. Instead, at the very moment the crocodile leaped from the water, he infused his legs with thunderous energy. With a crackling burst of blinding lightning beneath his feet, Cheng Hao's figure shifted sideways in an almost instantaneous movement, evading the crocodile's deadly bite by a hair's breadth. The crocodile, having missed its target, crashed heavily onto the shore, splattering mud everywhere. Qingyan, with Cheng Hao's call, Lin Qingyan, who had been poised and ready, immediately squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 resounding gunshots, 5 bullets struck precisely into the crocodile's exposed eyes and soft underbelly as it rolled. With a series of splattering sounds, the eyes of the mutated crocodile were obliterated, and its abdomen was pierced, spewing forth foul blood. The creature emitted a tortured roar, its massive body losing balance as it struggled to roll back into the lake. Thunderous retribution. Cheng Hao would not let this golden opportunity slip away. He instantly steadied himself, transforming into a straight silver lightning bolt. He leaped high into the air, then descended with a mighty crash. Boom! With feet imbued with the power of adamantine and thunder, he struck the mutated crocodile, creating a gaping hole in its massive body. The colossal creature convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Experience points 100. Yet, the battle was far from over. As Cheng Hao dealt with the first crocodile, 2 more lurking in the murky waters surged forth simultaneously. Strikingly, their targets were not the nearest Cheng Hao, but rather Lin Wan, who was in the midst of casting a healing shield, and Lin Qingyan, who had just exposed herself after taking a shot. "Watch out, Wan, sister." The alarms of Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan rang out in unison. The situation was dire. However, Before the mutated crocodiles could unleash their attacks, silver light flickered as Cheng Hao swiftly opened his arms, encircling Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, whisking them out of harm's way. Once steady, he glanced at the two misshapen beasts whose strikes had gone awry, and a cold smile spread across his face. Playing mind games with me? You think you can match my speed? You are woefully inadequate. As his words echoed, he raised his palm towards the heavens and brought it crashing down. With a resounding boom, a silver lightning bolt as thick as a bowl descended from above, striking one of the mutated crocodiles with tremendous force. Amidst the explosive light of the thunder, the creature was charred and mangled. Experience points 100. The last remaining mutated crocodile, witnessing the swift demise of its companion, dared not linger on land any longer. In a swift turn, it retreated rapidly into the lake. Beast, perish! Enraged, Lin Qingyan swiftly raised her desert eagle, unleashing a torrent of bullets with infinite ammunition. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The dense hail of bullets rained down upon the crocodile that had almost attacked Lin Wan. Initially, due to its tough hide, it withstood the onslaught. However, its crawling speed diminished significantly under the relentless barrage. As Lin Qingyan continued her relentless fire, the crocodile's resilience began to wane. Soon, bullets pierced through its flesh, scattering filthy blood in every direction. The creature rolled in agony, emitting pained cries. Ultimately, after sustaining nearly 100 rounds, its eyes were shattered, and its head and neck were riddled with bullet holes. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish until it finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Experience points 100. With the system's notification ringing in her ears, Lin Qingyan ceased her shooting. As I gazed upon the colossal carcass of the crocodile, I let out a long sigh of relief. Warm, quickly amplify the healing shield's power to restore Qingyan's stamina. Cheng Hao exclaimed, noticing that Lin Qingyan's arm was nearly too weary to lift. Understood. Lin Warm nodded, promptly intensifying the treatment for Lin Qingyan. Once the two sisters had adjusted their conditions to the optimal state, Cheng Hao opened the panoramic map of Omniscient Exploration, seeking their next target. When a tiger-headed emblem appeared on the map, Cheng Hao's expression grew grave. Chapter 28. Riftwind Tiger. The reason Cheng Hao's demeanor shifted upon seeing that tiger emblem was due to the detailed information indicating Riftwind Tiger, the sole creature within the mutated zoo that successfully fused with a mutation agent, possesses the ability Riftwind Tiger Claw. Level 22. A level 22 mutated creature surpassed Cheng Hao's current player level by a whole tier. Undoubtedly, the Riftwind Tiger was likely the apex predator of this mutated zoo and the most formidable adversary he had encountered since entering this game world. According to the rules of the dungeon, exiting now would not result in a loss of experience points, but naturally, the ultimate rewards would elude Cheng Hao and his companions. Furthermore, this dungeon would be entirely closed off to them. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Hao resolved to confront the Riftwind Tiger. After all, it was merely one level above him, and with the Lord's summon, he possessed 3 extraordinary abilities, coupled with the support of Qingyan and Warm. Defeating that mutated tiger should not prove too difficult. However, before proceeding, Cheng Hao decided to issue a precaution to Lin Qingyan and Lin Warm, to prevent them from being intimidated by the Riftwind Tiger's power. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Qingyan, Warm, I just sense that a formidable mutated creature is lurking in a nearby forest. Its strength is likely the most formidable we have encountered thus far. Therefore, be prepared. The foremost priority is to ensure your safety. If you sense any danger, immediately withdraw from the battlefield. Unlike before, during the upcoming battle, I may not be able to divert my attention to safeguard you both. Seeing Cheng Hao's serious demeanor, Lin Qingyan and Lin Warm instantly recognized that the beast they were about to face was indeed extraordinary. After exchanging glances, Lin Qingyan nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we will be cautious, but do not overexert yourself. After all, this is merely a dungeon. If necessary, we can forfeit the rewards. Lin Wan chimed in, indeed. Brother Cheng, what superpowers or experience points we may acquire will come in due time. The most crucial matter is that the 3 of us remain safe and sound. Hearing the sisters' reassurances, Cheng Hao felt a warmth blossom within him, and he nodded in agreement. Rest assured, should we find ourselves outmatched, I will signal for a retreat. I would never gamble our lives for a mere trivial instance. Relieved by Cheng Hao's words, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan felt a significant weight lift from their shoulders. After a brief period of rest, bolstered by Lin Wan's healing shield, they restored their stamina and mental fortitude to their peak. With resolute steps, they ventured into the depths of the Beast Zone, specifically Tiger Mountain, the domain of the windbreaker tiger. Originally designed to mimic a forested environment within a zoo, this area had been drastically altered by the effects of mutation. The trees now towered and twisted grotesquely, shrouding the surroundings in a profound silence, as if even the wind dared not stir. An oppressive aura, reminiscent of the king of beasts, permeated the air, rendering it suffocating. Warning: high-energy response detected. Target confirmed. Mutant tiger, windbreaker tiger, level 22. As the notification concluded, a deep, resonant roar, one that seemed to penetrate the very soul, echoed from the depths of the forest. Roar. This roar, unlike the savage growl of a mutant brown bear, bore an air of sovereign authority and a chilling intent to kill. The sound waves expanded like a tangible force, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. Almost immediately, a colossal figure, resembling a specter, materialized silently atop a massive rocky outcrop. It was a terrifying giant tiger, its size akin to that of an elephant. Its muscular form boasted fluid lines, brimming with explosive power. Sharp bone blades extended from its joints, resembling curved knives, and its tail culminated in a flickering metallic barb that glimmered ominously. Merely standing there, it exuded an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, accompanied by an invisible wind force. Upon witnessing this behemoth of a mutant tiger, Lin Qingyan felt her grip on the gun grow damp with sweat. Lin Wan, her face drained of color, was nearly rendered breathless by the terrifying aura of dominance. With a determined grit of her teeth, she swiftly cast a defensive shield over both herself and Lin Qingyan. Roar. After revealing itself, the windbreaker tiger did not immediately attack. Instead, it emitted a low growl, as if the king of the jungle were scrutinizing the trespassers within its realm. Its golden vertical pupils surveyed Lin Qingyan's gun and the protective shield conjured by Lin Wan, a flicker of human-like disdain flashing in its eyes. Noticing this, Lin Qingyan furrowed her brow, disliking the feeling of being belittled. After exchanging a glance with Cheng Hao and receiving his silent approval, Lin Qingyan no longer hesitated. She promptly raised the Desert Eagle and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunfire erupted, the bullets slicing through the air like fleeting light, aimed directly at the eyes and brow of the wind-splitting tiger. However, the tiger merely flickered a hint of derision in its eyes. It did not make any significant movement, instead casually lifting its massive paw and gently swatting at the incoming bullets. With a whoosh, visible azure blades of wind materialized out of thin air. These wind blades, curving like crescent moons, moved with an unimaginable speed. A crisp metallic sound echoed. Lin Qingyan's enhanced bullets, capable of penetrating steel, were effortlessly cleaved in half by the azure wind blades, as if they were mere tofu. The severed bullet casings fell to the ground uselessly. What? Lin Qingyan's pupils constricted, her face filled with disbelief. Although she had anticipated that her attack would not inflict substantial damage on the colossal tiger, her intention in firing first was to create a favorable opportunity for Cheng Hao to launch an attack. Yet, the wind-splitting tiger had merely waved its paw and severed her bullets entirely. Cheng Hao, witnessing this, felt astonished as well. A tiger wielding supernatural abilities with such proficiency was indeed remarkable. No wonder it was the only creature in this zoo that had fully integrated the mutation serum. Chapter 29. The Battle of Man and Tiger. Just as Cheng Hao and his companions were awestruck by the prowess displayed by the wind-splitting tiger, the towering beast let out a deafening roar, accompanied by the shockwave of sound. An even larger and more concentrated azure wind blade hurtled towards Cheng Hao's position, bearing the terrifying force to rend anything asunder. The ground was gouged deeply in its wake, and stout trees were silently severed. It was evident that the giant tiger had discerned that among the three intruders, Cheng Hao posed the greatest threat. Eliminating him would render the other two insignificant. With a crackling sound, silver arcs of lightning danced across Cheng Hao's body. Just as the azure wind blade was about to strike him, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original spot. In an instant, he reappeared atop a large rock several meters away. A glance back revealed a massive fissure carved into the ground where he had just stood. Cheng Hao understood that, in the face of this level 22 mutated giant tiger, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan's current power levels rendered them incapable of participating in the battle. Thus, it was now solely his confrontation with the mutated tiger. He gestured to Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, signaling them to withdraw from the combat zone. Upon witnessing the scene, the two sisters promptly nodded in agreement and swiftly retreated. This was a strategy they had meticulously devised prior to their arrival. Should they discern a significant disparity in strength, they would allow Cheng Hao to confront the threat alone. Otherwise, he would be burdened with the need to protect both of them, inevitably leading to defeat. Cheng Hao, the next moments rest upon your shoulders. Brother Cheng, please exercise utmost caution. As the two women silently cheered for Cheng Hao, the Riftwind tiger unleashed a furious roar. It seemed that Cheng Hao's evasion of its attack had incited its wrath. The powerful sound waves reverberated painfully in Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan's ears, causing their hearts to race. Simultaneously, a colossal azure wind blade, imbued with fierce momentum, hurtled towards Cheng Hao. Its speed was such that it left only a fleeting azure afterimage in the air. Boom! The wind blade struck with pinpoint accuracy at Cheng Hao's location. The violent shockwave erupted, creating a crater several meters wide, enveloping the area in swirling dust. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan felt their hearts leap into their throats, as they could not discern whether Cheng Hao had managed to evade the attack. However, just as the dust began to settle, a blinding silver lightning bolt, akin to a sword heralding dawn, shot forth from behind the haze. Cheng Hao's figure materialized like a specter, protected by the dual safeguards of his indomitable physique and the might of thunder. Even the razor-sharp azure wind blade merely tore his garments without inflicting any harm upon him. Upon seeing Cheng Hao's emergence, Lin Qingyan felt a weight lift from her heart, replaced swiftly by a surge of awe. Such rapid reflexes, such formidable defense. Though she had long understood that Cheng Hao's strength surpassed theirs by an insurmountable margin, it was not until this moment that she truly grasped the extent of his prowess. Brother Cheng is unharmed. How wonderful! Lin Nuanyuan exclaimed, placing a trembling hand upon her chest, sighing in relief. After withstanding the Riftwind tiger's fierce blow, Cheng Hao resolved to shift from defense to offense, utilizing the cover of dust and the terrifying explosive speed granted by the power of thunder. He closed the distance to the Riftwind tiger in an instant. Cheng Hao's objective was crystal clear: to engage in close combat. In his earlier probing attacks, he had discerned that the Riftwind tiger primarily relied on ranged assaults with its wind blades. Given its massive size, its agility would undoubtedly be compromised in close quarters. He aimed to draw the battle into his rhythm. With a low shout, the power of thunder surged through his legs, enhancing his speed. He dashed forward like a bolt of lightning skimming the ground, quickly reaching the base of the rockery. The wind-rending tiger was evidently taken aback, unable to fathom that this intruder could not only survive its full-force wind blade slash, but also launch a swift counterattack. A flicker of surprise flashed through its golden vertical pupils, which quickly transformed into a deeper fury. Its colossal form leapt from the rocky outcrop with ferocity, like Mount Tai descending upon its adversary. The heavy tiger paw, accompanied by a pressure that tore through the air, struck fiercely towards the advancing Cheng Hao. Simultaneously, the metallic barb on its tail viciously swept towards Cheng Hao's lower body. Faced with this dual assault, Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened. Thunderous, instant step. A flash of electricity erupted beneath his feet once more. His body morphed into a series of afterimages, evading the wind-rending tiger's attack and darting to its side. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, instantly channeling the power of his diamond body. His arm muscles bulged, the skin shimmering with a metallic sheen. Enveloped by surging silver arcs of electricity, his fist rocketed forward like a cannonball, striking the tender flesh exposed on the side of the wind-rending tiger during its pounce. Thunderous diamond fist. A resounding boom erupted, akin to the beating of a war drum. Cheng Hao's fist made solid contact with the tiger's lower back. The violent force, intermingled with penetrating thunder, erupted at the point of impact. A pained roar escaped the wind-rending tiger's throat, its massive body shifting slightly from the blow. The fur at the struck area singed and exploded, the flesh rolled back, releasing a charred odor. Tiny arcs of electricity danced upon the wound. The immense power of the diamond body, combined with the explosive force of thunder, had truly inflicted damage upon this mutated giant tiger for the first time. Hit! Lin Wan Wan exclaimed excitedly, her eyes brimming with hope. Such formidable strength. Lin Xing Yin also felt invigorated. Cheng Hao's powerful strike proved he indeed possessed the capability to confront this behemoth head-on. However, the ferocity of the wind-rending tiger was thoroughly ignited. The excruciating pain drove it into a frenzy. Ignoring its lower back injury, it violently swung its massive head. Its gaping maw, exuding a foul stench, descended upon Cheng Hao like a colossal guillotine, snapping at him from mere inches away. The proximity was so close that Cheng Hao could even detect the noxious odor emanating from within. Yet, despite this, Cheng Hao did not retreat. Diamond Thunder Body. With his arms crossed protectively before his chest, every muscle in Cheng Hao's body tensed instantaneously. The metallic sheen beneath his skin radiated with unprecedented brilliance. A grating metallic sound echoed as the wind-rending tiger's massive jaws clamped down on his crossed arms. In that moment, Cheng Hao felt an unimaginable force bearing down upon his arms, as if they were on the verge of being crushed. Sensing that Cheng Hao's defense was insufficient against the sharpness of its teeth, a glint of pride flashed in the tiger's eyes. However, what went unnoticed was a glimmer of mockery that flickered in Cheng Hao's eyes. Chapter 30. The Bandaged Man. His arms were firmly clamped by the massive jaws of the ripping wind tiger, rendering his body immobile. Yet Cheng Hao's face bore not a hint of panic. Instead, a trace of pride and madness emerged. The thunderous power amassed within him surged forth like a breaching dam, raging through his arms. With a fierce roar, Cheng Hao forcefully thrust his arms outward. Thunder erupted. Open. Boom. The blinding silver lightning exploded within the jaws of the ripping wind tiger. The potent current coursed instantly through its head and body. The intense sensation of paralysis and burning pain elicited a piercing howl from the ripping wind tiger. It involuntarily released its grip, its massive head being thrown backward, wisps of smoke escaping from its mouth and nostrils. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Hao felt the thunder crackle beneath his feet. In a flash, he raised his fist and unleashed a tremendous blow toward the tiger's head. Dazed from the electric shock, the ripping wind tiger barely managed to lift a paw in a futile attempt to defend itself, but it was clearly too late. A deafening crash resounded. Cheng Hao's fist, imbued with the might of indestructible strength and the pressure of thunder, struck the center of the tiger's forehead with tremendous force. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed vividly. The furious, thunderous power surged into the tiger's skull, wreaking havoc. The terrifying force of the indestructible body acted like a battering ram, shattering its sturdy cranium, leaving a profound indentation. Under the onslaught of these two forces, the ripping wind tiger's mountainous body was hurled backward. It scarcely had time to emit a final wail before its eyes dimmed, losing all their brilliance. Subsequently, its body twisted and fell completely to the ground. Experience points, 220. Had he truly won? As she witnessed the colossal tiger's body collapse, Lin Wan Wan emerged from her stupor, her voice trembling with disbelief. He won. Cheng Hao had triumphed. He had slain that mutated tiger. He had succeeded. Once Lin Xing Yin regained her composure from the shock, she hastily pulled Lin Wan Wan to Cheng Hao's side, concern etched on her face as she inquired, Cheng Hao, how do you feel? Noticing Cheng Hao was panting, with clear bite marks left by the giant tiger on his arm, she quickly instructed Lin Wan Wan. Wan Wan, hurry, apply a healing shield to him and restore his stamina. All right. Lin Wan Wan nodded and promptly used her superpower on Cheng Hao. Moments later, Cheng Hao's condition returned to its peak. Gazing at the enormous tiger's fallen form, Cheng Hao felt somewhat speechless. Merely 220 experience points for such a significant feat? The game's rewards seemed rather stingy. No, this quest was not yet complete. They still needed to uncover the cause of these animals' mutations. With this thought in mind, he urgently addressed Lin Xing Yin and Lin Wan Wan. Do not let your guard down. We have merely eliminated the most formidable enforcer. Yet the source of the entire zoo's animal mutations has yet to reveal itself. The gaming system, after all, has not informed us that all challenges within the dungeon have been completed. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin and Lin Nuanyuan, who had just begun to relax, felt their nerves tauten once more. The sisters instinctively drew closer to Cheng Hao, casting vigilant glances around them. A faint and peculiar sound of friction arose unexpectedly, emanating not from any creature, but from the depths of Tiger Mountain, specifically from the direction of a cave constructed of artificial rocks, originally intended as a resting place for the tigers. The sound grew increasingly distinct, reminiscent of heavy fabric dragging across a rough surface. An eerie, mutated head of the zoo has appeared ahead. Strength unknown, as he has researched various mutagenic serums, but has yet to consume any. As the notification of Omniscient Exploration echoed, Cheng Hao immediately shielded Lin Qingyin and Lin Nuanyuan behind him. A faint glow enveloped his adamantine form as the power of thunder silently coalesced in his palms. He focused intently on the dark entrance of the cave. It was evident that this enigmatic head of the zoo was the very source of all the mutations. Lin Qingyin and Lin Nuanyuan also held their breath, quietly observing the rocky cavern. At last, a figure began to slither out from the shadows of the cave. It bore little resemblance to a person emerging. Its entire body, from head to toe, was tightly bound in grayish-white bandages soaked with dark red stains, creating an airtight cocoon. The wrappings were thick and layered, nearly obscuring the contours of the body, revealing only two eyes, which glimmered with a murky light. Its movement was grotesquely uncoordinated, leaning forward at an odd angle, reminiscent of a zombie. According to the introduction provided by the Omniscient Exploration ability, this man, enshrouded in bandages, was not only the head of this mutated zoo, but also its caretaker. It was his research into mutagenic serums that caused the animals within the zoo to transform after consumption. He was the origin of it all. As Cheng Hao and the others silently recoiled in shock, the bandaged figure halted approximately 10 meters away from them. His murky eyes, peering through the gaps in the bandages, scanned Cheng Hao, Lin Qingyin, and Lin Nuanyuan with an indifferent gaze, ultimately settling upon the massive corpse of the Riftwind tiger. There was no anger, no sorrow, only a chilling, clinical scrutiny, as if regarding a failed experiment. A raspy sound emerged from beneath the bandages, devoid of meaning. The voice was dry and distorted, bearing no resemblance to that of a human vocal cord. Following this, an enigmatic wave of power, tenfold stronger than before, suddenly erupted from his being. This invisible pressure crashed toward the trio like a tsunami. The healing shield of Lin Nuanyuan shimmered intensely, causing Lin Qingyin to emit a muffled groan, her complexion turning ashen in an instant. Cheng Hao felt a heavy pressure descend upon him, prompting his indomitable form to activate instinctively in response. The bandaged figure slowly raised its oddly contorted arm, pointing towards the lifeless tiger on the ground. Its murky gaze fixated on Cheng Hao with unwavering intensity, a raspy voice escaping its lips. "Since you have destroyed my specimen, you shall take its place." As the words fell, the bandaged figure directed a finger at Cheng Hao, and an unforeseen transformation occurred. The grayish-white bandages coiling around its arm writhed as if animated, and glimmering needles suddenly shot forth from the gaps in the wrappings. Each needle was connected to slender tubes, within which a strange, luminescent liquid flowed, the very mutated serum of its research. Cheng Hao let out a low growl, dispelling any hesitation as the ground beneath him erupted in thunderous crackles. Blinding arcs of electricity surged forth, and in an instant, he darted several meters to the side. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of colorful liquid-filled needles, resembling venomous serpents, shot towards the spot where he had just stood, piercing the ground with a harsh screech against the rock. The viscous potion dripped down, corroding the stone and emitting wisps of acrid smoke. Chapter 31. The Blade of Wind, what a close call. Lin Qingyin and Lin Nuanyuan, witnessing Cheng Hao narrowly evade the bandaged figure's assault, let out a collective sigh of relief. Although they were unaware of the bandaged entity's intentions behind injecting Cheng Hao with the serum, one thing was certain: it could not bode well. With its attack thwarted, the bandaged figure turned its murky eyes towards Cheng Hao's new position. The bandages began to writhe, ready to strike again with the hidden syringes, poised like a serpent ready to launch a lethal injection. Meanwhile, although Cheng Hao appeared alarmed by the needle's threat, he had gleaned valuable insight amidst the chaos. In that fleeting moment of the bandaged figure's assault, Cheng Hao, employing his all-seeing exploration ability, discerned that the seemingly impenetrable layers of bandages were, in fact, affixed to the bandaged figure's waist through a mechanism. It controlled its attacks by twisting its torso, concealing the syringes within the wrappings for surprise strikes. Thus, its waist represented both the core of its offensive capabilities and its vulnerability. Realizing this, Cheng Hao urgently called out to Lin Qingyan. Qingyan, distracted, shoot at the junction where its bandages connect to its waist. As he shouted, he summoned the power of thunder once more, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging towards the bandaged figure. He could not afford to be passive. He must close the distance and compel the foe to expose greater weaknesses. Good. Although Lin Qingyan was still unaware of the reason for aiming at the bandaged man's waist with her gun, she trusted Cheng Hao's judgment, believing he had his reasons. With a swift motion, she raised her arm, and the Desert Eagle unleashed a brilliant tongue of flame. The barrage of bullets rained down like a tempest, precisely targeting the bandaged man's midsection. The bullets struck the thick wrappings with a dull thud. Most were deflected or lodged in the remarkably resilient bindings, creating minor splinters, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the bandaged figure. However, Lin Qingyan possessed the extraordinary ability of infinite ammunition. The relentless onslaught ultimately began to take its toll on the bandaged man. Under the immense impact of the bullets, his advance faltered momentarily. A furious roar escaped his lips, evidently incensed by Lin Qingyan's disturbance. With a sudden sweep of his arm, several bandages lashed out towards her like whips. But at that moment, Cheng Hao darted behind him. Clenching his fist, enveloped in arcs of electricity, he struck forcefully at the bandaged man's waist. The impact resonated like thunder as the power surged forth. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a machine being shattered. A violent explosion of energy erupted from within the bandaged man's midsection, a dazzling burst of electric light mingling with colorful potions, gushing forth from the breach in his waist. For the first time, the bandaged man emitted a chilling scream, utterly inhuman. His gaze, directed at Cheng Hao, brimmed with rage and astonishment. He could not fathom how this young man discerned his fatal weakness, despite being ensnared in bindings that revealed no vulnerabilities. Yet in that moment, such thoughts became futile. His entire body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning. The wrappings that enveloped him unraveled uncontrollably, bursting apart. Hidden needles embedded within the bindings cascaded to the ground. Observing this, Cheng Hao raised his right foot, encased in electricity, and delivered a powerful kick to the bandaged man's lower back. With a resounding crack, the man's waist snapped under the force. The already loosening bandages spiraled chaotically, ultimately revealing a gaunt figure riddled with needle marks. He lay on the ground, murmuring, "Why must my physique be incapable of withstanding the genetic serum? If so, I shall create the most formidable genetic warrior." Before he could finish, his pupils dilated, and he succumbed to lifelessness, realizing that the man harbored no trace of supernatural energy. Cheng Hao felt a flicker of surprise. He was merely an ordinary person. The ability to launch an assault with the bandages was entirely due to a peculiar device strapped around the waist. Initially, it was hindered by Qingyan's bullet fire, and subsequently shattered by a single punch from me, rendering it completely devoid of combat capability. It is quite ironic that a being capable of creating dozens of mutated creatures could not withstand the genetic serum itself. As Cheng Hao pondered this, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding! The source of the animal mutations has been eliminated. Congratulations, player. You have successfully completed the mutant zoo. Experience gain, 2,000. Time taken, 1 hour and 36 minutes. Rating, reward obtained, super ability chest, level 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Cheng Hao furrowed his brow. It took over an hour? It must be due to the prolonged rest earlier, resulting in only a level 1 super ability chest. Although it paled in comparison to the rewards acquired from the previous haunted amusement park, the super ability chest was still commendable. In a flash of light, a chest materialized before the trio. After relaying the situation to Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, the two sisters graciously offered the chest to Cheng Hao. After all, he had been the sole contender against those formidable mutated beasts. The sisters merely assisted from the sidelines. Gaining experience points was already a fortunate outcome. They dared not hope for super ability chest as well. Seeing their thoughtfulness, Cheng Hao decided to allocate 1,000 experience points to elevate their player levels to 20. Only then did he turn his attention to the super ability chest on the ground. Utilizing his omniscient survival talent, he scanned the chest. A line of notification unfolded before him. Super ability level, Wine Blade Slash. Initial activation, development level 10, allows the user to release wind blades that strike targets within a 50-meter radius. The higher the development level, the greater the range, power, and area of effect of the wind blades. After reviewing the description, a smile crept across Cheng Hao's face. This seems to be the super ability of that Gale Tiger. Wind Blade Slash. At last, I possess a means of range attack. Subsequently, under the expectant gazes of Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, Cheng Hao uncorked the vial and downed the genetic serum in one gulp. Chapter 32. Slumber Together, Brother Cheng. What super ability did you acquire this time? Lin Nuanyuan asked eagerly, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she watched Cheng Hao consume the serum. Lin Qingyan mirrored her curiosity, her gaze fixed intently on Cheng Hao. Wind Blade Slash. Cheng Hao replied, his voice tinged with excitement. It's the same wind blade employed by that mutated tiger. Wind Blade Slash? It sounds incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, prompting her to urge, Brother Cheng, quickly demonstrate it for me and my sister to see. All right. Cheng Hao nodded, slowly raising his right hand. With fingers splayed, he aimed at a nearby tree, its trunk boasting a diameter of over a meter. With a mere flicker of thought, the nascent power of wind within him responded instantaneously. There was no thunderous roar, only the faintest whisper of wind slicing through the air, a nearly transparent arc of wind blade, approximately half a meter in length, suddenly coalesced from his palm. The edges of the blade shimmered with a sharp, glacial light, slicing through the air with a delicate hissing sound. Go! Cheng Hao swiped his finger forward. With a whoosh, the wind blade shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, cleaving towards the colossal tree. With a crisp crack, the sound of splintering echoed, and the towering giant fell as if severed by an invisible blade, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Impressive, Lin Wan gasped, covering her mouth in awe. This is just Cheng Hao's first attempt, and he makes it seem so effortless. This marked the fourth superpower Cheng Hao had acquired. Lin Qingyan's eyes sparkled as well. It's astonishingly fast, even quicker than a bullet. Moreover, it is nearly silent, making it an ideal weapon for ambush. As the two girls marveled, Cheng Hao regarded his palm, feeling the ceaseless flow of wind energy within him. He nodded in satisfaction, reflecting, the initial activation of this wind blade possesses such formidable power. Once I elevate my player level, its might will surely intensify. With this thought, Cheng Hao promptly expended 1,000 experience points to elevate his level to 22. Upon accessing his personal information, he found his profile had refreshed. Name, Cheng Hao. Level, 22. Survival talent, Omniscient Exploration, 50 kilometers radius, upgradable. Experience points, 420. Superpowers, Adamant Body, 35. Lord Summon, 35. Thunder Power, 35. Wind Blade Slash, 35. Vehicle, Fortress-type multi-functional RV upgrade materials, Metal 1, Rubber 1. Gasoline 7, System Space, 101 cubic meters upgradable. Items, Dark Iron Cleaver. Allies, Lin Qingyan, 95, Lin Wan, 95, with the enhancement of his player level. The development of his 4 superpowers had all reached level 35, allowing for greater synergy in their application. Subsequently, he merged the Adamant Body, Thunder Power, and the newly acquired Wind Blade Slash, experimenting until he achieved the desired effect and proficiency. Only then did Cheng Hao, satisfied, retract his abilities. As he lifted his gaze to the heavens, the twilight glow of the setting sun had painted the sky a brilliant orange-red. Nightfall was imminent. Cheng Hao turned his attention to Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, who were also experimenting with their supernatural abilities, and spoke. Let us depart. Dusk is approaching rapidly. After traversing 2 dungeons consecutively, we must be weary. We shall return to the RV to rest for the night and decide on our next course of action come morning. All right, replied Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan in unison, and the trio swiftly exited the mutated zoo. Upon reaching the safety parking area at the entrance of the park, they entered the RV, where they finally relaxed. Lin Wan immediately proceeded to the small kitchen to prepare dinner and brew some tea. After they had dined and refreshed themselves, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. However, a genuine dilemma confronted the three. The limited space within the RV meant that the bedroom contained only a single large bed. Yet, there were three of them, two women and one man. Cheng Hao pondered for a moment, then naturally produced a blanket, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as he suggested. You two sisters may take the bed. I shall sleep in the driver's seat, where I can manage. How can that be? Lin Qingyan exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment. Logically, you have exerted the most effort. You are the rightful master of this RV. It is not fitting for the owner to sleep in the driver's seat while we occupy the bed. Besides, with the 24-hour protection period about to expire tomorrow, we are bound to encounter unforeseen circumstances. If you do not rest well tonight, how will you have the energy for tomorrow? Lin Wan chimed in eagerly. Yes, Chengge, you have worked the hardest and need to rest properly. Cheng Hao scratched his head. If I were to sleep in a bed, what would become of you two? The driver's seat is quite small. We cannot have both of you crammed in there, can we? Why not all three of us share the bed? Lin Qingyan interrupted him. Her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her tone resolute. In extraordinary times, we cannot be overly particular. Lin Wan's face, too, was as red as a ripe apple. Yes, sister is right. Chengge, it's all right. Both my sister and I trust you. Observing the sisters, one feigning composure while the other was overwhelmed with shyness, Cheng Hao felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a facade of difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded in agreement. Very well. Henceforth, we shall share the same bed. Yet, contemplating the fact that the two women's affection for him had plateaued at 95, he couldn't help but ponder. It has lingered at this number for quite some time. What must I do to elevate it to 100? I had even intended to unlock their hearts. Having arranged the bedding, Lin Qingyan was the first to ascend the bed. She nestled in the innermost position, turning her back to the wall and curling up as much as possible to leave space for the others. Her heart raced wildly, her ears flushed crimson, yet she bravely refrained from turning back. Lin Wan lowered her head, carefully removed her shoes, and climbed onto the bed, lying close to her sister. She, too, faced away from the outside world, resembling a startled little rabbit. Cheng Hao gazed at the two delicate silhouettes on the bed, their backs turned to him, and a surge of heat rushed to his head. He inhaled deeply several times to steady his erratic heartbeat and breath, trying to act naturally as he lay on the outer edge of the bed. Sharing a double bed among three people, especially with a tall man like Cheng Hao, rendered the space exceedingly cramped. He nearly lay on his side, his back pressed against the cool interior wall of the camper, barely avoiding contact with Lin Wan. Even so, he could distinctly feel the warmth and softness of her body through the thin fabric of their clothing. Chapter 33. Unintentional or intentional on the other side. Lin Wan trembled slightly from nervousness. Positioned closest to Cheng Hao, the masculine aura surrounding him infiltrated her senses, causing her heart to race faster and her body to stiffen. Shall we turn off the lights? Suddenly suggested the innermost Lin Qingyan. Cheng Hao replied, and upon giving the command, the camper's lighting system was immediately extinguished, plunging the bedroom into darkness. The absence of sight heightened their other senses. The sound of their breathing became starkly audible. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan's breaths were quickened with tension and shyness, while Cheng Hao felt an irresistible itch. He yearned to transcend the boundaries of their relationship, yet sensed that the moment was not yet ripe. Time slipped away, and perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan gradually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Lin Wan unconsciously turned over, her body shifting outward, one arm naturally resting against Cheng Hao's waist. Her small head instinctively leaned towards the source of warmth, nearly resting on Cheng Hao's shoulder. The gentle sensation at her waist and shoulder was palpable. Rather than pushing her away, Cheng Hao extended his arm, ensuring Lin Wan could sleep more soundly against him. In the darkness, Lin Wan's even breaths carried the unique sweetness of youth, lightly brushing against Cheng Hao's neck like a feather, provoking a subtle, ticklish sensation. Nestled in the crook of his arm, her small head instinctively nuzzled closer. A tiny hand even unconsciously rested upon Cheng Hao's chest, the delicate touch discernible through the thin fabric. Cheng Hao's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, an indescribable sense of fulfillment mingling with a male's stirring emotions surged within his chest. He cautiously wrapped his arms around this fragrant softness, holding her a little tighter, with his chin gently resting against Lin Wan's soft crown. He greedily inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from the young girl. Yet, at that moment, Lin Qingyan, who was sleeping on the inner side, suddenly stirred. It seemed she was not in a deep slumber, tossing and turning a few times before she quietly sat up. In the enveloping darkness, Cheng Hao could hear her fumbling as she got out of bed. The faint sound of her slippers padding against the floor of the caravan was followed by the soft click of the bathroom door closing. Cheng Hao's heart instantly raced. He instinctively held his breath, his body tensing. Had Qingyan awakened? Would she see him cradling Wan? Although the situation was peculiar, the intimacy of their position was undeniable. As Wan's sister, would she not be upset and perhaps confront him on her sister's behalf? A wave of embarrassment and anxiety washed over him. Moments later, the bathroom door creaked open once more, and footsteps approached. Cheng Hao's heart leapt to his throat as he braced himself to be caught. However, the footsteps did not linger at the foot of the bed, nor did they circle around to the outside. He felt the mattress on the other side gently dip. Lin Qingyan had not returned to her original position, but instead lay directly beside him. Cheng Hao was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had suddenly transformed from being on the outer edge to being sandwiched between the two sisters. A more potent, cool fragrance wafted into his nostrils, that of Lin Qingyan. He could sense the subtle breeze created as she settled down, accompanied by the warmth radiating from her body, though a slight distance still separated them. The enveloping arrangement was far more overwhelming than the earlier embrace with Lin Wan. Had she merely been dazed from sleep, acting unintentionally, or was it a deliberate act? In that moment, Cheng Hao found himself at a loss, unable to discern the reason behind Lin Qingyan's unexpected choice of position. Well, since it was thus, he would simply endure and relish this shared fortune. In the darkness, his senses heightened. He could distinctly distinguish the soft, gentle breathing of Lin Wan on his left and the steady, yet subtly tense breath of Lin Qingyan on his right. The mingling of their different alluring scents enveloped him entirely. He felt as though he had ascended to paradise. Road survival, life and death adventures. At that instant, all were cast aside, leaving only the intoxicating warmth and ambiguity. Unconsciously, Cheng Hao succumbed to slumber in the embrace of fragrant softness. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, until a faint beam of light filtered through the breathable window at the top of the caravan, illuminating the space. Cheng Hao sleepily opened his eyes. The first sensation he registered being the heavy satisfaction flanking him on both sides. His left arm remained in an embrace, cradling the warmth beside him. Lin Wan resembled a gentle kitten, her entire upper body nestled in his embrace, her arm draped comfortably over his waist. Her delicate face rested against his chest, lost in a delightful slumber, with the corners of her mouth curving into a sweet smile. His right arm encircled Lin Qingyan's waist while she lay sideways, facing Cheng Hao. Her cheek rested upon his shoulder, and her warm breath brushed softly against his neck. One of her hands naturally rested on his chest. The three of them were entwined in an extraordinarily intimate manner, sleeping closely together. Cheng Hao found himself entirely sandwiched between the two women, a veritable filling in a cream puff. To make matters more precarious, being a vigorous young man, he awoke in a state of heightened awareness. Just as Cheng Hao began to feel a twinge of awkwardness, Lin Wan in his arms suddenly fluttered her eyelashes. Her large, drowsy eyes blinked in confusion before focusing on Cheng Hao's face, mere inches away. In that moment, she became acutely aware of her surroundings. A short, startled gasp, tinged with profound embarrassment, nearly escaped her lips. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a bright crimson, resembling a startled rabbit, as she instinctively attempted to shrink away. However, Cheng Hao's arms still encircled her, thwarting her retreat and intensifying the awkwardness of their contact. Shame enveloped her as she promptly shut her eyes and buried her face deep into Cheng Hao's chest, her body rigid as if carved from wood. Her ears flushed with warmth. Her movement roused Lin Qingyan on the right. Her long eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Her cool gaze momentarily clouded with sleepy bewilderment. But upon grasping the situation, herself almost pressed against Cheng Hao, her arm resting on his chest, and her sister entirely nestled in his embrace. Lin Qingyan's mind exploded in shock. Her face turned a vivid shade of red, as if struck by lightning, and she instinctively tried to retract her hand from Cheng Hao's chest, her body yearning to pull back. Yet, The confined space only drew her closer to Cheng Hao's right arm and side. Time seemed to freeze. The three remained motionless, each hesitant to move or speak, the only sound being the frantic beating of their hearts echoing in the silence. Chapter 34. Weather warning. The atmosphere in the bedroom grew unbearably awkward. Ultimately, it was Cheng Hao, mustering his courage, who broke the silence with as calm a voice as he could manage. Ahem, it's dawn. Should we not rise? Lin Xingyin and Lin Wanwan, as if granted a reprieve, simultaneously released him with fervor. They quickly turned their backs, curling up at the edges of the bed, wrapping themselves tightly in their blankets, leaving only their two heads facing away from Cheng Hao. He too hurriedly sat up, pulling the blanket over himself to cover his awkward predicament, his movements somewhat clumsy. Although somewhat awkward, Cheng Hao felt an overwhelming sweetness in his heart, akin to sipping honey. He sensed that the subtle barrier among the three had been entirely shattered after a night of unintentional intimacy. Utilizing his Omniscient Exploration ability, he discovered that Lin Qingyin and Lin Wan's fondness for him had surged to an impressive 98, only a step away from perfection. As he indulged in boundless daydreams about the future, Lin Qingyin's voice emerged from beneath the blanket. I will go wash up first. With that, she leapt from the bed, rushing toward the bathroom without looking back. I will prepare breakfast. Lin Wan quickly tossed aside the blanket, her cheeks flushed, and hopped out of bed, avoiding Cheng Hao's gaze as she hurried to the small kitchen. Cheng Hao observed their hasty retreat with a touch of amusement, gently rubbing his nose and chuckling softly. In high spirits, he rose and made his way to the driving area. Allowing the sisters to tidy themselves, he opened the chat channel to check on the other players' circumstances. To his surprise, the channel was filled with lamentations. Starving soul. Help. I spent the night hiding in a dilapidated vehicle and froze like a dog. I have nothing to eat, and I've run out of water. Can anyone spare some food? I could trade for some upgrade materials I found. Summer breeze. Woe is me. I hid in an abandoned security booth last night, with no windows or doors, and the mosquitoes were relentless. I feel like I'm being drain dry. Who has mosquito repellent? Well, let me join a team. Desperate lone wolf. Damn it. I finally found a convenience store, only to discover it was a dungeon. The 24-hour protection period is void, and I'm besieged by a pack of mutated wild dogs at level 3 or 4. I can't break through. I feel like I'm going to perish here. Is there a strong player nearby to rescue me? Coordinates 347, 211. Fractured moonlight. Everyone be cautious. Last night, our team of 5, driven by hunger, caught a few field mice to roast and eat. It seems we've been poisoned. Now we have high fevers and dizziness. What should we do? Is there a doctor or an antidote? Of course, some players had enhanced their abilities by discovering superpower treasure chests, with several now boasting levels even higher than Cheng Hao's. This revelation filled him with a hint of pressure, prompting him to reassess his strategy from the previous day, questioning whether it had faltered. Yesterday, he had devoted most of his time and energy to seeking superpower treasure chests, showing less enthusiasm for actively hunting the monsters of this world. However, to swiftly elevate his player level, he needed to slay numerous monsters to gain experience. It seemed that today's focus would need a shift. While searching for superpower treasure chests remained essential, he resolved not to deliberately alter his position to seek them out, as that would be a waste of time. As for the game's dungeons, according to the published rules, they only open during specific time slots in the afternoon. This aligns perfectly with my schedule. Just as Cheng Hao pondered this, Lin Wanwan's cheerful voice emerged from the small kitchen. Brother Cheng, breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Her tone was imbued with joy, indicating she had adjusted her mood. I'm coming. Cheng Hao responded, turning off the channel. After freshening up in the bathroom, he approached the small dining table where Lin Wanwan had already arranged fried eggs and toasted bread. Lin Qingyin then brought over steaming hot milk. When her gaze met Cheng Hao's, she quickly averted her eyes, only to revert to her usual cool demeanor, though her ears remained slightly flushed. The three of them sat down, and the atmosphere was subtly warm. Cheng Hao, with a hearty appetite, began to eat while articulating his plans for the day's endeavors. I agree. Lin Qingyin nodded in approval after hearing his thoughts, adding, the essence of superpowers lies not in their quantity, but in their refinement. Enhancing our existing abilities to a higher level will yield more significant combat prowess. Moreover, if we hunt enough monsters, our leveling speed may not be slower than searching for treasure chests. During battles, Both Wan and I will also become more adept at utilizing our respective superpowers. Yes, yes, whatever Brother Cheng says goes. Lin Wan chimed in, naturally in agreement with her sister's sentiments. After finishing breakfast, Cheng Hao took his place in the driver's seat and started the fortress RV. The engine emitted a deep and powerful roar as the steel fortress slowly departed from the safety parking area of the mutated zoo. Cheng Hao summoned the panoramic map of Omniscient Exploration, adjusting the search mode to locate monsters. Instantly, dozens of red dots representing monsters appeared on the map, varying in distance, quantity, and level of strength. Let's check out this nearest group of around level 20 monsters. It will be a good practice for Qing Yin and Wan. Cheng Hao selected his target and began to plan the route. Suddenly, the game system displayed several prompt boxes. Not only Cheng Hao, but even Lin Qing Yin in the passenger seat and Lin Wan in the back reacted with surprise. Clearly, they too received the same information. Warning: a large-scale, anomalous energy disturbance has been detected. Severe weather alert activated. Attention all players. 1 hour from now, game time 9 o'clock. The game world will enter the first stage of severe weather. Weather patterns in all regions will be randomly generated. Acid rain, extreme hail, devastating tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, and frigid blizzards. All players must seek sturdy shelter within 1 hour. Repeat. All players must find robust shelter within 1 hour. Attention players in coordinates 198. 367. Your area will experience a catastrophic hailstorm. A forecast predicts hail with a diameter of 15 centimeters, lasting approximately 2 hours. Please seek underground shelters or those with exceptional top defenses immediately. The chilling and urgent system alert resonated 3 times, striking a heavy blow to the hearts of all. Severe weather? Lin Xinyan's expression shifted slightly. 1 hour from now? That is rather abrupt. Cheng Hao's countenance also darkened. The sudden game announcement had utterly disrupted his plans. Hail was falling in their vicinity, with the largest diameter reaching 100 centimeters. After reading the alert, Cheng Hao's lips involuntarily twitched. Hailstones with a diameter of 1 meter plummeting from the sky. One might as well call them bombs. Furrowing his brows, Cheng Hao began to search for nearby shelters. Soon, several points flickering with green light appeared on the map. The closest one was approximately 5 kilometers away, labeled as an abandoned underground air raid shelter. The system's warning should not be taken lightly. Cheng Hao decisively declared, Qing Yin, Wan, hold on tight. We are heading to the nearest underground air raid shelter. Chapter 35. The underground air raid shelter having determined their direction. Cheng Hao slammed the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator deeply. The massive fortress caravan roared, racing toward the direction indicated by the map. Brother Cheng, our caravan is so sturdy. It should be able to withstand this, right? Lin Wan asked hesitantly, gazing at the still clear sky outside the window. Wan, do not take this lightly. Before Cheng Hao could respond, Lin Xinyan sternly interrupted. The system has issued a specific warning and is demanding the search for shelters, indicating that this hail is anything but ordinary. Hailstones with a diameter of 100 centimeters falling from such heights will likely possess an impact more terrifying than typical artillery shells. While our caravan has strong defenses, the armor on top may not withstand a relentless barrage of high-intensity strikes. If it gets penetrated or critical equipment is damaged, we will all be doomed. Cheng Hao solemnly concurred. Qing Yin is right. If our caravan sustains damage, we will have no means of retreat. Seeking the shelter is the most prudent choice. Lin Wan then realized the gravity of the situation, her small face tightening immediately. All right, I will listen to you both. The caravan sped along the open road. The once clear sky seemed to validate the system's warning, with a dramatic transformation occurring in mere minutes. Vast expanses of leaden gray clouds surged like a tumultuous tide from all directions, swiftly obscuring the sunlight. The day darkened at a visible pace, as if nightfall were imminent despite it still being morning. The fierce winds began to howl, lifting dust and dried leaves from the ground, creating eerie sounds as they battered against the windows. It was oppressive and suffocating. A sense of impending doom looms over the earth, as Cheng Hao remains utterly focused while maneuvering his RV. With the precise navigation provided by all-knowing exploration and the RV's remarkable performance, he navigates through increasingly treacherous weather and deteriorating road conditions. At last, within the allotted time, he arrives at the designated location marked on the map. The entrance to the bomb shelter is already bustling with numerous vehicles, predominantly modified off-road vehicles and pickups, alongside a few sturdy buses. As Cheng Hao's colossal, pristine, and futuristically designed fortress RV approaches, many onlookers cast astonished, envious, and even greedy glances in its direction, ignoring their stares. Cheng Hao skillfully guides the RV into the spacious main corridor of the shelter. It is evident that this is a large-scale military facility, with an interior vast enough to accommodate any sizable truck, its length seemingly endless. At this moment, the corridor is packed with various vehicles, leaving only a narrow passageway in the center. Cheng Hao finds a relatively spacious corner to park. Outside, the temperature grows increasingly oppressive and stifling. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupts from the entrance of the bomb shelter, causing the very ground to tremble as if a multitude of war drums were being struck simultaneously or like colossal stones plummeting from the sky. Following this, a cacophony of crackling sounds descends, as if a torrential downpour were unleashing its fury. The din is so overwhelming that even the thick walls of the bomb shelter cannot entirely muffle it. Cheng Hao and his companions cannot resist the urge to disembark, joining other players at the entrance to witness the spectacle. They behold a world outside transformed into a blinding white expanse, where countless ice balls, akin to dense artillery shells, violently pummel the ground. The smallest hailstones are the size of fists, while the largest resemble grinding wheels. With terrifying kinetic energy, they crash to the earth, bursting upon impact and scattering icy shards, leaving behind a series of craters. A dilapidated sedan that had just reached the edge of the entrance is struck by several hailstones the size of watermelons, shattering its roof. The windows disintegrate as if made of paper, and anguished screams emanate from within, quickly drowned out by the roar of the hail. More hailstones continue to descend, visibly flattening and deforming the small car, ultimately reducing it to a twisted heap of scrap metal, from which blood seeps through the crevices. Another off-road vehicle, attempting to force its way in, is directly struck by a massive hailstone. Glass shards and interior belongings scatter as the vehicle tilts violently, colliding with the shelter wall and coming to a complete halt. The occupants scramble out in a panic, bloodied and terrified, rushing into the depths of the shelter. My God! Lin Wan covered her small mouth, her face pale, her eyes filled with both fear and relief. This is terrifying. If we had arrived just 10 minutes later. She could hardly fathom whether their RV would have remained unscathed under such a devastating blow. Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan also bore solemn expressions. For witnessing the scene firsthand was far more shocking than any system description could convey. The ferocity of nature's power had been magnified countless times in this apocalyptic game world. Inside the air raid shelter, the atmosphere was oppressive and chaotic. The survivors, still shaken from the ordeal, were intertwined in a cacophony of cries, moans, and curses. Cheng Hao's fortified RV stood out amidst the turmoil, inevitably becoming the center of attention, not only due to its exaggerated design, but also because it was graced by the presence of the exquisite sisters, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, who, though strikingly different in temperament, were equally remarkable. Bro, this is impressive. Where did you get this vehicle? A burly man in a jacket approached, his gaze greedily sweeping over Cheng Hao's RV before landing on Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan. Cheng Hao cast him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Hey, don't be so cold. The man chuckled, revealing a set of yellow teeth. I'm Shen Chong, and those over there are my brothers. He gestured toward a cluster of 5 or 6 men nearby. Your equipment looks solid. In this world, going solo is perilous. Why not join our team? We share blessings and bear hardships together. He emphasized the phrase, share blessings, his gaze shamelessly roving over Lin Qingyan. Lin Qingyan furrowed her brow, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as she coldly turned her face away. Lin Wan, frightened, instinctively shrank behind Lin Qingyan. Not interested. Cheng Hao's voice was devoid of emotion as he flatly rejected the offer. He could easily discern that this group was far from benign. Shen Chong's smile faltered, his expression darkening as he muttered, Kid, don't overestimate your worth. In this world, strength lies in numbers. With 2 deadweights, how far do you think you can go? They are not deadweights. They're my teammates. Cheng Hao's gaze hardened, an invisible aura emanating from him. If you persist in your pursuit, do not blame me for being impolite. Chun Chang felt a chill run down his spine under Cheng Hao's piercing gaze, yet emboldened by his numbers. He pressed on. Refusing a toast is akin to seeking punishment. Brothers. Just as he was about to rally his companions, Lin Qingyan made her move. Seemingly casual, she raised her hand, revealing a desert eagle that had somehow found its way into her grasp. The dark muzzle was unwaveringly aimed at Shun Chang's forehead. Shun Chang froze in place, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had no doubt that this striking beauty would pull the trigger. Hastily, he raised both hands in a mock display of joviality, exclaiming, "Beauty, no need to be so agitated. I was merely joking. Since you are unwilling to form a team, I shall take my leave now. I shall never disturb you again." With those words, he began to retreat slowly, step by step. Only when Shun Chang returned to his large truck did Lin Qingyan finally retract her handgun. This small episode caused those within the shelter, who were also coveting the resources or beauty of Cheng Hao and his companions, to temporarily restrain their ambitions. After all, they had only just arrived in this world, and many were still grappling with the most basic necessities of survival. Few could casually draw a gun like Lin Qingyan. Outside, the hail continued to fall. The people in the shelter endured both fear and cold, beginning to engage in small-scale exchanges and barter among themselves. Cheng Hao and his companions chose not to participate, opting instead to remain quietly in their camper, enjoying snacks and tea to replenish their strength. Eventually, the cataclysmic roar outside gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. The system notification chimed once more. The catastrophic weather event has concluded. Players, you may resume your journey. Chapter 36. The might of the cannon. Upon hearing the system notification, the players within the shelter erupted in cheers. They then returned to their respective vehicles, departing in order of their proximity to the entrance. Cheng Hao too returned to his driving seat, starting the camper. The engine emitted a deep, powerful rumble, making this steel fortress stand out amid the dilapidated vehicles, once again drawing countless gazes. However, when they caught sight of the Desert Eagle in Lin Qingyan's hand, the greed in some eyes swiftly transformed into apprehension. Clearly, they realized that possessing such an exquisite camper indicated that the three individuals inside were anything but ordinary. "Brother Cheng, where are we headed now?" Lin Wanwan inquired, gazing out at the scene outside, ravaged as if by a natural disaster. "The plan remains unchanged," Cheng Hao replied, observing the muddy, chaotic road ahead. "We shall hunt monsters to gain experience. With the inclement weather just past, it may very well be the time when monsters are most active." He summoned the Omniscient Exploration map, relocking onto the gathering point of the previous group of level 20 monsters, a desolate industrial area on the outskirts of an abandoned city. The camper glided steadily along the hail-battered highway. After driving for about 10 minutes, Cheng Hao's expression suddenly sharpened, as if sensing something, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. After a moment, he calmly alerted Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan. "We have a tail." Lin Qingyan immediately turned her gaze to the rearview mirror. Upon spotting a convoy trailing behind them, her eyes instantly sharpened like blades. That large truck? Wasn't it the one driven by that fellow Shin Chong? It truly was a persistent specter. Upon hearing the words, Lin Wanwan promptly sat up to check. In the mirror, a modified black SUV, equipped with a menacing ram, led the way. Following closely was a similarly altered pickup truck, reinforced with crude steel plates. Bringing up the rear was none other than Shun Chong's imposing truck, which also bore thick steel plating on its front. The three vehicles trailed the RV several hundred meters behind, maintaining a steady distance, akin to relentless parasites. Lin Wanwan's expression tightened, instinctively gripping the armrest. What are their intentions? What else could they be planning? Lin Qingyan snorted disdainfully. Having failed to gain the upper hand in the air raid shelter, they now seek to exploit the crowd to commit murder and plunder. She tightened her grip on the Desert Eagle in her hand, her gaze icy. Cheng Hao, however, remained remarkably composed, continuing to drive along the predetermined route, even slowing down slightly. He turned to the sisters and said, "Since they refuse to recognize the situation, let us entertain them for a while. It will serve as a warm-up." Before long, the RV entered a relatively open stretch of road, flanked by rolling low hills. "Now," Shun Chang, sensing the opportune moment, commanded through the intercom, his voice tinged with cruel excitement. The leading black SUV's engine emitted a furious roar, accelerating like an arrow released from a bow. The menacing ram glinted ominously as it barreled towards the rear of the RV. His intentions were unmistakable: to use the force of impact to send the RV into a tailspin. Foolish. A glint of cold light flashed in Cheng Hao's eyes as his fingers swiftly danced over the control panel beside the driver's seat. With a hum, the armored rear panel of the RV slid open, revealing 2 rows of dart gun barrels. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrent of furious gunfire erupted instantaneously. The dense armor-piercing rounds, akin to a metallic storm, rained down with precision upon the charging SUV. The makeshift steel plating of the SUV crumbled before the might of the mounted machine gun, as if it were mere paper. The windshield instantly became a spiderweb of cracks before shattering explosively. Bullets penetrated the vehicle's body, and blood erupted within the cabin. The out-of-control SUV veered violently, rolling over and crashing into the hillside. With a thunderous explosion, it ignited into a roaring inferno. The occupants of the pickup truck behind were evidently taken aback by the sudden and ferocious onslaught. They had intended to flank from the side, but now slammed on the brakes, their tires leaving long streaks in the muddy terrain as they attempted to turn and flee. Thinking of escaping? Cheng Hao sneered coldly, his thoughts shifting as the power of wind and thunder coalesced within him. Extending his left hand out of the window, fingers spread wide, he directed his palm towards the panicked pickup truck and made a sweeping motion. A nearly transparent, arc-shaped blade of wind, shimmering with lightning, silently coalesced before him and shot forth. The crack of thunder and the swift blade of lightning surged forward, slicing through the fuel tank of the pickup truck with unerring precision in an instant. The arc ignited the tank, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The occupants of the cab barely had time to emit a scream before being engulfed by the flames. In a mere 2 exchanges, 2 vehicles and 5 lives were obliterated. Shun Chong, aboard the massive truck, felt his eyes widen with fury. He had never anticipated the terrifying firepower of that RV, nor could he have imagined Cheng Hao's possession of such an enigmatic long-range assault capability. Yet, before long, his fear was supplanted by a potent mix of avarice and rage. He had invested considerable resources into upgrading his truck, reinforcing its chassis with specialized steel plates capable of withstanding bullets. "Damn it, I will crush you!" Shun Chong bellowed like a wild beast, flooring the accelerator. The colossal truck roared like a frenzied steel behemoth, surging towards the rear of the RV with thunderous might. He could hardly believe that the RV could endure the full force of a truck weighing several tons. "Watch out!" Lin Xingyan and Lin Nuanyuan shouted in alarm as they spotted the oncoming truck. However, Cheng Hao remained composed, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of his mouth. He abruptly turned the steering wheel and pressed a button. The formidable bulk of the RV demonstrated an astonishing agility that belied its size. With a deft drift, it narrowly evaded the deadly collision with the truck. Simultaneously, the armor plate on the roof slid open, revealing a short but formidable cannon that steadily rose. The barrel gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, precisely locking onto the location of the truck's fuel tank. What? How is this possible? Shun Chong's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he beheld the rising cannon, a chilling wave of dread enveloping him. He could not fathom how they had managed to upgrade their vehicle to such an extent, complete with a cannon, when they had all arrived in this game world just yesterday. Just as Shun Chong's mind went blank, a thunderous bang shattered the air. The armor-piercing round fired from the cannon struck its target with unerring accuracy. The side of the truck's fuel tank erupted in a violent explosion. Flames engulfed the entire cab in an instant. The Fortress RV came to a steady halt in the middle of the road. The door swung open, and Cheng Hao leaped out first, followed closely by Lin Xingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, who cautiously surveyed the burning wreckage. Suddenly, a scream filled with agony and unbridled fury erupted from the smoldering remains of the truck. "Ah, you wretched scoundrels! I will make you pay with your lives." Chapter 37. The body of stone as the furious roar emanated from the charred front of the vehicle. A resounding crash echoed through the air as it twisted. Deformed door was violently kicked away by an immense force. Emerging from the inferno, with his entire body enveloped in flames, his garments charred and tattered, and his visage twisted into a grotesque semblance of a fiend, Shun Chong stepped forth, defying the very elements. A layer of earthy, rock-like radiance cloaked him. serving as a barrier against the searing heat and flames, thus preserving his life. His eyes, ablaze with a crimson hue, brimmed with boundless resentment and madness. Little did you expect, I possess extraordinary powers, a body of stone that can withstand bullets. Shen Chang, his voice hoarse, glared at Cheng Hao with a mix of fury and arrogance, proclaiming, I shall crush you piece by piece, and then I will ravage your two women. With that, he lunged forward, charging at Cheng Hao with reckless abandon. In response, Lin Qingyan raised her Desert Eagle, prepared to fire, but Cheng Hao gestured for her to halt. He is coming for me. I shall handle this. As he spoke, he appraised Shen Chang, whose form radiated with a yellowish glow, a disdainful smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. A body of stone? Is it truly so resilient? Why not test it? At this taunt, Shen Chang unleashed a fearsome punch, as powerful as rock itself, aimed squarely at Cheng Hao's chest. Yet, just as his fist drew within half a meter of its target, Cheng Hao's arms trembled, unleashing the might of the diamond body and the thunderous force. His right arm bulged with muscle, the skin transforming into a dark golden hue, glinting with a metallic sheen. A fierce silver lightning coiled around him like a raging dragon, emanating a devastating aura that permeated the air. In an instant, Shen Chang's vision blurred, and Cheng Hao's figure seemed to vanish, only to be followed by the sound of his voice resonating behind him. Diamond Thunder Fist. With a resounding crack, Shen Chang felt an excruciating pain in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a fist wrapped in silver lightning bursting forth from his back. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The sinister grin on Shen Chang's face faltered, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. His once prized body of stone, having succumbed to Cheng Hao's speed, now crumbled under the weight of his defense as well. This was unfathomable. It was the last thought that flickered through his mind. Then, a wheezing gasp escaped his throat as his body convulsed, the light in his eyes extinguishing completely. The remaining layer of earthy radiance faded away like a candle flickering in the wind. Cheng Hao gradually retracted his fist, the thunderous energy dissipating as his skin regained its normal hue. He flicked his wrist, as if merely having performed a trivial act. With Shen Chang's breath finally extinguished, the extraordinary powers he once possessed coalesced into a yellow crystal core, reforming at the center of his chest. Cheng Hao extracted the crystal core, formed from the body of stone, from Shen Chang. After a brief moment of sensing its essence, he had no intention of refining it. Although this stone body possessed a formidable superpower, it paled in comparison to Cheng Hao's indomitable physique. Even if he were to refine it, the enhancement to his strength would be negligible. Thus, he deemed it more fitting to bestow it upon the sisters, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan. Approaching Lin Qingyan, he presented the crystal core and stated, "This core is the manifestation of Shen Chang's superpower, capable of turning the skin into stone and enhancing defensive capabilities. It holds little value for me. Which of you two feels more in need of it?" Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, both Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan were momentarily taken aback. "For us?" Lin Qingyan questioned, her disbelief evident as her clear eyes widened slightly. She had distinctly heard Shen Chang declare that he possessed a superpower of a high caliber. In this world, each formidable power equated to a greater assurance of survival. How could Cheng Hao so casually relinquish such a treasure? Lin Wan, covering her mouth, was filled with emotion, exclaiming, "Brother Cheng, this is far too precious. You defeated him. It should rightfully belong to you. My sister and I are already well protected by you. Please do not decline." Cheng Hao interjected, his tone firm and unwavering. "I have stated that this ability is ill-suited for me. It would be a waste in my hands. You are part of the team, and bolstering your strength enhances the survival capacity of the entire group." He extended the crystal core toward them, his gaze sweeping across the sisters' faces. A warm current surged within Lin Qingyan at his words. Gazing at the core, capable of bestowing superpowers, she took a deep breath to quell her excitement and turned to her sister, saying, "Wan Wan, your superpower is a healing shield, leaning toward support and defense. This stone body is also a defensive ability, overlapping somewhat with your development path. My infinite bullets are purely offensive, lacking any defensive measures. If I could refine it, I would enhance my own survivability, allowing me to sustain output in battle more safely and protect you better." Her analysis was clear and methodical. wholly considering the collective interests of the team. Lin Wan immediately grasped her sister's intent and nodded in agreement. Sister is right. This ability suits you best. She then turned to Cheng Hao, her small face earnest. Brother Cheng, please give it to my sister. Observing the sisters' mutual selflessness and consideration for one another filled Cheng Hao with warmth. He placed the crystal core firmly in Lin Qingyan's palm, saying, very well, it is settled. Qingyan, simply crush it to refine it. Lin Qingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the crystal core, she felt a coolness in her hand. With a slight exertion, she crushed the core, and a fluid essence flowed through her palm, merging into her body. Feeling the immense power contained within the crystal core surging within her, Lin Qingyan settled into a cross-legged position and closed her eyes. She concentrated her mind to merge with the crystal core. Soon, a faint earthy yellow halo began to emanate from her body. Lin Wan stood vigil beside her sister, while Cheng Hao commenced the cleanup of the battlefield. Although the vehicles belonging to Shun Chang's group were severely damaged, their storage spaces still concealed a wealth of resources. Upon the owner's demise, the system space they possessed would collapse, scattering its contents around the corpse. After a thorough search, Cheng Hao's findings proved to be quite fruitful, primarily food, drinking water, and various common upgrade materials, including gasoline, metal, plastic, and rubber, despite the three of them having sufficient supplies for an extended period. In a world of survival on the highway, such resources served as a universal currency, and no one could ever have too much. After a few minutes, the earthy yellow halo surrounding Lin Qingyan gradually receded into her body. She opened her eyes, her demeanor now significantly more composed and restrained. Rising to her feet, she stretched her limbs, attuning to the changes within her body. With a subtle thought, a layer of earth-toned light resembling rock patterns instantly enveloped her skin, exuding an aura of resilience. Chapter 38. The Soundburster, how do you feel? Cheng Hao inquired, observing Lin Qingyan's adept release of the rock body technique. Lin Qingyan beamed with delight, responding, the enhancement to my defensive capabilities is remarkably significant. Additionally, my strength has seen a substantial increase. In the state of the rock body, I feel that ordinary bullets would struggle to harm me. As she spoke, she lightly tapped her arm, now covered with the halo, producing a series of dull thuds. That's wonderful, sister, Lin Wan exclaimed, clapping her hands in joy. Cheng Hao nodded in agreement. In that case, we should set off. Let us find some monsters to hone our skills and gather some experience points. Yes, let's. The sisters replied in unison, following Cheng Hao back to the fortified RV. With the roar of the engine, the RV roared back to life, its destination set for the ruins of the abandoned industrial zone marked on the map. An hour later, a desolate and dilapidated industrial area came into view. Towering factories, rusted and worn, filled the landscape, with the air thick with the scent of rust and dust. This is the place, Cheng Hao declared, parking the RV in a relatively open area with a good line of sight. Utilizing the Omniscient Exploration panoramic map, he could clearly see a dozen crimson dots, each representing level 20 monsters, slowly moving within several adjacent factories. Soundburster, level 20. Characteristics: no eyes, no nose. Only a massive mouth capable of emitting powerful sonic waves. Strong defensive abilities, with a weakness located within the oral cavity or vocal cords. Quantity: 12, each yielding 200 experience points. 3 individuals disembarked from the vehicle. Cheng Hao led the charge, Lin Wan provided support in the center, and Lin Qingyan brought up the rear. They maintained a close triangular formation, cautiously stepping into a towering, abandoned factory. The interior was dimly lit, shrouded in dust and littered with discarded machinery. Suddenly, a low, ominous hum reverberated in their ears, as if a multitude of colossal insects were vibrating their wings. Be cautious. Several creatures have emerged, Cheng Hao murmured. As the words left his lips, 5 distorted figures staggered into view from the shadows ahead. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, they possessed robust limbs. Most unnerving was their head, devoid of eyes or nose, featuring only a massive, tooth-filled mouth that dominated their visage. At that moment, the creature's gaping maw opened and closed slightly, producing a disconcerting buzzing sound. Fortunately, since they were still within the 24-hour protection period, these monsters did not initiate an attack on Cheng Hao and his companions. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the grotesque beings, Lin Wan paled and asked Brother Cheng, "What kind of monsters are they? Why do they look so terrifying?" Cheng Hao pondered for a moment before explaining, "Based on my extensive gaming experience, they are likely a type of monster known as soundbursters. Their emitted sounds can disturb one's psyche, and the sonic waves they project can inflict tangible damage. Their forelimbs are also remarkably hard and sharp, serving as effective weapons. Their weakness lies within their mouths." He then proceeded to devise a strategy. "Their sonic attack range is quite extensive, which poses a challenge. I will take the lead, while both of you assist from the side. Wan, your shield is crucial. Even though Qing Yin now possesses the rock body ability, you must ensure her protection from sonic disturbances and potential injuries. After all, your superpower has amplifying and healing effects." Next, he addressed Lin Qing Yin. "Qing Yin, your task is to aim precisely, attempting to strike at the interior of their mouths. Above all, remember to prioritize your safety, regardless of the circumstances. We will be vigilant. You must also be careful." Lin Qing Yin and Lin Wan affirmed in unison. "All right," Cheng Hao replied, and in a flash, he dashed toward the soundbursters. Realizing that this intruder dared to initiate an attack, the foremost soundburster suddenly opened its massive mouth wide. A visibly discernible circular shock wave shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly toward Cheng Hao. An intense wave of pressure surged toward him in an instant. Even though Cheng Hao's player level now surpasses theirs, he found himself momentarily disoriented, his eardrums throbbing painfully. Yet the assault from the soundbreaker had not ceased. The other four began to open their mouths, emitting a fearsome roar. Wan, quickly, deploy the shield." Cheng Hao could hardly withstand it any longer, calling out without hesitation. "Guardian shield," Lin Wan cried out, thrusting her hands forward with fervor. A golden, translucent dome of light instantly enveloped the three of them, its surface shimmering like rippling water. Boom! The invisible sonic waves collided violently against the shield, causing it to quiver violently and emit a strained hum, fine cracks appearing on its surface. Lin Wan's face paled, her body swaying, yet she gritted her teeth, striving desperately to maintain the output. Ultimately, the shield held firm, successfully blocking the lethal sound waves from penetrating. "Well done," Cheng Hao praised, his palms sweeping dramatically as waves of slashes shot forth. Accompanied by a series of sharp sounds, the soundbreaker's attack was interrupted by Cheng Hao. "Qing Yin, attack!" At the instant the sonic assault was thwarted, Cheng Hao issued another command. Lin Qing Yin, poised and ready, locked on a one soundbreaker that had just unleashed its sonic wave. Its massive mouth still agape. Bang, 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 bang. 5 crisp gunshots rang out in unison. The 5 enhanced bullets, as if guided by an unseen force, accurately penetrated deep into the cavernous maw of the soundbreaker. The thuds of bullets striking flesh echoed ominously. The colossal form of the soundbreaker stiffened abruptly, releasing a deep, eerie wail filled with pain instead of sound waves. It staggered backward, the ferocity in its demeanor instantly waning. "It's truly effective. It seems the interior of its mouth is its weak point." Lin Qing Yan's spirits lifted, her face alight with joy. In that moment, propelled by the swiftness of his thunderous power, Cheng Hao darted behind the soundbreaker. Before it could react, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a blade of wind aimed directly at its gaping mouth. With a sharp slicing sound, the massive mouth that occupied most of its face was cleaved in two. Experience points 200. Roar. The other 4 soundbreakers, witnessing their companion's demise, were instantly enraged. They simultaneously opened their immense jaws, poised to unleash a sonic explosion. Yet, Cheng Hao was quicker, sweeping his hands in unison. Whoosh! Dozens of translucent, arc-shaped wind blades materialized in an instant, slicing toward the knees and joint connections of the 4 soundbreakers from various angles. Although unable to inflict fatal wounds, the formidable cutting and impact forces successfully caused the creatures to stagger, disrupting their attack rhythm. Lin Xinyan's gaze was icy as the muzzle of her gun once again belched forth flames. In a rapid succession of 5 shots, her aim was directed squarely at the gaping maw of another sonic screamer. The sound of gunfire echoed as the 4 remaining screamers followed suit, opening their massive jaws and unleashing anguished howls. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Hao swiftly maneuvered in front of one of the screamers. With a firm grip on his fist, imbued with the power of thunder, he delivered a single blow that pierced through its skull. Experience points, 200. Chapter 39. Speed type, roar witnessing the slaughter of 2 companions. The remaining 3 screamers descended into complete fury. They abandoned any attempts to unleash their charged sonic blasts and instead opened their colossal mouths simultaneously, emitting a continuous, high-frequency shriek. The deafening sound waves assailed the protective barrier like a multitude of steel needles. Cheng Hao's expression hardened. He recognized that Lin Wan's strength was insufficient to withstand the combined onslaught of the 3 screamers for long. A swift resolution was imperative. With a flash of lightning at his feet, Cheng Hao vanished from sight like a specter. When he reappeared, it was at the flank of one of the screamers, which was in a frenzy of shrieking. With a blade of wind, he thrust his fingers like a sword, forming an exquisitely refined, nearly transparent wind blade in an instant. It pierced directly into the depths of the screamer's gaping mouth, targeting its vulnerable vocal cords and throat. With a sickening sound, the wind blade penetrated. The high-pitched wail abruptly ceased. The screamer, akin to a duck with its neck grasped, emitted a wheezing, deflating noise. Its massive body arched in agony. Qingyan. At Cheng Hao's call, Lin Qingyan immediately squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Another flawless 5 shots. The enhanced bullets, seemingly guided by fate, followed the path carved by the wind blade and burrowed deep into the unprotected throat of the screamer. A chilling scream erupted as the creature collapsed. Experience points, 200. Almost simultaneously, Cheng Hao's feet crackled with thunder once more. He offered no respite for the remaining 2 screamers. Thunderous iron fist. This time, he chose not to target their weaknesses, but instead unleashed his full power. His dark golden right fist, entwined with raging silver lightning, smashed towards the chest of the nearest screamer with overwhelming force. The tremendous might, combined with the penetrating thunder, instantly tore through the screamer's resilient, rocky hide. Its chest caved in, ribs shattered. Experience points, 200. The last remaining screamer, witnessing its companion's sudden demise, was left in shock. With a terrified shriek, it turned to flee deeper into the factory. Wish to escape? Cheng Hao snorted coldly, extending his left hand towards it, grasping the air. A wall of wind coalesced, enveloping the sound bomber. Its retreating figure abruptly halted. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a silver arc of lightning surged forth. Cheng Hao's form appeared beside it, as if teleporting. His hand, entwined with arcs of electricity, effortlessly sliced through its relatively fragile neck under the enhancement of the wind blade. The massive head was instantly severed. Experience points, 200. 5 level 20 sound bombers fell victim to Cheng Hao's overwhelming might and the flawless coordination of the 2 sisters, all obliterated in less than 5 minutes. Huffing and puffing, Lin Wanwan could no longer maintain her strength, and the protective barrier dissipated instantaneously, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Wanwan! Lin Qingyan rushed to support her, concern etched on her face. Though Lin Wanwan had not directly participated in the assault, her provided shield played an irreplaceable role. Without it, penetrating the sound bomber's maw with mere bullets would have been a daunting task. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. A drink of milk will do. Lin Wanwan leaned against Lin Qingyan, her small face pale. She retrieved a bottle of milk from the system space and drank, her complexion improving considerably. Then, she gazed at the 2 before her, exclaiming, "Brother Cheng, sister, you are truly remarkable. Your abilities are incredible." Lin Qingyan affectionately patted her sister's head, her tone laced with approval. "Without your shield, we would not have triumphed so effortlessly. Indeed, both of you are outstanding." Cheng Hao echoed in praise, then added, "Let us rest for a moment. Once we regain our strength, we shall proceed to the next factory, where 7 more await." As he spoke, Cheng Hao's gaze shifted towards the passage leading deeper into the factory, a location marked on the map as another monster gathering point. A few minutes later, the trio had rejuvenated their spirits. Under Cheng Hao's guidance, they entered the second enormous abandoned factory. The lighting here was even dimmer, the air thick with the scent of rust, mingled with a faint, ominous odor. Yet, Cheng Hao was undeterred, targeting a sound bomber concealed in the shadows. He raised his hand and unleashed a wind blade. With a roar, a dark figure lunged down from the ceiling of the factory. Observing this, Cheng Hao swiftly executed a concentrated wind blade. Clang! A sound bomber, smaller than the previous ones, but with elongated limbs, darted like a specter, was struck by the wind blade and sent hurtling backward. Upon landing, it emitted an enraged shriek before vanishing once more into the shadows. What astonishing speed! It appears that there is a distinct difference from the previous sound bombers. Lin Qingyin's pupils contracted as she asked with a grave expression. Indeed, they are smaller in size, yet possess greater speed, enhanced defenses, and more formidable sonic attack power. Cheng Hao nodded thoughtfully before admonishing, Nuan, narrow the shield's range, prioritizing your own protection and that of Qingyan. In the face of such speedy assassins, a broad shield not only consumes vast energy, but may also fail to react swiftly enough. Understood. Nuan replied promptly, immediately following Cheng Hao's instructions. Just then, several piercing sounds sliced through the air from various directions simultaneously. 7 ghostly gray figures, brandishing sharp claws, aimed directly at Cheng Hao and his companions. Observing this, Cheng Hao stamped his foot fiercely. A surging arc of silver lightning erupted from him, blossoming like a furious thunder lotus, instantly expanding outward. The first 3 speed-type sound bombers, charging ahead, collided headlong into the range of the thunder. Blinding arcs of electricity ensnare their bodies, causing them to twitch violently. Blade of wind, strangle. Cheng Hao did not pause. His hands moved like phantoms. Countless slender, nearly transparent wind blades materialized from thin air, swiftly intertwining to form a net of wind blades, enveloping the 3 sound bombers, paralyzed by the thunder. The sound of slicing intensified. The resilient, rocky skin of the bombers, subjected to the relentless cutting, was ultimately torn apart. The 3 sound bombers met their demise, disintegrating into a flurry of fragments. Experience points, 600. Be careful. However, before Cheng Hao could regain his composure, Lin Qingyin's alarmed voice rang out. She had noticed that 4 more speed-type sound bombers had inexplicably circled behind Cheng Hao, their gaping maws poised to unleash a sonic attack. As Lin Qingyin's warning echoed, Cheng Hao was already in motion, though he seemed to be facing away from the 4 bombers. He had employed his Omniscient Exploration ability to track their movements. These creatures, relying on their diminutive size and incredible speed, dared to attempt a sneak attack. An audacious display indeed. Harnessing the power of thunder to its utmost, Cheng Hao called out, unleashing a tremendous surge within him. Silver lightning coursed through his body like a tidal wave. The arcs beneath his feet erupted, transforming him into a blurred afterimage, surpassing even the speed of those sound bombers. Before the 4 bombers could initiate their sonic assault, Cheng Hao had already ghosted around to their rear, caught off guard by the sudden loss of their target. The bombers were momentarily stunned. With a decisive motion, Cheng Hao's arm surged forth, and the surrounding air currents became tumultuous. Cage of wind. Countless semi-transparent wind blades wove into a net, rapidly contracting and solidifying. Ultimately, a circle of ochre wind prison formed, firmly trapping the 4 sound detonators within. Nuan, enhance it. Cheng Hao immediately called out to Lin Nuan as the wind prison took shape. All right, Lin Nuan replied, crossing her hands and forcefully pushing them forward. Layer upon layer of yellow shields began to coalesce around the perimeter of the wind prison. Roar! The sound detonators charged wildly, shrieking, but could only create ripples against the wind prison, utterly unable to break free. Their high-frequency wails were effectively isolated by the wind prison, transforming into a muffled hum that could no longer inflict harm upon those outside. It's time to end this. Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened as he clenched his right hand. In an instant, countless bolts of silver lightning converged above the wind prison, morphing into shimmering arrows imbued with a sense of annihilation. Then his arm fell sharply. Those lightning arrows, like raindrops, shot straight towards the sound detonators trapped within the wind prison. Puff, puff. At first, the 4 sound detonators managed to withstand the onslaught of the lightning arrows due to the protective layer on their bodies. However, as Lin Nuan bestowed healing shields upon Cheng Hao, the thunderous power within him surged forth relentlessly. The gathered lightning arrows multiplied, their potency amplifying. After enduring the first 3 rounds of lightning arrow attacks, the 4 sound detonators clearly began to falter. They hesitated to withstand any further, seeking to flee, only to discover that the surrounding wind prison continued to swirl ceaselessly. Roar! The 4 sound detonators were evidently panicking, emitting a chorus of furious roars and howls. Yet they remained powerless. Minutes later, the roars within the wind prison grew weaker. Soon, Cheng Hao heard the system's prompt. Experience points 800. Finally resolved, he exhaled a sigh of relief and signaled Lin Wan to lift the shield, wiping the sweat from her brow. Lin Wan hurriedly retrieved a bottle of milk from the system space, gulping it down to replenish her strength. Cheng Hao likewise retracted both his wind and thunder abilities. As the wind prison dissipated, the shattered remains of the sound detonators became visible. Once Lin Wan regained her strength, she trotted over, offering him a bottle of water. Looking at Cheng Hao with admiration, she said, "Brother Cheng here, have some water. You were truly amazing just now." One could not help but marvel at Cheng Hao's fluid maneuvers, akin to witnessing an exquisite performance. Lin Xingyan also approached, softly remarking, "Your speed and strength have improved again." From their initial encounter's astonishment to the current sensation of shock, Cheng Hao consistently brought her new surprises. Cheng Hao smiled. "Likewise, your marksmanship has become increasingly precise. Moreover, with Wan's shield enhancement, had it not been for her sustained output, I would not have been able to eliminate those 4 sound detonators so effortlessly." Upon opening the system panel, Cheng Hao examined the experience points from the recent battle. He calculated and promptly stated 12 sound exploders, totaling 2,400 experience points. "I shall take half, which is 1,200 points, and each of you will receive a quarter, amounting to 600 points. Does that sound agreeable?" Lin Qingyan, upon hearing this, readily concurred. "I have no objections. You did the majority of the work. I merely assisted in the attack." She recognized that her contribution paled in comparison to Cheng Hao's, and was quite content with receiving 600 experience points. However, Lin Wan felt a touch of embarrassment. "I seem to have done very little." She believed that merely creating a shield shouldn't warrant such a reward, and felt somewhat guilty about receiving 600 points. Cheng Hao affectionately tousled her hair and remarked, "Your shield was pivotal. Without you, we could not have achieved such ease. You rightfully deserve this experience." After a brief pause, he added, "Moreover, we are a team, and each member is indispensable. Do not overthink it. Accumulating experience points and continuously leveling up is of utmost importance." Lin Wan gazed into Cheng Hao's sincere eyes, then glanced at her sister, nodding affirmatively yes. "I will strive to grow stronger and not hold anyone back." She clenched her small fist, her eyes shimmering with determination. She did not wish to remain the one in need of protection, as she yearned to share the burden with Cheng Hao and her sister. Lin Xingyan observed her sister's earnest demeanor, a flicker of tenderness crossing her gaze. She then turned to Cheng Hao and inquired, "Where shall we head next?" Having observed him over time, the sisters had begun to subtly suspect that Cheng Hao possessed a certain survival talent that allowed him to sense the whereabouts of monsters or dungeon locations, rather than merely claiming he could see a few dozen meters in the misty areas. After all, how else could he consistently pinpoint monsters or dungeon locations with such precision? Cheng Hao decided to be forthright and briefly introduced his survival talent. The trust that the two women had developed towards him had reached a level of 98, and their reliance on him was growing deeper. If they did not believe him, he would have no one else in this world to trust. Cheng Hao opened the system map, tapping a point on it. Approximately 6 kilometers ahead lies an abandoned warehouse containing 20 level 20-tongue whippers, each worth 200 experience points. Tongue whippers? What kind of monster is that? Lin Xingyan and Lin Wan inquired in unison, clearly unfamiliar with this creature. Based on its name, it presumably attacked using its tongue. Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened. Regardless of what it is, as long as it offers experience points, it becomes our target. With their objective established, the trio returned the RV and set off once more. Along the way, Lin Wan could not suppress her curiosity. "Brother Cheng, what does a tongue whipper look like? Is it frightening?" Cheng Hao pondered for a moment and chuckled. "Surely it cannot be more unsightly than the Soundbreaker, can it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyan immediately burst into laughter, alleviating the tense atmosphere significantly. After more than half an hour, the trio arrived at the abandoned warehouse. This structure was even more dilapidated than the previous factory, its entrance long since succumbed to decay. As before, ensure your own safety during the confrontation, Cheng Hao instructed, leading the way inside. Chapter 41. The whip-tongue creature inside the warehouse. The light was dim, permeated by a pungent odor. As they ventured a few steps further, A strange hissing sound echoed from the depths of the warehouse. Shortly thereafter, several shadowy figures darted from the darkness, watching Cheng Hao and his companions with wary eyes. Although they did not initiate an attack, the sounds they emitted were unmistakably a warning against further trespassing into their domain. Is this the whip-tongued creature? Lin Wan gasped at the sight of the monstrosity before her. These grotesque beings stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, with elongated bodies exceeding 2 meters in length. Their skin was a grimy gray-black, marked with numerous folds. Instead of limbs, they possessed 4 slender tentacles, each tipped with sharp barbs. Most alarming was their head, devoid of eyes and nose, featuring only a massive mouth. From this mouth extended a tongue more than 3 meters long, resembling a whip, coated in a viscous green slime that shimmered ominously. Beware of their tongues, Cheng Hao cautioned before launching himself into the fray. Roar! One of the whip-tongued creatures let out a furious roar, and its tongue lashed out like a whip, slicing through the air toward Cheng Hao's face. The noxious slime emitted a sharp stench, clearly indicating its venomous nature. Within Cheng Hao, the power of thunder erupted, allowing him to evade the tongue's strike with ease. Concurrently, he concentrated the wind blade in his right hand and delivered a decisive slash toward the creature's mouth. With a swift sound, the wind blade severed the creature's tongue, sending green slime splattering forth. As it hit the ground, it hissed ominously, corroding the surface and leaving behind small pits. Roar! The creature, now deprived of its tongue, emitted a heart-wrenching wail. The green slime at the severed end gushed forth like a fountain, releasing a nauseating odor and corrosive fumes. Yet, just as Cheng Hao prepared to deliver the finishing blow, an astonishing scene unfolded. The base of the severed tongue writhed as if it were alive, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound and rising steam. In a mere second or two, a brand-new, slime-covered scarlet tongue had regrown. The swiftness of its recovery far exceeds the conventional understanding of self-healing. Once the new tongue takes shape, it rises again like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Cheng Hao and striking with ferocity. Lin Wan, witnessing this, hastily warns, "Be careful, Brother Cheng. Its tongue has regrown." Cheng Hao, with a swift movement, evades the attack, yet his expression remains composed and unperturbed. This is because at that moment, as the tongue regenerated, his Omniscient Exploration talent was fully activated. Like a precise scanner, it instantaneously locked onto the root of the tongue, detecting an unusual energy fluctuation. His gaze penetrated layers of flesh, discerning the connection between the tongue's root and the depths of the throat. Embedded within was a crystal core, the size of a soybean, emitting a faint gray luminescence. It was this very core that supplied an incessant flow of regenerative energy. So that is the crux of the matter. Cheng Hao realized the source of the issue. Its ability was not rapid self-healing, but rather the energy core rapidly reconstructing its limbs. As long as the core remained intact, the tongue could regenerate indefinitely. In other words, that soybean-sized energy core was its Achilles heel. With this revelation, facing the tongue that lashed out once more like a whip, he chose not to retreat. Diamond barrier. A subtle, dark golden aura enveloped him in an instant. Simultaneously, he spread his left hand's fingers, directing them at the incoming tongue, binding of the wind. With a sharp exclamation, a powerful whirlwind materialized from thin air, accurately wrapping around the elongated tongue. Although it could not entirely halt the massive force behind the strike, it successfully reduced its speed, rendering its trajectory clear and manageable. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao's right index finger was enveloped in a spiraling wind blade. The edges of the wind blade crackled with destructive arcs of electricity, erupting in blinding silver light. He had perfectly fused the velocity and penetrative power of thunder with the sharpness and cutting force of the wind blade. Thunder served as the arrow, and the wind blade as the point. Thunder wind penetrating arrow. With a piercing sound, the arrow, infused with the might of wind and thunder, sliced through the air with a shriek, arriving with astonishing precision at the point where the tongue was ensnared by the wind. The spiraling wind blade, akin to a high-speed drill, surged forward propelled by the power of thunder, racing along the tongue's trajectory with remarkable velocity. Wherever it passed, the resilient tongue was effortlessly torn apart and pierced through. Viscous green slime and shattered tissue were instantaneously vaporized by the ferocious energy. The wind thunder arrow, like a raging tide, surged through the internal channel of the tongue at a speed surpassing sound, targeting the very depths of the tongue root and that gray regenerative crystal core. Roar! The tongue wielder seemed to sense the imminent threat, emitting an unprecedented cry of terror. It desperately attempted to retract its tongue, but it was all too late. Boom! A dull explosion reverberated from the depths of the tongue whipper's throat. The wind and thunder arrows struck the gray regeneration crystal core with unerring precision. The furious thunder and sharp wind blades instantly obliterated it. At the moment the crystal core shattered, the tongue whipper's body became rigid, as if all strength had been siphoned away. Its enormous maw opened helplessly, dark green slime gushing forth. In that instant, the ferocity in its eyes extinguished completely. Its colossal form crashed to the ground. Experience points, 200. Had they succeeded? Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. Just moments ago, the creature's tongue had been capable of rapid regeneration. How could its abilities suddenly falter before they could voice their queries? Cheng Hao proactively elucidated. At the root of the tongue whipper's tongue lies a gray crystal core the size of a soybean. It is the key to its swift healing and regeneration. Only by destroying this core can one truly vanquish them. So that was it. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan nodded thoughtfully. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, the other tongue whippers in the warehouse, incensed by the demise of their companion, ceased their concealment and probing. Dozens of crimson tongues shot forth like deadly javelins, accompanied by a piercing sound and corrosive slime, hurtling toward the trio from all directions. The slime dripped to the ground, emitting a hissing corrosive sound as white smoke billowed upward. Thunderstorm rise. Cheng Hao bellowed, facing the relentless onslaught. He no longer held back. With a heavy stomp, a tempest of violent silver arcs erupted from him. Countless leaping electric serpents ravaged the ground and air. Several tongues that ventured into the thunderstorm's radius were instantly jolted by the ferocious current. Thrashing in disarray, the tongue whipper's body emitted a pained shriek, its movements becoming rigid and sluggish. Seeing Cheng Hao create an opportunity for attack, Lin Qingyan's thoughts stirred. The faint glow of the rock body coursed beneath her skin. She raised the desert eagle, aiming its muzzle deep into the gaping maw of the tongue whipper. Guardian shield, coalesce. Simultaneously, Lin Wan let out a delicate shout, forming hand seals. A shield radiating a soft golden light enveloped her and Lin Qingyan instantly. This shield not only possessed formidable defensive power, offering some resistance against the corrosive slime of the tongue whipper's tongue, but it also enhanced their attack strength. Bang, bang, bang. In Chapter 42, The Plea for Help, as Lin Qingyan pulled the trigger, 3 enhanced bullets tore through the air, striking with pinpoint accuracy into the gaping mouth of a tongue whipper rendered paralyzed by the thunder, targeting the shadow of the tongue root that was barely visible, accompanied by a faint crackling sound of the crystal core shattering. The whip-tongued creature let out a piercing shriek, as its previously rigid long tongue seemed to lose all strength in an instant, collapsing limply. With a resounding bang, Lin Qingyan fired another bullet, piercing through the creature's cranium. Its body fell to the ground with a thud. Experience points, 200. Roar. Another whip-tongued creature, seeing its ranged attack thwarted, suddenly leaped into the air. Like a colossal spider, it lunged directly at Lin Qingyan. Viscous venom sprayed from its mouth. Sister, be careful. Lin Wan, witnessing the scene from behind, cried out in alarm. She concentrated her power to the utmost, maintaining the stability of the shield surrounding Lin Qingyan's body. Lin Qingyan's gaze turned icy. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward to meet the advancing monster. With her rock body fully activated, a thick layer of earthy yellow rock aura enveloped her entirely. Clang, clang, clang. The whip-tongued creature's barbed tentacles scraped against the rock aura, producing a grating sound and sending sparks flying. At the same time, its venom splattered onto the shield's aura, hissing in billowing white smoke. It could not swiftly erode this formidable defensive barrier. Get away, Lin Qingyan shouted, her voice striking like a whip. The power bestowed by her rock body erupted suddenly. She forcefully swung her arm, encased in the rock aura, and violently deflected the creature's 2 tentacles. Simultaneously, her right hand, gripping the desert eagle, pressed against the wide-open maw of the whip-tongued creature as it lunged. Bang, 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 bang. for bullets, propelled by a searing gust, penetrated deep into the monster's throat at close range. In an instant, they obliterated the crystal core at the root of its tongue. Experience points 200. Success. Sister, you have vanquished another. Lin Wan exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the event. Lin Qingyan corrected her. It is our victory. Without your shield support, I would not have dared to take such risks. As the sisters' cooperation grew increasingly harmonious, Cheng Hao, on his end, was akin to a tiger among sheep. With the wind and thunder instantaneous movement, his figure flickered in and out of view, propelled by the dual powers of wind and thunder. His speed was so extraordinary that he left behind numerous afterimages. With each appearance, he unleashed a deadly wind thunder arrow. Thud! One whip-tongued creature had just raised its tongue when it was struck from the side by a wind thunder arrow, piercing through its mouth and shattering its crystal core. Experience points 200. Another, attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind, was met with a swift counter from Cheng Hao, who shot a wind thunder arrow directly through its skull. Though not dead, it fell heavily injured before it could utilize its crystal core's energy for self-healing. Cheng Hao finished it off with a diamond thunder fist, obliterating its head along with the crystal core within. Experience points 200. His attacks were precise, efficient, and lethal. The battle was fierce and remarkably effective. Inside the warehouse, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the tongue whippers, the thunderous roars, the whistling of bullets, the slicing winds, and the hissing of corrosive slime created an unending cacophony. The trio worked in perfect harmony. Cheng Hao stood as the undeniable main force and spearhead. Lin Qingyan served as the precise long-range assassin and a dependable close-range shield. Lin Wan was the lifeline, sustaining the team's energy. One tongue whipper after another fell, their regenerative abilities rendered useless once their crystal cores were destroyed. Experience points 200. Experience points 200. As the last tongue whipper was pierced through the mouth by Cheng Hao's thunderous wind arrow, shattering its crystal core, and subsequently punched through the chest, it fell with a reluctant wail. Experience points 200. The entire derelict warehouse finally fell into silence. The air was thick with a pungent odor of blood and charred flesh. Cheng Hao retracted the electric aura and wind essence from his body, letting out a long sigh. Lin Qingyan also lowered her slightly heated firearm, the halo of her rock-solid physique fading. Though fatigue lingered on her face, her eyes sparkled with determination. Lin Wan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as the healing shield's glow completely dissipated. She felt utterly drained, yet a victorious smile graced her features. Then, she pulled out a bottle of milk and drank heartily. After a brief respite, Cheng Hao opened a system panel to allocate experience points, for 1,000 experience points in total. I shall take 2,000, while Qingyan and Wan will each receive 1,000. This time, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan did not refuse. They were well aware of their contributions during the battle and understood Cheng Hao's principles of distribution. Leaving the warehouse, they returned to the RV. With the enhancement of Lin Wan's healing shield, both Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan quickly restored their mental and physical vigor to their peak. Cheng Hao activated his Omniscient Exploration ability, and after a brief search, he located their next target. He then opened the RV's onboard map and announced. The map indicates that approximately 20 kilometers ahead lies a wetland park on the city's outskirts, marked with another type of monster, the swamp serpent. There are quite a few of them, all at level 20, and defeating them will yield substantial experience points. Then let us proceed, Lin Wan cheered, shaking her little fists while sipping her milk. After consecutively dispatching the sonic boomers and tongue whippers, she no longer felt the same fear towards the monsters of this world as she had at the beginning. Lin Qingyan wiped her desert eagle, her eyes shimmering with eagerness as well. With both women in agreement, Cheng Hao started the RV. The wheels rolled over the debris-strewn path towards the wetland park. The road remained bumpy, with remnants of the previous hailstorm visible everywhere. After driving for about 10 minutes, a temporary rest area appeared ahead. The area clearly bore the scars of the recent severe weather. Several vehicles lay crushed or overturned, their remnants scattered across the parking lot. A number of makeshift shelters had collapsed, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. As Cheng Hao drove, preparing to swiftly navigate through this devastated region, a multitude of figures suddenly emerged in the road ahead. They were ragged, many bearing injuries, their faces etched with exhaustion, fear, and despair. Upon spotting Cheng Hao's imposing, robust, and distinctly unique RV approaching, the group surged forward like they had glimpsed a lifeline, desperately waving their arms and shouting hoarsely, "Stop! Please stop! Help us! Some are at death's door. We need food, even a sip of water." Their blockade rendered the road impassable. Cheng Hao furrowed his brow and pressed the brakes, bringing the RV to a steady halt, mere meters from the throng. Cheng Hao had sensed, through his omniscient exploration, that a cluster of players had gathered nearby, which had prompted him to hasten his passage through this area. He had not anticipated that they would intercept him in the middle of the road. Were it not for the concern of negatively impacting Lin Qingyin and Lin Wan, he might have considered treating these oblivious souls as mere speed bumps, driving straight through them. Brother Cheng, Lin Wan gazed out at the desperate faces, particularly the few injured young girls whose helpless expressions tugged at her heartstrings. They looked so pitiful. Her gaze instinctively turned to Cheng Hao, filled with compassion and a plea for help. Her innate kindness nearly compelled her to open the door and offer food and medical supplies. However, before Cheng Hao could respond, Lin Qingyin, seated in the passenger seat, firmly grasped Lin Wan's arm and interjected, Wan, do not meddle. We are in a world where survival of the fittest reigns supreme. We only need to remain loyal and kind to our team. Excessive kindness will only bring us trouble, even danger." Lin Qingyin's tone was imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, carrying an undertone of warning. Lin Wan looked at her sister in confusion, but they don't seem like bad people. Given their current state, they should be incapable of harming us. With a resigned sigh, Lin Qingyin's sharp gaze swept across the crowd outside. She continued to explain, "I am not asserting they are malevolent, nor am I worried they will harm us. However, you must understand that there are at least dozens of people here, and those affected by the disaster elsewhere are undoubtedly far more numerous. How many supplies do we possess? How many can we truly save? Even if we were to distribute our medicine and food to them, given their circumstances, can you guarantee that there will be no internal strife among them once we depart? Will they not encounter further difficulties thereafter? Do you perhaps wish to take them along on our journey?" Lin Qingyin's words struck like a splash of cold water, awakening Lin Wan's overheated mind. She comprehended her sister's intent. Even if they could rescue them momentarily, it would not secure their future. Consequently, she withdrew the compassion that had momentarily surged within her. As the sisters conversed, Cheng Hao's gaze calmly scanned the throng outside. His innate survival talent, all-knowing exploration, activated subtly, swiftly assessing the state and potential threats posed by each individual. The majority appeared truly frail, yet a few robust men exhibited flickering glances, their hands seemingly carelessly positioned behind them, as if concealing some weapon. Suddenly, Cheng Hao's attention fixed upon a figure at the periphery of the crowd. It was a young woman, likely in her late 20s, clad in a faded yet relatively tidy tracksuit. Her short hair, cut to ear length, was dusted with grime, and though her eyes reflected exhaustion, they bore an extraordinary resilience. Unlike the others, she did not push forward desperately, nor did she cry out. Instead, she clutched a tattered backpack tightly, quietly standing at the edge of the crowd. What astonished Cheng Hao most was that, despite the devastating toll of the adverse weather on those around her, while others exhibited varying degrees of fatigue, her breathing remained remarkably steady. Her posture remained upright, as if she harbored an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within. Intrigued, Cheng Hao focused his all-knowing exploration talent on the woman. Her identity information materialized. Name, Su Wan. Level, 6. Survival talent. Infinite energy and stamina. Affinity. Unknown. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 32, 65. 96. Lockpicks used. 1. Vehicle, not selected. Superpower, not. Infinite energy and stamina. Upon reviewing the information about the woman named Su Wan, Cheng Hao felt a jolt of astonishment. Even he, endowed with 4 superpowers, would not dare claim to possess infinite energy and stamina. Otherwise, during battles, he would not frequently rely on Lin Wan to bolster him with shields. Yet, this Su Wan's survival talent was indeed infinite energy and stamina. In a survival world that demands long treks and relentless combat, such an ability is nothing short of divine, especially for their needs of prolonged driving and maintaining acute vigilance. An indefatigable driver or sentry holds immeasurable value. She could be likened to a naturally born powerhouse. However, it was perplexing that Su Wan's current player level was merely 6. Such formidable survival instincts, when bestowed upon her, seem rather squandered. Observing her demeanor, though somewhat disheveled, her eyes remained clear, devoid of the numbness that despair often brings. After appraising Su Wan, a plan began to crystallize in Cheng Hao's mind. The crowd outside continued to wail and plead for assistance. Cheng Hao promptly opened the driver's window, his voice neither loud nor harsh. Yet it cut through the cacophony of the crowd. Silence. His calm yet authoritative tone subdued the masses, gradually diminishing their cries. All eyes were fixated upon him. Cheng Hao's gaze deliberately bypassed the several men in the front row, finally settling on the short-haired woman, Su Wan. He beckoned her over and said, "You come here." Su Wan hesitated, clearly taken aback that the RV driver would single her out. After a moment's pause, she stepped forward, clutching her backpack. Amidst the curious and envious glances of the onlookers. "What's your name?" Cheng Hao inquired, feigning ignorance. Su Wan, she replied, her voice somewhat hoarse yet distinct. Cheng Hao pressed on, "What is your survival talent?" A flicker of surprise crossed Su Wan's eyes, but under Cheng Hao's unwavering gaze, she felt an inexplicable compulsion to divulge her secret. She murmured, "My survival talent is, I possess boundless energy and stamina. No matter how far I walk or how long I stay awake, I never feel fatigued." Cheng Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping over her tightly held backpack. And he inquired once more, "What is inside?" "Some emergency medications, compressed biscuits, water, and a few changes of clothes," she replied in a lowered tone. "Others are unaware. I have kept these provisions for myself." Cheng Hao's assessment of her rose further. To maintain a basic supply of resources and a clear mind in such dire circumstances signifies her remarkable survival skills and self-discipline. After a moment of silence, Cheng Hao suddenly fixed his gaze on Su Wan and asked, "Do you wish to live?" Without hesitation, she nodded emphatically, "Yes." "Good," Cheng Hao affirmed, then turned to Lin Wan and commanded Wan, "Open the rear side door and let her in." "What?" Both Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan exclaimed in astonishment, clearly unprepared for Cheng Hao's sudden decision. However, seeing that he was not jesting, Lin Wan quickly opened the door. She greeted Su Wan with a warm smile. Waving her over, "Sister Su Wan, please come aboard." Meanwhile, the crowd in front of the RV erupted in a frenzy upon witnessing this turn of events. Chapter 44. The Professional Driver, Su Wan. As Cheng Hao extended an invitation for Su Wan to enter the vehicle, a chorus of voices arose from the crowd. On what grounds does she get to board? Is it merely because of her beauty and figure? That fellow appears quite respectable, yet he turns out to be a libertine. He already has 2 women in his car. Is that not sufficient? Such greed. And what about us? What are we to do? The other women, upon witnessing this, began to sway their hips and approached Cheng Hao's car window, eagerly proclaiming, "Handsome, take me with you. I could do everything they can, and even better. Me too. Just let me in, and I shall comply with whatever you desire. I can call you big brother or even father, should you so wish." Listening to the words of these women, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan's expressions fluctuated between shades of green and red. Internally, they harbored concerns. Could Cheng Hao truly resist such temptations? Yet, Cheng Hao did not even glance at the women outside, coldly commanding, "Leave. Step aside, I need to drive." Seeing that Cheng Hao had indeed started the vehicle, the women hurriedly stepped back, while Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan silently exhaled in relief. The crowd at the front of the vehicle, realizing Cheng Hao had no intention of assisting them, erupted into chaos. Unfair. His vehicle is so large. Why shouldn't more of us be allowed on board? Take me. I can be your laborer. At least leave us some food and drink. One shouldn't be so selfish. Do you wish to witness us perish here? Fear not. Let us join hands and form a human wall. I refuse to believe he would dare to run us over in broad daylight. As Cheng Hao remained unmoved by their pleas and witnessed Su Wan board the vehicle, jealousy and greed overwhelmed their fear. A middle-aged man began to incite the desperate crowd. Under his instigation, several similarly discontented strong men, along with a few women driven mad by despair, joined hands to block the front of the motorhome, their faces contorted with a twisted resolve and defiance. They were wagering that Cheng Hao would not have the audacity to crush them in the light of day. Cheng Hao's gaze turned frigid in an instant. His fingers swiftly navigated a control panel beside the driver's seat. With a click and a hum, the armored plates at the front of the motorhome slid apart, revealing two hefty, six-barrel rotating machine guns that slowly emerged. The dark, menacing muzzles instantly targeted the most boisterous middle-aged man and his two companions nearby. Is that a machine gun? What does he intend to do? Surely, he does not contemplate mowing us down with gunfire. The crowd, blocking the road, initially resolute, now displayed flickers of panic on their faces. Yet, the three leading middle-aged men persisted in their incitement. Do not be afraid. He is merely attempting to intimidate us. We must not retreat. Cheng Hao's expression remained utterly impassive, his eyes reflecting only a cold, indifferent malice. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, he pressed the trigger without hesitation. The deafening roar of gunfire shattered the air, a cacophony of violence. Blazing tongues of fire erupted from the muzzle, akin to a ferocious metallic dragon. The relentless barrage of armor-piercing rounds swiftly engulfed the three middle-aged men at the center. Their bodies convulsed violently, akin to rag dolls. Ultimately, they could not even utter a scream before the furious tempest of bullets utterly obliterated them. The trio was reduced to a pool of mangled flesh, creating a gaping hole in the once impregnable wall of bodies. The gunfire lasted a mere 2 seconds, yet those 2 seconds felt like an eternity. Time seemed to freeze. The crowd blocking the road stood as if enchanted, each individual frozen in place, their faces drained of color. Their expressions were vacant, filled with boundless terror and disbelief. The pungent scent of blood and gunpowder permeated the air, igniting the nerves of everyone present. A few timid women collapsed to the ground, succumbing to their fear. At that moment, Cheng Hao's cold voice resonated through the vehicle's loudspeaker. Step aside. Otherwise, you will share the same fate as those three. As his words echoed, the obstructing crowd scattered like startled sheep. They scrambled and crawled, crying out for help, desperately fleeing to the sides of the road. No one dared to cast another glance at the RV, which loomed like a steel beast. There was no mention of a human wall. The fortified RV's engine emitted a low growl as it rolled over the pools of glaring blood, moving away from the area without a moment's pause. Inside the vehicle, Lin Qingyan withdrew her gaze impassively. She had long grown accustomed to Cheng Hao's decisive ruthlessness, even believing it to be a necessity in a world of survival. Lin Wan's petite face paled slightly as she pressed her lips together tightly. Despite her inherent kindness, she understood that the three men had sought to leverage their lives, and those of others, as a threat against them. Cheng Hao's thunderous methods, though brutal, were indeed the most effective means of self-preservation. The last shred of her compassion, in the face of such harsh reality, transformed into a silent understanding. With a soft sigh, Lin Wan discreetly glanced at the new member beside her. At that moment, Su Wan's face was ashen, her hands gripping the seat back in front of her, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She gazed at the upright figure of the young man in the driver's seat, her eyes filled with profound awe and fear. This man's coldness and strength surpassed her wildest imaginings. Yet, simultaneously, she keenly recognized how fortunate she was to be in this vehicle in such a cruel world. She must cherish this opportunity to prove her worth. Sensing that Su Wan was gazing at him, Cheng Hao broke the silence. Through the rearview mirror, his voice returned to its usual gentleness. Su Wan, is it? Do not be anxious. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cheng Hao, the owner of this RV. Seated in the passenger seat is Lin Qingyan, my primary strategist. The person beside you is Lin Nuanyuan, who is responsible for auxiliary treatment. We are a team, and now, you are included among us. As you can see, we are not a charitable organization. However, as long as you adhere to the rules and demonstrate your worth, this will be your safest sanctuary. Taking a deep breath, Su Wan endeavored to calm her racing heart. She then addressed Cheng Hao and the Lin sisters, saying, Thank you. Thank you both. I will do my utmost not to disappoint you. Cheng Hao nodded and directly delved into the matter at hand. The reason I allowed you to board is due to your survival instincts. Your boundless energy and physical strength are invaluable in this world of road survival. If you harness your abilities well, you can serve as our round-the-clock driver. After all, the essence of road survival is constant migration, perpetual movement, and relentless exploration. Having you as our dedicated driver will significantly enhance our team's endurance and survival capabilities. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, Lin Qingyan's eyes sparkled with understanding and admiration. She had previously wondered why Cheng Hao made an exception for Su Wan. Was it merely her beauty? Now, she comprehended. Su Wan truly embodied a mobile perpetual motion machine. Her strategic value was immeasurable. Consequently, her gaze towards Su Wan shifted from scrutiny to recognition. With a smile, she said, "Sister Su Wan, your abilities are indeed remarkably practical. Welcome to our convoy." Lin Nuanyuan, also enlightened, beamed a sincere smile. "Wow, tirelessness? What impressive talent. Sister Su Wan, welcome. You'll be driving for us from now on." Her innocent nature led her to readily accept this new teammate, feeling delighted at the prospect of the team's newfound strength. Chapter 45. Lu Ziming, upon hearing Cheng Hao articulate her abilities and worth so clearly and feeling the genuine acceptance from Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, Su Wan's fear and apprehension dissipated significantly. In their place blossomed a sense of belonging, of being needed and recognized. With her eyes slightly red, she nodded earnestly. "I'm truly happy to be of assistance and to be with all of you. I will be a good driver and do everything I can. Please trust me." The atmosphere within the vehicle transformed into one of harmony, thanks to Cheng Hao's candid explanation and their shared pursuits and goals. Lin Nuanyuan retrieved water and biscuits from the system space, extending them to Su Wan. Su Wan gratefully accepted the offering, savoring each bite as she experienced this rare warmth and sense of security. The fortified RV continued its smooth journey towards a wetland park. With Su Wan as the tireless potential driver, Cheng Hao felt a slight alleviation of the burden on his shoulders. Once Su Wan became adept at the RV's various functions, he would willingly cede the driver's seat to her. As he drove, Cheng Hao elaborated on the functionalities of the RV to Su Wan. After several minutes, the outline of the wetland park emerged into view. It was an abandoned ecological area. The once thriving lake had dried up significantly, revealing dark mud and withered aquatic plants. According to the map, a cluster of luminous dots, indicating the presence of the swamp serpent monster, lay not far ahead within the depths of the reeds. However, Cheng Hao refrained from rushing to hunt the creature, sensing that several players were approaching quickly in vehicles. "Someone's coming. Let's stay in the car and observe their intentions first." Cheng Hao quietly warned his 3 female companions. Just as he finished speaking, 2 heavily modified Hummer off-road vehicles, equipped with mounted machine guns, burst forth from a side road at the park entrance, roaring like fierce beasts. They approached rapidly, flanking Cheng Hao's fortified RV with evident intent to intercept. Following closely behind were 3 similarly modified pickup trucks, their beds occupied by several burly men brandishing an array of weapons and wearing unfriendly expressions. Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened, and he immediately reduced speed, signaling Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan to remain vigilant. The weapon systems of the fortified RV were primed and ready for action. The window of the leading black Hummer slowly descended, revealing a young man with slicked back hair and a face marked by a blend of arrogance and menace. He leaned out, greedily surveying the fortified RV, but when his gaze landed on Lin Qingyan in the passenger seat, his expression transformed from haughty to one of overwhelming shock and elation. "Qingyan? Qingyan, is that really you?" The man nearly shouted, his voice trembling with excitement. "I'm Lu Ziming. I've been searching for you." As his exclamation echoed, the atmosphere inside the RV shifted dramatically. Both Cheng Hao and Su Wan instinctively turned to Lin Qingyan, who initially appeared stunned. However, upon recognizing the man's face, her expression morphed from surprise to one of evident disgust, her brow furrowing tightly. Lin Wan, displaying a look of resignation, remarked, "It really is Lu Ziming. Sigh. Even in this alternate world, I can't seem to shake off that detestable fellow." Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow and glanced at the young man before turning to Lin Qingyan in the passenger seat. "Do you know each other from the original world?" Lin Qingyan replied coldly. "Lu Ziming, the second son of the Lu family in Jianghai City, an insufferably arrogant fellow." Her tone was laced with unabashed disdain and annoyance. Lin Wan also curled her lip, muttering softly, "That guy is utterly detestable, like a persistent ghost. My sister has rejected him countless times, yet he clings to her like an adhesive plaster." Meanwhile, Lu Ziming could hardly contain his excitement as he flung open the car door and leapt out of the Hummer. He straightened his clothes and hairstyle, donning a smile he deemed charming, and quickly approached the passenger window of the Fortress RV, ignoring Cheng Hao in the driver's seat. He gazed intently at Lin Qingyan. "Qingyan, what a stroke of luck. The heavens have smiled upon me to find you here." His voice brimmed with enthusiasm. You cannot imagine how worried I was about you. This wretched world is teeming with monsters. But now, I have the fortune of encountering you. My team is formidable, equipped with abundant supplies and weaponry. Moreover, my comrades and I have acquired immense power. Come, take Wan and step out with me. I will protect you. He reached out to pull open the car door, never once inquiring whether Lin Qingyan consented. His demeanor was assertive and presumptuous, as if Lin Qingyan were already his possession. With a sharp motion, Lin Qingyan slammed the door that Lu Ziming had opened back shut. Without even glancing at him, she directed her words to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, drive. Ignore him. Lu Ziming's smile froze on his face, his hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Only then did he finally cast a scrutinizing look at Cheng Hao in the driver's seat. Noticing Cheng Hao's youth, handsome appearance, and exceptional demeanor, his eyes instantly filled with scrutiny and unabashed hostility. Qingyan, who is he? Lu Ziming's voice grew icy, tapping on the car window with a questioning tone. Is he your driver? Or your bodyguard? Clearly unable to accept the presence of an unfamiliar young man beside Lin Qingyan, she replied, He is my captain, Cheng Hao. Lin Qingyan's voice was devoid of warmth. We are a team. I will not go with you. Do not pursue me any further. Captain? Lu Ziming scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, his gaze disdainfully appraising Cheng Hao from head to toe. Him? Just one person? Qingyan, do not jest. How can he possibly be worthy of being your captain? Can he protect you and Wan on his own? Look at my team. He gestured towards the several heavily armed vehicles behind him, along with the burly men eyeing them ominously. That is what constitutes a team. That is what power looks like. Following him will only lead you and Wan into peril. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lin Qingyan once more, his tone resolute. Qingyan, cease your capriciousness. I am aware that you are still upset with me, but this is not the time for temper tantrums. The world is perilous. Only by my side are you and Wan truly safe. Come with me. I emphatically refuse. Lin Qingyan retorted, each word pronounced with unwavering determination. Furthermore, Cheng Hao is my captain. He is formidable, and I will not permit you to defame him. She directed a glance at Cheng Hao, her eyes reflecting both an apology and steadfastness. Cheng Hao, let us depart. Cheng Hao nodded, preparing to shift gears. Wait. Lu Ziming suddenly slammed his palm against the hard door of the RV, producing a dull thud. His expression darkened entirely, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Lin Qingyan's rejection and her defense of Cheng Hao had pierced through his deeply rooted possessiveness and superiority. Chapter 46, One-on-One, a Duel. Very well, he seethed, witnessing Lin Qingyan show him no respect and staunchly defend the one named Cheng Hao. Lu Ziming initially laughed in anger before his countenance turned as dark as water. No longer regarding Lin Qingyan, he fixed his hostile gaze squarely on Cheng Hao. Kid, I know not what sweet nothings you have whispered to enchant Qingyan, but a coward hiding behind a woman like you is unworthy to stand beside her. He stepped back and forcefully unzipped his tactical jacket, revealing a form-fitting inner armor that glimmered faintly with metallic luster. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of energy erupted from him. Kid, open your eyes and behold. Lu Ziming boasted as he clenched his fist. Instantly, the air around him distorted from the intense heat. Fiery flames danced and converged at his fingertips, crackling with explosive sounds. Player level, 22. Super ability, Flame of Ashes. Do not presume that a flashy RV makes you formidable. Feel the true power. He continued to provoke. Hiding behind a woman is no skill at all. Step down if you have the guts. Let's engage in a one-on-one duel. Should you lose, you shall vanish from Qingyan's life forever. You must leave this RV and all its supplies, and the women behind. He deliberately emphasized the word women, his gaze greedily sweeping over the rear seats occupied by Lin Wan and Su Wan, his intentions laid bare. Lu Ziming, you are shameless. Lin Qingyan trembled with fury, her voice sharp. This matter concerns us and has nothing to do with Cheng Hao. You shall take your people and leave at once. She was acutely aware of Lu Ziming's vengeful nature, and the fiery ability he displayed was no trifling matter. Although Cheng Hao was powerful, she did not wish to embroil him in unnecessary conflict due to her own issues. Lin Wan joined in, urging, Brother Cheng, ignore him. Let's charge ahead. Su Wan sat quietly in the back seat, scarcely daring to breathe. The violent aura of flames emanating from Lu Ziming, coupled with his blatant malice, transported her back to the bloody rest area just moments before. Cheng Hao gently patted Lin Qingyin's tense arm, signaling her to remain calm. His gaze was tranquil and unwavering as he observed Lu Ziming's antics outside the vehicle, a cold smile gracing his lips. Level 22? The ability of the Inferno Flame? It sounds rather unremarkable. Cheng Hao's voice drifted through the window, as nonchalant as if he were commenting on a mundane object. You seek death. Lu Ziming, thoroughly enraged by Cheng Hao's dismissive demeanor, glared with ferocity. Without further ado, he thrust his hands forward violently. A fierce fire dragon, as thick as a barrel and composed of blinding flames, surged forth, ripping through the air towards Cheng Hao's position in the driver's seat with terrifying heat that threatened to incinerate all in its path. The air warped dramatically where the flames passed, and the dry grass on the ground instantly charred to black. The spectacle was utterly daunting. Lu Ziming's subordinates erupted in excited howls, as if they could already envision Cheng Hao being engulfed by the inferno at the driver's seat. All of Lu Ziming's might was directed at Cheng Hao. Meanwhile, in the driver's compartment, Lin Qinyin, Lin Wan, and Su Wan felt the tremendous pressure of the fire dragon, but did not sense any change in temperature around them. Faced with a flame dragon capable of melting gold and iron, Cheng Hao did not flinch. Instead, he stepped boldly out of the vehicle to confront the raging inferno. Su Wan's eyes widened in alarm, her face filled with dread and concern. Lin Qinyin and Lin Wan, however, appeared unfazed, fully aware of Cheng Hao's prowess. The fiery superpower unleashed by Lu Ziming might indeed be terrifying to others, but alas, he was up against Cheng Hao, just as the flames were about to engulf him. A faint, almost transparent, dark golden halo enveloped Cheng Hao entirely. This seemingly thin aura radiated an impenetrable weight. With a thunderous crash, the blinding fire dragon collided with the dark golden halo. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the anticipated scent of charred flesh. The terrifying flames capable of melting steel struck the delicate golden light as if it had hit an invisible barrier. The furious fire was forcefully divided and halted. The ground was scorched black, yet within 3 feet of Cheng Hao, not a single spark could breach his defenses. His clothing rustled under the heat wave, yet remained unscathed. The dark golden aura stood firm as a rock, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. What? Lu Ziming's sinister grin froze instantaneously. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. His proud, full-force attack had failed to singe even the hem of his opponent's clothing. Amidst the swirling embers of flames, Cheng Hao gently waved his arm and taunted, "A fire attribute superpower, and this is the extent of your temperature? Your development is lacking. This ability in your hands is nothing short of a waste." Lu Ziming's expression darkened, his thoughts racing, before he coldly retorted, "It seems you possess some form of formidable defensive power, does it not? However, do not rejoice too soon. I was merely testing you earlier. Now, I shall unveil my true strength." Inferno smash. As the words left his lips, Lu Ziming's feet pounded the ground with remarkable force, propelling his body forward like a cannonball. His fists, enveloped in compressed, blinding white flames that radiated destructive heat, were aimed directly at Cheng Hao's chest. He intended to shatter Cheng Hao's defensive power with a single blow. Cheng Hao's gaze remained calm in the face of this ferocious close-range assault. He did not flinch. Instead, he simply raised his right arm, fingers splayed wide. His palm, adorned with a dark golden aura, met Lu Ziming's incoming fiery punch head-on. With a resounding thud that echoed like a great bell, the collision unleashed a terrifying shockwave, sending dust and charred grass swirling into the air. Lu Ziming felt as though his fist had struck an impenetrable steel wall. The violent backlash coursed through his arms, causing excruciating pain. The compressed white flames upon his fists were forcefully dispersed and extinguished. His once proud strength was rendered laughable before the unyielding defense of his opponent. Cheng Hao's body did not even sway an inch. As Lu Ziming's fiery aura dissipated, Cheng Hao's left hand, imbued with a dark golden glow, darted forth with lightning speed. Seizing Lu Ziming's wrist, crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone rang out as his wrist was crushed in an instant. Ah! Lu Ziming let out a piercing scream, the agony nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, Cheng Hao did not spare him a glance. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled Lu Ziming to the ground as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. Chapter 47. The Flames of Ashes Bang. Lu Ziming crashed heavily into the muddy ground, splattering mud everywhere. His body felt as though it had been shattered, blood gushing from his mouth, a pitiful sight. Yet, who could have imagined that this wretched figure, resembling a beaten dog, had only moments ago been brimming with arrogance and swagger? Silence enveloped the crowd. The excitement on Lu Ziming's subordinates' faces had long since evaporated, replaced by boundless fear and shock. Their once mighty leader, unable to break through even the simplest of defenses, was now being toyed with like a mere puppet. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan had anticipated this outcome. Thus they displayed no overt surprise. Lin Wan even raised her small fist, biting her silver teeth, and softly exclaimed, "Well done." Su Wan gazed adoringly at Cheng Hao's retreating figure, her face suffused with reverence. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, to follow someone like Cheng Hao was indeed her great fortune. "What kind of monster are you?" Lu Ziming struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot terror. His previous arrogance utterly vanished. The rank and abilities he once prided himself on now seemed laughable in the face of his opponent. Cheng Hao looked down upon him, his gaze indifferent. "I am merely Qingyan's teammate, nothing more." Upon hearing this, a flicker of frenzied malice ignited in Lu Ziming's eyes. He seized a peculiar, shimmering dagger that radiated a chilling azure light. This dagger was evidently no ordinary item, exuding a bone-chilling aura. "Qingyan is mine. No one can take her away. You shall perish," he bellowed like a wounded beast, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. With every last ounce of strength, he hurled the poisoned dagger directly at Cheng Hao's face. The speed was lightning-quick, the angle ingeniously precise. "Be careful," Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan exclaimed in unison. Su Wan, overwhelmed by fear, shut her eyes tightly. Yet, Cheng Hao's expression remained entirely unperturbed. Just as the dagger was less than half a foot from his visage, a nearly transparent arc of wind appeared silently before him. The edges of the wind blade shimmered with an unmatched sharpness. With a resounding clang, the venomous dagger was effortlessly bisected by the wind blade, severed with impeccable precision. The two halves of the dagger fell helplessly to the ground, the venom seeping into the earth with a hissing sound. "What?" Lu Ziming's countenance turned pale. His final trump card had been dismissed so nonchalantly by his adversary. You possess two superpowers?" he stammered. "This isn't fair." "Fair?" Cheng Hao's gaze darkened completely, his murderous intent radiating like a palpable force. "You, who wield a poisoned dagger and resort to treachery, dare speak of fairness?" With that, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, aimed at the prone Lu Ziming, whose face had turned ashen. A blinding silver lightning spark began to leap and coalesce at his fingertips, emanating a ferocious, thunderous energy. "Lightning, you possess 3 superpowers?" Lu Ziming was utterly bewildered. At that moment, he finally grasped why Cheng Hao had regarded him with such disdain from the very beginning. They were simply not on the same level. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Cheng Hao, a chill ran down Lu Ziming's spine, and he hastily pleaded, "No, I was wrong. Spare me. I will give you everything. Just don't kill me. Qingyan, save me." In a moment of profound peril, Lu Ziming found himself utterly consumed by fear, his spirit shattered, and tears streaming down his face as he implored for mercy, even attempting to seek salvation from Lin Qingyan. Yet, Lin Qingyan regarded him with a frigid gaze, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Cheng Hao, too, remained impervious to the pleas. With the might of wind and thunder, he executed the silent obliteration finger. Cheng Hao lightly pressed his fingertip, unleashing a spiraling arrow imbued with the raw power of lightning, which shot forth with a swift velocity. With a soft sound, Lu Ziming's cries for mercy were abruptly silenced. A charred hole, the size of a fingertip, appeared at the center of his brow, transparent from front to back. The edges of the hole glistened like polished glass, with faint arcs of electricity dancing around it. The expressions of terror, malice, and despair on his face crystallized into an eternal stillness. His eyes rapidly dulled, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of breath. Inside and outside the fortified vehicle, a profound silence enveloped the air. Within, Lin Qingyan observed Cheng Hao's tranquil profile, her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt a sense of relief at Lu Ziming's demise, astonished by Cheng Hao's formidable prowess, and an indescribable sense of fortune that they were situated in this chaotic, otherworldly realm. She bore no burden or guilt in her heart. Lin Wan, filled with admiration, whispered in exhilaration, "Brother Cheng is so impressive. This is how villains should be dealt with." Meanwhile, Suwan took a deep breath. Her gaze towards Cheng Hao's back imbued with a mix of awe and newfound determination. Outside the vehicle, Lu Ziming's subordinates appeared as if petrified by a spell. They stood frozen in place, their faces as pale as parchment, hands trembling uncontrollably around their weapons. They stared at the gruesome sight of Lu Ziming, who lay lifeless with a bloodied hole in his brow, then glanced at the imposing figure of Cheng Hao, who stood like a deity of vengeance. An overwhelming wave of terror engulfed them. In such a short span since arriving in this world, he had acquired 3 extraordinary abilities. Surely, he must be wielding some kind of cheat. As these thoughts raced through their minds, Cheng Hao slowly retracted his finger, the arcs of electricity and gusts of wind dissipating quietly. Then, his icy gaze swept towards the convoy of Hummers and pickup trucks. The occupants within instinctively held their breath, afraid to exhale even a whisper. Within 10 seconds vanish. Otherwise, meet the same fate as him. Cheng Hao's voice, though not loud, resonated with the chilling weight of a spectral wind, freezing the very souls of all present. The burly men felt as if granted a reprieve and dared not hesitate. The engines of several vehicles roared to life, tires screeching against the ground, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The vehicles fled like frightened dogs, desperate to escape. Their speed so frantic it seemed they wished for additional wheels, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a stark pool of blood and Lu Ziming's lifeless form. At that moment, a red crystal core, formed from the ability of ashen flames, materialized at the location of Lu Ziming's chest. Cheng Hao delicately extracted the crystal nucleus with his hand, cradling it in his palm before gently crushing it. A crisp crack echoed through the air as the crystal shattered, releasing the superpowered gene serum within, which seamlessly integrated into his being. A torrent of searing heat surged through Cheng Hao's entire body, as if he had forcibly injected himself with the essence of an erupting volcano. His veins bulged beneath his skin, subtly glowing and revealing dark crimson patterns reminiscent of flowing lava. A fierce burning sensation enveloped him. He let out a muted groan, furrowing his brow as beads of sweat formed at his temples. However, this overwhelming sensation of searing pain was fleeting, dissipating rapidly within mere breaths. Cheng Hao could distinctly sense a fierce and tumultuous power lying dormant within him, akin to a slumbering lava titan, awaiting his command to awaken and unleash its might. Chapter 48. The swamp serpent monster, as his body gradually acclimated to the superpower serum known as the Flames of Ashes, Cheng Hao slowly raised his right hand. A flicker of thought prompting action. A small cluster of blazing white flames leapt forth from his fingertips, igniting silently. Though minuscule, this flame emanated a disquieting intensity. The surrounding air warped and twisted as it was instantly heated, producing faint crackling sounds. This pure and ferocious white flame was none other than the Flames of Ashes, a source of immense pride for Lu Ziming. Cheng Hao flicked his fingers, sending the white flames drifting towards Lu Ziming's lifeless body. With a sizzle, a harsh burning sound erupted, and white smoke billowed into the air. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ziming's corpse, along with the roots of the grass beneath him, was entirely consumed by the fire. With Lu Ziming's demise, his system space crumbled instantly, scattering its contents around. Cheng Hao selected several useful items to store within his own system space, while allowing the flames at his fingertips to dissipate, his gaze returning to its usual calm and untroubled state. The newfound power had been harnessed, becoming an integral piece of his strength. Akin to the indomitable body of a diamond, the summoning of a lord, and the might of thunder and wind blades. Yet, mere acquisition was insufficient. To truly develop the Flames of Ashes to a level comparable with his other superpowers, he would need to expend experience points to elevate his player level. Thus, Cheng Hao cast a glance at the swamp ahead and then turned to the 3 women in the RV. Qing Yan, Wan, you both disembark and prepare to confront the monsters lurking in the swamp ahead. After a brief pause, his gaze shifted to Su Wan, who looked visibly anxious in the back seat, and his tone softened. Sister Wan, your abilities are not yet sufficient, so you shall remain in the vehicle. However, I urge you to observe the upcoming battle closely and learn well. Understanding how to tackle monsters and our combat methods is crucial for your future endeavors. Upon hearing Cheng Hao refer to her as Sister Wan, Su Wan's body instinctively tensed for a moment. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, she relaxed once more. After he finished speaking, she nodded vigorously, responding earnestly and resolutely. All right, I will pay close attention. You all must be cautious as well. As she spoke, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan had already alighted from the vehicle. After undergoing numerous trials, the sister duo had significantly enhanced both their psychological resilience and combat prowess compared to their initial selves. Nevertheless, prior to engaging in battle, Cheng Hao habitually provided a brief analysis of the monster's levels, abilities, and numbers to the sisters. Upon learning that there were 50 level 20 swamp serpents ahead in the marsh, Lin Wan felt no fear. Instead, she quickly calculated with her fingers. 50 times 200 equals 1 million experience points. We're going to strike it rich. Lin Qingyan, too, was swept up in her sister's excitement, her lips curling into an eager smile. Cheng Hao found himself at a loss for words regarding these sisters. All right, I won't ramble on about the rest. Just make sure to protect yourselves. With that, he took the lead, striding towards the edge of the marsh. As he approached the muddy brink, a foul, putrid stench assaulted his senses. Cheng Hao stomped his foot heavily on the ground, channeling his thunderous power into the swamp. The murky waters began to churn violently, as if boiling, bubbling fiercely. Suddenly, the marsh erupted with a thunderous roar. Shadows broke through the sludge, raising their grotesque heads. They were twisted creatures, the swamp serpents, a nightmarish blend of python and insect. Their bodies were as thick as an adult's thigh, typically exceeding 3 meters in length, and were cloaked in dark green scales smeared with foul, black mud. Within the crevices of their scales, unknown parasites writhed. Most horrifying of all was their head. Devoid of discernible eyes, it bore a massive, circular orifice resembling a giant suction cup, occupying much of the skull. The interior of this orifice was lined with countless sharp teeth, emitting a hissing, rasping sound as it opened and closed. Here they come, Lin Qingyan exclaimed sharply, immediately entering combat mode. Aiming at one of the swamp serpents, she raised her desert eagle, unleashing a torrent of searing fire. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets tore through the air with a piercing shriek. The foremost serpent, with its toothy maw poised to strike at Cheng Hao's calf, was met with a barrage of bullets that precisely penetrated the vulnerable connection between its orifice and tentacles. Puffed, puffed, puffed. As the bullets penetrated its maw, the serpent emitted a shrill, agonizing shriek. Its massive mouth opened wide, expelling a glob of corrosive sludge. Wan, Lin Qingyan called out, urgently seeking her sister's assistance. Understood, Lin Wan replied, her response rapid and astonishingly swift. With a sudden thrust of her hands, a soft orb of white light surged forth, expanding into a semi-transparent, gently rippling shield adorned with water-like patterns, precisely encircling Lin Qingyan's form. Just as the shield took shape, several globs of viscous mud projectiles shot in from the side, crashing violently against the luminous barrier. A hissing sound echoed ominously as the corrosive projectiles made contact, releasing acrid white smoke. Lin Wan's delicate face paled slightly. Maintaining the shield against such an intense corrosive assault was evidently taxing for her. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth, striving to uphold the stability of the protective barrier. Amidst the onslaught of mud projectiles, Cheng Hao stood resolute, akin to a rock amidst a raging torrent. Faced with the venomous sludge capable of eroding steel, he did not even attempt to evade. A brilliant, dark golden aura enveloped him, as if he were cloaked in an invisible suit of divine armor. The relentless barrage of mud projectiles struck the dark golden shield with ferocity, creating a cloud of acrid smoke and a cacophony of corrosive sounds. Yet, that seemingly thin layer of dark golden light remained steadfast, impervious to the corrosive onslaught that could melt iron. The golden sheen merely rippled slightly, successfully repelling every assault. Not even a corner of his garments was dampened. Under the cover of the splattering toxic sludge and billowing smoke, 3 exceptionally robust swamp serpents, their scales a deeper hue, stealthily approached from the murky depths. Like venomous pythons emerging from their lairs, they charged towards Cheng Hao with a piercing shriek, aiming for his ankles, waist, and nape with calculated precision. clearly seasoned hunters. Their jaws gaped wide, ready to ensnare their prey before delivering a fatal bite. Cheng Hao, be careful, Su-Wan exclaimed in the vehicle, her heart racing with dread. Yet, Cheng Hao seemed to possess foresight as the serpents lunged to bite. He swiftly slashed his left arm to the side. With a sharp sound, a nearly transparent, colossal arc of wind blade manifested from thin air. The speed of the wind blade was unparalleled, instantly tearing through the air as it swept outward. The three swamp serpents, attacking from different angles, were effortlessly severed in two by the fierce azure gleam. Chapter 49. Division. As the three swamp serpents were cleaved by the wind blade, thick, foul-smelling dark green blood gushed forth from the severed stumps, their agonizing cries filling the air. Their massive bodies thrashed violently in the muddy water, sending muck flying and an overpowering stench wafting through the atmosphere. Good, Su-Wan in the vehicle exclaimed, unable to suppress a gasp, her anxious heart finally beginning to settle. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan finally exhaled in relief. Lin Qingyan raised her desert eagle, poised to deliver the final blow to the swamp creature. However, the subsequent scene made the relaxed expressions on their faces freeze instantly, their pupils contracting in shock. They beheld the three severed bodies of the swamp serpents, which, after a moment of writhing, did not exhibit diminishing vigor. On the contrary, their struggling force intensified. Soon after, the murky sludge surrounding them seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, surging towards their severed ends like a living entity. The viscous mud swiftly enveloped the wounds, expanding at a visible rate, reshaping itself. In a matter of mere breaths, the severed bodies of the three swamp serpents astonishingly regenerated into three robust serpent forms, cloaked in sludge and dark green scales. At the tail end of these newly formed serpents, a diminutive yet equally menacing maw, lined with spiral fangs, was rapidly taking shape. In the blink of an eye, the original three swamp serpents had transformed into six. What manner of monstrosity was this? Witnessing this transformation, Lin Wanwan could not help but exclaim in dismay. Not only do they not perish when severed, but they can also multiply? How are we to fight this? Lin Qingyan's gaze sharpened, quickly raising her weapon and aiming at one of the newly emerged small serpents, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! The bullets accurately struck the newly formed head, only to be swallowed by the mud as if they had been shot into the mire, achieving no discernible effect. However, Cheng Hao remained remarkably composed. He understood the regeneration abilities of these swamp serpents. Essentially, their capability to split and regenerate belonged to the same category as the rapid healing abilities of the zombies, sonic boomers, and tongue lashers they had previously encountered. Although it appeared that the three swamp serpents had been cleaved in two, resulting in six, the actual number of creatures had not increased. In essence, it was merely an illusion, a trick of energy transformation. Regardless of how many they multiplied into, as long as the energy core was located and shattered, annihilation could be achieved in one fell swoop. With a flicker of thought, he activated his Omniscient Exploration ability. Cheng Hao's vision pierced through the slippery mud and resilient scales enveloping the creature's exterior, delving deep into its internal structure. In his perception, these serpents were no longer mere flesh and blood. Their internal architecture manifested in a semi-transparent, energy-infused form. Within them flowed a dark green stream of energy, akin to a plant's root system, deeply embedded in the muck beneath them, continuously siphoning power from the swamp. And within each serpent's maw, near the throat, Cheng Hao distinctly observed a fist-sized energy core pulsating like a beating heart. Surrounding the core were countless fine strands of energy, extending outwards and connecting to every part of the serpent's body. As the body of the serpent monster was severed, its core immediately released a surge of energy, enveloping a substantial amount of mud and rapidly sculpting a new form at the site of the incision. As long as the core remained intact and it was still submerged in the mire, this process of division and regeneration could perpetuate almost indefinitely. The energy core resided deep within its maw. Upon grasping the reality of the situation, Cheng Hao's voice pierced through the cacophony of the serpent's shrieks and the tumult of the swirling mud, clearly reaching Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan's ears. Only by destroying the core can they be completely vanquished. The newly split entities were inconsequential. They were merely bait. For if the larger matriarch was exterminated, the offspring it had spawned would perish alongside it. So that is how it is. I understand now. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Qingyan's eyes as she swiftly seized upon the crucial information. Adjusting the desert eagle in her grip, she meticulously aimed at the gaping maw of the matriarch serpent, which was attempting to unleash a torrent of mud projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. With steady precision, she unleashed a trio of shots. The bullets did not target the exterior of the mouth, but instead penetrated into the serpent's wide-open jaws, filled with spiraled fangs. With a series of muffled thuds, dark green viscous fluid and shattered soft tissue erupted from within the maw. The matriarch of the swamp serpent recoiled as if struck fiercely in the throat. Its massive head jerked back in agony, just as its maw was forced wide open. Cheng Hao sprang into action. His figure transformed into a blurred afterimage, swiftly traversing several meters to position himself beneath the serpent's head. His right hand, fingers poised like a sword, summoned the forces of wind and thunder at his fingertips. Break for me, with a whoosh. A bolt of wind-thunder energy shot forth from his fingertip, akin to a laser scalpel, plunging deep into the writhing dark green energy core nestled within the serpent's agonized mouth. With a muffled thud, a thick plume of vibrant green smoke erupted violently from the serpent's oral cavity. The swamp serpent let out a piercing shriek, its immense form collapsing as though all its bones had been extracted. The dark green scales that enveloped its body lost their luster at a visible pace, turning charred and cracked. After 2 breaths, the colossal body of the swamp serpent lay rigid in the muddy waters, resembling a charred piece of wood, devoid of any trace of life. Meanwhile, the newly birthed offspring that had emerged from its severed body let out a mournful cry before suddenly bursting apart with a resounding pop, disintegrating into a mass of mud that scattered throughout the marsh. Experience points 200. It worked! Lin Nuanyuan exclaimed in exhilaration, her face flushed with excitement. Within the confines of the vehicle, Su Wan's heart raced with fervor as she instinctively clenched her fists, her fingertips digging into her palms. She comprehended the revelation. This was indeed the correct method to confront such monstrous entities, to annihilate the core. Cheng Hao's finger, precise to the utmost degree, coupled with Qin Yan's suppressive firepower and Nuan Wan's timely protection, all were indispensable. Next target. Following the elimination of their objective, Cheng Hao exhibited no hesitation. His figure glided through the muddy battlefield like a phantom, deftly avoiding the mud projectiles spewed forth by the newly emerged serpent monsters. He locked onto another target, the primal swamp serpent, suppressed by Lin Qingyan's relentless fire. Armed with the knowledge of previous successes, their hunting efficiency surged dramatically. Experience points 200. Experience points 200. Moments later, a dozen swamp serpents that had emerged from the mire were swiftly dispatched through the exquisite coordination of Cheng Hao and the Lin sisters. Chapter 50. Fusion. Although they had vanquished over 10 swamp serpents, both Cheng Hao and the Lin sisters understood that many more lurked within the depths of the swamp. Yet, to their bewilderment, despite their persistent assaults on the mire, no serpents had emerged for several minutes. Cheng Hao furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, a violent churning erupted from the depths of the swamp, accompanied by the emergence of massive bubbles, as if countless great springs were simultaneously erupting beneath the sludge. Brother Cheng, this feels rather amiss, Lin Nuanyuan remarked, her keen intuition alerting her to danger as her small face tightened in apprehension, instinctively drawing closer to Cheng Hao. Lin Qingyan immediately raised her firearm, vigilantly scanning the roiling surface of the water. She sensed a wave of energy far more oppressive and colossal than before emanating from the depths of the swamp. There are no exceedingly high-level monsters in this swamp. If that were the case, I would never have brought you here for such peril, Cheng Hao stated, his tone grave as he utilized his Omniscient Exploration ability. However, the remaining swamp serpents are gathering to fuse. Gathering to fuse? Lin Nuanyuan paused in confusion, inquiring further, what does that mean? It means quite literally what it sounds like. You will soon witness it. Before Cheng Hao's words could fully settle, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. Multiple jets of foul, murky water erupted skyward. Then, under the horrified gazes of the group, the swamp serpents violently raised their heads from the churning sludge. Their numbers astonishingly exceeded 20. Upon revealing themselves, They did not immediately attack. Instead, they twisted their massive forms, converging towards a singular point in the center of the swamp. A chilling, sticky sound of friction echoed through the swamp, as more than 20 colossal serpentine forms intertwined like pliable clay in a murky mire, merging and compressing in a frenzied dance. The viscous black sludge oozed from their scales, binding them together with an almost adhesive tenacity. Their bodies swelled and elongated in the throes of amalgamation. 5, 8, 10, 15 meters. In but a few fleeting seconds, an immense monstrosity emerged at the heart of the swamp, a creature born from the confluence of over 20 swamp serpents. Its core resembled a mound constructed from writhing flesh and slick mud. Most terrifying of all was the gaping maw at the forefront of this grotesque form. Large enough to engulf a truck, this orifice was forged from the forcibly ripped, expanded, and stitched mouths of all the swamp serpents. Its interior festooned with layers upon layers of spiral fangs, sharp as the blades of a meat grinder. Lin Wanwan gazed at the titanic beast before her, her legs weakening as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Lin Xingyan's grip on her firearm trembled slightly. Despite having faced numerous battles, they had never encountered a creature that exuded such an overwhelming aura of dread. Inside the vehicle, Su Wan felt an icy chill envelop her, her mind blank. The swamp giant let out a thunderous roar. The tremendous sound wave, laden with the stench of mud, surged forth like a tidal wave. The ground beneath Cheng Hao and his companions quivered slightly. Lin Wanwan and Lin Qingyan staggered backward, the sonic blast piercing their eardrums, just as they began to falter. Cheng Hao's gentle voice reached them. Qingyan, take Wanwan back. Do not approach this swamp. You two are responsible for remote distraction. I will handle this. As his words echoed, Cheng Hao summoned his most adept superpowers, the diamond body, thunderous might, and wind blade slash, all erupting in unison. Though the swamp giant appeared fearsome, at its core, it was merely a fusion of level 20 monsters. It could intimidate others, but Cheng Hao felt no fear. On the contrary, he perceived this convergence of swamp serpents as a most fortuitous opportunity for hunting. With a roar, as Cheng Hao unleashed his triad of superpowers, the swamp giant seemed to sense a threat, its abyssal maw opening once more. This time, its focus was unmistakably locked onto Cheng Hao. The colossal orifice gaped wide, unleashing corrosive sludge that shot forth like cannonballs, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, hurtling towards him. In response, Cheng Hao planted his feet firmly into the ground, causing the earth beneath him to erupt into a deep crater several meters wide. His figure transformed into a shimmering afterimage, enveloped in a whirlwind of tricolored brilliance, gold, thunder, and wind. With a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, they surged toward the gaping maw of the colossal beast, which resembled an abyss. After Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan had distanced themselves from the swamp, they witnessed Cheng Hao taking the initiative to attack. She hastily raised her desert eagle and pulled the trigger at the beast's cavernous mouth. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of bullets cascaded like raindrops, though thwarted by the monster's sharp fangs, preventing any fatal damage. Yet, it significantly slowed the creature's action of spewing mud. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Cheng Hao's silhouette darted forward like a streak of light, reaching the precipice of the beast's mouth. The fetid wind that rushed toward him was nearly suffocating. The densely packed, spiral fangs reminiscent of a meat grinder loomed perilously close. Yet Cheng Hao remained unfazed, guided by the all-seeing exploration. He discerned that amidst the apparent chaos within the cavernous maw lay more than 20 pulsating dark green points of light, akin to stars, the energy cores of all the swamp serpents. They were distributed throughout the supersized maw, some nestled in the upper jaw, others in the throat, and some even embedded at the roots of the massive spiral fangs. They had concentrated their fatal weaknesses in one location. Well then, let the reckoning begin. With a cold smirk, Cheng Hao clenched his left fist tightly. The highly compressed power of thunder coiled around it. Targeting a dark green point deeply lodged within the gum folds of the maw, he unleashed a powerful punch. Thunderstorm fist. With a crisp crack, the core shattered like fragile glass. Thick, viscous pus and ruptured tissue erupted like a fountain. Experience points 200, accompanied by the system's notification. A portion of the swamp giant's body collapsed into mud. Hiss! The swamp giant emitted a roar laced with agony and fury. A muddy tentacle shot forth from its body, aimed directly at Cheng Hao, striking with ferocity. Observing this, Cheng Hao executed an incredible spin in midair, narrowly evading the onslaught of the muddy appendage. Simultaneously, he poised his right hand, fingers aligned like a sword. Wind thunder stab. A wind and thunder arrow materialized instantly at his fingertips. With a piercing shriek, it accurately struck the depths of the upper jaw, targeting another dark green core. The second one. The second core burst forth. Experience points 200. Chapter 51. Healing power inside the RV. Su-Wan watched Cheng Hao, entangled in a fierce struggle with the swamp giant. The shock in her heart was immeasurable. The scene she had only witnessed in superhero films now unfolded before her very eyes. Indeed, it was possible for a person to become powerful enough to confront a monstrous creature as colossal as a hill. Lin Wanwan's lips parted slightly as she murmured, "So handsome. Brother Cheng is simply a god of war descended to earth." Lin Qing Yin was equally entranced, her heart swaying. Earlier, when the colossal monster had successfully merged, she had indeed been filled with dread, believing it to be an adversary beyond their capability to confront. To her astonishment, Cheng Hao exhibited no fear whatsoever. At this moment, witnessing Cheng Hao inflict tangible damage upon the swamp giant, her terror diminished significantly. Summoning her courage, she once again raised her desert eagle and unleashed a flurry of shots at the behemoth's form. She did not seek to inflict true harm upon the swamp giant. Her sole aim was to hinder its movements, thereby granting Cheng Hao an opportunity. Simultaneously, after evading an attack from a muddy tentacle, Cheng Hao struck with his right hand. The highly compressed power of thunder, entwined with the sharpness of the wind, transformed into a spiraling lance of wind and lightning. It plunged deeply into the gaping maw of the giant, piercing a dark green core nestled within the folds of its throat. With a resounding explosion, the core shattered. The giant's massive body shuddered violently, and the muscle tissue in that area collapsed as if bereft of support, flowing down like foul-smelling sludge, accompanied by the fall of several enormous fangs. Experience points 200. Roaring in fury, the swamp giant emitted a bellow filled with rage, yet laced with an undercurrent of panic. It could not comprehend why, despite having enlarged its form and concealing the energy core in the most hidden recesses of its maw, this intruder could still locate and destroy it with precision. Its colossal body thrashed wildly. Tentacles of mud shot forth, no longer targeting Cheng Hao individually, but weaving together from various angles into a lethal web, intent on ensnaring him. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Hao's eyes gleamed with intensity. He disregarded the muddy tentacles, channeling 3 types of superpowers into his feet. With a powerful stomp into the void, he launched himself with a whoosh. His form shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, surpassing all limits, escaping through the center of the encroaching net just before its formation. At the same moment, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a wind and lightning arrow, aimed directly at the core hidden within the upper jaw of the giant. With a crisp crack, another sound echoed. The swamp giant let out a more anguished wail. Experience points 200. As Cheng Hao grew increasingly adept in wielding his superpowers, his speed intensified, and his attack potency escalated. The tide of battle began to shift gradually as core after core was detonated. The 5th. Experience points 200. The 6th. Experience points 200. The 15th. Moments later, the once colossal form of the swamp behemoth transformed into a mass of wounds and ruptures. The 20-plus swamp serpents that constituted its body, having lost the core energy that held them together, could no longer maintain their terrifying amalgamation. Thick, black sludge erupted from within it like a flood breaching a dam. The 15-meter-tall monstrosity began to crumble visibly from the top. With a thunderous roar, the carcasses of the swamp serpents plummeted into the mire, sending towering waves of mud soaring into the sky. In an instant, only a vast pit remained at the center of the swamp. We won. Lin Wan was the first to react, her excitement causing her to leap with joy. Her lovely face flushed a deep crimson from exhilaration. "Brother Cheng, you were incredible. We triumphed. We gained a whopping 10,000 experience points. A full 10,000. Lin Qingyin let out a long sigh, as if expelling all the fear and tension that had built up within her. She released her grip on the desert eagle gazing at the jubilant Lin Wan, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Su Wan descended from the RV, standing obediently to the side, while occasionally stealing glances at Cheng Hao. This man is simply extraordinary. Cheng Hao withdrew his supernatural powers and seated himself on a clean, flat surface. After exerting his abilities at such intensity, he indeed felt a bit fatigued. Noticing this, Lin Wan hurriedly urged, "Brother Cheng, please sit and rest. Let me heal you." "I'm fine." Cheng Hao began to decline, but Lin Wan had already taken action. She took a deep breath, swiftly bringing her hands together in front of her chest, palms facing one another. This time, she conjured not a defensive shield, but a gentle, pure, and warm milky white light, radiating the essence of life. This glow was akin to the rising sun, imbued with tranquility and healing power. "Sanctuary shield," Lin Wan exclaimed, her small face taut with concentration. Carefully, she directed the warm white light toward Cheng Hao. The milky halo rippled like water waves, softly enveloping Cheng Hao's entire being. An indescribable sense of comfort surged through him, spreading to every limb and bone. Cheng Hao felt as though he were immersed in a warm spring. Every pore of his being relaxing. The fatigue accumulated from battle melted away like snow, while the soreness in his muscles and the subtle damage from the recoil swiftly healed and soothed under this pure and warm energy. Even the tempestuous power and the indomitable body within him, which had become somewhat sluggish from the continuous exertion, regained their fluidity and vitality under this gentle force, hinting at a subtle advancement. In Cheng Hao's eyes, a flicker of surprise was swiftly transformed into profound satisfaction. Wan, it appears you have become increasingly adept at harnessing your abilities. Upon receiving the compliment, Lin Wan's face blossomed with a smile more radiant than the sun. "Hee. Both you and my sister have grown so powerful. I must strive to catch up." Moments later, Cheng Hao regained his peak condition, observing Lin Qingyan and Su Wan nearby. He beckoned the three women to gather around him and declared, "After several battles, we have amassed a considerable amount of experience points. It is time to allocate these points and elevate our player levels. The 24-hour protection period is nearing its end. Soon, the monsters in this world will actively assault players. To survive, we must be thoroughly prepared both physically and mentally." Chapter 52. Major upgrade. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's emphasis on the necessity for physical and psychological readiness to confront the aftermath of the protection period, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully. Although they had acquired some combat experience, it was important to note that they had been the aggressors against the monsters. Moreover, while the monsters chosen by Cheng Hao were numerous, their individual strength remained within the realm of what the trio could handle at present. However, with the conclusion of the 24-hour protection period, the creatures lurking in the fog on either side of the road might spring forth at any moment to launch a surprise attack. The strength, quantity, and capabilities of these monsters would no longer be under their control. Without formidable personal strength and robust psychological resilience, survival in this world would become exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Su Wan, having absorbed this information, realized how naive she had been, having never contemplated such issues before. Had she not encountered Cheng Hao and the others, she would likely have fallen victim to the monsters that would emerge once the protection period concluded. As the three women pondered this, Cheng Hao stood up and spoke. "In our recent battle, we acquired a total of 10,000 experience points. Based on contributions, I will take 5,000, while Qingyan and Wan will each receive 2,500. Any objections?" "No." Lin Wan was the first to raise her hand, her head shaking vigorously like a rattle drum. "Brother Cheng, even if you took 9,000 points, I wouldn't mind." "Indeed, we have already benefited greatly," Lin Qingyan concurred, understanding well that had it not been for Cheng Hao identifying the core weaknesses of the monsters and bearing almost all of the direct pressure, their chances of survival would have been in jeopardy, let alone the division of experience points. "Very well," Cheng Hao nodded. After redistributing the experience points garnered by the three individuals, it was announced, in addition to the accumulated points from previously vanquishing the Soundbreaker and the Tongue Whip, Qingyan and Wan, each of you currently possesses a total of 100 experience points. I recommend that you immediately expend 4,000 points to elevate your player levels from 20 to 24. "All right," Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan echoed in unison, promptly tapping their respective panels to commence their upgrades. As the experience points were consumed, a wave of warmth, far more substantial than that of their earlier ascensions, surged into the bodies of Lin Qingyin and Lin Wanwan. Lin Qingyin felt her bones being refined once again by an invisible force, emitting faint yet distinct crackling sounds. Her muscle fibers became increasingly resilient, dense, and brimming with explosive power. Simultaneously, her innate talent for survival and marksmanship reached an unprecedented pinnacle. The desert eagle in her grasp felt as though it were an extension of her arm. Upon opening her eyes, her gaze swept across a withered leaf floating on the distant swamp-esque surface, and her fingers twitched. Bang! The gunshot rang clear, and a small black hole appeared at the center of that leaf in an instant. This was not the result of deliberate aiming, but rather an instinctive locking on and ignition. Both her infinite bullets and rock body abilities had also been developed to level 45. As the smoke from the gun dissipated, fresh bullets were already primed and ready. With a mere thought, she activated her rock body. The grayish-white glow beneath her skin became more solid and substantial, as though she had donned an invisible suit of rock armor, significantly enhancing her defensive capabilities. Lin Wanwan's experience of upgrading was gentler and infused with vitality. The warm flow resembled a bubbling spring, nourishing her every limb and sinew. Not only did it bolster her physical constitution, but it also granted her a newfound understanding of her culinary healing talent. Her mind suddenly brimmed with hundreds of recipes, each possessing distinct enhancement and healing effects. Were it not for the inopportune moment, she would have rushed into the RVS kitchen to prepare a grand feast for Cheng Hao and her sister. Simultaneously, her healing shield ability had also reached level 45. With a thought, the protective light shield instantly activated, greatly augmenting her defensive and healing effects. While the Lin sisters consumed their experience points for upgrades, Cheng Hao was equally engaged. He had amassed a total of 8,000 experience points, just sufficient to elevate his player level to 30. As he consumed the experience points, he felt as if an invisible shackle within him had been explosively shattered. A low rumble resonated through the air, centered around Cheng Hao, as minute stones and dust were repelled by an unseen force, forming a distinct circular area. His pores expanded, revealing a faint golden hue of his indomitable physique, while the Lord's summons manifested in a dark shade. The power of thunder shimmered in silvery brilliance. The wind blades appeared in a delicate azure, and the flames of incineration blazed in a deep crimson. These 5 distinct colors of supernatural energy emanated, intertwining and swirling together, forming resplendent halos that enveloped Cheng Hao, ultimately achieving a delicate balance. The development level of the 5 superpowers reached an impressive 60. The detection range of his survival talent, Omniscient Exploration, soared to a radius of 80 kilometers. Upon completing the upgrade, Cheng Hao slowly opened his eyes. Within his pupils, brilliance flickered, as if containing the cosmos itself. Each movement exuded an air of profound gravitas. He sensed the powerful force within him, roaring and surging, yet under his command, revealing a satisfied smile on his face. The most surprising aspect was the Lord Summons ability. Having not employed it for some time, he hadn't anticipated that after reaching 60, this power would undergo a monumental transformation. If he had the opportunity to wield it, even Qingyin and Wanwan would surely be astonished. Suppressing his excitement, Cheng Hao turned his gaze towards Lin Qingyin and Lin Wan, who had also completed their upgrades and whose auras had noticeably strengthened. With a smile, he inquired, "How do you both feel now?" "Very strong," Lin Wan replied, her thoughts conjuring a shimmering golden shield that appeared before her. She then explained to Cheng Hao, "Brother Cheng, the shield I can now summon not only provides defense, but can also, to a certain extent, rebound attacks. Thus, I possess a degree of autonomous combat ability now." "Rebounding attacks?" Cheng Hao nodded appreciatively. "Indeed, that's quite impressive." Lin Qingyin then demonstrated her increasingly refined shooting skills, still wielding the Desert Eagle and the same size bullets, yet now capable of shooting farther and with greater power. A bullet, no larger than a peanut, could pulverize a cubic meter of granite. This is the remarkable effect achieved by combining marksmanship with the superpower of infinite ammunition. Seeing that Lin Qingyin and Lin Wan were now capable of standing on their own, Cheng Hao turned his attention to Su Wan, smiling as he said, "Sister Wan, there's no need to rush. We have several minutes left in the 24-hour protection period. Next, we will continue hunting monsters. I cannot promise much, but ensuring you reach player level 20 is absolutely within our grasp. Su-won, touched by Cheng Hao's consideration, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. She then shyly replied, I feel a bit embarrassed about that. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Let's not forget, we are now a team. The strength of each individual enhances the overall power of our team. Subsequently, Cheng Hao handed the keys to the RV to Su-won, stating, from this moment forth, you shall be our driver. Su-won accepted the keys, her charming face brimming with excitement and exhilaration, a warm current surging within her heart. Su-won, favorability 30/80. Upon hearing the system's notification, Cheng Hao realized that he had previously overlooked certain system messages amidst the battle. Unbeknownst to him, Su-won's favorability towards him had already reached 80. It seemed that entrusting her with the RV keys was indeed a wise move. Although Su-won had prior experience in unlocking, Cheng Hao did not mind. The allure of a mature woman like Su-won was far more captivating than the innocence of Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan. The reason Su-won's favorability towards Cheng Hao surged due to a mere key was that, in her eyes, he was bestowing upon her not just a vehicle key, but a token of trust and recognition. After deeply bowing to Cheng Hao and the Lin sisters, Su-won earnestly declared, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Cheng Hao nodded gently. The Lin sisters approached and grasped Su-won's hands, offering her encouragement. Time was of the essence. We must depart immediately to ensure that Sister Wan's level is elevated before the protection period concludes. Cheng Hao commanded decisively. Understood, replied Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan in unison, taking their seats in the rear of the RV at Cheng Hao's gesture. Cheng Hao then moved to the front passenger seat. Seeing this, Su-won took a deep breath and settled into the driver's seat. The spacious and comfortable chair enveloped her, while the intricate dashboard and control interface came into view. Grasping the meticulously crafted steering wheel, an extraordinary sense of unity between her and the vehicle arose. Although she had never driven such an RV before at that moment, it felt as though the vehicle was an extension of her body, every command executed smoothly and clearly. Indeed, once one steps into this world, everyone becomes a master driver on the treacherous roads of Akina Mountain. The RV glided steadily out of the swamp area, returning to the desolate highway. We simply needed to follow the road. Solitary monsters and zombies dotted both sides. For those of lower levels, we could utilize the vehicle's weaponry to engage directly. Should we encounter formidable foes, we would take action ourselves. Cheng Hao, seated in the passenger seat, assumed the role of observer and commander. To the left front, at the edge of the mist, approximately 120 meters away, at the 9 o'clock position, a level 12 putrid zombie lurked. We could dispatch it with a rooftop machine gun. Cheng Hao's Omniscient Exploration functioned like an invisible radar, penetrating the fog and swiftly locking onto the target, a humanoid creature, rigid in movement, oozing a foul, viscous slime. Target locked. Seated at the back, Lin Qingyan held a tablet, her fingers gliding across the screen. Following Cheng Hao's instructions, she adjusted the cannon's muzzle. Fire. With Cheng Hao's commanding shout, Lin Qingyan gently tapped the screen. With a resounding bang, the shell tore through the air, precisely piercing the core of the decaying zombie's head. Its skull exploded like a watermelon, and the creature collapsed, transforming into a puddle of rapidly decaying sludge. Experience points, 120. Well done, Cheng Hao praised, swiftly issuing another command. To the right front, 280 meters away, at 3 o'clock, 2 clawed hyenas, level 10. The new target was instantly locked on. This time I'll take charge. Lin Wan volunteered, snatching the tablet from Lin Qingyan's hands to adjust the cannon's direction. As the radar on the tablet displayed the target, she swiftly struck the screen twice. Bang! Bang! 2 shells shot forth. Accompanied by the howls of the 2 clawed hyenas in the foggy roadside area, they were obliterated into chunks of flesh. Experience points, 100. Experience points, 100. Su-won gripped the steering wheel tightly, her heart racing with each booming shot. For once the experience was gained, whether by Lin Qingyan or Lin Wan, it would immediately be transferred to her. This unreserved giving and trust among teammates filled her heart with warmth and gratitude. She understood that her sole responsibility was to concentrate on driving, maneuvering the fortress vehicle smoothly to create the optimal shooting environment for her comrades. The ensuing journey transformed into an efficient hunting training session. Cheng Hao directed the precise targeting and command, while Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan operated the vehicle's weapon systems to hunt. Any creatures that the vehicle's systems could not eliminate were personally dealt with by Lin Qingyan, taking them out from a distance. Throughout it all, Cheng Hao did not need to lift a finger. The experience points flowed like a gentle stream, continuously accumulating in Su Wan's personal panel. Under Cheng Hao's guidance, Su Wan quietly consumed her experience points, leveling up to level 10, then 13, and finally 15. With each advancement, a warm current washed over her body. She could distinctly feel herself becoming stronger, her reflexes sharper, and her senses more acute. Yet, the most profound change stemmed from her innate survival talent, boundless energy and stamina. At lower levels, this talent merely manifested as tirelessness, enabling prolonged labor. However, as her level escalated to 15 and then 18, she began to perceive a transformation. What was once an inexhaustible energy started to transmute into an intrinsic source of power. With each breath, it felt as though she could draw upon the faint energy lingering in the air, transforming it into the strength that propelled her actions. It was as if within her, there existed an inexhaustible furnace of energy, operating with remarkable efficiency. When the final 100 experience points were consumed, Su Wan successfully ascended to level 20. A surge of warmth, more powerful than any she had previously experienced, surged into Su Wan's being. A profound sense of strength instantaneously filled her entire body. Her muscle fibers seemed to be rewoven, becoming more resilient and explosively potent. Her mind was clearer and more invigorated than ever before. "I'm level 20, Su Wan exclaimed with astonishment, her voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. She gripped the steering wheel, feeling her hands, seemingly unchanged yet brimming with astonishing power, a mixture of astonishment and joy flooding her. "Congratulations, Sister Wan." Lin Wanwan was the first to cheer, her joy surpassing even her own level up. "How does it feel?" Lin Qingyan, lowering her gun, inquired with a sincere smile. "Wonderful, so comfortable. I am completely different from before." As she felt the surging power within and the seemingly boundless energy, an unprecedented sense of grounding and belonging emerged. Su Wan realized that she was no longer the burden that cowered in the corner. This strength was a rebirth gifted by her team. She glanced at the three beside her, her eyes filled with gratitude and resolve. "Cheng Hao, Qingyan, Wanwan, thank you. Without you, I could never have leveled up so swiftly." Cheng Hao, observing the glimmer of confidence in Su Wan's eyes, smiled with satisfaction. "As teammates, this is what we ought to do." After a moment, he added, "When the opportunity arises, I will find you some suitable superpower potions. At that time, your strength will soar even higher." "Yes," Su Wan replied, a radiant smile blossoming on her lovely face. Su Wan, Affection Level 10, 90, Chapter 54, into the protection period as Su Wan's player level increased. The Lin sisters paused their monster hunting. Lin Wanwan ventured to the small kitchen to prepare food, followed by Lin Qingyan, who boiled water for tea. Shortly thereafter, delicious pastries and fragrant tea were ready. Cheng Hao instructed Su Wan to park the RV, and they all headed to the small kitchen to indulge. The atmosphere became serene and tranquil. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they continued their journey. Just as they chatted and admired the scenery outside the vehicle, a series of alert sounds suddenly echoed in their ears. "Warning! Warning! Attention all global players! Remaining time of novice protection period, 24 hours 002957. After the countdown ends, the protection mechanism will become invalid. Rule change. The safety fog zone along the highway has been lifted. All monsters of varying levels will now actively perceive and attack players who enter their territory. Their modes of attack include, but are not limited to, ambush, pursuit, and collective charge. The first wave of survival is about to commence. On the initial day, the monsters that will actively attack players are capped at level 30. Their numbers, types, and abilities are random, so please be thoroughly prepared. The system will randomly open temporary shelters, allowing players to seek refuge from the onslaught of monsters. However, if any player remains in a shelter for more than 2 hours, it will lose its protective effect. Only by continuously migrating and searching for new shelters can one ensure safety. The system's alert resonated in every player's mind like a thunderous roar. abruptly freezing the atmosphere within the vehicle. The previous ease and joy felt as if doused by a bucket of icy water. Lin Wan's smile faltered, and Lin Qingyin's pupils constricted. Despite prior mental preparation, the chilling countdown and phrases like active attack and collective charge still delivered a staggering psychological blow. Su Wan shivered, the sense of security brought by her newfound strength instantly submerged by overwhelming fear. Her palms, gripping the steering wheel, began to sweat profusely. Level 30, random numbers, collective charge. Lin Qingyin murmured the key information, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. She glanced at Cheng Hao, her eyes filled with both gratitude and trepidation. Had it not been for Cheng Hao's insistence on hunting monsters to gain experience, they might not even qualify to face the first wave. Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened like a blade upon hearing the announcement, yet it bore no hint of panic. He swiftly scanned the frightened faces of the women and spoke with calm authority. Stay composed. Do not panic. A level cap of 30? Perfect. A slight smile graced his face, radiating confidence. This means the strongest monsters on the first day will not exceed my current level. We have just leveled up, and our conditions are optimal. Qingyin's precise sniping, Wan's shields, Wan Jie's boundless stamina, and this fortified RV. This vehicle itself serves as the finest mobile fortress and weapon platform. We do not need to retreat to any shelters. We will stand firm on this highway. Cheng Hao's gaze swept across every face before finally resting on the illuminated road ahead. Each word rang like a hammer, striking the hearts of the three women, dispelling their fears and igniting their fighting spirit. Let those monsters daring to show themselves see who the true hunter on this highway is. After hearing Cheng Hao's words, Lin Qingyin and the other two swiftly regulated their breathing. They were inspired by Cheng Hao's unwavering confidence, momentarily forgetting their fears. Indeed, we have endured so much. We should not cower before the battle, even before it begins. If on the very first day we lack the courage to confront our foes, seeking refuge instead, the monsters that emerge later will undoubtedly be even more formidable. Shall we then hide indefinitely? The more creatures we vanquish, the greater our experience will become. Brother Cheng is right. Who is prey and who is predator remains to be seen. After weighing the consequences, the fear in the eyes of the three women dissipated, replaced by a burning desire for combat. Countdown, 5 minutes. Upon hearing the system's alert, Cheng Hao initiated his battle plan. 1-1. Envelop the vehicle in shields, prioritizing defense for the windows and hood. Qingyin, you are in charge of ranged attacks. Eliminate the fast-moving targets near the vehicle first. Sister Wan, you will manage the onboard weaponry, coordinating closely with Wan and Qingyin. As he spoke, Cheng Hao activated his survival talent, Omniscient Exploration. His reflexes became like an invisible net, unfurling completely, delving into the swirling, eerie, energy-laden fog on both sides of the highway. At this moment, his perception radius of 80 kilometers resembled that of a colossal early warning radar. He could discern myriad energy points of various shapes deep within the mist. The low growls, crawls, and flapping sounds of assorted monsters began to emerge from the depths of the fog, approaching like a tide of death. The novice protection period has ended. Buzz! With this system notification echoing, the world seemed to shatter as if an invisible barrier had been broken in an instant. The rolling gray fog on either side of the highway was torn apart by an unseen giant hand. They are coming. Cheng Hao's eyes widened suddenly, and he barked now. Boom! Like a torrent unleashed, dozens of grotesque monsters surged forth from the gaping maw of the fog, accompanied by piercing shrieks and the stench of decay. To the left, a pack of massive hyena-like creatures with sharp, bony forelimbs tore through the ground like a gray tide, kicking up dust as they rushed toward the side of the RV with astonishing speed. Their crimson eyes were filled with a singular lust for slaughter. To the right, a cacophony of wings filled the sky, a black cloud comprised of hundreds of fist-sized locusts, each covered in metallic shells and sporting glimmering blue stingers, descended upon the RV's windshield and skylight like a curtain of death. Directly ahead, the ground suddenly heaved. 3 creatures, the size of small trucks, encased in heavy rocky armor, charged forward like battering rams, emitting deep, thunderous roars. Each of their heavy footfalls caused the earth to tremble slightly. They approached the RV with the unstoppable force of a runaway locomotive. Attacks of varying types surged from three directions: swift, concentrated, and lethal. In an instant, the fortress RV was thrust into the very eye of the storm of destruction. Chapter 55, Siege and Counterattack. Ah, so many monsters. They are all charging towards the RV. Lin Wan exclaimed, her small face paling in fear as she beheld the three waves of monsters approaching from different directions. Lin Qingyan, though striving to maintain her composure, felt her fingers turn white from the strain as she gripped the desert eagle. Meanwhile, Su Wan's breaths came in quick gasps, a chill racing from her toes to the crown of her head. The overwhelming horde of monsters before her nearly suffocated her. Her hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. Calm down. Do not panic. Cheng Hao's steady voice resonated within the cabin like a stabilizing anchor, instantly overshadowing the monster's roars. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over the three directions from which the monsters charged, activating his Omniscient Exploration ability. In a heartbeat, he discerned the levels and capabilities of the three waves of monsters with utmost clarity. He then began to analyze the situation for Lin Qingyan and the others. Although the number of monsters charging in is considerable and imposing, not every single one has reached level 30. Do not be deceived by their appearance. First, the 15 clawed hyenas on the left are all at level 22. Their characteristics include swift movement and sharp claws, coupled with rapid self-healing abilities. However, their weakness lies in the diamond-shaped crystal core at the end of their tails. Shatter the core, and they will fall in a single blow. Qingyan, these 15 clawed hyenas are entrusted to you. Next, regarding the poisonous needle locusts above us. Do not be misled by their sheer numbers. It may appear as if there are tens of thousands, but in reality, over 90% are offsprings split from the mother. The mother consists of those 20 slightly larger locusts with golden-edged wings, which are only at level 20. Once the golden mother locust is eliminated, the swarm will disband. Wan, you will control the onboard weapon system while utilizing the shield's power to envelop the RV, enhancing our attack strength. Lock onto the golden mother and eliminate them. The only real trouble lies with the three rock-armored chargers directly ahead, which are at level 30. I will handle them. Wanjie, just keep driving steadily. Understood. Cheng Hao spoke quickly yet precisely, articulating the monster's levels, characteristics, and fatal weaknesses. He assigned corresponding tactical roles to each individual, making the plan clear and purposeful. The powerful confidence and calm judgment he exuded were like a warm current, swiftly dispelling the chill that had settled in the hearts of the three women. Got it. Leave those clawed hyenas to me. Lin Qingyan took a deep breath, directing the muzzle of the desert eagle towards the wave of hyenas surging in through the left window. Her mind raced as she swiftly calculated the shooting angles based on Cheng Hao's indicated weak points. The frenzied, clawed hyenas appeared to move in slow motion in her eyes. The faint yet lethal glimmer of the crystalline core at the tip of their tails resembled a target in the darkness. Lin Wan bit her lip forcefully. The slight pain instantly brought her back to lucidity. Golden, lock onto the golden locusts. She chanted softly, her small hands gliding rapidly across the control pad. Tapping with precision. The machine gun atop the vehicle emitted a low hum. The barrel spun rapidly, making minute adjustments as it scanned the dense swarm of locusts for identification. Su Wan, with steady hands, gripped the steering wheel, striving to maintain control of the RV as it sped along the highway. Although Cheng Hao had not assigned her the task of eliminating monsters, Su Wan understood that the burden she bore was no light matter. If the RV were to be struck by the creatures outside, or even flipped over, the four of them would be left utterly exposed to those monsters, placing them in grave danger. Roar! Just as the four inside the vehicle completed their assignments and made the necessary preparations, a pack of 15 clawed hyenas lunged forward from the left. Their metallic claws glinted ominously, raised high, targeting the tires and the door hinges. These creatures seemed acutely aware of the vehicle's vulnerabilities. Bang! 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 Just as the hyena's claws were about to make contact with the vehicle's body, a series of crisp gunshots erupted. Lin Qingyan pulled the trigger, a stream of infinitely generated bullets tearing through the air, striking each of the hyenas that had leapt at the side of the RV with unerring accuracy. The target was singular, the diamond-shaped core, no larger than a fingernail, at the tip of their tails. Puffed, crack, a howl. The bullets pierced flesh, the sound of the core shattering mingled with the hyena's brief, mournful cries as they met their demise. One by one, the hyenas that had lunged at the vehicle seemed to have their bones instantaneously extracted. Their grotesque expressions froze, their claws drooping weakly as their bodies were hurled away by the RV, crashing heavily onto the highway or rolling into the mist by the roadside, creating a splash of mud. Experience points, 220. Experience points, 220. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Xinyan's gaze remained unwavering as she dispatched several approaching hyenas. The others that had intended to charge forward immediately turned tail and retreated into the mist along the sides of the road. However, Lin Xinyan sensed that they had not truly departed. Rather, they continued to follow the RV, pursuing it relentlessly. Lin Xinyan understood that they were evidently waiting for the opportune moment to prepare for their next assault. Thus, she dared not relax in the slightest until all these hyena monsters were eradicated. Meanwhile, the machine gun atop the vehicle unleashed a deafening barrage. Bang, 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 bang. The dense barrage of shells surged into the sky like a roaring dragon of fire, plunging into the swarm of venomous locusts that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Wanwan fixed her gaze on the screen, her delicate face taut with concentration as she deftly maneuvered the cannon. She locked her sights on the elusive golden dots weaving through the silver torrent. The shells detonated violently within the locust swarm, unleashing fiery orbs and lethal shockwaves that wreaked havoc. Ch. Countless silver locust phantoms dissipated like bubbles in the wake of the explosions. A mother locust, its wing edges shimmering with golden light, flapped its wings at a high frequency, attempting to command the nearby phantoms for protection. A round from the 25mm cannon, as if guided by an unseen force, hurtled forth. Bang! The mother locust, along with a small area of phantom surrounding it, was obliterated into a foul, mushy paste. Experience points, 200. Bang, bang, bang. Several more precise shots rang out. Other golden mother locusts, attempting to flee or hide, were mercilessly shattered by the cannon under Lin Wan's control. Experience points, 200. Experience points, 200. With the mother locust's control severed, the dense silver curtain in the sky dissipated at a visible speed akin to a punctured balloon. Just as the Lin sisters firmly suppressed the threats on the left and above, Cheng Hao's gaze was intensely fixed on the front of the vehicle. Chapter 56. Shadow summoned beasts. In front of the vehicle stood 3 rock armor chargers. Although their numbers were few, each was at least level 30. They were clad in thick rock armor, impervious to both the vehicle's weapon systems and Lin Xinyan's infinite bullets. At that moment, the 3 rock armor chargers charged towards the RV with the ferocity of out-of-control heavy tanks, closing in to within 50 meters. Each heavy footfall sent tremors through the road, scattering fragments of stone. Su Wan bit her lip, her hand straining against the steering wheel to keep the RV on a straight course. She understood that even the slightest deviation could cause the RV to lose balance and tip over. It was clear that they could not stop the 3 behemoths from within the vehicle. They had to confront them head-on. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Hao flung open the passenger door. In a flash, he stepped outside, securing the door behind him as he landed firmly on the ground. Simultaneously, 5 distinct energy auras surged from his body. The pale gold of the diamond body, the dark hue of the Lord Summon, the silvery might of thunder power, the light azure of wind blade slash, and the crimson blaze of ashen flames. These formidable energies intertwined and erupted around him, creating a powerful wave of force that spread outward like a tangible hurricane, instantly repelling the scattered locusts that rushed toward him. Witnessing the relentless speed of the 3 rock armor chargers, Cheng Hao abruptly pressed his palm against the ground, unleashing torrents of black energy. His shadow began to writhe and transform as if it had come to life. With a thunderous roar, 3 colossal and tangible black beasts emerged from the depths of his shadow. One resembled a gigantic bear, with exposed fangs and its entire form cloaked in shadowy scales. Another took the shape of a massive python, adorned with bony wings and exhaling corrosive black mist. The last appeared as a significantly enlarged saber-toothed tiger, its limbs ablaze with a chilling flame. This manifestation was a new form of summoning, shadow beasts, that Cheng Hao acquired after advancing his Lord Summoning ability beyond level 60. Previously, he could merely exert his dominion over nearby creatures, converting them into his apostles. Now, he possessed the remarkable capacity to transmute his shadow into authentic beasts tailored to his needs. Given Cheng Hao's current player level and mastery over Lord Summoning, he could only conjure 3 shadow beasts of level 28, each lasting 3 minutes. Naturally, by lowering their levels, he could increase their numbers and prolong their presence. However, when confronting the 3 rock armored chargers, quality undoubtedly outweighed quantity. As the 3 shadow beasts materialized, they charged forth under Cheng Hao's command towards the oncoming rock armored chargers. The shadow bear roared, its powerful arms stretching wide as it lunged to embrace one charger's rocky cranium, the bone-winged python, akin to a streak of black lightning. Coiled around another's sturdy stone leg, the fiery saber-toothed tiger leapt high, its flame-wreathed claws tearing through the air toward the last charger's lower back. With a thunderous crash, the 6 titanic beings collided, the deafening sound instantly eclipsing all other noises on the highway. In the RV, not only was Su Wan left speechless, but even the sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan found themselves momentarily entranced. When did Cheng Hao acquire such a formidable and enigmatic power? After a concerted effort to recollect, they remembered that Cheng Hao had indeed demonstrated an ability to summon and control other creatures before, though he had not employed it during their monster hunts. To their astonishment, his supernatural prowess had evolved into something far more potent than they had ever anticipated. The shadow bear's arms clamped tightly around the charger's head, the immense force causing its shadowy form to quiver violently, revealing faint cracks. Yet, it successfully halted the charger's forward momentum. Meanwhile, the bone-winged python clung to the stone leg, the corrosive black mist relentlessly gnawing at the rock-hard shell, accompanied by a hissing sound. The claws of the phantom flame, saber-toothed tiger fiercely latched onto the waist of the aggressor, as the chilling flames seeped through the crevices of its rocky armor, igniting the flesh and blood within, prompting a furious roar of agony from the third assailant. The frenzied charge of the trio of rock-armored assailants was resolutely thwarted by the 3 summoned shadow beasts conjured by Cheng Hao, despite the 2-level disparity in their ranks. The shadowy forms of the summoned creatures crumbled under the brute force of the colossal rock beasts, dimming as they endured. Yet, they valiantly bought Cheng Hao the most critical moment he needed. With a tremor of his arms, his eyes blazed with the fury of a thunderstorm. He propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, fracturing the solid surface beneath him in an instant. Utilizing the recoil, he shot towards the 3 rock-armored assailants, who had been momentarily slowed and thrown off balance by the entangling shadow beasts. In midair, his fists were clenched tightly. The left fist was a tempest of raging thunder, gathering and compressing its power, crackling ominously. The right fist bore the highly concentrated embers of flame, exuding a terrifying heat that distorted the very air around it, as if the space itself were igniting. Thunderous fury, ember fist, break for me, Cheng Hao roared. His fists, imbued with the full might of thunder and flame, descended like twin colossal hammers, targeting the relatively vulnerable junction of neck and shoulder exposed by the distraction of the shadow beasts. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shattering explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Blinding bolts of lightning and searing flames engulfed the foremost 2 rock-armored assailants. The thunderous energy shattered their heavy stone shells, penetrating deep into their flesh and bone. The terrifying heat of the embers of flame melted the shattered rock into bubbling magma, igniting the muscle tissue within the assailants. Moo! The 2 struck assailants emitted chilling cries of agony. The areas hit by the thunder were blackened and extensively fractured, with electric tendrils dancing wildly amidst charred flesh. The sections affected by the embers of flame were reduced to gaping molten holes. The acrid scent of charred flesh mixed with the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Their massive bodies could no longer maintain balance, toppling like mountains with their foundations obliterated, crashing to either side with immense inertia. After a few convulsions, they ceased to draw breath. Experience point 600. Only one remained. After swiftly vanquishing the 2 rock-armored assailants, Cheng Hao landed gracefully, his movements unfaltering. The superpower of Wind Blade / activated instantaneously. Several visible pale blue wind blades, akin to high-speed rotating saws, emitted a piercing shriek as they accurately sliced towards the last remaining rock-armored assailant, locked in combat with the phantom flame saber-toothed tiger. Chapter 57. The cruelty of the world with a sharp sound, several pale, blue blades of wind sliced through the air like the razor of death, precisely targeting the vulnerable neck of the last rock armored charger. This area, previously subjected to relentless assault from shadow-summoned beasts, bore the faint cracks of prior damage. The wind blades spun at high velocity, emitting a piercing shriek, imbued with unparalleled cutting power. In an instant, the sturdy rock shell was cleaved open in several deep gashes, exposing the bone beneath. Dark red blood erupted like a high-pressure water jet. The immense pain drove the already frenzied beast into a complete frenzy. It violently tossed its head, attempting to dislodge the infernal saber-toothed tiger that had been relentlessly gnawing at its lower back. Yet, its colossal frame quaked violently from agony and rage. Staggering under the weight of its own fury, blood gushed from its neck and shoulders, staining much of its body and the ground beneath it. Cheng Hao's gaze was cold, unwavering. In the moment the wind blades inflicted grievous wounds, the elements of wind swirled at his feet, propelling his form forward like a wraith. Flames of embers surged once more upon his right fist, compressed to their utmost potential, concentrating all destructive force into the tip of his knuckles. It was over. Ember Fist. With a single, powerful strike, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a chilling sound reminiscent of rock and bone being instantaneously molten and carbonized. The organs within the rock armor charger were shattered by the force of the flames. Its movements abruptly ceased. The once ferocious glint in its eyes rapidly dimmed. Its massive body crumbled, as if all support had been extracted, crashing to the ground. Dark red flames spewed forth from its mouth and the gaping wound in its neck. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and melting stone. Experience points, 300, with the demise of the last rock armor charger. The immense shadow and oppressive aura that had enveloped the front of the fortress vehicle dissipated in an instant. Cheng Hao landed on the ground, breathing heavily. The sustained exertion of his superpowers, particularly the final concentrated ember strike, took a considerable toll on him. The intertwining halo of 5 colors around his body noticeably dimmed. Yet, he maintained an upright posture, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Inside the vehicle, Su-Wan exhaled deeply, watching the figure standing beside the 3 charred corpses outside. She felt an indescribable sense of safety and awe. As the vehicle passed her, Cheng Hao's figure flickered and returned to the interior. Turning his head, he addressed Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan behind him. Qingyan, Wan, deal with the remaining tails. Understood. With the greatest threat neutralized, a weight lifted from Lin Qingyan's heart, and she felt a significant alleviation of pressure. The lurking clawed hyenas at the edge of the fog, waiting for an opportune moment, became her next focus. In her eyes, the threat had transformed into a mere reservoir of experience. The survival skills of marksmanship were pushed to their zenith. The desert eagle in her hand once again erupted with a crisp and lethal roar. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the hyenas met their demise amidst their mournful howls, converting into experience points. Lin Wan redirected her focus to the sky. Although most of the locust mothers had been eradicated, a few stragglers still circled in the mist above, attempting to resplit their phantoms. She maneuvered the machine gun like the calmest of hunters, patiently locking on and firing. Bang, bang. The last few golden locust mothers disintegrated in explosions, restoring the sky to a muted, lifeless gray. Experience points, 220. Experience points, 200. As the final system notifications faded, the sudden onslaught of monsters was completely dismantled. The fortified RV, imbued with the scent of gunpowder, cruised steadily along the desolate highway. Inside the cabin, a sense of relaxation after survival mingled with the exhilaration of victory. They had persevered. Lin Wan slumped in her seat, her face flushed with excitement. Yet, her body felt somewhat drained. Maintaining the shield while operating the machine gun had taken a toll on her energy. She retrieved a bottle of milk from the system space, tilting her head back to drink heartily, replenishing her strength. Lin Qingyan also set down her weapon, massaging her sore wrists. Su-Wan focused intently on driving, feeling an unending surge of energy and vitality coursing through her, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. For the first time, she clearly recognized her indispensable role within this formidable team. After their recent battle, they had amassed a total of 200 experience points. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Hao proposed a distribution plan. I will take 40%, and each of you three will receive 20%. What do you think? No objections. Lin Qingyin and Lin Wan responded in unison. Although on the surface, Cheng Hao had only slain 3 rock armor chargers, netting a mere 900 experience points. Without his prior analysis of the monster's weaknesses and the strategic plan he provided, they could not have so efficiently cleared the hyenas and locusts. Suan quickly waved her hand, insisting, I merely drove the vehicle. 20% is too much. Cheng Hao corrected her. In a team operation, every member is essential. If it weren't for you, Sister Wan, keeping the RV steady on the road, we wouldn't have had such an easy time. Indeed, Sister Wan, let us refrain from speaking so formally in the future. Lin Qingyin and Lin Wan chimed in, persuading her. As the 3 of them redistributed and transferred the experience points, Su Wan gazed at the fluctuating numbers on the panel. 640 points. This experience far surpasses the sum of what she previously gained from cautiously slaying scatter monsters. A surge of warmth flooded her heart as she nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with determination. Thank you all. I shall strive to grow stronger and not hold anyone back. The RV continued its journey along the highway. Lin Wan gazed out the window at the tranquil, mist-laden areas flanking the road and tentatively inquired, Are we safe now? Does an attack only occur once a day? And after successfully fending it off, will no new monsters assault us? This question mirrored the uncertainty in Lin Qingyin and Su Wan's minds. The recent wave of attacks had been extraordinarily fierce. Had they not possessed formidable strength and impeccable teamwork, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, if such a level of assault were to persist, even if they were not slain by the monsters, sheer exhaustion could very well lead to their demise. Curious. They opened the regional chat channel. Cheng Hao did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke. He too harbored doubts. But with the system providing no definitive answers, he was left to seek clues and conduct his own analysis. Upon entering the chat channel, their expressions darkened. The once vivid red numeral indicating online players, previously 10,000, now ominously displayed 291710000. Fewer than 3,000 remained. This signified that within mere minutes after the protection period ended, over 7,000 players had either perished or gone completely missing. The chilling numbers spoke more eloquently than any words could about the brutality of this world. Chapter 58. Intelligence information, though the numbers had dwindled significantly. The chat channel continued to refresh with a flurry of messages. ID 9528. Help. My truck is surrounded by monsters. They are about to overturn the vehicle. Someone near my coordinates. Please come help me. Wingless bird, it's over. All is lost. Our team of 5 is down to just me. My captain was trampled into mush while trying to divert that spiked monster. I doubt I will last much longer. This is likely my final message. Spade, ha. This is exhilarating. I'm still alive. I've taken down over 10 acid-spitting lizards. The experience is pouring in. Is anyone nearby who can team up with me? Let us fight out and seize resources. Port doesn't take care. Damn it. This ridiculous shelter rule. I finally found a glowing blue warehouse and managed to catch my breath, only to see a 2-hour countdown appear over my head. The roars of monsters outside have not ceased, and the banging on the door is relentless. After 2 hours, will I not simply be walking to my death? Iron Hand Aqiang, Region, Shelter Number 3. Urgently seeking a healer. My brother has been pierced through the lung by a poisonous stinger and is on the brink of death. Who has healing potions or abilities? Heal my brother, and I will reward you handsomely. Lin Feng, do not trust the distress coordinates. They are traps. They are fake. Our team went to rescue someone, and as we approached the coordinates, we were ambushed by a group of scoundrels armed with homemade Molotov cocktails and crossbow bolts. They stole our vehicle and fled. The hearts of men can be more treacherous than monsters. Blood Butcher, huh? A bunch of useless fools. They couldn't even withstand the first wave of assault. They deserve to be eliminated. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. I am right here on the main road, with 3 monster heads tied to my car roof as trophies. Anyone who dares to challenge me or seeks their demise can come and have a go. Cheng Hao quickly scanned the chat messages, his fingers gliding swiftly across the virtual interface, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, his movements halted as he locked onto a name, Desert Lone Eagle. This was a familiar acquaintance with whom he had previously traded fresh water for upgrade materials. Cheng Hao sent a brief private message. Brother, how are you? A moment later, the reply came, "Big boss. Haha, I knew you'd be fine. Things are good on my end. I had a stroke of luck last night and opened a high-level superpower treasure chest. I could transform the materials I find into mech beasts. I just faced a wave of insects and 2 armored rhinos, all dealt with by my mech beast. By the way, do you still have water? Could you send me a case? As usual, just give me a list of the upgrade materials you need. I don't have much else, but I guarantee I have enough upgrade materials." After reading his message, Cheng Hao realized he indeed needed to reinforce his RV's defenses and craft new weapons. Additionally, Lin Qingyan's Desert Eagle was nearing its limits regarding her power requirements. Thus, after locating several blueprints in the system, he sent over the list of necessary upgrade materials. Before long, Desert Lone Eagle transmitted a plethora of upgrade materials into Cheng Hao's system space. In return, Cheng Hao dispatched a case of 24 bottles of mineral water to him. Desert Lone Eagle, water received. Thank you, big boss. This cursed place is inundated with monsters, coming in waves without pause. I must prepare to face them. Also, big boss, it seems your coordinates are in the same area as that fellow named Blood Butcher in the chat channel. He is not to be trifled with. So if you encounter him, please exercise caution. After sending his message, Desert Lone Eagle's avatar dimmed, clearly focused on the imminent threat. Blood Butcher? Upon seeing Desert Lone Eagle's message, Cheng Hao instinctively sought out Blood Butcher's avatar. Clicking on it, he discovered that, indeed, they were in the same region. However, according to the Omniscient Exploration ability's hint, Blood Butcher was currently over 100 kilometers away, rendering the likelihood of an encounter exceedingly low. Even if they did cross paths, Cheng Hao felt no fear. After perusing the chat channel's messages for a while longer, Cheng Hao exited. Simultaneously, he gestured to the 3 women, who promptly followed suit and exited the chat group, their beautiful eyes fixated on Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao pondered for a moment before meticulously presenting the crucial information he had gleaned from the chat channel and the Desert Lone Eagle. Firstly, based on the experiences recounted by others, it is evident that the monster attacks are not a singular occurrence. It is my conjecture that these assaults are entirely random in nature. If fortune smiles upon us, we may go an entire day without encountering any beast. However, should we find ourselves unfortunate, one wave of attacks may conclude only to be followed closely by another. Thus far, the highest level monsters we have encountered are all at level 30, so there is no immediate cause for concern regarding the sudden appearance of creatures far beyond our capabilities. Secondly, concerning the temporary refuge, it is a lifeline granted by the system to players, yet it is by no means a guarantee of survival. One can only remain there for a maximum of 2 hours, during which time it may even attract monsters to the vicinity. Once the time limit expires, if the gathered monsters have not dispersed, it will spell our doom. Thirdly, within this world, the most formidable threats do not solely stem from monsters, but also from other players. This is a reality we have already come to understand. Therefore, we must remain vigilant of others at all times. Cheng Hao's analysis struck Lin Qingyan and the other 2 like a cold hammer, shattering the last remnants of their hope. Indeed, after perusing the chat content, they had already steeled themselves for the inevitable. The monster attacks would not cease after just one wave. After a brief pause, Lin Qingyan was the first to speak. Rather than praying for the monsters to spare us, we should focus on continuously enhancing our own strength. As long as we keep growing stronger, surpassing the might of the attacking monsters, we need not live in fear. Seeing Lin Qingyan's resolve, Cheng Hao nodded in appreciation and added, "Qingyan is absolutely right. Thus, enhancing our own strength is paramount. My plan is that rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative to hunt the monsters, just as we did before. The more experience points we acquire, the stronger we become. As Qingyan has stated, as long as our player levels consistently exceed the monster levels assigned by the system, we shall no longer have to live in apprehension." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan immediately shook her small fist, her expression earnest as she declared, "We must become stronger, tougher, more ruthless." Someone also nodded vigorously, "Yes, I agree. To be on the safe side, let us first reinforce our fortress RV before we set out. I have already retrieved the blueprints. Each of us only needs to contribute 500 experience points. Additionally, Qingyan, it is time for you to forge a new weapon. A mere Desert Eagle will not suffice against more formidable monsters." Chapter 59, Seraphim Laser Cannon. Upon hearing Cheng Hao mention his weapon, Lin Qingyan readily expressed her agreement. "Indeed, I have been contemplating the creation of a weapon as well. Since that is the case, let us take advantage of this lull in monster activity and begin at once. With that, Cheng Hao accessed the system interface, his fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual screen. A complex diagram of a mechanical structure was projected onto the window of the vehicle. As Lin Qingyan and the others transferred their respective 500 experience points to Cheng Hao, he tapped the screen, and the experience points, along with a substantial amount of upgrading materials previously acquired, were promptly consumed. With a resonant hum, the entire mobile fortress was enveloped in a warm, white energy. The core control center within the fortress emitted a deep rumble. Countless streams of silver energy, reminiscent of liquid metal, merged into the vehicle's body. Every aspect, from the windows to the body, doors, and tires, underwent significant enhancement. The originally rugged exterior was swiftly cloaked in a new layer of silver-gray armor, glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. Simultaneously, a tremendous mechanical whirring resonated from above. The existing cannon turret was enveloped in a sphere of energy, and in an instant, it transformed into a larger, more technologically advanced base. At the center of this base stood the slender, prism-structured laser cannon named Seraphim, which required a staggering 1,500 experience points to construct. This was indeed the centerpiece of Cheng Hao's upgrade. The entire upgrading process lasted approximately 10 minutes. As the white light dissipated, the mobile fortress emerged entirely renewed. The vehicle's lines were now more robust and fluid. The new silver-gray armor exuded an indomitable sense of power. The windows sparkled with clarity, yet imparted an overwhelming sense of security. The azure-hued laser cannon atop emanated a chilling aura of destruction. Wow, it's stunning. Lin Wan stood before the vehicle, her face flushed with excitement as she beheld the transformed exterior, feeling as though they had acquired a super tank, especially the laser cannon on the roof, which surpassed the coolness of those seen in science fiction films. Cheng Hao nodded in satisfaction and introduced to the three women. This Seraphim laser cannon is not just visually impressive, its power is astonishing. One shot can penetrate the armor defense of level 30 monsters. It only requires 200 experience points to recharge daily, allowing for unlimited rapid fire, making it quite economical. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Lin Qingyan. Qingyan, what kind of weapon are you planning to forge? I've already made my choice. Take a look. Lin Qingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tapped, revealing a weapon blueprint on her system interface. A menacing, violently aesthetic heavy sniper rifle named Barrett Armor Piercer. After reviewing the relevant information, Cheng Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, this weapon is impressive. Combined with your infinite ammunition and shooting prowess, it will elevate your lethality to new heights. Paired with the Desert Eagle, it will excel at both long and short ranges. I will now transfer the required materials to you. Great. Lin Qingyan nodded enthusiastically. Upon receiving the upgrading materials, she immediately consumed her experience points to commence the weapon crafting process. Amidst a brilliant cocoon of white light, the sounds of metal clashing and components assembling resonated intensely. Each piece seemed to be imbued with life, coming together with precision and swiftness. This entire process lasted approximately 5 minutes. As the final, deep, and penetrating metallic reverberation echoed, a Barrett rifle, dark and ominous with a long and menacing barrel, its lines imbued with the aesthetics of violence and subtle gray-white energy patterns coursing along its body, materialized before Lin Qingyan, suspended in midair. She extended her palm. The cold metallic touch and powerful energy emanating from the weapon enchanted her. It was truly magnificent. Lin Qingyan felt an extraordinary sense of connection with her new firearm, as if it were an extension of her own bloodline, her eyes radiating an astonishing brilliance. She steadied the hefty Barrett, gazing through the technologically advanced energy scope into the distant mist, a profound sense of mastery over life and death surging within her. The Desert Eagle was deftly reinserted into her thigh holster, serving as her close-range defense weapon. With the Fortress RV having undergone a transformative upgrade, Lin Qingyan's combat prowess received a critical enhancement. Consequently, the sense of impending danger that had previously loomed over the group dissipated, replaced by an insatiable thirst for greater power. Particularly for Lin Qingyan, she could hardly wait to wield her Barrett against monstrous foes. With that, Cheng Hao wasted no time, addressing Su Wan. Sister Wan, let us proceed. Qingyan, Wan, remain alert. Our hunting ground lies along this path. Understood. The three women replied in unison, their voices brimming with strength and confidence. Wan lightly pressed the accelerator, the upgraded Fortress RV resembling a colossal beast clad in new armor. It let out a low, powerful roar as it surged forward along the desolate road. Approximately 10 minutes later, Cheng Hao, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke. At the 4 o'clock position to the right, there is an energy reaction. A level 30 armored rhinoceros, formidable in defense and swift in movement. Its weakness lies in its eyes, but they are well protected, surrounded by armor. Qingyan, Wan, this task is yours. Wan, take control of the cherubim laser cannon and test its might. Qingyan, you shall utilize your Barrett. You each have but one opportunity to shoot. Should you miss, the rhinoceros will surely unleash its fury, and I will have to take over. Understood, the sisters replied simultaneously, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Lin Wan eagerly rubbed her hands together and promptly took control of the laser cannon atop the vehicle. The crimson optical sight locked onto the target in an instant. As Lin Wan tapped the screen, the azure cannon muzzle began to gather an ominous heat and energy. The charging time was only 0.5 seconds. A blinding beam of blue light pierced the air, instantly tearing apart the misty expanse on one side of the road. A pained and furious roar echoed Mu. As the brilliance faded, a colossal armored rhinoceros was revealed, bearing a gaping wound the size of a basin on its heavy shoulder armor. The surrounding area was charred and emitting wisps of smoke. Although it did not meet an immediate demise, the beast was evidently gravely injured, its movements becoming unsteady. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the laser's impact, a thunderous gunshot erupted. Lin Qingyan's Barrett rifle. Through the scope, she accurately captured the rhinoceros' eyes, which widened momentarily in agony. With a soft thud, the bullet penetrated its brain. The massive creature stiffened abruptly, as if its spine had been severed, and then collapsed with a resounding crash. Experience points, 300. Yay! Lin Wan cheered, exhilarated by the weapon's power, which far exceeded her expectations. After all, prior to this, it would have been impossible to breach the defenses of a level 30 monster with that machine gun. Yet now, the two sisters had achieved a feat of overcoming a foe of higher rank. This victory was far more invigorating than merely acquiring 300 experience points. Wan observed the swift and decisive long-range kill, feeling a profound sense of security brought forth by the upgraded RV, which elicited a subtle smile at the corners of her mouth. After dispatching the solitary armored rhinoceros, the RV continued its journey. After traveling several kilometers, Cheng Hao, who had been calm until then, suddenly stiffened. He sat up straight and addressed the three women. Prepare yourselves, the second wave of monsters is approaching. Chapter 60. Mantis Slayer. Cheng Hao's warning struck like cold water, swiftly dispelling the light-hearted atmosphere that lingered from their earlier effortless kill of the armored rhinoceros. The expressions of the three women tensed immediately. Utilizing his Omniscient Exploration ability, Cheng Hao organized the information acquired and explained. The creatures we are about to face are known as Mantis Slayers. Quantity, 20. Level, 30. They appear as humanoid mantises, approximately 3 meters tall, with their arms evolved into massive bone blades. They possess incredible speed and explosive power, with attacks that inflict high-frequency vibrational slicing effects. Their shells are well-armored, but their joints are relatively weak. He then began to assign roles and strategize. Sister 1, maintain your speed and drive in a straight line. No matter what happens, do not stop the vehicle. This is the only way to prevent the RV from being overturned by those monsters. Rest assured, I will not make any mistakes. Wan nodded firmly. Wan, you must deploy the shield to protect the vehicle. Simultaneously, control the Seraphim laser cannon to engage in attack. Understood. Lin Wan replied brightly as the barrel of the Seraphim adjusted slightly on the control panel. At last, Cheng Hao turned to Lin Qingyan and said, Qingyan, your objective is to disrupt those mantises attempting to gather strength from afar or preparing to launch long-range blade attacks. It is imperative that you interrupt their charge. Simultaneously, remain vigilant for opportunities to finish off targets severely wounded by the Seraphim. Remember, their vulnerability lies in their joints. Understood? Lin Qingyan's voice was calm as ice as she positioned the Barrett rifle at the car window's shooting aperture, the cold metal of the gun pressed against her cheek. Her breathing transformed, becoming long and steady. In an instant, she entered a state of absolute focus. As for the mantises charging at the forefront, leave them to me. A fierce glint flashed in Cheng Hao's eyes, and before his words faded, his figure shot out of the car like a cannonball. In a moment, the car door closed. 5 distinct auras of energy erupted explosively. Hiss! Simultaneously, the piercing sound of insects shattered the air. The first wave of 3 mantis slashers lunged forth from the mist like phantoms. They wielded 2 massive front limbs, their bone blades sending out high-frequency shockwaves. Striking fiercely at Cheng Hao. Lord Summon, Shadow, Summoned Beasts. Cheng Hao pressed his palm firmly against the ground, and his shadow began to writhe, giving rise to 3 colossal shadow beasts before him. Roar! The shadow giant bear roared, its broad paws lunging forward to clash directly against the 2 intersecting bone blades. The shrill sound of metal scraping and the explosive roar of energy echoed in succession. Deep fissures marred the shadow bear's arms, yet its enormous body steadfastly withstood the impact, forcing one mantis slasher to retreat. The bone-winged giant python, like a black lightning bolt, coiled around another mantis slasher's lower half. Corrosive black mist surged forth, attempting to erode its joints. The spectral flame saber-toothed tiger leapt high, its claws ablaze with ghostly fire, aiming for the head of the last mantis. Upon witnessing this, the mantis slasher swiftly swung its forelimb blades, blocking with astonishing speed. The clash of spectral flames and bone blades sent sparks flying. Almost simultaneously as Cheng Hao summoned the shadow beast to engage, the Seraphim laser cannon atop the car emitted a deafening shriek. Boom! A blinding blue beam tore through the air, striking precisely at another mantis slasher that had emerged swiftly from the mist, aiming to slash at the RV's tires. The mantis was blasted away by the immense energy, crashing deep into the mist by the roadside. A massive crater was left in its body, from which a copious green fluid oozed. However, as its wings continued to flutter, it appeared to be recovering from its injuries. Bang! At that moment, Lin Xinyan's Barrett unleashed a faint whistling sound. A specially crafted armor-piercing round accurately penetrated the head of the mantis slasher, which was evidently gathering some form of self-healing energy. The verdant liquid mingled with fragments of exoskeleton erupted violently. The mantis slasher's charge was abruptly interrupted, causing its body to tilt backward and crash heavily to the ground. Experience points 300. With the assistance of the 2 sisters, Cheng Hao no longer needed to divide his attention to deal with the ambushing mantis slashers. He charged into the front line like a tiger among sheep. Death, his left fist, imbued with the compressed might of thunder, struck forth like a silver dragon emerging from its lair, delivering a fierce blow to a mantis slasher that had been staggered by the shadow giant bear. The ferocious power of thunder surged relentlessly. The mantis slasher's entire body became paralyzed and rigid from the electric shock. Seizing the moment, Cheng Hao swung his right arm with force. The wind sickles danced wildly. Several pale blue, high-speed wind blades sliced through the exposed neck joint of the mantis slasher, which was in a state of paralysis. With a hiss, green liquid splattered. The mantis's head, along with a portion of its thorax, was cleanly severed by the wind blades. The massive headless corpse collapsed to the ground with a thud. Experience points 300. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. The mantis slashers exhibited astonishing combat instincts and coordination. They no longer charged blindly, but instead utilized their speed to weave through the mist, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages. As the bone blade swung, visible high-frequency shockwave slashes detached from their edges, akin to invisible shockwaves, striking fiercely at the RV and Cheng Hao. Bang! 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 Several shockwave slashes collided violently against the shield maintained by Lin Wanwan. The golden barrier trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum, its brilliance dimming momentarily. Lin Wanwan stifled a groan, her face paling, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, restoring the golden glow of the shield. In the meantime, the Seraphim unleashed its laser cannon once more. Subsequently, another mantis slasher, attempting to pounce from the rooftop's blind spot, was shot down mid-air. Just as it prepared to unleash its power and heal its body, Lin Xinyan's Barrett accurately fired a bullet. With each gunshot, a mantis slasher attempting to charge was either decapitated or had its joints shattered. Thus, even with impeccable coordination, the mantis slashers were unable to mount an attack on the RV's body. On the ground, Cheng Hao danced as if on the edge of a blade. His figure moved like a wraith, evading the lethal bone blade strikes with the enhancement of wind elements. With the force of thunder, he dodged an attack and swiftly repositioned himself. He targeted the mantis slasher, delivering a furious, thunderous punch to the junction of its chest and abdomen, creating a charred, gaping hole. Experience points, 300. The three shadow-summoned beasts, under the relentless assault of the mantis swarm, faced constant disintegration and dimming. One arm of the shadow giant bear was severed, a segment of the bone-winged python's tail was lopped off, and the shadow saber-toothed tiger bore deep gashes across its body. However, under Cheng Hao's command, they remained fiercely entangled with their respective adversaries, creating opportunities for a decisive strike. The battle was intense and brutal. The number of mantis slayers was swiftly diminishing, yet the remaining individuals attacked with even greater ferocity. Suddenly, a mantis slayer, significantly larger than the others, with a shell exhibiting a dark golden hue, emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. It abandoned its assault on the summoned beast, dragging its enormous bone blade behind it. Its body lowered. The muscles in its hind legs bulged, transforming into a streak of dark golden light, surging towards Cheng Hao at a speed surpassing all previous encounters. Chapter 61. Shift in mindset, be careful. The three women in the vehicle exclaimed in unison, their hearts nearly leaping into their throats as they witnessed the golden mantis slayer viciously lunging at Cheng Hao. The speed of this dark golden mantis slayer was ghostly, clearly distinct from the others. The dark red energy coalescing on its bone blade exuded a chilling aura of destruction, bearing down on Cheng Hao's back. Just moments prior, Cheng Hao had severely injured another mantis slayer with the flames of incineration, seemingly still reeling from the exertion. As the bone blade approached for a strike, Cheng Hao's lips suddenly curled into a cold smirk. "I've been waiting for you." He had long since noted this dark golden mantis slayer. Although its power level matched that of the other mantis slayers, it was significantly superior in size, speed, and strength. Lin Xinyan and Lin Nuan had collaborated on several attacks, yet had failed to vanquish it. Now, it had set its sights on him. Just as the bone blade was about to make contact, the power of thunder surged forth in an instant. A blinding silver-white lightning erupted from beneath Cheng Hao's feet. His figure flickered as if teleporting, leaving a blurred, arcing afterimage in its wake. His true self had already appeared 5 meters behind the dark golden mantis slayer. The strike, which the mantis slayer had deemed inevitable, crashed into the lightning afterimage left by Cheng Hao. The violent energy shattered the afterimage, and the residual force carved 2 deep trenches into the ground. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in its enormous compound eyes, clearly unprepared for such an inexplicable disappearance. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Cheng Hao's eyes flashed with fierce intensity as he swiftly crossed his hands before his chest, forming seals. The wind element gathered rapidly in his left palm, swirling and emitting a piercing shriek. The flames of incineration surged and compressed in his right palm, the searing heat causing the air to warp. Wind and flame rift slash. He thrust his palms forward with great force. Several high-speed, pale blue wind blades were instantly infused with the highly compressed flames of incineration. The wind blades transformed from mere cutting instruments into spiraling fire drills, entwined with blazing white flames, spinning rapidly within. The target was aimed squarely at the translucent wings of the dark golden mantis behind, which vibrated at high speed. The fire drill bit accurately and precisely burrowed into the base of the insect's wings with a sharp whirring sound, accompanied by the explosive cracking of chitin and the searing of flames, all merging into a chaotic symphony. Green ichor and burning fragments of insect wings splattered everywhere. In but a second, those wings, capable of supporting its super speed movement, were reduced to charred debris amidst the tempest of wind and fire. Deprived of its wings, the dark golden mantis slasher, akin to a bird with its wings severed, abruptly halted its forward momentum. Its massive body, propelled by inertia, crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Intense pain and the loss of balance plunged it into a momentary disarray. The dark, golden exoskeleton heaved violently, emitting a cacophony of furious and anguished screeches. Now, fire! Inside the vehicle, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan had long been poised for action. Seraphim, fire! Lin Wan's small face flushed with excitement, her gaze resolute as she directed the laser cannon to unleash a beam. Bang! Simultaneously, Lin Qingyan fired her Barrett, aiming for the relatively vulnerable connection point of the mantis slasher's compound eyes, now exposed due to its excruciating pain. A blue laser beam, an especially designed armor-piercing round, adorned with gray-white spirals, struck the target almost simultaneously. Boom! The blinding blue light and the explosion's flames instantaneously engulfed the mantis slasher's head and upper body. There was no struggle, no cries of despair. When the brilliance faded, all that remained was a vast charred crater. The head and upper body of the dark golden mantis slasher had utterly vanished, leaving only the charred remains of its lower half, still twitching and emitting wisps of smoke. Experience points, 300. The instant demise of the leader became the final straw that broke the back of the mantis horde. The remaining mantis slashers emitted terrified screeches, instantly losing their will to fight, fluttering their wings in preparation to flee. But how could Cheng Hao allow these experience points to slip away? He urged Su Wan to push the RV to its utmost speed, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing mantis slashers. Simultaneously, he directed Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan to take aim at the wings of the mantis slashers for sniping. Meanwhile, he summoned the powers of wind and lightning to their zenith. At the first sign of a mantis slasher revealing a weakness, he would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. Soon, the last mantis slasher was blasted to smithereens. The highway fell into an immediate silence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of char and the pungent odor of insect fluids. Cheng Hao stood still, breathing heavily. The intense battle had indeed taken a toll on him. The fortified RV gradually came to a halt. The door swung open, and Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan rushed out first, followed closely by Su Wan. Cheng Hao, how are you? Lin Qingyan rushed forward, her eyes filled with concern and trepidation as she observed the battle scars on Cheng Hao's body. The recent ambush by the mantis leader had been exceedingly perilous. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Cheng Hao waved his hand dismissively. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Wan had conjured a healing shield, enveloping him in its warmth. A soothing current coursed through his body, and Cheng Hao felt his mental and physical strength rapidly rejuvenating. In mere moments, his fatigue vanished without a trace, restoring him to his peak condition. Cheng Hao couldn't help but marvel at the comfort of having a healer by his side. After a brief respite, the group returned to their vehicle. Cheng Hao redistributed the experience points gained from their encounter. 20 level 30 mana slayers had yielded a total of 6,000 experience points. He allocated 3,000 points to himself and 1,000 points each to the three women. The trio unanimously agreed with Cheng Hao's division of points. Not only had he personally vanquished a significant portion of the mantis slayers, justifying his share, but even adopting a purely egalitarian approach would have rendered their team mediocre, lacking an absolute powerhouse. Previous battles had demonstrated that Cheng Hao's role as the central pillar was essential for their quartet's continued triumph over monsters. According to the leveling rules, ascending from level 20 to level 30 required 1,000 experience points per level, while advancing from level 30 to level 40 necessitated 3,000 points per level. Consequently, Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan each expended 2,000 experience points, raising their levels by 2. The Lin sisters reached level 26, and Su Wan attained level 22. As for Cheng Hao, after consuming the full 6,000 experience points, he elevated himself to level 32. The remaining scattered experience points were deposited into the Fortress RV system, given that the operation of the entire vehicle, including its power, water, electricity, gas, and onboard weapon systems, required experience points for maintenance. With their experience points consumed, each member of the quartet experienced a further enhancement in strength. This left them more eager for the journey ahead. Lin Wan had completely shed her earlier anxieties, gazing out the window with a carefree expression. Level 30 monsters aren't that formidable. I'm starting to wish for more of them to come our way. That way, we can all level up even faster. Upon hearing Lin Wan's somewhat smug yet carefree remarks, The vehicle's interior erupted with muffled laughter. Lin Qingyan, with a hint of irritation, ruffled her sister's hair, saying, "You silly girl, if those poor souls in the chat channel, who are being relentlessly pursued by monsters, were to hear you, they would surely drown you in a deluge of spittle." Upon hearing this, Suwon couldn't help but retort, "Wan, your words are truly too ostentatious." Her gaze drifted through the car window, fixed on the swirling, seemingly endless gray mist outside, and she murmured, "Just yesterday, I was huddled in that dilapidated truck, scarcely daring to breathe loudly, lest I attract a monster." With such thoughts, she turned her attention to the calm figure in the passenger seat. Through the rearview mirror, she observed the vibrant Lin's sisters, her heart swelling with an indescribable sense of relief and gratitude. "It is solely due to Cheng Hao's decision that I find myself here, piloting this futuristic fortress RV, even beginning to anticipate the arrival of monsters to grant us experience. This feeling is utterly surreal." Cheng Hao responded with a smile. "Strength is the ultimate truth. In a sense, Wan is correct. If we wish to grow stronger, we must slay more monsters. If the monsters do not come to us, we must seek them out." However, reality seemed to play a cruel joke on them. The Fortress RV had been traveling along the highway for over 3 hours, yet the fog on either side remained tumultuous, the desolate scenery unchanged. The anticipated horde of monsters had inexplicably vanished. Not a single zombie or low-tier creature could be spotted. The highway was eerily silent, save for the roar of the engine and the sound of tires crushing the pavement. Lin Wan's initial excitement gradually morphed into boredom, her little head nodding as she began to doze off. Lin Qingyan, too, set aside her Barrett, leaning back in her seat to rest her eyes. Suwon remained focused on driving, though a hint of uncertainty flickered in her gaze. Cheng Hao furrowed his brow. This unusual calmness stirred a sense of vigilance within him. He continuously activated his Omniscient Exploration, his formidable perception functioning like an invisible radar, scanning the fog-laden areas along the highway. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing. No energy signatures from monsters, no stench of zombies, not even a glimmer of light indicating a resource chest. This area seemed entirely devoid of life, transformed into a pure, desolate wasteland. It was unsettlingly quiet. Cheng Hao murmured to himself. This emptiness felt even more oppressive than facing a horde of monsters. Just as he was growing bored, verging on irritation, an extremely conspicuous, unnatural energy focal point suddenly appeared within the range of his Omniscient Exploration. This energy source was neither the violent aura of a monster nor the gentle glow of a treasure chest. It is a unique energy field, bound by stringent rules. HM? Cheng Hao abruptly straightened his posture, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "What is it, Cheng Hao?" Suwon immediately sensed his change and inquired. Lin Qingyan also opened her eyes in an instant, gripping her firearm tightly. Lin Wan rubbed her eyes, groggily asking, "Brother Cheng, what is it? Is there a monster approaching?" "It is not a monster." Cheng Hao's voice carried a weight of seriousness, tinged with the thrill of a groundbreaking discovery. "A new instance has appeared ahead." "An instance?" Suwon paused, her face reflecting confusion. "What does that entail?" "Yet," Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan exclaimed in surprise. "Is it akin to that amusement park and zoo we encountered before?" "Indeed, it is." Cheng Hao nodded affirmatively. "However, this instance is set in a roadside hotel." As he spoke, he shared the information he had sensed onto the vehicle screen. Marker 14. Approximately 14 kilometers from the current location, mysterious hotel. Instance type, rule-based puzzle. Allowed participants, 18 individuals. Difficulty, level, instance description, once a thriving establishment. The Red Moon Grand Hotel has become a forbidden zone following a bizarre murder case. All staff and guests have transformed into enigmatic entities. Unraveling the true culprit behind these heinous acts may quell the vengeful spirits and lift the curse that shrouds this hotel of death. Completion condition. Identify the murderer responsible for the deaths of all hotel personnel within 2 hours. Completion reward. 15,000 experience points. 1 superpower treasure chest. Failure penalty. Each individual loses 3,000 experience points. If experience points are insufficient, levels will be reduced accordingly. Instance rules. Exercise caution with force. The hotel staff and guests, being parties to the case, will provide relevant clues. Thus, force must not be employed against them. After the incident, the powerful resentment of the deceased attracts numerous dark entities that will obstruct players from obtaining clues and uncovering the truth. Players may eliminate such dark entities as needed for their investigations. Limited identifications. The team entering the instance possesses a number of identifications equal to the number of members, current team, for identifications. Each identification must clearly state the target's identity and motive or key evidence. Special reminder: there is only one murderer, who possesses no special abilities. Time constraint. Once inside the hotel, players cannot leave before 2 hours have elapsed. If the countdown ends without identifying the murderer, or if all identifications are spent without finding the true culprit, it will be deemed a failure. Gazing at the screen, with the ominous words "mysterious hotel" shining in crimson, and the subsequent rules and requirements laid bare, the atmosphere within the vehicle fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Lin Wan finally broke the silence and murmured, "Upon entering the hotel, we must refrain from employing force. We must uncover the true culprit through relevant clues to complete our mission. Each of us has but one opportunity to identify the assailant, which means collectively we have a mere 4 chances. Should we err all 4 times or exceed 2 hours, it shall be deemed a failure." After speaking, she turned to Cheng Hao and asked, "Brother Cheng, my understanding is correct, is it not?" Cheng Hao nodded. "Indeed, that is correct." He then cast his gaze upon the 3 women and inquired, "What say you? Are you inclined to give it a try? If we fail, we shall collectively lose 12,000 experience points. However, should we succeed, we stand to gain 15,000 experience points, along with a superpower treasure chest." It must be said, the rewards offered by this system are indeed enticing. To his surprise, the 3 women expressed no dissent. Instead, they turned in unison towards Cheng Hao and declared, "We shall follow your lead." Cheng Hao let out a wry smile and replied, "Since you all are in agreement, there is no reason for hesitation. Sister Wan, according to the map's guidance, let us proceed to that peculiar hotel." Chapter 63. The Eerie Hotel. Very well. With Cheng Hao having given the directive, Su Wan responded affirmatively and commenced driving the RV, guided by the map. As they departed the main road and traversed a particularly dense fog that seemed to absorb light, when the mist dispersed, a hotel of retro style, yet emanating an aura of decay and eeriness, stood abruptly on the roadside. The hotel boasted 5 stories, its exterior adorned with dark red bricks, many of which had crumbled, revealing the ashen walls beneath. A massive neon sign reading Red Moon Hotel hung above the entrance, its letters flickering dimly in a muted crimson glow. Most of the windows were shattered, gaping like countless watchful eyes. In front of the hotel, a modest parking lot awaited. As the fortified RV slowly rolled in and occupied a parking space, it activated the corresponding protective mechanism. Simultaneously, the heavy glass revolving door, fitted with a brass handle, opened silently by itself. A figure emerged. No, rather, it seemed to drift forth. It was a female attendant clad in a red uniform skirt. Her makeup was so meticulously applied that she resembled a mannequin. Her complexion as pale as parchment, lips adorned with vivid crimson lipstick, and a rigid smile etched upon her face. Like a marionette, she bowed deeply towards the RV and proclaimed, "Welcome." Immediately thereafter, 2 middle-aged women in faded blue housekeeping uniforms sprang forth from within. Their postures were exceedingly peculiar, with arms hanging limply at their sides like broken wings. With legs that seemed to have been fitted with springs, she bounced forward, her face contorted in a peculiar expression that oscillated between laughter and tears, continuously mumbling, "Guests have arrived. Quickly tidy up. The manager insists it must be clean. Otherwise, there will be a deduction." After uttering these words, she grasped a broom and swept back and forth in the vacant space outside the hotel. This bizarre scene left those inside the vehicle momentarily stunned. Lin Wan, frightened, clutched her sister's arm tightly. Lin Xin felt a chill run down her spine, yet did not dare to show her fear with Lin Wan beside her. Su Wan's face turned ashen. In contrast, Cheng Hao appeared remarkably calm, casting a fleeting glance at the female attendant before quietly stating, "Do not worry. While they may seem strange, according to the rules, they will not harm us." Based on the timeline, they remain unaware of their demise, their memories frozen in the hours surrounding the incident. Thus, we must engage with them extensively to unearth clues. Only in this manner can we identify the singular perpetrator hidden among them and fulfill the task at hand. With that, he opened the car door and, before stepping out, reiterated, "Remember the rules, remain composed, and observe closely." Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, the three women nodded in understanding. After exchanging glances, they followed Cheng Hao out of the camper van. The attendant approached them, still wearing that mask-like smile, unchanged and unyielding. "Esteemed guests, please follow me for your check-in." "Very well," Cheng Hao responded with a nod, leading the three women behind the attendant into the hotel. The hotel lobby was spacious but shrouded in an unsettling darkness, illuminated only by a few wall sconces emitting a ghastly green light. The air was thick with a musty odor of dust mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood. Behind the counter stood two uniformed clerks, their faces equally pale and adorned with rigid smiles. "Please present your identification." With a mere thought, Cheng Hao summoned the system to generate 4 identification cards bearing their images, which he calmly handed over. He noted the name tags of the 2 clerks. One was named Li Lin Lin, and the other, Xiaofeng. Li Lin Lin, with her cold fingers, took the identification cards. Her movements stiff as she typed on a dust-covered computer behind the counter, producing a jarring clatter. After a brief moment, she lifted her gaze, her lifeless eyes scanning Cheng Hao and the others. "Registration is complete. Esteemed guests, your room is on the 4th floor, room 404. She emphasized the number 404, and the corners of her mouth appeared to stretch into a more eerie grin. "Here is your room card. Please keep it safe." It seemed she assumed that Cheng Hao and the others would be sharing the same room. In light of this, Cheng Hao chose not to elaborate further. In truth, under such circumstances, if he were to suggest that the 3 women share separate accommodations, they would likely be even more reluctant to comply. "Thank you," Cheng Hao responded, taking the identity card and room key. Meanwhile, the service attendant named Huang Xinxin, who had greeted them at the door and wore a name tag, bowed and gestured, "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." With that, she led them to the elevator. The elevator was spacious, yet its walls were marred by rust and obscure stains. The lighting within was dim, with flickering bulbs that emitted a faint buzzing sound. As the elevator ascended, it produced strange, scraping noises and the clanking of chains, as if it might plummet at any moment. In the confined space, all that could be discerned was Huang Xinxin's rigid silhouette and the intermittent flicker of light. The atmosphere was stifling to the point of suffocation. With a jarring chime, the elevator doors slowly opened. "We have arrived at the 4th floor." Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan could not help but exhale in relief. Had they remained in the elevator any longer, they might have struggled to breathe. Stepping out of the elevator, they entered the corridor. The passageway was adorned with a dark red carpet, faded and tarnished with age. Though soft underfoot, it absorbed all sound. The walls were clad in deep green wallpaper, much of which had peeled away to reveal the moldy surface beneath. The wall sconces were of an old-fashioned design, encased in wrought iron, casting a flickering yellow light that distorted shadows across the walls. Simultaneously, Cheng Hao noticed that the musty and metallic scent in the air had intensified. On either side of the corridor stood a series of closed doors, their numbers barely discernible in the dim light. 401, 402, 403, leading to their own room, 404. The sequence continued up to 414 at the corridor's end. Huang Xinxin halted before room 404 and swiped the key card across the lock. With a soft beep, the door swung open. "Esteemed guests, please enter and make yourselves comfortable." Huang Xinxin turned, her face still adorned with that unchanging, rigid smile. "Dinner will be served at 7 p.m. in the dining area on the 1st floor. Please be punctual." With that, she departed, her footsteps stiff and measured as she returned to the elevator. The 4 entered room 404. The suite was spacious, yet equally dilapidated. The living room's sofa was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, and the heavy dark red curtains were drawn tightly shut. The bedroom featured 2 double beds, their linens relatively clean but faded and imbued with a sense of antiquity. The bathroom door stood ajar, revealing old white ceramic tiles and a faucet tarnished with rust. As the door closed behind them, cutting off the eerie atmosphere of the corridor, Lin Wan finally dared to take a deep breath, patting her small chest. "That scared me to death." The receptionists and cleaners were even more terrifying than monsters. "Just now I scarcely dare to breathe." Chapter 64. The blue dress. Upon hearing her sister's complaints, Lin Qingyan furrowed her brow and remarked, "This room gives off a rather peculiar vibe." The receptionist specifically emphasized the room number 404, which feels ominous. Suwon walked over to the window, wishing to draw back the heavy, dark red curtains to let in some air. However, she discovered that the curtains seemed welded to the window frame, refusing to budge. A chill crept up her spine, and she anxiously glanced at Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, hasn't the countdown already begun? Do we only have 2 hours left to solve this case? Indeed. Cheng Hao nodded thoughtfully before continuing. Since we are to solve a mystery, we must clarify 3 questions. First, who are the deceased? Second, what are the causes of their deaths? Third, who is the murderer? The first question is self-evident. The deceased are everyone in this hotel aside from the 4 of us. As for the second question, you all saw that server, the 2 cleaning ladies, and the receptionist. Based on your observations, what do you believe their causes of death to be? Upon hearing Cheng Hao's inquiry, the 3 women began to ponder seriously. Ultimately, it was Lin Qing Yin who speculated. The individuals on the first floor, though they appeared quite strange, showed no obvious external injuries. According to the system's hints, there is only one murderer who possesses no superhuman abilities. For an ordinary person to single-handedly eliminate all the hotel staff and other guests without leaving any external wounds is no easy feat, as she spoke. Lin Qing Yan's eyes lit up. Unless they died of poisoning? Cheng Hao nodded appreciatively. Well deduced, Qing Yan. Your observational and analytical skills are commendable. Indeed, they all succumbed to poison. Cheng Hao was so certain because, through his omniscient exploration ability, he had investigated the hotel staff they had encountered earlier. Their internal organs were completely black, indicative of severe poisoning. This was also why their movements had appeared so peculiar. Poisoned? Suwon couldn't help but ask. But how did the murderer manage to poison so many people in the hotel? Before she could finish, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Wait, it must have been during dinner. The hotel serves a unified dinner at 7 o'clock. Could it be that the food was poisoned? Given the circumstances, it is highly plausible that the perpetrator is a member of the kitchen staff at this hotel." After listening to Su Wan's analysis, Lin Wan concurred, stating, "Sister Wan is indeed correct. However, we must not dismiss the possibility that the owner of this establishment could also be involved. Just earlier, I overheard 2 cleaning ladies discreetly criticizing the hotel owner, suggesting he is quite stringent and miserly. How curious that such a person would offer dinner. In any case, we have 4 opportunities to identify the culprit. Here, that's the plan. Sister One will identify the chef from the kitchen, and I shall point to the hotel owner. What do you think?" Cheng Hao, overhearing their eagerness to accuse someone, interjected, "Let's not rush. This hotel houses not only staff, but also other guests. While we are certain that the victims perished from poisoning, what of the motive? Lacking a motive will render our identifications void, as we would be unable to articulate a reason, ultimately failing the process. Moreover, this hotel gives me an unsettling impression. It surely harbors secrets far beyond our current understanding." With that, Cheng Hao closed his eyes, concentrating, and extended his omniscient exploration ability, penetrating the walls to perceive the energy fluctuations throughout the hotel. The first floor housed the reception and lobby, which required no further elaboration. The second floor contained the kitchen and dining area. The third floor served as a recreational space for staff and guests, featuring a billiard room, a game room, and a gym, equipped with various facilities. It must be acknowledged that the hotel owner is indeed astute in business and willing to invest. The 4th and 5th floors, however, were designated for guest accommodations. What perplexed Cheng Hao was the remarkably low occupancy rate despite the abundance of available rooms. From the moment he ascended to the 4th floor, he meticulously examined the other rooms on that level. Room 401 was occupied by a middle-aged couple, the man incessantly smoking while the woman lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Room 402 hosted an elderly gentleman, watching a war drama alone. In room 403, a middle-aged woman paced anxiously, appearing quite distressed. Room 405 was home to a pair of twin girls, approximately 4 or 5 years old, lacking adult supervision. Room 406 harbored a young couple engaged in gaming. In room 407 stood a tall, rugged middle-aged man, solitary by the window, smoking. As for the remaining rooms, including the entirety of the 5th floor, they lay vacant. Was it the poor business that resulted in such a scarcity of guests, or was there a more sinister reason behind it? Thus, he released his perception once more, conducting a thorough search of each room on the 4th and 5th floors, leaving no detail overlooked. Soon, Cheng Hao discerned a peculiar detail. On the bed of an empty room on the 5th floor, a blue dress was neatly arranged. Cheng Hao distinctly remembered that during his previous investigation, he had not encountered the existence of this blue dress. Yet at this moment, it lay there as if it had just been discarded by its wearer. He could faintly sense that the blue dress still harbored the resentment and obsession of its owner. However, the troubling aspect was that on the entire 5th floor, even at this moment, he sensed no other energies apart from this blue dress. Clearly, this garment was an exceptionally crucial clue. Cheng Hao opened his eyes and promptly addressed Lin Qingyan and the others. Room 507 on the 5th floor. I have made a discovery. What did you find, Brother Cheng? Lin Wan eagerly inquired, her face alight with anticipation. A blue dress, folded neatly on the bed. The residual energy is quite unique, akin to the core of some obsession. After speaking, Cheng Hao rose to his feet, stating, its sudden appearance is likely a key hint provided by the game scenario. We must investigate further. All right, let us head up together. Lin Qingyan immediately concurred. Su Wan and Lin Wan nodded in agreement. The hotel exuded an eerie ambience, and only by staying close to Cheng Hao did they feel a sense of safety. Let us take the stairs. I secretly tried the elevator earlier. I pressed the button for the 5th floor, but it didn't respond at all. Cheng Hao replied, and then opened the door. Stay close to me. He whispered a reminder before stepping into the dimly lit corridor. Chapter 65. The eerie stairs. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a heavy fire door stood firmly closed, adorned with a faded safety exit sign. Cheng Hao gently pushed open the fire door, and a gust of cold air, mingled with rust and a strong musty odor, swept over him. Behind the door was a spiraling concrete staircase. Cheng Hao lightly snapped his fingers, and a pure white flame materialized, illuminating the entire stairwell. Watch your step. Cheng Hao offered his usual caution as he ascended the stairs. The number of steps from the 4th to the 5th floor was minimal. However, when Cheng Hao lifted his gaze to confirm the floor indication once more, his figure abruptly froze. On the wall, the number that should have indicated the 5th floor remained a conspicuous 4. Initially, Cheng Hao thought it was merely a printing error. Yet, upon entering the corridor and examining the room numbers, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. 401, 402, 403, 404. He could even use the room card to unlock the door to their designated room. But the perplexing question remained. They had clearly just ascended a flight of stairs. How could this be? How had they returned to the 4th floor? Su Wan gazed at the enigmatic room 404, her expression laden with perplexity. Could it be that we have encountered a ghostly wall? Lin Wan bit her lip gently, turning to Cheng Hao and whispering, Brother Cheng, what shall we do? Must we ascend to the 5th floor? A resolute gleam flickered in Cheng Hao's eyes, accompanied by a faint smirk. Of course we shall go. The more they employ such sinister tactics to thwart us, the more it signifies that the blue dress in the 5th floor room is the key to solving this case. With that, he strode purposefully toward the staircase, ascending the steps once more. The 3 women promptly followed in his wake. This time, Cheng Hao deliberately slowed his pace, simultaneously unleashing his omniscient exploratory abilities. An intangible perception surged forth, akin to a radar pulse, spreading violently around him. A chilling wave of energy, imbued with boundless malice and mockery, rippled from the corner of the staircase. Indeed, something lurked within. Cheng Hao's gaze hardened as he spoke in a frigid tone. It is the dark anomaly mentioned in the quest rules, drawn here by the hotel's lingering resentment. Its intention to hinder our ascent is to prevent us from unraveling the mystery, ensuring that this hotel remains its eternal shadowy lair. No sooner had he spoken than the dense shadows at the staircase's bend began to writhe, as if animate, elongating grotesquely. A distorted humanoid silhouette emerged, struggling to detach itself from the crevice between the wall and the floor. It bore no features, its form composed entirely of viscous dark shadows. Its limbs, disproportionately elongated, ended in razor-sharp shadowy claws. As it materialized, a pungent stench of charred flesh and blood instantly permeated the cramped stairwell. Staircase anomaly, level 20. Characteristics: intangible, immune to physical and elemental energy attacks. Ability: shadow claws. At the sight of the dark figure, Lin Wan pressed herself against Cheng Hao, her voice trembling as she inquired, Brother Cheng, what manner of monster is it? It is a staircase anomaly, existing solely in stairwells, classified as level 20. Cheng Hao replied initially, then furrowed his brow, adding, but the problem lies in the fact that, according to the hints, it is immune to physical and elemental energy attacks. Lin Qingyan's complexion shifted upon hearing the latter part of his statement. Immune to physical and elemental energy attacks? How then shall we confront it? No sooner had she uttered these words than the staircase anomaly abruptly opened its gaping, abyss-like maw, its body lunging forward with alarming swiftness, flowing down the steps like molten tar, leaving behind only a blurred shadow. Immediately thereafter, it rose upright, a colossal claw, entirely composed of shadow, tore through the air, aimed directly at Cheng Hao's head. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Hao's eyes sparkled with electric intensity. Rather than retreating, he charged forward, his right fist clenched tightly. A tempestuous blue arc of electricity entwined around it, surging fiercely toward the approaching shadowy claw. Boom! The furious lightning erupted in the shadows, a blinding blue light illuminating the staircase for a fleeting moment. However, the electric serpent, powerful enough to shatter rocks, penetrated the thick shadows as if striking nothingness, moving unimpeded through the viscous darkness. The staircase creature's eerie movements showed no sign of hesitation. Its shadowy claws, imbued with a chilling aura of death, continued their relentless advance toward Cheng Hao's face. Cheng Hao's pupils constricted. His reflexes were as swift as lightning. He leaned back with a sudden motion, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The cold wind grazed the tip of his nose, severing a few strands of hair in silence. In that split second of evasion, Lin Qingyan raised her Desert Eagle, its specially crafted armor-piercing bullets surging with searing energy, aimed precisely at the creature's ever-shifting head. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. The bullets struck the staircase creature, yet it was as if they had been fired into an unfathomable mire. They merely stirred the surface of the roiling shadows, creating faint ripples before vanishing entirely. The creature paid Lin Qingyan no mind, its sole focus fixated on Cheng Hao. It seemed to realize that if it could vanquish this man, the others would lack the strength to uncover its presence. It roared silently, its body elongating and twisting like a black lightning bolt, lunging once more at Cheng Hao. Windblade! Cheng Hao exclaimed, his hands crossing fiercely before his chest. Several razor-sharp, translucent wind blades materialized out of thin air, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle as they struck the creature's form. Though they could not harm it in the slightest, they at least slowed its movements. Seizing this moment, Cheng Hao's mind raced. Since neither bullets nor the elemental forces of wind and thunder could inflict damage, the flames of incineration would surely be futile as well. If that was the case, let it come for you. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Cheng Hao pressed his palm forcefully against the ground. Waves of dark energy rippled outward. Lord Summon, Shadow, Summon Beast. Shadow Bear. With a twist of Cheng Hao's shadow, a massive dark shadow bear materialized. With a fearsome roar, its powerful paws spread wide as it lunged at the staircase creature. The once arrogant creature, upon seeing the enormous shadow bear, reacted like a mouse confronted by a cat, twisting its body in an attempt to slip into the shadows of the steps and escape. The shadow bear, perceiving its intent, pushed off with its hind legs, accelerating abruptly. Its sharp claws targeted the staircase creature with a heavy swipe. With a chilling sound, deep gashes were carved into the creature's back, dark liquid, reminiscent of oil, oozing forth. A mournful wail escaped the creature's mouth. Indeed, it proved to be effective. As Cheng Hao beheld this scene, a smile of relief immediately spread across his face. What had initially been a spontaneous decision to take a gamble proved to be fortuitous. He had summoned a shadow beast through the Lord's powers, which, in a certain sense, belonged to the same category as the staircase specter. Furthermore, with Cheng Hao's player level elevated to 32, the maximum level of his summoned shadow beast was also raised to 30, allowing it to remain for a duration of 10 minutes. Consequently, the staircase specter, which could originally withstand physical and elemental energy attacks, was rendered as fragile as a chick in the presence of this level 30 shadow bear. After sustaining a wound on its back, the shadow bear opened its gaping maw and bit down fiercely on the specter's neck. With a crisp crack, the staircase specter was instantly decapitated, dissolving into wisps of black smoke that vanished into thin air. Experience gained 200 as the staircase specter disintegrated into ashes. The suffocating darkness of the stairwell receded like a retreating tide. Cheng Hao looked up at the wall at the stairwell's exit. The original number 4, after a brief transformation, now appeared as a 5. Chapter 66. The long-haired specter and the hanged specter at last. We are able to ascend to the 5th floor. Observing the floor number revert to normal, Cheng Hao chuckled softly. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped on the final few steps and pushed open the door leading to the 5th floor. The creaking sound of the door echoed sharply in the oppressive silence. The scene beyond the door bore little distinction from the 4th floor. A corridor adorned with faded and darkened carpets, walls draped in deep green, mold-infested wallpaper, and wall lamps casting a dim, flickering light that rendered shadows into ghostly forms. The sole difference lay in the heightened desolation and silence of the space. The air was thick with a suffocating blend of decay and blood, carrying a viscous quality that was almost palpable. Room 507 is this way. Cheng Hao's gaze swiftly fixed upon a door at the end of the corridor. Accompanied by the 3 women, he advanced swiftly across the carpet toward their objective, with the shadow bear trailing behind the quartet. However, just as they were a mere 10 meters from the door of room 507, an unexpected transformation occurred. The moldy shadows on the walls, where the wallpaper had peeled away, and the distorted light cast by the wall lamps, which had merely been ordinary at first, suddenly surged violently like boiling ink. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In quick succession, 6 distinct shadows, exuding a palpable malice, emerged from the various corners of darkness, coalescing into 6 figures that bar the way to room 507. To the left, 3 similarly shaped dark figures floated ominously. Unlike the entirely black staircase specter, these entities were clad in tattered garments. Their necks were ensnared by long ropes that pulled them upward, connecting them to the ceiling. Their heads drooped low, pale and swollen faces mostly obscured by disheveled, withered hair. Only the gaping mouths, oozing with black pus, were visible, continuously emitting wails. Hanging specter, level 25. To the right, 3 silhouettes appeared, even more distorted and eerie. They possessed no discernible form. Their essence was a mass of frenzied writhing, akin to dense black hair that perpetually grew like seaweed. Amidst the strands, crimson eyes and sharp fangs occasionally flashed, exuding a nauseating stench. Countless tendrils slithered along the ground, walls and ceiling like venomous serpents, completely obstructing the path to room 507. Long-haired specter, level 25. With the emergence of these 6 dark and uncanny entities, the temperature in the corridor plummeted. Lin Wan and Su Wan, upon witnessing such a horrifying and bizarre scene, involuntarily gasped and swiftly hid behind Cheng Hao. It was not the formidable energy fluctuations radiating from these 6 entities that instilled fear, but rather their method of appearance and grotesque features, which were simply terrifying. Coupled with the dim lighting in the corridor, it was far more unsettling than a horror film. Lin Qingyan was equally frightened. Her desert eagle was raised in an instant, but she suddenly recalled that her attacks would be utterly ineffective against such dark anomalies. Indeed, there were obstacles to their path. Cheng Hao's eyes flashed with cold determination. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. Having gained experience in dealing with stairway specters, he felt no trace of panic within. He pressed his hands forcefully against the ground and intoned, "Lord Summon." Buzz, buzz. 2 other energy fluctuations, distinct yet equally powerful, descended abruptly, starkly contrasting with that of the shadow giant bear. The shadow to Cheng Hao's left erupted like a boiling swamp, rapidly expanding. A colossal tiger, its fur resembling flowing lava, roared as it leaped forth. It was ablaze with dark flames, its 2 curved fangs gleaming like swords. The infernal saber-tooth. Upon its arrival, a scorching wave of heat surged forth, driving back the surrounding chill. And before Cheng Hao, a circle of ghastly white bone rings materialized in the void. A slender, elongated serpent, adorned with a stark white bony armor and a pair of enormous bony wings unfurling from its back, slithered forth, along with the previously summoned shadow giant bear. These 3 menacing shadow beasts stood like towering mountains, immediately shielding Cheng Hao and his companions. They suppressed and repelled the chilling aura emanating from the 6th level, 25 dark anomalies. Roar! The shadow giant bear initiated the assault. Its massive paw, enveloped in dense shadow energy, disregarded the web of hair woven by the long-haired specter. It struck with ferocity akin to swatting a fly towards the nearest hanging specter. The hanging specter attempted to ensnare the bear's arm with an illusory rope. However, as the rope made contact with the surging shadow energy enveloping the colossal bear, it shattered as if melting ice. The immense paw of the bear struck the grotesquely swollen body with tremendous force, with a resounding splat, akin to a waterlogged sack bursting. The wretched creature was obliterated, its form disintegrating into a cloud of foul black mist before it could even utter a cry. Experience points, 250. Hissing with anticipation. The bone-winged giant python sprang into action. Its massive, bony wings flared with a sudden thrust, revealing an astonishing agility. Like a streak of white lightning, it darted into the throng of long-haired monstrosities. The dark tendrils, capable of corroding steel, merely hissed weakly as they made contact with its pristine skeletal armor, being deflected effortlessly. The python opened its cavernous maw, revealing rows of dagger-like fangs, and sank them into the core of one of the long-haired fiends, where a glimmering red orb lay hidden amidst the strands. With a crunch, the poisonous fangs pierced through, injecting venom that caused the core to shatter like fragile glass. The long-haired creature's frenzied tendrils stiffened and wilted instantly, transforming into wisps of black ash that drifted away. Experience points, 250. Roaring deafeningly, the shadowy saber-toothed tiger charged forth, its hooves ignited by black flames, becoming a dark streak racing toward the densest cluster of hair-like traps. The flames engulfing its form surged violently, creating a miniature inferno. The resilient, cursed strands ignited in an instant, crackling and emitting a noxious smell as they burned away. With a swipe of its scorching claws, the tiger ripped apart a long-haired fiend attempting to ensnare it, scattering its flaming remnants. Crushing. An absolute domination. Before the trio of level 30 shadow summons, these level 25 long-haired fiends were as fragile as toys made of paper. In less than a minute, the 6 menacing dark entities had been entirely vanquished. The corridor was left with only a few wisps of dissipating black smoke. The 3 women, originally filled with terror, stood frozen in astonishment at this scene. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was fortunate to have acquired the formidable summoning ability from that motorcycle rider. Otherwise, facing these dark entities immune to conventional attacks, even with their formidable strength, the 4 of them would have been powerless. His shadow summons were truly the bane of these dark creatures. Chapter 67. The woman on the edge with the dark entity blocking the door eliminated. Cheng Hao's gaze once again fixed upon room 507. Unimpeded, he strode forward, grasping the cold doorknob and gently twisting it. With a click, the door swung open. A chilling atmosphere, more intense than that of the corridor, enveloped Lin Qingyan and her 2 companions, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Inside the room, however, everything was meticulously arranged. Upon entering the bedroom, they beheld a double bed, at the center of which lay a blue dress, folded with utmost precision. The sky-blue fabric, in its simplicity, was adorned with a small silver bow at the neckline. It rested there quietly, emanating an indescribable purity and sorrow under the dim light. The moment Cheng Hao's gaze fell upon it, a line of text appeared. "This is my favorite dress. I do not wish to soil it." The words carried a sense of stubbornness and deep affection, simultaneously conveying a profound message. In an instant, the blue dress transformed into smoke and vanished. Where did the dress go? How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? Lin Wan exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. The message it had conveyed was now unmistakably clear. Cheng Hao responded and approached the window, drawing back the curtains and pushing it open to peer outside. Below, on the concrete ground, lay a large dark red stain, dried and blackened, a stark reminder of a person having plunged from a great height, leaving behind a grim imprint upon the earth. The 3 women followed Cheng Hao's gaze downward, and upon discovering the bloodstain, they began to piece together a harrowing narrative. Someone had once stood in this room, in a moment of despair, opened this window, and leapt from the 5th floor, bringing an end to their life. Yet in their final moments, all they seemed to care for was to neatly fold their most cherished dress, unwilling to let it bear the taint of their demise. Who was the deceased? Why was his clue left behind? Lin Qingyan asked, her voice tinged with an unsettling dryness as she gazed at the bloodstain. "I do not know," Cheng Hao replied, shaking his head. His eyes swept across the room before he added, "But her death must be profoundly connected to the subsequent collective poisoning incident at the hotel." Suicide or poisoning? Suwon pondered, furrowing her brow in contemplation of potential connections. Could it be that the murderers sought revenge for this deceased girl, leading to the poisoning of everyone in the hotel? But if it were indeed revenge, why resort to such extreme measures? And what compelled her to leap? What had transpired in her life? There were far too many questions. The motives, methods, and connections were still shrouded in mystery, with the clues at their disposal far too scant. Sensing the three women were engulfed in deep thought, Cheng Hao reassured them. There is no need to dwell on what we cannot comprehend. Regardless, we have already grasped a critical part of the puzzle. Moving forward, we must engage with the other guests at the hotel, inquire further, and perhaps we will be able to weave all the threads of evidence together. For now, let us return to the fourth floor. The fifth floor no longer held any valuable clues. We must seize the moment and, during the pivotal dinner hour, engage with all potential parties involved, be they the oblivious employees and guests unaware of their demise, or the murderer lurking within. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, the three women felt a sudden clarity and responded in unison. The four swiftly exited room 507, carefully closing the door behind them. They hurried down the corridor, returning to the staircase, which was now unobstructed. Soon, they found themselves once more before the door of room 404. Cheng Hao swiped the key card to unlock the door, and upon re-entering the room, a loud and distinct protest emanated from Lin Nuan's stomach, shattering the silence of the corridor. Her face flushed crimson as she clutched her abdomen, feeling an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. I. The series of previous shocks had led to considerable mental fatigue, resulting in an involuntary sense of hunger. Cheng Hao chuckled, unperturbed, and said just in time, "I too am hungry. Let's take this opportunity to procure some food. After all, if our supposition holds true, we certainly cannot partake of the meal at tonight's banquet." Lin Nuan nodded in agreement and retrieved some provisions from the system space, sharing them with the others. As Cheng Hao sipped his drink and munched on bread, he sifted through the information gathered earlier in his mind. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he paused his actions, directing his gaze towards the door. The next moment, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The unexpected commotion startled the three women, who were engrossed in their meal, causing them to turn towards Cheng Hao, their faces etched with confusion as they whispered, "Who is knocking?" Cheng Hao replied in a hushed tone, "It's the twin sisters from room 405. Cool, let's see what they want." Upon opening the door, they were met by two identical little girls clad in white dresses, their hair styled in pigtails. With pale faces and wide eyes brimming with helplessness and terror, one timidly spoke up, "Uncle, Annie, have you seen our mommy?" "Your mommy?" Cheng Hao knelt down, striving to soften his voice. "Is she not in the room?" "No." The other girl shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "When we woke up, mommy was gone. She said she was going to buy something tasty, but she hasn't returned for a long time. We are scared." Their small hands clutched tightly together, their bodies trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao furrowed his brow. He had sensed no presence of the twins' mother from the very beginning. At this moment, as the twin sisters approached in search of their mother, Cheng Hao discerned something amiss, given their tender age. It was evident that they could not have checked into this hotel on their own, but rather accompanied by an adult. If that were the case, why had their mother vanished after bringing them to this establishment? Or could it be that their mother was, in fact, the very woman they were seeking? As he watched the two little girls, a myriad of suspicions flooded Cheng Hao's mind. However, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he gently reassured the girls, asking, "Do not fear. Uncle will help you find your mother. But you must tell me, what does your mother look like? What is she wearing?" "Mommy is very beautiful, wearing a blue dress." One girl sobbed as she described. The other added, "She has long hair." The mention of the blue dress caused not only Cheng Hao, but also Lin Qingyan and the others to pause in surprise. It was indeed likely that these twin sisters were connected to the woman who had jumped. If their suspicions were correct, the girls were oblivious to the grim reality of their mother's demise. Consequently, Cheng Hao decided against revealing the truth to them. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Let us do this. You two return to your room and wait there, close the door securely, and do not wander off. Uncle will go and ask the other neighbors if they have seen your mother." He needed a reason to engage with the other guests. an opportunity that he could not afford to overlook. "Thank you, uncle." The two little girls expressed their polite gratitude upon hearing Cheng Hao's willingness to assist. Hand in hand, they made their way back to room 405, glancing back with each step before gently closing the door behind them. "Qingyan, Wan Jia. Stay alert and listen for any sounds. I will check the neighboring rooms," Cheng Hao whispered, signaling them to remain vigilant. He then proceeded to the corridor and approached room 401, knocking on the door. "Who?" A man's voice emerged from within, cautious and gruff, tinged with evident impatience. "I'm a new guest from room 404. May I inquire if you have seen a lady in a blue dress with long hair?" "Her two daughters are looking for her," Cheng Hao replied promptly. There was a brief silence before the door cracked open slightly. A weary, hollow-eyed middle-aged man presented half of his face, with a similarly dazed woman standing behind him. As a man's gaze swept down the empty corridor behind Cheng Hao, his pupils seemed to constrict sharply. The numb expression on his face was instantly replaced by a mix of anxiety and disdain. "I haven't seen her. What nonsense is this? Do not disturb us." The man's voice suddenly escalated in pitch. After he spoke, he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Cheng Hao furrowed his brow, pondering whether this reaction was excessively fervent. Did they perhaps know the mothers of those two girls, but were reluctant to entangle themselves in familial matters? Driven by curiosity, Cheng Hao approached the door of room 402. "Knock, knock, knock. What annoyance. I don't wish to stay here, yet you refuse to let me leave. I have stated repeatedly that I do not know that woman, nor do I understand why she would leap from the building." Before Cheng Hao could utter a word, a gruff voice erupted from within, impatiently delivering a tirade. Simultaneously, the door swung open abruptly. An elderly man, his hair a stark white and clad in a tank top, glared at Cheng Hao with palpable anger. Upon realizing that he was confronted by a stranger, the old man paused, bewildered, and inquired, "What business do you have with me?" "Good sir, have you seen a woman dressed in a blue dress? She is the mother of the two little girls in room 405, and she has suddenly vanished. I am here to inquire on their behalf." To Cheng Hao's astonishment, the old man's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the mention of the blue dress. It was as if he had recalled something profoundly terrifying. His eyes brimmed with fear as he stammered, I know nothing. I haven't seen anything." With that, he slammed the door shut. Cheng Hao was not surprised by the old man's vehement reaction. Instead, the myriad questions swirling in his mind began to unravel. He was now nearly certain that the mother of the twin girls, the woman in the blue dress, was somehow connected to the guests on the fourth floor. They were either witnesses or perhaps even the instigators of her tragic leap. After all, why were these guests the only ones remaining in the hotel? The true culprit likely harbored a deep-seated grudge and was seeking vengeance for the woman in blue, resulting in these individuals being trapped in a perpetual cycle of the hours leading up to their demise, reliving their final moments within the confines of the hotel. But what had transpired to drive that woman to such a desperate act? The only way to uncover the truth was to delve deeper. Thus, he approached the door of room 403. Before he could knock, a woman's voice, laced with tears, echoed from within. "I do not know. I know nothing. Do not question me. Go away. Just leave." It seemed she was aware of what Cheng Hao was seeking, her tone rife with terror, as she refused to open the door. In room 406, the young couple continued engrossed in their game, ignoring Cheng Hao's persistent knocks. Finding the endeavor futile, he decided not to intrude further. Just as he stood before the door of room 407, preparing to knock, the elevator doors slid open with a crisp sound, followed by the faint sound of footsteps. It was the attendant Huang Xinxin. Her face bore the same unchanging, rigid smile, and her steps seemed programmed as she approached Cheng Hao directly. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" The two little girls from room 405 were searching for their mother, and I was merely inquiring on their behalf. "Miss Huang, as a hotel employee, do you know where their mother has gone?" Cheng Hao fixed his gaze into her eyes, attempting to discern a hint of vulnerability within their hollow depths. "Their mother?" The corners of Huang Xinxin's mouth seemed to twitch slightly. The smile on her face appeared particularly sinister under the dim red light. "Sir, do not concern yourself with those two little girls. Their mother is not here." Cheng Hao was taken aback and deliberately retorted, "Their mother is not here? Then who did they come with? At their age, they shouldn't be able to check in alone, right?" "Oh, my apologies, I was unclear," Huang Xinxin replied, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. "Those two little girls are the children of Shunyan. a staff member here. She is on leave, visiting her family, and has temporarily left the children at the hotel. Since it is the off-peak season and she is a long-time employee, the boss agreed. Xinyan? Is she another attendant? Cheng Hao had not anticipated that the woman in the blue dress was an employee of the hotel. If that is so, why did she jump from the building? What transpired? And what connection did the hidden assailant have with her? Could it be her husband? With these thoughts, Cheng Hao pressed further. Then what about their father? Their father? Oh, you mean Xinyan's husband, right? Huang Xinxin blurted out. He died in a car accident 5 years ago. I heard people say she has a cursed fate, that she brings misfortune to men. Some refused to believe it. Mid-sentence, Huang Xinxin seemed to realize she had spoken too freely and quickly fell silent. Then, donning her rigid smile once more, she addressed Cheng Hao. Sir, please return to your room. I will take care of those 2 little girls. It would be best if you refrain from disturbing other guests, as it may disrupt their rest. With that, she disregarded Cheng Hao and turned toward room 405. Without knocking, she produced a universal key card, and with a beep, the door swung open. Seeing Huang Xinxin glance back at him, Cheng Hao retreated to room 404. After closing the door, he extended his perception. Inside the adjacent room, the 2 little girls did not react to Huang Xinxin as they had to Cheng Hao, showing no signs of seeking help or warmth. Instead, fear crept into their small faces, and as Huang Xinxin entered the room, the twin girls instinctively took a step back. Huang Xinxin crouched down, her face still adorned with that rigid smile. Her voice, soft yet laced with an unsettling threat, resonated. You 2 must behave. Do not disturb the other guests. Do you understand? Otherwise, Annie will be quite displeased. And you know what happens when Annie gets angry. Listening to Huang Xinxin's menacing words, the 2 little girls nodded vigorously, frightened, and quickly removed their shoes to burrow beneath the covers on the bed. Cheng Hao stood at the door of room 404, sensing the genuine fear and compliance emanating from the adjacent room. His eyes glinted with coldness, yet he refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, he gestured for Lin Qingyan and the others to remain silent. Indeed, after ensuring the little girls were settled, Huang Xinxin did not leave the 4th floor immediately. Her figure, ghostly and silent, floated to the door of room 404, pressing her ear against the cold door, listening intently for several seconds. Her demeanor, focused and filled with a voyeuristic curiosity, was far from that of a typical service staff member. Once she confirmed that there were no suspicious discussions within, she straightened up, a faint deepening of that stiff smile gracing her lips. With silent steps, she glided toward the elevator, vanishing from sight. Cheng Hao then turned to face the perplexed expressions of Lin Qingyan and her companions, relaying the encounter and the information he had gleaned from Huang Xinxin in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan summarized. So, the twins' mother is named Xinyun. She works here as a server, and 5 years ago, her husband died in a car accident, leaving her to raise 2 children alone. But for some unknown reason, she committed suicide by jumping off a building? Suwon interjected. So, can we now ascertain that this tragedy is the catalyst for the entire incident? Xinyun's death must harbor deeper secrets. Thus, someone resorted to extreme measures. Poisoning during dinner to eliminate all those potentially connected to this matter, seeking vengeance on her behalf. Lin Wanwan, puzzled, pouted and questioned. But who could that be? Her relatives? Friends? Or perhaps someone who pursued her? It couldn't possibly be those twin girls, could it? Cheng Hao shook his head. It's too early to determine, especially since we still do not know why Xinyan chose to jump. He then glanced at the time. There is still over an hour until dinner. Xinyan, Wan, and Sister Wan continue to engage with the guests in other rooms on this floor. Find a reason to knock on doors and see if you can uncover useful clues. I will head downstairs to see if I can extract any information from the other staff. Be careful, the 3 women cautioned in unison. Cheng Hao nodded and stepped out of room 404, taking the elevator down to the lobby. The lobby remained dimly lit, with front desk attendants Li Linlin and Xia Fong standing like 2 wax figures, their faces locked in an eternally rigid smile. Cheng Hao approached quietly, casting a glance towards the 2 cleaning ladies in the corner of the hall, Lu Guifan and Xia Xilian. Compared to others, they appeared considerably more approachable, humming a tuneless melody as they went about their tasks. Cheng Hao feigned a casual stroll, gradually moving closer to them. Cleaning this place is quite the challenge. He sighed deliberately, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Lu Guifan, momentarily pausing her sweeping, turned her wrinkled face towards him and nodded. Isn't it just? The boss is too stingy. The carpet has been in use for years, and he refuses to replace it. Cheng Hao nodded in agreement, then offered a gentle smile. Auntie, how long have you both been working here? How long? I can't quite recall. Lu Guifan tilted her head, her murky eyes glancing about. We've been here since shortly after the opening. Lowering his voice, Cheng Hao inquired suddenly. In that case, you must know all the hotel staff, right? What about Xinyan? Xinyan? You mean Xiao Yun, right? What a pity. Lu Guifan lamented. Such a lovely person, yet she couldn't bear that incident. Why must it be so? It really wasn't a big deal. What a waste. Waste. Xiao Xalian interjected sharply, her tone laced with a peculiar edge. Indeed, such a waste. She was as beautiful as a flower, with ambitions as vast as the sky, yet so fragile. Lu Guifan tugged at Xiao Xalian's sleeve, seemingly trying to hush her, yet lowered her voice with a hint of mystery and regret. Who could argue? The boss favored her greatly, showering her with gifts and raising her pay. But she was so obstinate. She dismissed him completely, clinging to those two deadweights. Exactly. Even if she didn't fancy the boss. Coach Xiaosong was a perfectly fine young man, yet she turned him down without a second thought. One wonders what goes on in her mind. I even introduced her to my nephew, and she wouldn't even meet him. Full of pride, yet ultimately just a widow, Xiao Xalian added, her tone tinged with schadenfreude. And what was the outcome? She offended a guest and got herself embroiled in a lawsuit. That necklace was so valuable. The esteemed guest insisted she was the thief. The boss wouldn't even defend her and pressured her to pay. Otherwise, he threatened to fire her and throw her out with her child. She had it coming. A necklace? Cheng Hao realized he was nearing the truth and pressed on. So, it was a guest from which room who claimed Xinyan took the necklace? Is it true she succumbed to the pressure and despair because of this? Just as Lu Guifan and Xiao Xalian were about to respond, they suddenly noticed something. Their expressions shifting. They stammered quickly, We don't know anything about that. We know nothing. With that, they hurriedly grabbed their brooms and tools, awkwardly making their exit. Just as the two cleaning ladies fled in haste on the second floor, a man's voice abruptly resonated. Ah, is it not the new guest? Why aren't you in your room, but rather down here? Are you perhaps dissatisfied with our hotel services? Cheng Hao turned towards the sound and beheld a middle-aged man of considerable girth, clad in a flamboyant purple silk shirt, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, and holding a cigarette between his lips as he descended the staircase. His face bore a warm smile, yet his small eyes, squeezed into narrow slits by his excess flesh, glimmered with shrewdness, sophistication, and a subtle hint of malevolence. Prominently displayed on his chest was a name tag that read, Manager, Li Fugui. Cheng Hao had sensed his presence long before, but was taken aback by the evident apprehension exhibited by the two cleaning ladies, who hastily departed at his appearance. Li Fugui approached Cheng Hao and extended his hand enthusiastically. I am Li Fugui, the manager of this hotel. How may I address you? Please do not hesitate to express any needs or grievances you may have. Manager? Cheng Hao replied, shaking his hand politely while teasing. Shouldn't it be manager and owner? Mr. Li, you are far too modest. Given the size of this hotel, your business must be quite prosperous. Ah, owner? We're all in the same boat. Merely laborers. Li Fugui waved his hand dismissively, feigning a helpless demeanor. If only I could have another chance, I would never open this hotel. In this day and age, making money is exceedingly difficult. Chuckling, Li Fugui's small eyes darted around. Since you seem interested, why not allow me to give you a tour? Our hotel boasts an excellent recreational area on the third floor. Billiards, card games, a gym, everything you could desire. I assure you, you will feel completely at home. His tone was enthusiastic, yet carried an undertone that suggested refusal was not an option. A visit to the third floor? Cheng Hao felt a jolt of unease within. This sudden and fervent invitation felt more like an act of surveillance and control. Was he attempting to prevent him from further interactions with the cleaning staff or probing into other areas? Chapter 70. The reason confronted with Li Fugui's invitation. Cheng Hao remained vigilant inwardly while maintaining a calm faade. With a smile, he responded, a recreational area? I was just thinking of stretching my legs. Please lead the way, Mr. Li. Right this way. Li Fugui's smile broadened as he stepped aside to guide the way, his movements rigid and slow. His rotund figure deliberately positioned itself in front of Cheng Hao, obstructing any potential gaze he might cast elsewhere. The two ascended to the third floor. In stark contrast to the dimness of the first-floor lobby and the eerie silence of the fourth-floor accommodation area, the third floor was ablaze with light. Its modern decor delineated various zones: a billiards room, a card room, and a reading area. At the far end lay a gym, equipped with an array of facilities. Li Fugue guided Cheng Hao through the tour, leading him to the gym. Li Fugue, feeling quite pleased with himself, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "What do you think, Mr. Cheng? It's a small place, certainly not comparable to a big city, but it has everything one might need, especially our fitness coach, Song Ming. He is a professional trained at a sports academy." As if to corroborate his statement, a young man clad in a snug athletic vest and shorts was seen from behind, utilizing the butterfly machine. His movements were as stiff as a zombie, appearing rather peculiar. "Song Ming," Li Fugue called out. The young man halted his exercise, slowly turned, and directed his gaze towards Li Fugue and Cheng Hao. "This is Mr. Cheng, our new arrival from 404. He wishes to engage in some activities. Please offer him some guidance." Li Fugue extended his plump hand and patted Cheng Hao on the shoulder, beaming with a smile. "Mr. Cheng, training with Coach Song is undoubtedly professional. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he glanced at Song Ming and turned, waddling away from the gym step by step. "What would you like to practice, Mr. Cheng?" Song Ming inquired, his tone somewhat rigid as he approached Cheng Hao. "Just a bit of light exercise. My back feels a bit stiff from sitting for too long." Cheng Hao loosened his shoulders and asked, "How long have you been working here, Coach Song?" "Almost 2 years, Song Ming replied, gesturing for Cheng Hao to join him in the free weights area, where he picked up a moderately weighted dumbbell to demonstrate a bicep curl. However, due to his awkwardness, his form was far from standard. Cheng Hao lifted the weights a couple of times and then remarked, "The hotel environment is quite nice, but it seems there aren't many guests." Song Ming casually responded, "It's the off-season. Once peak season arrives, the number of guests will increase." "Oh, is that so? I overheard a cleaning lady downstairs mention a server named Shun Yun, who seems to be an old employee. I heard she stole something from someone, which is why." Cheng Hao deliberately paused, observing Song Ming's reaction. Earlier, 2 cleaning ladies had mentioned this Coach Song, who appeared to be pursuing Shun Yun, but had also faced rejection. Upon hearing Cheng Hao mention Shun Yun, Song Ming's grip on the dumbbell tightened suddenly. He abruptly lifted his head to meet Cheng Hao's gaze, his tone laced with a warning. "Mr. Cheng, I would appreciate it if you refrain from inquiring about the private matters of our hotel staff. The police have yet to reach a conclusion regarding Shun Yun's situation. As a newly arrived guest, how can you pass judgment based on mere rumors? I was just making a casual comment. There's no need to be so agitated, Coach Song." Cheng Hao chuckled, choosing not to press further and instead focusing on his exercise. Song Ming reverted to his taciturn demeanor, mechanically providing instruction. The atmosphere between the two suddenly grew somewhat oppressive and awkward. Just as Cheng Hao completed a set of shoulder presses and set the barbell down, the walkie-talkie resting on the equipment rack emitted a sudden crackle. Soon after, the rigid voice of Huang Xinxin echoed, "Song Ming, today's guests arrived unexpectedly, and the kitchen is short-staffed. You need to come and help." That is what the boss said. Song Ming furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. Nevertheless, he picked up the intercom, replying, "Understood. I will be there shortly." He glanced at Cheng Hao. "Apologizing, Mr. Cheng, I'm sorry, but something has come up unexpectedly. Please practice on your own. Dinner time is approaching." With that, he averted his gaze from Cheng Hao, discarded his training gloves carelessly, and slouched out of the gym step by step. Cheng Hao cast a glance at the countdown on the system interface. Less than 15 minutes remained until dinner commenced at 7. He did not linger, swiftly exiting the gym and making his way to the restaurant on the second floor. The restaurant, located at the easternmost end of the second floor, was spacious, adorned with several round tables draped in white tablecloths. At that moment, the dim yellow chandeliers flickered to life. The air was thick with a mlang of appetizing food aromas and an indescribable mustiness. Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan were already seated at a table nestled in a corner. Upon seeing Cheng Hao enter, they immediately waved him over. Simultaneously, other residents from the 4th floor gradually filtered into the restaurant, each selecting their seats. The numbed middle-aged couple from room 401 chose a corner furthest from the crowd. The irritable old man from room 402 grumbled as he pulled out a chair, The anxious middle-aged woman from room 403 sat down with a jittery grip on her handbag. The young couple from room 406 remained engrossed in their phones, their expressions blank and eyes vacant, and the burly guest from room 407 settled at a table, calmly perusing the menu, seemingly intrigued by the evening's offerings. As for the pair of twin sisters, perhaps intimidated by Huang Xin, they remained hidden in room 405, too fearful to emerge. Meanwhile, Huang Xin and two other equally expressionless receptionists moved stiffly between the tables, setting the cutlery with mechanical precision. Li Fugui stood near the entrance, a false smile plastered across his plump face, his gaze sweeping over the entire room. Cheng Hao hastily joined the three women at their table. "What is the update? Any discoveries?" Lin Qingyan inquired eagerly, her voice lowered. Cheng Hao succinctly recounted the information he had gathered, then analyzed. Xinyan likely felt compelled to jump in an attempt to prove her innocence after becoming a suspect due to the missing necklace. Furthermore, the trainer Song Ming nearly lost his temper when I mentioned Xinyan, indicating his feelings for her are indeed profound. Additionally, he was just called to the kitchen by Huang Xin, a rather coincidental timing. "The necklace, that aligns perfectly," Su Wan interjected, her voice lowered even further, infused with conviction. "Previously, I fabricated an excuse to search for something and had a brief conversation with Mrs. Zhang from room 403. She was agitated, her words laced with remorse. She confessed that the so-called missing precious necklace had never truly been lost. It was merely misplaced within the luggage compartment, unbeknownst to her. However, by the time she discovered it, it was already too late." Su Wan's eyes flashed with anger as she recounted how, after enlisting Shun Yun's help to tidy her room, she had hastily accused Shun Yun of stealing the necklace when it went missing. In a fit of rage, she had publicly humiliated Shun Yun in the hallway, branding her a thief and a lowly wretch, even threatening to call the authorities to have her arrested. Shun Yun, unable to defend herself, had crumbled under the weight of the accusations. Listening to Su Wan, Lin Wan clenched her small fists in indignation, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Just because she is a server, does that mean she deserves to be wrongfully accused?" Lin Qingyan added, "I spoke with a couple from room 401, and they mentioned that Mrs. Zhang's insults were particularly harsh, leaving Shun Yun in tears. However, due to their ties with Mr. Zhang from room 402, who is a friend of Mrs. Zhang, they did not intervene, but rather sided with her in berating Shun Yun." And then, Cheng Hao pressed, surprised by the wealth of critical information Lin Qingyan had unearthed. Perhaps it was the shared experience of being women that allowed for such openness. Then the hotel owner appeared. Lin Qingyan continued, her expression darkening further. Not only did he refuse to clear Shun Yun's name, but under the pressure of Mrs. Zhang being a guest, he demanded that Shun Yun either recover the necklace within 3 days or pay for it, threatening her with dismissal if she failed to comply. He even threatened to call the police, insisting she leave with her 2 young children. The couple from room 401 recounted that Shun Yun's face had gone pale, and she had said nothing, merely staring intently at Mr. Li and Mrs. Zhang. As for the gaming couple in room 406, they could have provided Shun Yun with an alibi, as she had been busy changing their sheets at the time. Yet, wishing to avoid trouble, they remained silent. "So," Cheng Hao said, his gaze drifting toward the seemingly insincere Mr. Li, who was exchanging pleasantries with the guests, and then to the restless Mrs. Zhang, who was glancing anxiously toward the restaurant entrance. Shun Yun, overwhelmed by the humiliation and despair, had chosen to leap from the building. Her tragic demise incited the fury of someone who profoundly cared for her. This individual, in a most extreme manner, ensured that all connected to the incident, or those who stood idly by, would pay with their lives. Ultimately, perhaps driven by despair and fear, this person, alongside Shun Yun's twin daughters, ingested a lethal poison, embarking together on a tragic path. Yes, it must be Song Ming. Su Wan recalled Cheng Hao's earlier words and deduced, his feelings for Shun Yun are undoubtedly extraordinary. And as a hotel employee, he is privy to all that transpired. Most crucially, he was in the kitchen earlier. That is the most convenient place for poisoning, and the timing aligns perfectly. He had ample opportunity to act during the dinner preparations. Lin Wan nodded in agreement at this realization. Lin Qingyan gazed at Cheng Hao, her expression grave. "Cheng Hao, shall we identify him? Time is running short." She cast a fleeting glance at the system countdown, which indicated less than 10 minutes remained. Cheng Hao, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brow slightly. Song Ming's suspicion is indeed the greatest. He possesses the motive, the means, and the timing aligns perfectly. Yet, it all feels too straightforward. At that moment, Huang Xinxin approached, pushing a dining cart laden with 4 main dishes covered by silver cloches. Her face bore the same stiff smile as always as she placed the dishes on the table for Cheng Hao and his companions. Esteemed guests, tonight's main course is beef stew with potatoes. Please enjoy. After setting down the plates, she did not immediately depart. Her gaze swept across the faces of the 4, and the strange curve of her lips seemed to deepen slightly. Ah, the 2 young ladies in room 405. I shall fetch them shortly, so you needn't trouble yourselves. Her words, seemingly considerate, carried an icy undertone, as if warning them not to meddle. With that, she silently pushed the cart toward the next table. Cheng Hao looked at the suspiciously aromatic beef stew before lifting his gaze toward the kitchen entrance, where several chefs, including Song Ming, were still busy. Time ticked away, and an eerie stillness enveloped the restaurant, the temperature rising in tandem. All the guests connected to the case sat in silence, resembling puppets awaiting their final judgment. Soon, they would perish here, having consumed food laced with deadly poison. The Red Moon Hotel would thus transform into a nest attracting dark and mysterious entities. This fate had become inevitable, unchangeable. Yet, to navigate through this game scenario, Cheng Hao needed to identify the murderer before the tragic scene unfolded once more, thereby relieving the vengeful spirits of their lingering resentment and obsession. Otherwise, they would remain forever ignorant of who had brought about their demise. But the question loomed. Whom should he identify? Song Ming? Huang Xinxin? Or perhaps the hotel owner, Li Fugue? Or even a chef, akin to Song Ming, who also harbored affection for Shenyun? Cheng Hao's mind raced, fervently piecing together the fragments of clues swirling within his thoughts. Shenyun's humiliation and death, the twins' terror. The unusual reactions of guests, Li Fugue's hypocrisy, Huang Xinxin's strangeness, and Song Ming's fury and departure. The contours of the truth began to emerge, obscured yet discernible through layers of fog. However, Cheng Hao felt as though he was overlooking something, perpetually missing that crucial piece. The fragrant beef stew before him emanated an ominous aura. The countdown numbers on the system interface flickered mercilessly, like a relentless drumbeat against his heart. Cheng Hao's gaze swept across the entire restaurant. The apathetic couple in room 401, the irritable old man in room 402, Mrs. Zhang in room 403, whose nervousness nearly caused her to crush her handbag, the gaming couple in room 406, and the silent muscular man in room 407. Li Fugue wore a facade of insincerity. Patrolling the area like a puppet, Huang Xinxin moved about, serving dishes like a robot programmed for efficiency. Song Ming remained in the kitchen, yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, a colossal question detonated in Cheng Hao's mind like thunder. He abruptly turned to Lin Qingyan and the others, his voice lowered and tinged with urgency. Qingyan, Wan. Sister Wan, when interacting with the other guests, did you inquire why they are here today? Lin Qingyan and Su Wan exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a hint of confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the reason behind Cheng Hao's query. However, Lin Wan recalled something and promptly replied, I asked the gaming couple in room 406. They said they received a notification from the police requiring them to appear as witnesses in the investigation into Shun Yun's suicide, and they complained about the inconvenience. Notification from the police? Required to appear today. At Cheng Hao's words, he immediately pressed on. But where are the police? They're ISNT, a single officer here. Shouldn't they provide statements at the police station instead? Why would they summon everyone to the hotel at the scene of the incident? Lin Qingyan instantly grasped the absurdity. Indeed, this is utterly illogical, unless that so-called police notification is entirely fabricated. Someone must have deliberately gathered them here. Whoever summoned them bears the greatest suspicion. It would be easy to uncover the truth by examining their communication records. This thought illuminated Cheng Hao's chaotic mind like a flash of lightning. His gaze, like a searchlight, swept across the room once more. At that moment, a slight commotion arose near the entrance of the restaurant. Oh dear, the water dispenser is empty. What is going on? Is the air conditioning in the restaurant malfunctioning? Why is it so hot? I'm parched. Huang Xinxin's stiff voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. In the corner of the hall, the water dispenser stood empty. Li Fugue furrowed his brow, seemingly lamenting the lack of logistical support. But the other staff are all busy, and, as a hefty man, I can't lift the water jug. Moreover, he sensed that the air conditioning was not functioning properly either. I'll take care of it. At that moment, a deep voice rang out. It belonged to the burly, rugged, middle-aged man from room 407. He had been sitting silently until now, but stood up voluntarily. With steady movements, he approached the water dispenser, effortlessly lifted a nearby, unopened water jug, skillfully tore off the seal, and with a resounding thud, placed the heavy jug onto the dispenser with precision. The entire process was clean and efficient, as if he had done it countless times before. This seemingly trivial and ordinary action resembled a match igniting a fuse, instantly detonating all the fragmented clues in Cheng Hao's mind. Water. He abruptly lowered his head to gaze at the glass of clear, pristine water that had been poured for him upon his arrival. Each table in the restaurant was adorned with such glasses. Concurrently, another critical detail illuminated his thoughts like a beacon in the darkness. Before Cheng Hao, it appeared strikingly vivid. From the moment he entered the instance, whether it was the front desk, the cleaners, or Huang Xinxin, Li Fugue, and the fitness instructor Song Ming, all their movements bore an otherworldly rigidity. Yet, the guest from room 407, in his recent act of changing the water, exhibited an extraordinary fluidity and naturalness. So natural that he seemed like a truly living individual, intimately familiar with his place. Chapter 72. Scene reenactment, lifting the glass of water before him, and observing the busy staff serving patrons in the restaurant. Cheng Hao naturally pondered a crucial question. If they were all so occupied, when was this glass of water poured? As all the clues converged, the original enigmas began to unravel on their own, with the time in the instance drawing to a close. The guests had already decided to dine, and the weary employees, parched, prepared to quench their thirst. Suddenly, Cheng Hao stood up and declared loudly, "The real poison lies in the water placed on the table and the recently replaced barrel." He pointed at the guest from room 407, who had just assisted in changing the water. "You arrived on the second floor ahead of time and arranged the water glasses on the dining table, didn't you? You intentionally sabotaged the air conditioning. You were the perpetrator behind this hotel tragedy." This sudden accusation left Lin Qingyan and the others, who were still doubting other suspects, momentarily stunned. The guest from room 407? He had not been on their list of suspects. Yet, as Cheng Hao's accusation echoed, the once boisterous restaurant felt as though time itself had been paused. All the guests preparing to dine and the busy staff froze in place. The entire establishment enveloped in an eerie silence. The guest from room 407, Wang Jianfeng, who had just finished changing the water and was about to return to his seat, halted as well. He abruptly turned, his gaze piercing Cheng Hao like a poisoned dagger, filled with astonishment, seething anger at being exposed, and a chilling madness that felt like the dust settling. A low, ambiguous chuckle escaped Wang Jianfeng's throat, shattering the suffocating silence of the restaurant. He no longer attempted to conceal himself, casting a glance at Cheng Hao, then sweeping his gaze over the patrons and staff, who resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. The voice was hoarse and icy, laden with profound hatred. "You are astute, far more so than those fools who merely await their demise." He paced slowly, the sound of his polished shoes upon the carpet resonating like the tolling of a funeral bell. "Indeed, it is I." Wang Jianfeng's voice, though not loud, echoed clearly throughout the restaurant. It was I who summoned them back one by one under the guise of the police. The reason? Naturally, to assist in the investigation of Xiaoyun's case. They felt guilty. I employed some stern language, and they complied without hesitation. As he spoke, his gaze pierced through the air like a tangible icicle, viciously aimed at Mrs. Zhang of room 403. "Zhang Lihua, you vile, slanderous wretch. Just because you lost your wretched necklace, you falsely accused Xiaoyun of theft. You drove her into the corridor, publicly berating her as a thief, insulting her worthiness to live, cursing her child as a burden. How dare your foul mouth utter such words?" Mrs. Zhang trembled in terror, letting out a shriek as she attempted to hide beneath the table. Yet an invisible force bound her to her chair, rendering her only able to emit a whimper of fear. Wang Jianfeng's gaze shifted to Li Fugue. "And you, Li Fugue? You beast in human guise. Xiaoyun has diligently worked for you for 5 years. How long have you coveted her? Gifts? Salary raises? Those are mere tokens of appreciation for your employee, are they not? You sought to purchase her body with a handful of filthy money. How many times has she rejected you? You harbor resentment, do you not? When that vile Zhang Lihua accused Xiaoyan, you not only failed to defend her, but instead chose to kick her while she was down, forcing her to pay damages, forcing her to leave, threatening her with the police. The police? Very well. Why did you not report it? Xiaoyan is innocent. If she had stolen anything, I would gladly offer my head to you, but you all drove her to her death. For the first time, genuine fear flickered across Li Fugui's corpulent face. His lips quivered, desperate to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. And you all? Wang Jianfeng's gaze swept over the couple in room 401, the elderly man in room 402, and the couple in room 406, his eyes brimming with disdain and frigid malice. You all heard it, did you not? You all witnessed it, did you not? Did anyone step forward to utter a word in her defense? No. Each of you is an accomplice. You are all executioners, committing murder without bloodshed. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently as if striving to expel all the pent-up suffering and rage. Xiaoyan was so immaculate, so beautiful, even in her final moments. She feared soiling her favorite blue dress. She was so kind, so naive. She died, carrying immense grievances. And you, the ones who drove her to her demise, continue to live with ease, as if nothing ever transpired. By what right? Wang Jianfeng erupted in a roar, his voice shaking the very chandeliers. By what right should Xiaoyan perish while you continue to live? If heaven will not grant Xiaoyan justice, then I shall deliver it. With the lives of you all, I will ensure Xiaoyan's restitution. He pointed towards the water dispenser, a cruel smile mingled with a sense of liberation etched upon his face. Do you know? Watching each of you finish your dinner, take up your cups to drink, only to turn pale, clutching your throats in agony as you collapse, is truly the most gratifying sight in this world. As his chilling words fell, the eerie stillness of the dining hall seemed to shatter in an instant. A piercing scream erupted from Mrs. Zhang of room 403, as if she had suddenly been choked. Her eyes bulged, hands frantically grasping at her throat. Her complexion shifting visibly to a ghastly shade of blue. She painfully slid from her chair, her body convulsing violently, contorting in agony. Almost immediately, the elderly man from room 402 clutched his chest, gasping for breath with his mouth wide open. He appeared as a fish out of water, his eyes fixed in disbelief and terror towards the ceiling. The numb couple in room 401 witnessed this horror. The husband let out a beastly howl, violently slamming his head against the table, while his wife curled into a ball, emitting a heart-wrenching scream, her nails digging deeply into the carpet. The couple in room 406 finally set aside their phones. The girl looked in terror at her boyfriend's face, which twisted grotesquely, foam spilling from his mouth. Soon, she too began to retch violently, her body writhing in distress. Li Fugui's corpulent form trembled as though electrified, gripping his collar desperately in an attempt to breathe. Yet it felt as if an enormous hand was choking him, his complexion rapidly fading to ashen gray. Huang Xin, witnessing Li Fugui's plight, rushed forward in concern, asking boss, "What is wrong? You mustn't be in trouble. You promised me you would divorce your wife and marry me." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The entire restaurant transformed into a hellscape, cries of anguish and desperate struggles intermingling with the sounds of overturned tables and shattered dishes. A suffocating atmosphere of death and despair enveloped all present. This was the scene that unfolded during the tragic incident at the Red Moon Hotel, now vividly replaying before Cheng Hao and his companions. Chapter 73. Dissipation. Wang Jianfeng stood at the center of the dining hall, observing the figures writhing in pain, gravitating towards death. There was no ecstasy of vengeance on his face, only an unfathomable depth of sorrow and release. He slowly raised his gaze, as if penetrating through the ceiling and layers of space, fixing his eyes upon the open window of room 507 on the 5th floor. "Xiaoyan," he whispered hoarsely, his voice barely audible amidst the cacophony of anguish, yet resonated clearly in the ears of Cheng Hao and his companions. Laden with endless affection and sorrow, "I have avenged you." He turned slowly, his gaze returning to Cheng Hao and the others, the madness and coldness having ebbed away, leaving only a weary emptiness behind. Then, as if conversing with himself or recounting to Cheng Hao and his friends, he began, "Xiaoyan and I met 2 years ago. 3 years after her husband's passing, she struggled to raise their 2 children alone. During a long-haul transport, my vehicle broke down, leading me to this hotel where I encountered her. She exuded both tenderness and strength. I could perceive her exhaustion, yet also the light within her eyes. Subsequently, I took the initiative to pursue her, hoping to provide care for her and her children. However, Xiaoyun never consented, for I understood she could not forget her deceased husband. Yet, this mattered little to me. As long as I could occasionally catch a glimpse of her, I felt content. As for the blue dress, it was a birthday gift from her husband, and she declared it her favorite. She expressed that blue resembled the sky, and wearing it felt akin to adorning oneself with joy. I recognized that her heart still held on to him, but it did not trouble me, for it only served to affirm that Xiaoyun was a virtuous woman. His voice faltered. She was afraid to soil it until her last breath. Then, a deep-seated hatred resurfaced on Wang Jianfeng's face. Therefore, I must seek vengeance. They drove my beloved woman to her demise. I longed to rend them limb from limb. Yet, this exhilaration morphed into profound anguish and resolve. As for those 2 children, Wang Jianfeng's voice dwindled, imbued with heart-wrenching fatigue and despair. They are too young. Xiaoyun is gone. And after I've taken so many lives, I cannot continue living. Who would care for them? Rather than let them live in solitude and suffering, I would prefer to take them along. At least they could reunite as a family in the afterlife. You are being extreme, Lin Qingyan interjected, unable to contain herself, her eyes brimming with disbelief. You madman, this is purely your one-sided wish. Even if you seek vengeance, the children are innocent. They are so young. On what grounds do you determine their fate? Innocent? Wang Jianfeng shot a piercing glance at Lin Qingyan, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yet it soon dimmed, leaving only an endless pallor. In this wretched world, who is truly innocent? Living is not necessarily a blessing. Perhaps death would serve as liberation for them. His voice grew softer, his form beginning to blur, becoming transparent, as if he might dissolve into the wind at any moment. Cheng Hao observed Wang Jianfeng's gradually fading figure with an almost cold indifference. To him, this was merely a level to be cleared, a cycle of grievances bound by rules. Whether Wang Jianfeng's choice was extreme or cruel, it had already transpired within this distorted fragment of time and could not be altered. His sole aim was to bring this to an end. It must end. Cheng Hao's voice was devoid of emotion, as if stating an established fact. Wang Jianfeng paused, murmuring, "Indeed, it must end." He then turned to Cheng Hao, a sudden smile of relief emerging on his face. "Speaking of which, I should thank you for exposing me. Due to a certain energy rule, I have been trapped in a repetitive cycle, reliving the events of the past few hours. At first, it was quite exhilarating to witness the disarray of those who met their demise. Yet as the occurrences unfolded repeatedly, my initial thrill waned into a sense of tedium. Thus, let all come to a halt." As Wang Jianfeng's final words echoed, he disintegrated like grains of sand scattered by the wind, transforming into specks of dark gray light that vanished completely into the air. Immediately thereafter, the scene within the restaurant rippled violently, as if stones had been cast upon a tranquil surface. The agonized figures of Li Fugue, Huang Xinxin, Mrs. Zhang, the couple from room 401, the elderly man from room 402, the couple from room 406, Song Ming from the kitchen, and other staff members swiftly shattered, decomposed, and then dissipated from sight. All sounds abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had extinguished them in an instant. The pervasive scent of blood, the aura of death, and the heavy resentment that permeated the restaurant quickly ebbed away, akin to a receding tide. In the next moment, the suffocating, viscous chill of despair that enveloped the entire Red Moon Hotel began to dissolve and disintegrate at a visible pace, much like snow melting in sunlight. Simultaneously, a system prompt resonated in the minds of Cheng Hao and his companions. Congratulations to the 4 players for successfully clearing the eerie hotel. Rating. Reward, 15,000 experience points. Level 1, Superpower Treasure Chest. Team experience distributed according to contribution. Cheng Hao, 46,000 experience points. Lin Qingyan, 23,000 experience points. Lin Wanwan, 23,000 experience points. Su Wan, 23,000 experience points. A series of system notifications jolted the 4 from their reverie. Particularly, the The generous experience reward swiftly alleviated the weight of the dungeon's narrative. Lin Wan leapt up in excitement. Her little face flushed with exhilaration as overwhelming joy replaced her previous fear and sorrow. Hooray! We did it! Suwon also exhaled a long sigh of relief, her face adorned with a smile of liberation. Finally, this dungeon is over. It was so oppressive. While Lin Qingyan also felt joy at clearing the level and leveling up, a hint of complex emotions regarding Wang Jianfeng and the twins lingered in her brow. She sighed softly, remaining silent. Seeing that the system had already allocated the experience points, Cheng Hao felt relieved as it saved him time. His gaze turned to the superpower treasure chest, and as the Omniscient Exploratory ability unfurled, the type of superpower represented by the genetic potion was revealed. Level 1 Superpower Genetic Potion, Power of Flight. Grants the user the ability to freely manipulate gravity and navigate air currents, enabling high-speed, sustained flight that defies terrain. Flight altitude, speed, and agility continuously enhance with the player's level and development. Chapter 74. Toll Fee the Power of Flight. After reviewing the description, Cheng Hao found himself devoid of interest in this super ability. Having already acquired the powers of Thunder and Windblade, and having developed both to a level exceeding 60, he possessed formidable flying capabilities. Thus, the singular ability of flight was, without a doubt, superfluous for him. He turned to the three women and remarked, "The super ability within this treasure chest allows for aerial flight. As I already possess a similar capability, I suggest you three deliberate among yourselves to determine who would benefit most from it." Suwon gazed at the genetic potion in the chest, her eyes momentarily sparkling with awe. However, after a brief contemplation, she shook her head. "This ability is indeed powerful, but it doesn't quite suit me. After all, I am a driver. Ensuring the vehicle operates smoothly is of utmost importance." Lin Wan promptly waved her hand, exclaiming, "I don't want it either. I am a healing support, and staying close to everyone is essential. Flying about would only make me an easy target. Besides, I have a slight fear of heights." The two women's gazes naturally settled upon Lin Qingyan. She contemplated the vial of genetic potion before her. As a precision sharpshooter, she fully understood the significance of this ability. An absolute vantage point, an unimaginable sniping perspective, and a flawless shooting position free from terrain constraints. This was the ultimate dream of a sniper. Thus she addressed Lin Wan and Suwon. "This super ability is vital for me, so I sincerely thank you both. From now on, should we encounter any other super ability potions, I shall refrain from claiming them." Seeing that the three women had reached a consensus, Cheng Hao promptly retrieved the genetic potion from the treasure chest and handed it to Lin Qingyan, stating, "In truth, it aligns perfectly with your capabilities. Henceforth, you shall be our eye in the sky." Lin Qingyan took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. With utmost solemnity, she extended her hands to receive the genetic potion. Expressing her gratitude, "Thank you all. I promise I will not squander this power." With that, she consumed the genetic potion before the three of them. Buzz! As the potion entered her system, a surge of potent energy coursed through Lin Qingyan's limbs. Her body instinctively felt lighter, as if it had shed its weight. With a mere thought, a gentle yet powerful airflow materialized beneath her feet, lifting her slowly off the ground. Lin Qingyan let out a soft gasp, instinctively clenching her fists. Yet, she soon acclimated to this extraordinary sensation. Suspended over a meter above the ground, she attempted to move, her body soaring gracefully through the dining area like a feather. What began as awkward movements quickly transformed into fluid and effortless grace. In her eyes, a gleam of excitement sparkled. It was a manifestation of confidence in her newfound power and exhilaration regarding the impending transformation of battle dynamics. Once Lin Qingyan had familiarized herself with her newly acquired abilities, under Cheng Hao's guidance, they expended their accumulated experience points to enhance their player levels. Cheng Hao consumed 6,000 points, elevating his level to 34. The sisters, Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, each utilized 3,000 points to reach level 29. Although Su Wan had a delayed start, her initial requirements for advancement were less demanding, and she had now achieved level 25. One must admit, the brief 2-hour dungeon experience had proven remarkably fruitful. Now that we have received our rewards, it is time for us to depart, Cheng Hao remarked, observing the restaurant before them. The lingering resentments here have been dispelled, and it shall no longer attract dark anomalies. The three women nodded in agreement and followed Cheng Hao without hesitation toward the exit. Their fortress RV remained quietly stationed in a nearby parking spot, akin to a loyal steel beast awaiting its master's return. As the force settled into the vehicle, it rumbled to life, and the fortified RV, now carrying the significantly empowered quartet, once again ventured onto the winding, mist-shrouded road. "Brother Cheng, where shall we head next? Are there any other dungeons available?" Lin Wan inquired eagerly from the back seat, her face alight with anticipation. Next, Cheng Hao, seated in the passenger seat, gazed intently at the swirling gray mist enveloping the roadside. "We shall continue our exploration, seeking new superpower chests, congregating monsters, or dungeons. Only by incessantly acquiring experience points and growing stronger can we survive in this wretched place." With a mere thought, he activated his Omniscient Exploration ability. An invisible mental force surged forth from the RV's center, cascading outward like mercury. His formidable perception penetrated the thick fog, scanning for any suspicious energy fluctuations in the vicinity. After a moment, Cheng Hao abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance illuminating his gaze. "What did you discover?" The three women in the vehicle chimed in unison, eager for news. "The exploration indicates that there is indeed another new dungeon ahead." Cheng Hao opened the vehicle's map and pointed to a specific location. To the southeast, approximately 30 kilometers away, lies a highly potent energy field, marked as an eerie campus dungeon. Eerie campus dungeon? Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That sounds entirely different from the dungeons we encountered previously. Lin Qingyan, however, was more concerned with practicality. Was the level of danger and difficulty? It is marked as level 4, slightly higher than the hotel we just faced. However, correspondingly, the rewards will undoubtedly be more substantial. Then what are we waiting for? Lin Wan excitedly waved her small fist, exclaiming, "Let us head over now." After receiving the rewards from the dungeon, she even felt that this was far more convenient than gaining experience points by defeating monsters. However, the game dungeons did not remain open at all hours, and missing the opportunity could mean never encountering them again. Thus, they had to hurry. Yet, Cheng Hao shook his head, stating, "The problem is that there is a severe traffic jam on the road leading to the Eerie campus." "A traffic jam?" Su Wan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively easing her speed. In this world, can there really be traffic jams? How is that possible? Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan shared her disbelief. In a world of road survival, aside from the occasional wandering monsters and scattered survivor teams, large-scale traffic was utterly inconceivable. A traffic jam? The term felt so surreal. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qingyan speculated, could there be a large number of monsters ahead? No. Cheng Hao shook his head and carefully sensed again. After confirming, he explained, it is a man-made blockade, approximately 10 kilometers ahead, at a steel bridge spanning a fault line. Someone has deliberately set up a checkpoint. There are about 20 vehicles stuck at the bridgehead, unable to pass. How could this happen? Lin Qingyan frowned. Who did this? What is their purpose? Cheng Hao did not respond immediately. His omniscient exploration ability, like invisible tendrils, continued to scan the specific situation at the bridge's entrance. Soon, his expression darkened completely, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It is a group of players. They are collecting tolls. Chapter 75. Blood Butcher what? Collecting tolls? Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not help but exclaim, in a place like this? Engaging in such activities, they must be insane. What kind of people are they? How despicable. Don't they think there are already enough dangers and troubles in this world? Why can't they unite instead? Unfortunately, some individuals are inherently vile, especially in a place where order has collapsed. Without the constraints of rules, they only exacerbate their misdeeds. Cheng Hao first gave a wry smile before sharing the information he had gathered with the three women. At the bridgehead, there are at least 50 individuals gathered. They are well-equipped and not weak in strength. The leader is a large fellow clad in heavy alloy armor, wielding a colossal cleaver, exuding an intimidating aura. His information is marked by the system as Blood Butcher, at level 36. Level 36? The faces of Lin Qingyan and the others shifted slightly upon hearing this. That level was far beyond theirs. Even Cheng Hao, at present, was only level 34. Such a level might even grant him some form of extraordinary ability. No wonder they dare to set up checkpoints and collect tolls. Blood Butcher? That name seems to have surfaced in the chat channels before. Lin Qingyan suddenly recalled something and exclaimed. Cheng Hao nodded. Indeed, that is the very individual. Earlier, during a transaction with the Desert Lone Eagle, he warned me to be cautious of this person. I never anticipated encountering him so swiftly. Apart from Blood Butcher himself, his entourage comprises not only a few insignificant lackeys, but also 7 or 8 individuals of considerable strength, generally ranging between levels 25 to 30. As Cheng Hao analyzed the prowess of that group, he continued to describe the unfolding scene. They had taken advantage of the advantageous terrain at the bridgehead, erecting makeshift barricades and even crafting heavy weaponry, such as machine guns. All player teams attempting to cross that bridge had been halted by them, resulting in a traffic jam behind. Cheng Hao's perception distinctly captured the unfolding drama on the open ground of the bridgehead. A small team consisting of 5 off-road vehicles was being forced to a halt by several armed thugs. The leader of the off-road convoy appeared to be a man in his 30s, desperately suppressing his anger and fear as he negotiated with the giant known as Blood Butcher. Brother, could you make an exception? We merely wish to pass. The man wore a forced smile, attempting to offer a few packs of compressed biscuits. Bang! The response came from a bald, muscular thug beside Blood Butcher. He swatted the biscuits aside and then delivered a fierce kick to the hood of the off-road vehicle. The resounding crash startled the occupants inside, making them tremble. Are you trying to shoo away, beggars? The bald thug sneered, spitting words that nearly landed on the other's face. Our boss has decreed that if you wish to cross Blood Butcher Bridge, you must either relinquish half of your supplies or leave behind a level 1 superpower genetic potion. Or, his lecherous gaze swept over a pale-faced young woman in the convoy. Leave behind a woman for the brothers' amusement. You are robbing us. The leader of the off-road convoy trembled with fury at the words, his hand resting on the weapon at his waist. Robbery? A smirk of derision crept across Blood Butcher's face as he raised the enormous, grimy machete. With the blade pointed at the convoy leader, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. You are absolutely correct. I am indeed robbing you. In this damn place, might is right. Refuse to comply? Fine. He slammed the machete down onto the ground with a thunderous crash, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Then leave your lives behind. After all, once you perish, the system's space will collapse, and then your belongings will be ours. The intense pressure and unmasked murderous intent rendered the members of that small team pale with fear. The leader's hand froze on his weapon, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Ultimately, under the predatory gaze of Blood Butcher and his subordinates, he was humiliated into a reluctant compromise. Gritting his teeth, he relinquished half of his hard-earned supplies to Blood Butcher. You know your place, Blood Butcher remarked dismissively. After inspecting his system panel with a satisfied smirk, he waved his hand, signaling his men to let them pass. The off-road squad, as though granted a reprieve, hurriedly started their vehicles. Cautiously maneuvering around the wreckage, they drove onto the bridge amidst the mocking stares of the thugs. Shortly after, another squad, attempting to reason with them, was intercepted. They were larger in number and seemed somewhat formidable, attempting to negotiate with firmness. After several failed attempts, one individual in a van prepared to force their way through. Upon witnessing this, Blood Butcher let out a sinister laugh and resolutely took matters into his own hands. Suddenly, a surge of blood-red mist enveloped him, and with a terrifying velocity akin to that of a human tank, he crashed into the opposing convoy. His massive cleaver sliced through the air with a thunderous whoosh. The sounds of metal clashing, bones snapping, and anguished screams erupted almost simultaneously. The van that had attempted to breach the checkpoint was cleaved in two instantaneously. The occupants were caught in the wave of the blade, meeting their demise on the spot. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground. In mere moments, that van had been reduced to scrap metal, and all its passengers were annihilated. With the collapse of the system's space, the supplies they had gathered lay strewn across the ground. The players behind, witnessing this scene, were so frightened that they hastily turned off their engines, fearing a misinterpretation by Blood Butcher. Subsequently, they complied with his demands: either surrender half of their collected supplies or present and use genetic serums to be granted passage. Were it not for the game rules stipulating that only through forming a team could they transfer experience points, their hard-earned gains would surely have been mercilessly drained by Blood Butcher. After describing the grim scene to the three women in the vehicle, Lin Wan's face flushed with anger. Her fists clenched tightly as she exclaimed, Those people are truly despicable. Suwon's expression was equally grim, relying on their higher levels and greater numbers. They brazenly block the road and rob, disregarding human life. Such people will inevitably face retribution. Lin Qingyan, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of calm. However, her sniper rifle had instinctively found its way into her grasp. She glanced at Cheng Hao, whispering, "Cheng Hao, what should we do? Should we take a detour, or—" Cheng Hao retracted his perception, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the winding road ahead and the roiling mists. His sight seemed to penetrate the fog, revealing the bloody checkpoint and the arrogant blood butcher. A detour? Cheng Hao pondered for a moment before stating, "That bridge is the essential passage to the eerie campus dungeon. Taking a detour would cost us at least an additional 10 hours, and who knows if the dungeon will still be there by then." As he spoke, his fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the seat, producing a rhythmic sound. Regarding the blood butcher, although his player level exceeds mine by 2 tiers, and he possesses 2 advanced abilities, when it comes to overall combat prowess, he may not be superior. After all, I currently wield 5 advanced abilities. At this point, a cold smirk graced Cheng Hao's lips. Moreover, I have already discerned the nature of his abilities. Thus, he is not formidable enough to compel us to take a detour. Wan Jia, maintain speed and proceed directly. Qingyan, Wan, prepare for battle. The blood butcher is mine. The rest of you, handle the others. I will summon the shadows to assist you. Understood. The 3 women replied in unison, their eyes ablaze with determination, devoid of fear. Over the course of their time together, they had come to understand Cheng Hao's character. He would never take risks without certainty. Now that he had resolved to confront the blood butcher and his ilk head-on, victory was undoubtedly within reach. The fortress RV surged forward like an awakened steel beast, shattering the fog with unwavering momentum as it thundered towards the blood butcher bridge, shrouded in crimson. Chapter 76. Strike first. The fortress RV moved forward steadily, resembling a silent steel giant on the fog-laden road, drawing ever closer to the bridge named after the blood butcher. The faint scent of blood and the palpable tension in the air grew increasingly intense. Along the roadside, vehicles that had been forcibly halted formed a long queue. Behind the windows, pairs of eyes filled with exhaustion, fear, anger, and helplessness peered out. Upon spotting the fortress RV barreling towards them without slowing, some drivers exhibited expressions of shock and envy. However, upon noticing the 3 women and a young man inside, one could not help but roll down their window and urgently shout, "You all, stop the vehicle! Don't drive past! There are checkpoints set up on the bridge ahead, demanding protection fees. Stop now." They kill without hesitation. They want supplies and women. Given your numbers, they surely won't let you pass easily. Yes, take a detour. There's still time. It's not worth risking your lives. The warnings came in a chorus, all well-intentioned reminders, especially upon seeing the 3 stunning women in the vehicle. They felt even more certain that the blood butcher and his crew would target them, though aware that these individuals meant well. Cheng Hao sat in the passenger seat with a grim expression, indifferent to the shouts outside. Lin Qingyan occupied the rear seat, her Barrett sniper rifle quietly positioned at the edge of the window. Lin Wan's small face was taut, her hands clenched tightly, ever ready to unfurl her golden shield. Suwon gripped the steering wheel, her gaze sharply fixed ahead, the outline of the bridge becoming increasingly clear. The engine of the fortress RV emitted a deep, powerful growl, as if responding to the impending storm. Cheng Hao glanced forward and quietly reminded, "Sister Wan, prepare to activate fortress mode." "Understood," Suwon replied, her finger already poised over a red button on the central console. In that instant, the fortress RV surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving the vehicles lining the road in its wake, crushing the debris scattered on the ground. It charged toward the open space, forcibly cleared at the bridge's entrance with an unstoppable momentum. With a screech, the fortress RV came to a steady halt less than 10 meters from the checkpoint. The wheels carved shallow marks into the earth, and the menacing front ram glimmered ominously in the dim light, directly facing the bloodthirsty gang, along with their hastily erected barricades and several ominous heavy machine guns. This sudden display of audacity shattered the oppressive equilibrium at the bridge. Who the hell is this fool? Looking for death? What a massive vehicle. How is it modified? Seems like there are women on board. Quite fetching. The henchmen of Shui too were initially taken aback. Upon noticing the women in the RV, They erupted with raucous jeers and lascivious laughter. They peered out from behind their makeshift cover, various firearms being cocked and aimed at the uninvited guest. A burly, bald man with a face full of scars grinned wickedly as he hefted a rocket launcher, aiming it at the Fortress RV's windshield, shouting, "Get out of the vehicle! This bridge is ours. If you wish to pass, you must have our boss's permission." Before Cheng Hao and the others could respond, the imposing figure of Shui Tu, resembling a human bear, emerged from behind the crowd. His heavy alloy armor clanked ominously with each movement, and the scars on his face appeared even more menacing in the dim light. In his hand, he wielded a signature massive cleaver, its blade still stained with dark brown blood. His beast-like eyes first scanned the exaggerated armor and ram of the Fortress RV, a flicker of seriousness and greed crossing his gaze. However, his attention soon fixated on Su Wan in the driver's seat, and on Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan in the back, three women strikingly beautiful yet distinctly different in demeanor. In this bleak and desolate world, they bloomed like three radiant flowers in the dark. In an instant, the most sordid desires within Blood Butcher and his subordinates were ignited. As for Cheng Hao, seated in the passenger seat, apart from his handsome visage, he possessed no other remarkable traits, appearing rather unremarkable. In this world, what use is good looks? Thus, he was simply disregarded by Blood Butcher. Approaching the vehicle, Blood Butcher licked his lips and boisterously declared, "The car is splendid. The women are even more enticing. Leave the car and these three women. That lad in the passenger seat can take his leave." With that, he pointed his massive cleaver menacingly at the Fortress RV. His cold gaze fixated on Cheng Hao. "You have 10 seconds. In the face of Blood Butcher's threat, Cheng Hao merely retorted with 2 words, "Shameless fool." Then, without hesitation, he shouted, "Sister Wan, take action. Activate the Seraphim laser cannon and strike that bald man with a rocket launcher first." Since confrontation was inevitable, it was better to strike first. "Understood," Su Wan replied promptly, with a firm press of her finger on the button. The armored panels atop the Fortress RV slid open with a sudden clang. A sci-fi styled cannon, radiating a ghostly blue energy, ascended. The blinding blue energy coalesced in an instant. Boom! Before the bald man with a rocket launcher could react, a tremendous explosion ensued, vaporizing him his rocket launcher, and the makeshift cover behind him under the searing high-energy laser beam. All that remained was a smoldering pit, puffing out wisps of quickly dissipating smoke. Such a formidable and swift assault utterly stunned Blood Butcher and his crew. They had never anticipated that the RV housed such a powerful laser cannon. Even more shocking was the fact that the occupants of the RV would take the initiative to strike without warning. Damn it! Open fire on them. Reduce that vehicle to rubble. Coming back to his senses, Blood Butcher's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck and forehead as he bellowed in rage. The vehicle's weaponry system was fully activated. Simultaneously, Cheng Hao's voice resonated within the cockpit. As soon as he finished speaking, the Fortress RV awakened like a war machine. The alloy panels on either side of the vehicle rose, revealing the rapid-fire machine guns concealed beneath. A hail of bullets descended upon the marauders who had just peeked out from their cover, like a metallic tempest. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The unsuspecting henchmen of Blood Butcher were thrown into disarray. The sounds of gunfire and anguished cries filled the air. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen individuals were reduced to mere riddle corpses. Chapter 77. Confrontation. The ferocious firepower of the Fortress RV shattered the eerie silence at the bridge like a clap of thunder. Shell casings rained down like a torrential downpour, producing a crisp, resonating clang upon impact. The flames erupting from the gun muzzle illuminated the dim bridgehead, casting flickering red reflections. The minions of the bloodthirsty butcher, who mere moments ago reveled in the lecherous sight of a beautiful woman and their own brazen arrogance, were suddenly struck dumb by an unexpected storm of bullets. Had they ever witnessed such fierce, precise, and unheralded onslaught? This was no mere RV. It was a mobile fortress of steel, a war machine exhaling the fiery breath of death. "Oh, my leg! Good heavens! Get down! What kind of monster is this?" Witnessing their comrades reduced to mere pulp, the once cocky assailants scattered like ants doused with boiling water. Some clutched their heads and scrambled desperately towards cover, while others, in a panic, leapt straight into the nearby drainage ditch. The heavy machine guns, once the pride of their arsenal, saw their operators rolling and crawling away from their positions, leaving the barrels forlornly tilted aside, no longer daring to expose themselves. Meanwhile, in a long line of vehicles trapped behind, the deathly silence had been shattered, replaced by a chorus of gasps and incredulous exclamations. Good Lord, what kind of cannon is that? It obliterated both the men and their shelter in an instant. My goodness, the firepower is overwhelming. Look, the butcher's men are being beaten down like children, unable to lift their heads. Who are the occupants of that vehicle? 4 individuals have completely subdued over 50 of the butcher's crew? Surely, I must be dreaming. I told you that vehicle was extraordinary. Even the heavy machine guns have fallen silent. How magnificent! How satisfying! Fire! Strike with all your might. The drivers who had earlier warned Cheng Hao and the others to turn around now stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They clung to their windows, fixated on the fortress-like RV at the bridgehead, which resembled a fire-breathing beast, and the bloodthirsty gang, now utterly overwhelmed and suffering heavy casualties. Their faces were awash with profound shock and ecstatic joy. They had been trapped here, enduring humiliation and fear. They had envisioned countless scenarios, but never imagined that a single vehicle could, with such audacity and overwhelming force, crush this gang of demons into submission. The deafening roar of gunfire now resonated in their ears like the most exquisite battle drums. Each shot fired from the fortress RV brought them an indescribable sense of exhilaration and vindication. I thought they were heading to their doom, but it turns out, murmured one middle-aged driver, who had previously been the most vocal in cautioning against advancing. Gazing in awe at the RV, standing resolutely amidst the smoke, he exclaimed, "This is no lamb entering the tiger's den. This is a dragon crossing the river. Ah, how infuriating!" He lamented, witnessing his subordinates being suppressed by the RV's firepower and suffering grave losses. The blood-soaked figure's eyes blazed crimson, unleashing a cacophony of roars and growls. He realized that if he did not act swiftly, the more than 50 subordinates he had painstakingly gathered would likely face utter annihilation. With a flicker of thought, the blood mist enveloping him surged and swirled, almost as if it were a sentient being, charging towards the incoming bullets. As the bullets penetrated the blood mist, their velocity diminished dramatically, producing muffled thuds before they ultimately fell impotently to the ground. In the next moment, his colossal form lunged forward, resembling a monstrous entity of crimson. In his grasp, an enormous cleaver gleamed with a blinding scarlet light, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air as he swung it down upon the laser cannon atop the fortress vehicle. This strike embodied the full force of his extraordinary ability, the mountain-cleaving blade technique, a blow powerful enough to cleave through a small mountain. Before the blade even reached its target, the fierce wind generated by its descent had already carved deep fissures into the ground before the vehicle. Given the fortress vehicle's current defenses, it would indeed be unable to withstand such a ferocious strike. At that critical juncture, the passenger door of the vehicle exploded open with a thunderous sound. A figure materialized before the vehicle as if teleporting. It was Cheng Hao. Confronting the terrifying blow capable of shattering mountains, Cheng Hao did not flinch or evade. His eyes ignited with a chilling brilliance. With a low exclamation, a resilient, pale golden energy membrane enveloped his entire body in an instant. The energy of the diamond body surged through him, increasing the density of his muscles and bones as if he were forged from adamantine. With a resounding crash, the massive bloodied cleaver, wielding the might to split stone and earth, struck heavily against Cheng Hao's crossed arms in a defensive posture. The deafening clash of metal echoed across the bridge. A violent shockwave erupted from the two figures, causing the ground to splinter and debris to scatter like bullets, toppling several nearby abandoned cars. As the shockwave dissipated, Cheng Hao remained steadfast in his position, having absorbed the full force of the strike delivered by the youth in the passenger seat of the vehicle. The expression on the blood-soaked figure's face shifted from surprise to shock, only to be replaced by a mocking smile as he coldly remarked, "You boy are unexpectedly the leader among those 4. Your level of defensive ability is indeed commendable. However, alas, your rank does not surpass mine. You may withstand my first strike, but can you endure my second and third?" With that, the blood-soaked figure effortlessly flicked his wrist, sending the massive cleaver into a spinning arc before bringing it down heavily toward Cheng Hao's waist. Yet, just as the silver light flickered around Cheng Hao, his form vanished from sight. The blood-soaked figure's powerful blow struck nothing but air. Cursed be it, he possesses two types of extraordinary abilities. A flash of anger crossed the blood-soaked figure's eyes. However, immediately thereafter, greed and ecstasy emerged. The advanced superpowers were not easily attainable. Through oppression and plunder, he had elevated his own level to 36 by harnessing two types of extraordinary abilities. Should he eliminate that young man and merge his superpowers, his strength would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. Shifting his gaze, Blood Butcher turned towards Cheng Hao, who was a dozen meters away. A surge of blood mist enveloped him as he swung his massive blade and charged forward, declaring, "You, boy, your superpowers are mine today." As Blood Butcher and Cheng Hao erupted into battle, following an initial wave of shock and chaos, a group of over 10 subordinates, each above level 25, gathered together. They began to counterattack the fortified vehicle, employing their respective abilities. After enduring a barrage of gunfire, they recognized that while the fortress vehicle's firepower was fierce, the only true threat lay in the laser cannon atop the vehicle. The other machine guns mounted on the vehicle could be defended against by anyone above level 25 with an appropriate superpower. Thus, if they could destroy the laser cannon, the fortress vehicle would pose no further danger. They planned to capture the three women on board as hostages, compelling the young man with two superpowers to surrender to their leader. Chapter 78. Sniper Lin Qingyan, stay calm. The laser cannon is the greatest threat. We must prioritize its destruction. Once we eliminate it, that vehicle will be reduced to scrap metal. After capturing the women aboard, that little brat will be of no concern. A lean man in a black vest, with eyes as cold as a serpent's, gathered the elite subordinates to strategize. He was Blood Butcher's right-hand man, named Du Hui. At level 30, aside from Blood Butcher, he was the most powerful individual in the group. Under his command, over 10 subordinates above level 25, possessing defensive or speed-oriented superpowers, commenced their operation. They utilized cover and abandoned vehicles as springboards, moving with ghostly agility. Among them, 6 relatively nimble individuals, clearly selected as assault troops, exhibited remarkable speed. Their bodies were either enveloped in a rocky, brownish armor or entwined with streamlined gusts of wind. Braving the relentless hail of bullets, they darted towards the fortress vehicle's roof, targeting the blazing blue-hued Seraphim laser cannon. Once that cannon was destroyed, the threat of the vehicle would vanish. Wan, shield. Inside the vehicle, Su Wan, observing the 6 rapidly approaching figures through the surveillance screen, immediately called out. Lin Wan reacted swiftly, crossing her hands over her chest. A brilliant golden light erupted instantly from within the fortress vehicle. A colossal, solid golden rhombus shield suddenly enveloped the entire vehicle. The 6 assailants almost simultaneously collided with the golden barrier. Their concentrated punches, kicks, and weapons struck the surface of the shield with a resounding thud. Cover them. Suppress their fire. Du Hui bellowed from the rear, as several subordinates equipped with ranged attack capabilities opened fire. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour upon the fortress RV, attempting to disrupt Su Wan and Lin Wan, creating an opportunity for the 6 to breach the shield. The rapid-fire machine gun of the fortress RV immediately pivoted, returning fire. In an instant, bullets flew in all directions, accompanied by the ceaseless cacophony of explosions. The 6 assailants, witnessing the shield's formidable resilience, flashed a fierce glint in their eyes. They swiftly retrieved specially designed demolition devices or energy cutters from their system space, preparing to affix them to the shield to force their way through. The shield trembled violently, its brilliance flickering. The combined strength of these 6 was formidable. Lin Wan's petite face turned pale, clearly burdened by immense pressure. Just at this critical juncture, a soft yet muffled sound, almost drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire, suddenly resonated. Leading the charge was a burly man, entirely enveloped in a rocky armor, who was brandishing a high-energy cutter. His movements abruptly froze. Without warning, a gaping hole appeared in his forehead, red and white, mingled with shattered fragments of his rocky skin, sprayed backward. The grotesque expression on his face hadn't even transformed into one of shock. He toppled backward, the cutter clattering to the ground. Old Sure, what happened? Who fired the shot? The remaining 5 assailants turned pale with terror. Old Sure possessed the top-tier defensive superpower of rock skin, reaching level 28. Ordinary bullets would leave not even a mark on him. How would he be instantly killed? The 5 instinctively ceased their assault on the shield, fearfully scanning their surroundings for the source of the attack. Suddenly, 2 more faint muffled sounds followed. On the left, a tall, slender figure, swirling with wind, moved at incredible speed, while on the right, a bald, muscular man prepared to install a demolition device. Almost simultaneously, they met the same fate as Old Sure. Their heads were crushed as if struck by an invisible hammer, exploding instantly. A sniper. A sniper. One of the assailants, seemingly having spotted something, suddenly screamed in terror. In the sky. The remaining 2, along with Du Hui and the others directing from the rear, abruptly looked up. There, amidst the gray sky, at a height of approximately 100 meters above the ground, a slender figure floated serenely, clad in a sleek black tactical suit. It accentuated an athletic silhouette. A long ponytail fluttered gently in the breeze. In her hands, an exaggeratedly designed Barrett, with a long and stout barrel, was firmly positioned on her shoulder. The cold muzzle pointed menacingly downward. It was none other than Lin Qingyan. Seizing the chaos, she had quietly ascended into the air, evading the line of sight from the fortress's mobile command center, soaring like a hawk surveying the battlefield below. With the superpower of a rock-solid physique, her body remained unyielding during high-speed flight and precise sniping. Her innate talent for accurate shooting, combined with the terrifying power of the Barrett, rendered her a silent harbinger of death on the battlefield. Such remarkable marksmanship. Most astonishingly, she could fly as well. Du Hui's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that, aside from that young man, this seemingly delicate woman possessed more than one superpower. Although their numbers were vastly inferior, with the addition of that heavily armed mobile command center, the overall strength of this quartet was likely not much less than their own group. No wonder they dared to engage us in combat. Quickly, take cover. While contemplating, Du Hui barked sharply. They could no longer afford the cost of losing any more elite subordinates. Just as his words fell, a resounding pop echoed. A stormtrooper, attempting to find shelter, had his head exploded while running. The last remaining stormtrooper, utterly terrified, threw himself recklessly beneath a cargo truck, seeking refuge behind the vehicle. However, Lin Qingyan's muzzle, like the gaze of death, had already locked onto his movements. Adjusting her position in the sky, she aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang! A piercing, armor-piercing round accurately penetrated the minuscule gap between the cargo truck's undercarriage and the ground. With a sickening thud, the last stormtrooper, hiding beneath the truck, was violently jolted, his chest torn open by a horrific wound. 6 meticulously chosen elite stormtroopers, intent on destroying the laser cannon, were annihilated in mere seconds under Lin Qingyan's precise marksmanship. Bastard! Witnessing his carefully orchestrated strike team obliterated in an instant, Du Hui's eyes widened with rage and despair. He suddenly rose from behind the wreckage of the truck, fixating on the figure in the sky. His gaze filled with venomous hatred. Did he think he was safe up high? Come down here! Du Hui let out a beastly roar, ripping open his tactical vest to reveal his muscular torso. A chilling, slick, nauseating wave of energy surged from his arms. The skin on his arms instantly turned as dark as ink, twisting, swelling, and elongating uncontrollably. Chapter 79. United to annihilate the enemy, as Du Hui unleashed his superpower. His arms transformed within mere seconds into 2 grotesque black serpents nearly 100 meters long. Superpower level, Serpent's Hand. Hiss. 2 colossal black pythons, entirely transformed from arms, emitted a piercing hiss. Like 2 streaks of black lightning, carrying a foul wind and venomous aura, they rushed towards Lin Qingyan, who hovered 100 meters in the air, one from the left and the other from the right, with astonishing speed. The enormous jaws of the serpents gaped wide, their fangs glinting with an eerie blue light, seemingly capable of swallowing a small vehicle whole. 100 meters was but a fleeting moment for these elongated serpents. Lin Qingyan's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by the adversary's bizarre and extensive attack range. Her reaction was as swift as lightning. A powerful gust erupted beneath her feet. Whoosh! Her figure executed a remarkably agile right-angle turn in midair, narrowly evading the lunge of the left serpent. The serpent's maw, carrying the stench of blood, grazed past her leg, brushing against her black stockings. However, the right serpent seemed to possess a foreknowledge of her movements. Its head twisted in the air with a peculiar motion, and a massive body, akin to a steel whip, sliced through the air with a terrifying sound, striking fiercely towards Lin Qingyan's path of evasion. This attack was both rapid and brutal. Suspended in midair, Lin Qingyan found herself in a precarious position, her previous strength waning and new energy yet to rise. As she faced the impending strike of the python, given the force contained within the serpent, even with her rock-solid physique for protection, a direct hit would likely leave her in dire straits. Just at that critical moment, a resonant hum echoed, and a solid, golden diamond-shaped shield, radiating a sacred warmth, materialized abruptly before Lin Qingyan. The surface of the shield shimmered with intricate runes. It was none other than Lin Wanwan's guardian shield. Boom! The serpent's tail, imbued with tremendous power, struck violently against the golden shield. A deafening roar erupted in the 100-meter altitude. The shield quaked violently, its surface instantly adorned with a spiderweb of cracks, its brilliance dimming rapidly. Nevertheless, this shield ultimately afforded her the crucial moment to dissipate the force. Coupled with her own rock body ability, which was triggered to its utmost, a rocky, gray-brown sheen enveloped her form, under the dual layers of defense. Lin Qingyan regained her balance, emerging unscathed. I wonder how long you can endure. Du Hui observed this with a glint of malice in his eyes. Manipulating one of the python arms, he abruptly twisted it in the air, redirecting the massive head to lunge once more at Lin Qingyan, who had just steadied herself. Simultaneously, he commanded the other serpent arm, akin to a massive battering ram, to crash down upon the fortress RV with a howling sound of slicing air. Sister Su-wan, dodge! Lin Wan shouted sharply as she beheld the descending serpent body. Hold on tight. Su-wan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as she pressed the accelerator to the floor. The colossal form of the fortress RV exhibited astonishing agility at that moment. The engine roared ferociously, the wheels screeched against the ground, emitting a cacophony of sound and smoke as it veered dangerously to the side and surged forward. Boom! A colossal serpent's body struck the very spot where the fortress RV had recently come to a halt. The ground was gouged out, creating a deep crater, with debris and soil flying in every direction. Seraphim, lock onto that serpent's head, attacking Qingyan. Interference fire, Su-wan commanded sharply amidst the jolting, freeing one hand to tap the screen. Buzz! The Seraphim's laser cannon atop the vehicle once again ignited with a ghostly blue glow, its aim fixed directly on the massive python's head lunging forward. Du Hui's expression shifted dramatically. He understood the formidable power of the laser cannon and dared not allow the serpent's head to absorb the impact. He was compelled to maneuver the serpent's head into a sudden halt and change of direction, narrowly evading the laser beam. The beam grazed the serpent's body, leaving behind a charred scorch mark. This momentary distraction and delay was ample for Lin Qingyan. Her gaze was as frigid as ice. The Barrett was once again steadied. This time, her target was no longer the elusive serpent's head or joints, but rather Du Hui himself, nearly fully exposed behind cover as he was preoccupied with manipulating the two massive serpent arms. Bang! The thunderous report of the gun shattered the air, seeming to rend time itself. A round of armor-piercing, high-explosive ammunition, born from the limitless power of bullets, surged forth across the expanse, propelled by Lin Qingyan's icy intent for vengeance. Thud! A minute red that materialized at the center of Du Hui's forehead without warning. The next moment, boom! His entire head erupted like a balloon stuffed with explosives, bursting apart. Red, white, and shattered bone fragments mingled with brain matter, spraying outwards in a radial explosion. His grotesque expression was forever frozen in a moment of shock and disbelief. Du Hui's headless corpse stood rigid for a second, before collapsing backward, devoid of all support. With his demise, the two terrifying serpent arms, once fierce and thrashing, abruptly ceased their frenzied movements as if all vitality had been instantly drained. The massive serpent body rapidly shriveled like a melting wax figure, collapsing into two ordinary human arms that limply fell to either side of the corpse. Beauties, the subordinates of the Blood Butcher, who possessed the superpower known as Serpent's Hand, had perished. The entire crowd at the bridge and along the roadway fell into an absolute silence, witnessing this scene. The wind seemed to halt in its flow. Whether it was the remnants of the Blood Butcher, long since terrified and huddled behind cover, or the players trapped in a lengthy queue of vehicles, anxiously peering through their windows, every face was frozen in a mask of astonishment. Shock, dismay, disbelief. Good heavens, those three women are astonishingly fierce. That female sniper not only can fly, but also exhibits unparalleled marksmanship. One shot, one kill. Even a monster like Du Hui was eliminated. And that girl with the shield, who appears delicate, withstood the serpent's lethal grip. Without her, the other two are in peril. The female driver is equally formidable, deftly maneuvering the vehicle while simultaneously operating the machine gun. Such an accomplishment is beyond the reach of any ordinary spirit. Their coordination is so seamless. It is as if they are one entity. What sort of celestial team is this? The man is astonishingly powerful, and each of the three women is more ruthless than the last. Blood Butcher has encountered a formidable obstacle this time. Gasps of awe and murmurs of discussion surged through the crowd like a tide. Soon, all eyes, filled with immense anticipation, converged upon the open space at the bridge's head. There, the final confrontation between Cheng Hao and Blood Butcher had entered its most critical phase. The air was thick with killing intent and energy fluctuations, more violent and oppressive than before. Chapter 80. The wind sweeps through the blood mist, witnessing his elite subordinates, particularly his deputy Du Hui, being dispatched one by the three women. Blood Butcher's scarlet eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Incompetent fools. Unable to handle a few women. They deserve to die. He spat out a curse, then turned his gaze, his crimson eyes fixated on Cheng Hao. But it mattered not. Blood Butcher bared his blood-stained teeth in a grin as grotesque as a demon from the abyss. After I slay you, I shall personally deal with them. I will make them kneel, wailing for mercy. In the face of Blood Butcher's venomous words, Cheng Hao merely lifted his chin slightly. His gaze as tranquil as still water in a deep pool. Is that so? He slowly raised his hand, the knuckles emitting a faint crackling sound. You and your fallen lackeys have overestimated yourselves. Today, I shall make you fully aware of reality. Arrogance. Die, you wretch. Blood Butcher's rationality was entirely ignited by Cheng Hao's contemptuous words. He roared in fury, his feet propelling him off the ground. Boom! The earth erupted, creating a deep pit several meters wide as rubble and dust shot forth like cannon fire. Blood Butcher transformed into a raging crimson shadow, his speed so swift that only a distorted afterimage remained on the retina. The enormous cleaver, the size of a door, bore the weight of his fury and strength. Before the blade even reached him, the overwhelming force capable of cleaving mountains bore down on Cheng Hao like a tangible mountain. The crimson radiance upon the blade surged, as if it sought to consume all light. Ultimate super ability, mountain cleaving slash. Faced with this terrifying strike capable of splitting mountains, Cheng Hao exhibited no fear in his eyes. The dark golden light on his right fist solidified to its maximum potential. At the same time, blinding silver lightning erupted with ferocity. Cheng Hao surged forward, like an arrow released from its bow, meeting the descending blood-red blade with a single, powerful punch. The energies of the diamond body and thunderous power intertwined and fused at his fist, transforming into an energy imprint that collided with the blade's light. A visible shockwave erupted instantaneously, expanding ferociously in a circular pattern. The air was subjected to extreme compression, creating a fleeting vacuum that was swiftly filled by a surging current, emitting a wailing shriek akin to a ghost lament. Under the immense pressure, the ground beneath Cheng Hao cracked and fissured, his legs sinking into the earth up to his knees. Yet he stood tall, his posture as straight as a javelin, enduring a terrifying force capable of splitting a truck in twain. Is this your so-called mountain-splitting strike? A thought flickered in Cheng Hao's mind, and a formidable strength surged within him, allowing him to extricate his legs from the pit. He shook his slightly numb right arm, while a dark golden glow coursed beneath his skin, swiftly mending the subtle trauma. His gaze sharpened, fixed on Blood Butcher, a sardonic smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. a name that is rather intimidating, yet your strength merely tickles me. Is it not a tad too feeble? You little wretch. Blood Butcher's eyes were entirely engulfed by a crimson haze. Let's see how long you can maintain that bravado. Transform into a putrid mass for me. With a furious roar, the viscous blood mist swirling around him surged violently, akin to a living entity in a frenzy. He extended his arms wide, and the dense, unyielding scarlet mist, like a tsunami imbued with life, surged forth, reeking of a nauseating stench and a potent corrosive aura, enveloping Cheng Hao entirely. Where the blood mist passed, the air crackled with a sizzling sound. Even the stones beneath were rapidly eroded, emitting wisps of green smoke. This was an alternate form of Blood Butcher's superpower, the blood corrosion mist. Any body ensnared within its grasp would be swiftly devoured. The churning blood mist enveloped Cheng Hao's figure in an instant. In the sky 100 meters above, Lin Qingyan's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this scene. The sniper scope locked onto the roiling mist, yet she could not locate Blood Butcher's form amidst the chaos. Similarly, Su Wan and Lin Wan in the RV found their vision obscured by the blood mist. Huh, that boy is finished. Blood Butcher cackled, his eyes gleaming with triumph. However, before his laughter could fade, a sound akin to fabric being forcefully torn asunder erupted from the depths of the dense blood mist. A brilliant, unparalleled azure light suddenly exploded, piercing through the layers of crimson haze. Subsequently, a wild tempest materialized from thin air. Centered around the azure light, it swept outward with ferocious intensity. The viscous, corrosive blood corrosion mist, akin to quicksand, met its match against this sudden, violent whirlwind. The howling wind tore through the thick blood mist, shredding and dispersing it with brutal force. The tumultuous scarlet haze was forcibly ripped open, creating a vast breach. At the heart of this opening, Cheng Hao's figure re-emerged. He remained enveloped in a resilient dark golden radiance, with silver serpents of electricity dancing across his surface, dispelling the lingering corrosive aura. As he raised his right hand, the air before him distorted violently. A half-meter-long azure blade of wind hovered just an inch from his fingertips. The blade spun at an astonishing speed, emitting a nerve-wracking hum. With the air visibly cleaved into vacuum trails, he gently thrust his right hand forward, and the rapidly rotating compressed wind blade, as though commanded by an unseen force, let out an extraordinarily sharp shriek. Whoosh! The azure streak of light vanished in an instant. The malevolent grin on Blood Butcher's face had not yet fully transformed into horror when an instinctual and profound sense of impending doom surged from the depths of his marrow, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Acting purely on instinct, as the wind blade approached him, he abruptly crossed his immense cleaver before his chest. Clang! A sound rang out, crisp as shattered glass, yet accompanied by a metallic groan of distortion. The seemingly diminutive wind blade collided with the heavy, serrated edge of the cleaver, unleashing a terrifying force of cutting power. Sparks flew wildly. Blood Butcher felt an overwhelming force crash against his cleaver. His immensely muscular arms instantly reached their limits. Even so, he was still propelled off the ground, flying backward, stumbling. He managed to regain his footing after retreating 7 or 8 steps. Is this a wind attribute superpower? How could you possibly wield the power of the wind? For the first time, Blood Butcher's voice trembled uncontrollably, a fear born from a complete upheaval of his understanding. Diamond body, thunderous strength, and now, the cutting wind blade. This individual had somehow acquired 3 immensely powerful superpowers in such a brief span of time. No, you must die. Those 3 superpowers should rightfully belong to me. Jealousy and rage intertwined within him, and Blood Butcher seemed to lose all rationality. With a mighty roar, a thick mist of blood, denser than before, surged forth from him. It transformed into dozens of massive blood-colored serpents, gaping wide-mouthed and converging upon Cheng Hao. Yet, as he beheld the advancing serpents, Cheng Hao remained entirely unfazed. A mocking smile resurfaced on his face as he proclaimed loudly, "Who told you I possess only 3 superpowers?" Flames of ashes ignite. Chapter 81. Fusion of powers. With a decisive shout from Cheng Hao, the aura surrounding him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. A terrifying heat, capable of incinerating all in its path and melting gold and iron, erupted without warning. The palm of his outstretched left hand glowed with a sudden crimson light. That light rapidly expanded, swirling and voraciously consuming the surrounding air, emitting a deep, mournful hum. Boom! A column of concentrated crimson light did not shoot towards Blood Butcher, but instead plunged fiercely downwards, penetrating the earth beneath Cheng Hao's feet. In the next moment, the ground trembled. A blazing wall of crimson flames, towering over 10 meters high, erupted before Cheng Hao with a thunderous roar. The inferno blazed fiercely, its searing red flames rolling and howling. The grotesque, blood-colored serpents, formed from toxic blood mist, charged towards the scarlet wall. Hisses! Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, there was only a chilling sound, akin to billions of boiling oil droplets splashing into a snowbank. The purifying flames were inherently designed to vanquish all filth and malevolence. The serpents, imbued with corrosive energy potent enough to dissolve steel, were instantly transformed upon contact with the fiery barrier, as if plunged into the icy core of the sun. Their bodies, composed of blood mist, emitted a wretched scream, as though their very souls were being seared. The immense forms disintegrated, evaporating at a visible pace. The pungent stench was instantaneously purified, leaving only the strangely fragrant air of charred remnants. Meanwhile, the crimson wall stood unwavering, an impenetrable chasm that mercilessly vaporized and cleansed all tainted blood energy. The flames illuminated Cheng Hao's sharply defined profile, also casting light upon the opposing figure of Blood Butcher, whose color drained, revealing a face pale with unbounded terror. How is that even possible? Why could he outpace me by such a margin? Simultaneously, as the purging flames reached their full potential, Cheng Hao's aura was unleashed without restraint. Diamond body, thunderous might, wind blade slash, and purifying flames. Gold, silver, azure, and crimson. Four distinct manifestations of superlative power intertwined in a profound manner around Cheng Hao, resonating in unity. They were independent, yet seamlessly whole. The vibrant hues radiated brilliantly, their energy waves spreading like a tangible tsunami. Cheng Hao stood at the center of this four-colored halo, exuding an aura of sanctity and solemnity. What a divine spectacle! A middle-aged woman murmured in a daze, her knees buckling as she involuntarily knelt. How could he wield 4 types of super abilities? Another player clung desperately to the edge of the car window, his nails turning white from the intensity. A warrior. This is the true essence of a warrior. The fervent cheers erupted within the crowd, igniting hope among all survivors like a raging wildfire. They gazed towards the bridge, where the figure surrounded by the 4-colored halo stood, their eyes filled with unparalleled awe and fervent admiration. Inside the fortified RV, Lin Wan's face flushed with excitement. Chengge is so handsome. Suwon finally released her grip on the steering wheel, letting out a long sigh of relief. Her taut nerves relaxed completely, a proud smile gracing her lips. High above, Lin Xingyan's eyes reflected the dazzling brilliance of the 4-colored light below. The corners of his lips curled slightly upwards, a barely perceptible smile of reassurance blossoming quietly. At this moment, the Blood Butcher, standing opposite Cheng Hao, was utterly petrified. The grotesque expressions of rage and jealousy on his face had vanished, leaving only a profound sense of bewilderment and fear that penetrated to his very marrow. His 2 proud superpowers, which he had relied upon to dominate, had been thwarted. The Mountain Splitter was effortlessly countered, and the Blood Corrosion Mist was entirely suppressed by the newly revealed fire abilities of his opponent, as if he had encountered a natural adversary. Now, astonishingly, this opponent skillfully wielded 4 distinct superpowers, although his own player level was 2 tiers above that of Cheng Hao. The flawless amalgamation of these 4 powers rendered Cheng Hao's true combat prowess far beyond anything he could contend with. What to do? The Blood Butcher whispered despondently, his grip on the Mountain Splitter trembling uncontrollably. The strength he had once cherished now seemed laughably insignificant in the face of his opponent's formidable prowess. It was my turn. Just then, Cheng Hao's icy voice, akin to a death knell, jolted the Blood Butcher from his stupor. Cheng Hao moved. There was no grandiose display, just a single step forward. Boom! The scorched earth beneath him cracked once more. Dark golden light surged through his leg muscles, granting him an explosive power that transcended all limits. Simultaneously, silver lightning coiled around him, bestowing unparalleled, instantaneous, acceleration. Whoosh! Cheng Hao's figure left behind a blurred afterimage in place, while his true self had already traversed the distance of several dozen meters between them, as if teleporting. The speed was so overwhelming that the Blood Butcher's eyes struggled to keep pace with the movement. The Blood Butcher's soul trembled. The terrifying pressure, infused with the destructive energy of four powers, nearly halted his heart. He gripped the mountain splitter tightly, channeling every remaining ounce of energy within him into the blade. Hold firm. The viscous blood mist surged forth once more, not as an attack, but in a desperate attempt to coalesce before him, striving to form a thick blood shield. Simultaneously, the crimson blade's aura surged, serving as a shield held steadfastly in front of him. His massive body curled into the most comprehensive defensive posture. In this moment, all dignity of a leader and pride of a formidable being were utterly crushed, leaving only the raw, unadulterated fear of death. However, in the face of four superpowers, this hasty defense was as fragile as paper. Cheng Hao's figure was upon him, his right fist enveloped in dark gold, silver lightning, azure winds, and crimson flames, manifested not merely as a simple overlay, but began to resonate and fuse in a peculiar manner under his masterful control. Break from me, with a low growl. Cheng Hao's fist, imbued with a spiraling torrent of four colors of destructive energy, struck out with tremendous force. The objective lies in the formidable mountain-splitting blade raised by the Blood Butcher, alongside the precarious blood shield that teeters on the brink of collapse. There is no thunderous clash, only the utter annihilation of despair. Hiss! The blood-corroded shield, infused with the last vestiges of the Blood Butcher's strength, falters not even for half a second before being consumed. Sliced, disintegrated, and vaporized. Not a single ripple is stirred. Immediately following, a fist crashes heavily upon the robust blade of the mountain-splitting weapon. Under the desperate gaze of the Blood Butcher, the blade shatters like fragile glass. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao's fist, entwined with streams of four-colored annihilation, strikes with relentless force after severing the blade, landing fiercely upon the Blood Butcher's chest, now devoid of shield protection and covered in scales. Gasp! Struck by Cheng Hao's fist, the Blood Butcher emits a heart-wrenching wail. His body, akin to a battering ram, is sent hurtling through the air, blood gushing from his wide-open mouth, tracing a crimson parabola. Boom! A heavy thud resounds as the Blood Butcher's body crashes against the shattered concrete base of the bridge, sending debris flying and leaving the armor on his back in a state of ruin. He collapses among the rubble, a massive, charred, and sunken fist imprint glaringly evident upon his chest. Struggling, he emits weak, gasping sound from his throat. Each breath brings excruciating pain, and the chilling breath of death envelopes him with an unsettling clarity for the first time. Cheng Hao approaches, resembling a reaper of souls, stepping across the scorched, smoking ground toward him. Though the four-color luminescence has diminished significantly, the intangible pressure still bears down heavily, akin to a mountain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Blood Butcher laboriously raises his head, his blood-stained visage devoid of any remnants of brutality or arrogance. Instead, it is filled with an overwhelming terror of death and a pitiful submission. The crimson hue in his eyes has long faded, replaced by a murky, gray despair. Please, do not kill me. He cries out with all his remaining strength, his voice hoarse and fragmented, imbued with an unprecedented plea. I surrender. I concede. Brother, I beg you, spare my life. Grant me this one chance. As he shouts, he desperately claws at the rubble beneath him with his left hand, striving to prop himself up into a kneeling position. Ultimately, he manages to press his knee against the ground, unsteadily and laboriously lowering himself in Cheng Hao's direction. I will give you everything. Weapons, resources, all of it. I implore you, please, spare me. He wept profusely, his forehead striking the stony ground with a muted thud. In the future, I shall serve you as a subordinate. No, I shall serve you like a dog. This scene rendered the onlookers speechless, particularly those who had cowered behind their cover, paralyzed by fear at the sight of their once formidable leader, now reduced to a pitiful creature, begging on his knees like a mangy dog, stripped of all semblance of pride. The last flicker of hope within them was extinguished. The other players amidst the vehicular chaos were equally astounded. Wasn't he just boasting about exterminating everyone? Now he kneels faster than anyone. What a pathetic blood butcher. Just a coward who bullies the weak. How revolting it is to see him like this. I can't believe I feared him before. Do not trust him, my comrades. This scum deserves to perish 100 times over. Waves of disdain, contempt, and fury erupted around him. The stark contrast between the blood butcher's current degradation and his previous brutality served as a piercing irony, utterly shattering the last vestige of his warrior dignity. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Wan furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with vigilance. Cheng Hao, do not trust him. Be wary of deceit. Lin Wan's large eyes brimmed with disgust for the blood butcher's shamelessness. Yet she held unwavering confidence in Cheng Hao. She believed he would make the right choice. High above, Lin Qingyin's sniper scope steadfastly trained on the kneeling blood butcher, her icy fingertips resting lightly on the trigger. She breathed steadily, akin to the most patient of hunters. Cheng Hao halted his steps 5 meters from the blood butcher, his expression impassive, his gaze deep as a frigid well, silently observing the grotesque display before him. The humble pleas and kowtows did not stir even the slightest ripple within him, as he remarked coldly, "For someone like you, death would be a far better fate." Upon hearing Cheng Hao's response, the blood butcher's motions abruptly froze. Beneath the lowered head, the murky eyes, stripped of their last facade of humility and fear, transformed into a venomous glare filled with malice and desperation. "Then let us die together." A hysterical scream, laden with boundless hatred, erupted from the depths of his throat. His right hand, concealed beneath the rubble, gathered the last remnants of his blood-corroding energy and essence, launching forth with the speed of a striking scorpion, as if propelled by a primal instinct. In his palm, a dark red blood needle, refined to its utmost, thin as a hair, yet exuding a pungent, foul odor and the stench of curses, was unleashed silently. It became a nearly imperceptible stream of dark red light, aimed directly at Cheng Hao's unguarded throat. The blood marrow erosion needle. This was his ultimate survival tactic, using his own life essence as a conduit, imbued with the most malevolent blood-corroding curse. Those struck would find their flesh dissolving, their souls tainted in an instant. Truly a vile and insidious weapon. He was confident, at such a close distance, with a sudden ambush, his opponent would undoubtedly be unable to react. Caution! Witnessing this scene, both Lin Qingyin and her companions, as well as the other onlookers, gasped in unison. However, on Cheng Hao's face, there was not even a hint of surprise. Just as the venomous blood needle was about to graze the skin of his throat, Cheng Hao's body seemed to have anticipated its trajectory. With an astonishing, almost physics-defying subtlety, he casually tilted his head to the left. The movement was fluid and natural, akin to brushing away a fallen leaf from his shoulder. Whoosh! The dark crimson blood needle skimmed past the side of Cheng Hao's neck and shot into the void behind him. Witnessing this, the expression of Blood Butcher, once filled with desperate ferocity and the ecstasy of impending success, instantly froze. It transformed into boundless astonishment and a profound descent into despair. His last hope, his all-out ambush, appeared as laughable as a child's trick under the gaze of someone seemingly all-knowing. "Is this your plan?" Cheng Hao's cold voice emerged, tinged with disdain. He didn't even make any unnecessary movements. While avoiding the blood needle, his right hand, hanging at his side, casually pointed forward with his index finger. At his fingertip, a minuscule yet intensely compressed azure wind blade suddenly flared to life. Whoosh! A wind blade, condensed to a tangible form and faster than lightning, tore through the air with a piercing shriek that could shatter eardrums. Thud! The wind blade precisely embedded itself in Blood Butcher's gaping mouth, which had opened wide in astonishment. There was no explosion, only a soft, muffled sound akin to a ripe watermelon bursting. Blood Butcher's forward motion came to a complete halt. The resentment, astonishment, and despair in his eyes were instantly frozen. From the back of his head, a slender azure wind blade pierced through, accompanied by a spray of blood mist mixed with brain matter. His body swayed as if all his bones had been removed, collapsing softly forward. With a heavy thud, he crashed onto the ground littered with debris, sending up a cloud of dust. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The wind swept across the bridge, lifting a few charred leaves that rustled softly. Everyone stared blankly at Blood Butcher's lifeless body, then turned to Cheng Hao, who stood still as if merely brushing away dust. Their hearts were filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. Gulp. Someone, unsure of who, struggled to swallow. In the next moment, like a long-simmering volcano erupting, discussions and exclamations erupted in succession. My heavens! How'd he evade it? I could barely see the concealed weapon. He just dodged it. With a mere gesture, he killed Blood Butcher. What extraordinary skill. This is the true demeanor of a powerful individual. Blood Butcher died like a dog. He deserved it. The roar of admiration surged skyward, filled with reverence for Cheng Hao's unfathomable prowess. Inside the fortress RV, Su Wan's taut body finally relaxed as she exhaled deeply. Her gaze towards Cheng Hao was imbued with a mix of astonishment and reassurance. Lin Wan, with her small chest proudly puffed out, blushed with excitement. Brother Cheng is indeed the strongest. In the sky, Lin Yin slowly released her finger from the trigger. The cold curve of her lips formed a faint yet genuine smile. Amidst the murmurs of the other players, a sudden, subtle, yet disquieting cracking sound pierced the air, as if invisible glass were shattering. With a resounding crash, and under the astonished gazes of many, several irregular dark fissures abruptly opened above the corpses of Blood Butcher, Du Hui, and several other key members who had been slain. Countless supplies gushed forth from these rifts like a torrent unleashed, cascading downwards. Chapter 83. Harvest. With the demise of the Blood Butcher and his comrades, their bound system space crumbled, forcibly ejecting all the items concealed within. In an instant, several astonishing mounds of supplies piled up in the open area at the bridge's edge. Boxes of biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, stacked like the very foundations of a city wall. An array of firearms gleamed with metallic luster, ammunition crates strewn about, barrels of gasoline and diesel exuded a pungent aroma. Cases of medicines, bandages, and first aid kits, and even an abundance of brand new clothing, blankets, tents, and other daily necessities. Most striking were the heavy alloy boxes perched atop the highest mound, emblazoned with prominent radiation symbols and energy scales. These were exceedingly rare upgrade materials. The torrent of supplies nearly engulfed the bodies of Blood Butcher and Du Hui, filling the entire bridgehead area instantly, creating mounds of treasure that exuded an alluring aura. My heavens, did they rob all of this? How much wealth does this represent? We struck it rich. On the road, many players stared in disbelief, some breathing heavily, as their innate greed surged within. A few bolder ones leaned forward, their fingers clutching the vehicle door tightly. However, when their eyes fell upon the fortress RV, particularly the cold, blue-glowing barrel of the Seraphim laser cannon atop the vehicle, all their fervor instantly chilled. That ghostly blue light was akin to the gaze of death, silently reminding them of the events that had just transpired at the bridge. The figures surrounded by the four-color divine might and the three women, equally adept and ruthless in their coordination. The flames of greed were abruptly extinguished by a wave of icy fear. Those who had been on the verge of action froze in place, as if paralyzed by a spell. Only the sound of swallowing saliva and the rapid beating of hearts remained. No one dared to move, not even twitch a finger, clear the battlefield and retrieve these supplies back into our system space. If space is insufficient, consume experience points to expand. Cheng Hao's calm voice shattered the eerie silence. All right. Su Wan was the first to respond, nimbly pushing the car door open and leaping down. Her gaze was sharp as she headed straight for the energy crystal alloy boxes marked with radiation symbols. Lin Wan followed closely, her small face serious. With clear intent, she ran towards the piles of medicine and emergency supplies, swiftly categorizing various medications and bandages into the system space with practiced efficiency. From above, Lin Qingyan landed lightly, soundless. Instead of immediately collecting supplies, she held a Barrett rifle, her cold gaze sweeping over the remnants of the Blood Butchers huddled behind their cover and the crowd in the distant convoy. An invisible aura of intimidation ensuring that no one dared to make a move at that moment. Cheng Hao approached the corpses of several corps members directly, first kneeling beside the body of a Blood Butcher. Ignoring the gruesome sight, he placed his right hand, shrouded in a faint dark golden glow, precisely on the charred and sunken chest. With a slight exertion of force, a strange energy wave penetrated. Moments later, accompanied by a soft popping sound, as if a ripe fruit had fallen, Cheng Hao withdrew his hand, now holding two irregularly shaped crystal cores the size of Longan, exhibiting a deep crimson hue. Within one crystal core, Viscous blood appeared to flow slowly, occasionally swirling into a tumultuous form. The other core housed an energy manifesting as a blade-like phantom. These two crystal cores represented the two superpowers of the Blood Butcher after his demise. Mountain Splitter and Blood Erosion Mist crystallized into superpower cores. Cheng Hao then approached the headless corpse of Du Hui, similarly reaching out to extract a slightly smaller, pitch-black crystal core from the flesh near the severed neck. The surface of the core was smooth, and within, two slender black serpentine shadows twisted and swam, exuding a chilling and enigmatic aura. This was Du Hui's superpower core, Serpent's Grasp. Finally, Cheng Hao moved towards several other corpses, evidently those of minor leaders, performing the same procedure. Soon, his palm was filled with 8 additional cores of varying sizes and colors, their energy fluctuations somewhat weaker, but still formidable. Some glimmered with a rich yellow glow, radiating weight. Others shimmered with a pale blue sheen, carrying a lightness like the wind, while others were enveloped in a chilling aura. 3 grade superpower cores and 8 grade superpower cores. The sheer value of these cores alone would drive any player faction into a frenzy. Cheng Hao's movements were composed and unhurried, as if he were merely picking up a few ordinary pebbles. Meanwhile, Su Wan and Lin Wan had packed the majority of the valuable supplies into the system space, leaving behind a few insignificant remnants piled on the ground. Cheng Hao glanced at them and remarked, "Let these items be for those who come after us. Carrying them would merely occupy our space." Simultaneously, his gaze swept across the surroundings, as if issuing an invisible proclamation. "We have taken what we are entitled to. The rest is yours to claim. If we do not willingly offer it, you shall not touch a single hair of it." Among the remnants of the Blood Butchers, a few subordinates lacking superpowers and of lower rank, upon seeing Cheng Hao surveying the area, were instantly paralyzed in fear, their faces ashen. However, these individuals were hardly worthy of Cheng Hao's intervention. The players within the vehicle watched as Cheng Hao and his companions swiftly collected the substantial piles of supplies, their expressions a mix of envy, awe, and a thirst for the remaining resources. For Cheng Hao and his group, the leftover supplies were not worth occupying space. Yet for the others, they were treasures of great value. "Get in the vehicle, let us depart." Cheng Hao addressed the 3 women after surveying the surroundings. His voice was low but resonated clearly at the bridge's head. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the 4 swiftly returned to the fortress vehicle. The engine emitted a deep, powerful roar, and the massive body of the fortress vehicle awakened like a steel behemoth, slowly starting up. At the moment of ignition, the barrel of the Seraphim laser cannon shone with an intensified azure glow, casting a cold sweep across the scene, carrying a silent warning. The vehicle rolled over the desolate, charred ground and debris at the bridge's head, steadily driving onto the expansive steel bridge. A faint glow emanated from the vehicle's rear as its speed gradually increased, until the imposing fortress vehicle completely reached the center of the bridge, vanishing into the distance. The stifling atmosphere at the bridge's head shattered with a thunderous collapse. "Charge! Supplies! Quickly seize them! Don't let those bastards get ahead. Thanks to the big shot for leaving some leftovers. Don't crowd. Damn it, there's enough for everyone." The remaining players surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, frantically pouring out from their vehicles and shelters, their eyes ablaze as they rushed towards the scattered supplies at the bridge's head. Arguments, shoving, and chaotic scrambling erupted instantaneously, plunging the scene into turmoil. The remnants of the Blood Butchers, like lost dogs, mingled with the crowd, attempting to snatch some resources essential for their survival. Inside the fortress vehicle, however, a different scene unfolded. Cheng Hao spread his hands, revealing a collection of energy crystals, 3 grade 3 and 8 grade 8. His tone was calm, yet a satisfied smile adorned his face. Although defeating players does not yield experience points, these superpower crystals are a commendable harvest. Chapter 84. The eerie campus gazing at the energy crystal core in his hand, Cheng Hao remarked, "The Bloodslayer's mountain opening strike and the blood corrosion mist resonate with my battle style. I shall keep them." He extended his hand and carefully stored away the 2 dark red crystal cores. His attention then shifted to his 3 companions. "You may allocate the remaining grade crystal core and the 8 grade crystal cores among yourselves." As they beheld the 9 shimmering superpower crystal cores, Lin Qingyan's voice rang out first. "I have already acquired the power of flight, so I leave the decision regarding that grade crystal core to you." Wan Wan and Sister Wan. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan Wan immediately shook her little head vigorously, her face a picture of reluctance. No, no. Transforming my arms into giant snakes sounds terrifying. It's dark and ominous. It looks frightful. I absolutely refuse to become like that. She exaggeratedly shivered, as if a venomous snake might emerge from the black crystal core at any moment. Her antics elicited laughter from the others. Su Wan's gaze fell upon the pitch-black crystal core, a hint of eagerness in her demeanor. I grew up in the mountains, where I frequently encountered various snakes and centipedes. Since Qing Yin and Wan Wan do not desire it, I shall take it. The thought of controlling a giant python arm intrigued her. Just imagine, while driving, suddenly extending a massive python arm to clear obstacles or ensnare the wheels of pursuers. How exhilarating that would be. Having spoken, she reached out and unceremoniously grasped the cold, eerie black crystal core in her hand. For someone with her resilient character and strong sense of control, this transformative ability held a unique allure. With the allocation of the grade cores complete, 8 grade crystal cores remained. Select according to your individual characteristics and needs, Cheng Hao instructed. Utilizing his omniscient perception, he swiftly annotated each crystal core with its corresponding abilities. 2 brownish-yellow crystal cores, grade rock skin solidification and grade earth spike assault, focused on defense or area control. 2 light blue crystal cores, grade movement acceleration and grade wind barrier, enhancing speed or creating defensive windshields. 1 ice blue crystal core, grade ice breath, which inflicts slowing effects and damage in mid-range. 1 emerald green crystal core, grade thorn entanglement, a binding control ability. 1 silver white crystal core, grade energy perception, for detecting energy entities and aiding reconnaissance. 1 pale golden crystal core, grade golden healing light, which accelerates the healing of minor wounds and restores a small amount of stamina. Based on their individual needs and the previously allocated quantities, Lin Wan Wan selected the ice breath, thorn entanglement, energy perception, and golden healing light crystal cores. Lin Qingyan opted for movement acceleration and wind barrier, while Su Wan chose rock skin solidification and earth spike assault. Although grade superpowers were significantly weaker than grade ones, possessing them was certainly preferable to having none at all. Once the distribution concluded, the 4 of them proceeded to crush their respective superpower crystal cores, beginning to harness the powers contained within. As several individuals harness their newfound powers, their strength has undoubtedly escalated significantly. Outside, the sky has succumbed to darkness, the heavy night enveloping the earth like ink. The formidable headlights of the Fortress RV pierce through the obscurity, illuminating the desolate and dilapidated road ahead. In the distance, the city's silhouette looms in the shadows, reminiscent of a slumbering behemoth. Lin Qingyan suddenly recalled the peculiar school instance previously mentioned by Cheng Hao and could not refrain from inquiring, "Cheng Hao, can we still enter that school instance?" "Of course," Cheng Hao replied, marking the location of the school on the vehicle's navigation system. However, he furrowed his brow and added, "Yet, even with my omniscient exploration abilities, I could not uncover any useful information regarding that school. Clearly, it is bound by some sort of rules power, akin to the previous hotel. The specifics can only be discerned upon entering that strange school." Suwon glanced at the in-car navigation and interjected, "We're almost there. According to the coordinates, the entrance to the bizarre school instance is just ahead at the edge of the old district, surrounded by barbed wire, in a place called Yangwang No. 1 Middle School. We should arrive in approximately 30 minutes. The atmosphere within the vehicle subtly shifted as they neared their destination. After a few minutes, the Fortress RV gradually decelerated, ultimately coming to a halt outside an area enclosed by tall, rusted barbed wire. Beyond it stood several grayish-white, square buildings, silently towering under the dim moonlight. These were educational structures, their architecture old and oppressive. The exteriors were marred by large patches of mold and dark green ivy. The air was thick with a damp, decayed mustiness, intermingled with a faint, indescribable Swedish odor that tightened the chest inexplicably. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, devoid of chirping insects or the whisper of the wind. At that moment, a system notification resonated in the minds of the 4 individuals within the vehicle, detecting that the player team is about to enter the instance. Entrance area of the bizarre school. Instance admission limit, 120 participants. Instance difficulty, high danger. Instance background description. Yangwang No. 1 Middle School was once a vibrant institution. An unknown curse has befallen it, dragging students and teachers into an eternal nightmare. The source of the curse lies hidden within the shadows of the campus. Discover it, and in it to break the cycle. Completion time limit, 36 hours. Basic completion reward, 20,000 experience points per person. Additional matching grade or superpower treasure chests based on contributions within the instance. Instance rules. 1. Role-playing. Upon entering the instance, players will randomly acquire a campus role, student, teacher, or support staff. Adherence to the fundamental behavioral logic corresponding to the assigned role is required. As dusk descends, marking the first night after our arrival, all players are required to spend the night within the designated dormitories, either the student or faculty accommodations. This is also a crucial opportunity to gather initial clues. A strict prohibition on the use of force is enforced against those who appear as ordinary humans within the campus, regardless of whether they possess any curses. Conversely, for entities that clearly exhibit dark and twisted forms, non-human and aggressive in nature, utilizing force to eliminate them is not only permitted but encouraged, as they obstruct the quest to uncover the source of the curse. The chilling regulations surged into our minds like an unstoppable tide, bearing an undeniable compulsion. The difficulty levels were marked with a crimson warning, and the atmosphere was thick with the eerie uncertainties of identity role-playing, restrictive rules, and enforced accommodation. Each regulation was steeped in a foreboding sense of danger. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle, heavy with the weight of the numerous constraints imposed upon us. Eventually, Cheng Hao broke the stillness, initiating an analysis. If our roles differ, it implies that we must separate tonight and reside with different companions. He then turned to the three women, inquiring, "What do you think? Shall we proceed inside?" Upon hearing Cheng Hao's remarks, a momentary silence lingered in the vehicle. After a considerable pause, Su-Wan took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "Let us go in. Why not? If we succeed, we could earn 20,000 experience points and the chance to obtain a high-level treasure chest. Opportunities like this are rare and may not present themselves again." Lin Qingyan's cool voice followed suit. "The rules may impose limitations, but they also serve as clues. The roles we play and the enforced accommodations provide us access to the core and deeper intelligence." Although Lin Wanwan's face was etched with concern, she nodded emphatically. "I too believe we should give it a try. After all, we have just acquired new superpowers. Even if we encounter danger, we should be able to handle it." She clenched her small fist as if encouraging herself. Seeing the unanimous agreement among the three women, Cheng Hao felt a surge of determination and stated solemnly, "Very well. Then let us venture inside. Remember the rules and proceed with caution. Regardless of the identity assigned to us, we must gather information while ensuring our safety." "Understood." The three women responded in unison. They parked the RV in its designated spot and departed, making their way toward the school's entrance. As they drew closer, the damp, musty odor mingled with a faint, sweet metallic scent thickened in the air. The moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, leaving only the streetlights to cast their pallid glow. At the school's entrance, no security personnel were present. The four exchanged glances before slipping through a side door into the campus. Suddenly, an unexpected and dense fog materialized out of nowhere, enveloping Cheng Hao, Su-Wan, Lin Qingyan, and Lin Wanwan in a thick, cloying mist. "Qingyan? Wanwan? Wanjia?" Cheng Hao urgently called out the names of the three women, but his voice seemed to be swallowed by the thick mist, distorting and dissipating within mere inches, until it vanished entirely. An alarm rang in his mind. He immediately activated his ability of all-knowing exploration, attempting to penetrate the dense fog to sense the whereabouts of his companions. However, an overwhelming and enigmatic force of rules acted as an invisible barrier, confining his perception to a mere meter around his body. The thick mist not only obstructed sight and sound, but also severed energy perception. Cheng Hao suddenly realized that this was a rule of the instance, forcibly separating the players. Indeed, the mist arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within seconds, the viscous fog receded like a tide, and his vision became clear once more. Upon raising his head, he discovered himself standing in a dim, damp corridor. He was clad in a deep blue, faded jumpsuit stained with unknown substances. A heavy brown tool belt hung at his waist, equipped with pliers, an adjustable wrench, and a screwdriver. On his feet were a pair of muddy work boots. A plastic work badge hung from his chest, inscribed with Maintenance Department Employee, Cheng Hao. A wave of absurdity washed over him. In this level of the instance, he was cast as the school's plumber. Did he appear to be that old? Fortunately, the surge of power within him remained intact. His abilities, such as the diamond body and thunderous might, were still present. Once more, he activated all-knowing exploration, and he could distinctly perceive the locations of Lin Qingyan, Lin Nuanyuan, and Su Wan, allowing him to breathe a heavy sigh of relief. At that moment, the system interface automatically displayed a chat window. Instance channel, Yuri School. Only 4 avatars were illuminated. Cheng Hao, maintenance worker. Su Wan, chemistry teacher. Lin Qingyan, senior student. Lin Nuanyuan, freshman. Cheng Hao immediately spoke in the channel. I am currently in the staff dormitory, playing the role of a maintenance worker. How about you? Is everyone all right? Almost simultaneously, Su Wan replied. I'm fine. I'm portraying a chemistry teacher and currently supervising the students during study hours. Lin Qingyan added, I am a senior student. Engaged in evening study. Lin Nuanyuan chimed in, I'm also playing a student, but as a freshman. After reading their messages, Cheng Hao promptly responded, as long as everyone is all right, let us maintain our respective roles and try to integrate ourselves, gathering information. If you encounter any issues or crucial clues, please share them in this chat channel promptly. As for safety, you need not worry. My exploration ability is always active, allowing me to sense your locations and surroundings at all times. Should I detect anything amiss, I will immediately alert you. Understood. Everyone, please stay safe. After receiving replies from the 3 women, Cheng Hao closed the channel interface. Before him, the system interface displayed a new message instructing him to proceed to his dormitory. Following the guidance, he arrived at the entrance of the dormitory, where a sign read, Maintenance Staff Dormitory. He pushed open the door, and a pungent aroma, a blend of sweat and low-quality tobacco, assaulted his senses. The room was modest in size, furnished with 2 sets of bunk beds and an old wooden table cluttered with various tools and items. In the corner stood several tool cabinets, stained with grease. On the bottom bunk by the window sat a middle-aged man, slightly overweight and with thinning hair, clad in the same dark blue work uniform. He was intently focused on his phone, the screen's glow illuminating his greasy face. Faint whispers and gasps emanated from the device. This was his assigned roommate, Lao Wang. Hearing the door open, Lao Wang did not lift his head, but mumbled indistinctly, Back already? Nothing much to do today. Take it easy. Cheng Hao quietly took a seat on the empty bottom bunk, casually picking up a grease-stained rag from the table to wipe his hands. Adopting the tone of a maintenance worker, he initiated a casual conversation. Just took a round. Indeed, not much going on. Wanggo, any fresh news from the school lately? Lao Wang continued to gaze at his phone, his fingers gliding across the screen as he chuckled softly. Fresh news? What fresh news is there? It's either a water pipe leak or a circuit tripping every day. It's utterly annoying. Little Cheng, you've just arrived. You'll understand once you get used to it. Cheng Hao pressed on, lowering his voice slightly. I heard things have been a bit unsettled at the school recently. Didn't something happen earlier? Lao Wang's finger paused on the screen. He raised his head, a flicker of barely perceptible alarm flashing in his murky eyes as he cautiously glanced toward the door. Then, lowering his voice further, he said, You're asking about this right after arriving? Bad luck. Indeed, someone died. Right behind our school at that lotus pond. First, 2 students, a boy and a girl, drowned. Not long after, a teacher of Chinese, Mr. Zhang, fell in too. When they fished him out, oh dear. Lao Wang smacked his lips, his face displaying a mix of fear and a tinge of morbid excitement. It's quite sinister. The school has hushed it up, forbidding any talk. Now the whole school is on edge, all for that wretched sports meet coming up. The lotus pond? A series of drownings? Cheng Hao felt a stir of intrigue. This was undoubtedly a crucial lead. Just as he was about to inquire further, an old-fashioned mobile phone perched on the bedside suddenly blared with a piercing ringtone reminiscent of 90s electronic sounds. Lao Wang was startled, fumbling to grab the phone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted to one of tension. Hello? Vice Principal Li? Yes, it's me, Xiao Wang. Ah, you're in the dormitory now? The drain is clogged? And it's backing up? Don't worry. I shall head over immediately and ensure everything is resolved for you. As old Wang hung up the phone, the ingratiating smile on his face vanished in an instant. He replaced it with a troubled and irritable expression. Snapping at Cheng Hao, What are you standing there for? Hurry and grab the equipment. The vice principal's dormitory. The drain is clogged. Damn it. Just when I thought I could catch a break, word comes knocking. He grumbled as he dragged a rusty drain auger and a bundle of filthy hoses from beneath the bed. All right, Brother Wong, Cheng Hao replied. Silently picking up the pipe wrench and the spanner, his brow creased. In the dead of night, we're headed to the vice principal's room to unclog a drain? This scenario feels oddly familiar. Chapter 86. The scissor woman, have you got everything? Hurry up and let's go. Old Wong urged impatiently, shoving the heavy auger into Cheng Hao's arms while he himself grasped the greasy bundle of hoses. Vice Principal Li lives on the 9th floor, room 908. She has a terrible temper. If we are late, she will surely explode in anger. Cheng Hao accepted the cold auger without a word. The two of them stepped out of the dormitory, entering the dimly lit corridor. From the depths of the hallway, a muffled sound of suppressed sobbing could be faintly heard. Cheng Hao paused, quickly asking, Brother Wong, did you hear that sound? It seems someone's crying. Sound? What sound? Probably just a cat. Don't be so suspicious. Hurry up. Old Wong replied dismissively, leading Cheng Hao towards the elevator. They rounded a corner, only to find an old, rusty elevator door tightly shut. Old Wong habitually pressed the down button, but the elevator remained unresponsive. Damn, is it broken again? He cursed, stepping forward to bang on the elevator door. This piece of junk. It breaks down every few days. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, impeccably dressed in a gray suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His brow was furrowed, deep in thought. Cheng Hao glanced at him, and a line of information appeared. Zhang Ming. Vice Principal. What is the matter, Master Wong? The voice of Vice Principal Zhang was low yet infused with a commanding presence, his gaze sweeping over Cheng Hao and Old Wong. Instantly, Old Wong donned a fawning and submissive demeanor, bending slightly at the waist. Principal Zhang, my apologies. We are interrupting you. The drain in Principal Li's dormitory is clogged, and there's severe backflow. We've been sent to fix it urgently. Unfortunately, the elevator is out of order again, and we are quite anxious. Principal Li? A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Zhang Vice Principal's eyes behind his glasses, but he quickly regained his composure. Speaking in a neutral tone, he said, as for the situation in Principal Li's dormitory. You two, his gaze shifted between Cheng Hao and Old Wong, finally resting on Cheng Hao. Master Wong, you are an experienced hand. You are familiar with the elevator circuitry. Please stay behind and see if you can address the issue temporarily, lest it affect the staff's ability to work tomorrow. Let the newly arrived apprentice, Cheng, attend to Principal Li regarding the drainage issue. It should pose no problem, right? A flicker of astonishment crossed Old Wong's face. Ah, Principal Zhang. This young Cheng has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the school. Moreover, the situation at Principal Li's end is quite complicated. I fear he may not manage alone. Given the urgency, it would be more efficient for us to act separately, interrupted Vice Principal Zhang, his tone leaving no room for debate, accompanied by subtle urgency. Master Wong, you are an experienced employee with commendable skills. I trust you with the elevator issue. He then turned to Cheng, forcing a professional smile. Young Cheng, Principal Li is in room 908. I appreciate your effort in taking the stairs. Certainly, Principal Zhang, I shall attend to it at once, Cheng replied calmly, his expression devoid of any excess emotion. Observing this, Old Wong waved at Cheng, saying, Young Cheng, the room of Vice Principal Li is now in your capable hands. His words seemed to carry an air of relief, which only deepened Cheng's curiosity about the peculiarities of Vice Principal Li, grasping the unblocking machine and tools. He turned towards the stairwell leading to the dormitory building. The stairwell was devoid of windows, illuminated only by a few dim incandescent bulbs casting a faint yellow light, barely illuminating the spiraling concrete steps. In the areas untouched by light lay an abyss of darkness, as if countless eyes were concealed within. The sound of Cheng's footsteps echoed through the empty stairwell. He maintained a steady pace, his mind sharply attuned. His awareness, akin to an invisible radar, vigilantly scanned every corner above, below, and to the sides. A subtle glow of vitality coursed beneath his skin, ever ready to confront unforeseen circumstances. Upon reaching the 5th floor landing, an almost imperceptible chill, tinged with the scent of water, suddenly enveloped him. The already dim incandescent bulb above flickered ominously, sputtering before dimming even further, nearly extinguished. A frigid, malevolent presence instantly locked onto Cheng. It had arrived. Just as in that eerie hotel, the stairwell was a favored haunt of the dark and uncanny. Cheng paused, his gaze sharp as a bolt of lightning, directed towards the top of the staircase leading to the 6th floor. Beneath the flickering yellow light, a distorted figure emerged from the shadows of the 6th floor stairs, crawling forth in an exceedingly bizarre manner. It was a woman, or rather, a grotesque entity resembling a woman, clad in a tattered, drenched blue and white school uniform. Her long, seaweed-like black hair completely obscured her face. Only through the strands could one glimpse two ghastly, pale eyeballs. Most chilling of all were her hands, which were not hands at all, but rather two enormous, rusted, and grimy tailoring scissors. The scissors replaced its forearm, their sharp edges glimmering with an eerie luminescence in the dim light. Its movements were rigid and bizarre, the body contorting at inhuman angles, joints emitting a series of ominous cracks. It appeared to lack feet, its lower half shrouded in a thick, dripping darkness. Eerie darkness. The drowned scissor woman. Level 30 status. Cursed entity. Traits: physical attack, scissor cutting, grievous impact. Enhanced in aquatic environments, a hint of information flashed through Cheng Hao's mind. The strange sound, akin to that of a drowning person's throat choking on water plants, emerged from the ghost's hair-covered mouth. Suddenly, it surged forward with alarming speed. The darkness of its lower half swelled, propelling its entire form downward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Two immense, rusted scissors, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the air, aimed for Cheng Hao's neck and abdomen in a deadly crosscut. Were he an ordinary player, faced with such a sudden and lethal assault, his fate would be dire. But Cheng Hao is no ordinary player. Is that all? A cold snort echoed in the silent stairwell. Confronted with the looming threat of the intersecting scissors, Cheng Hao neither flinched nor evaded. He did not even activate the absolute defense of his diamond body, standing resolute as the rusted blades, steeped in malevolence, were about to make contact with him. Boom! A blinding silver lightning burst forth around him without warning. The ferocious power of thunder, like a long-restrained dragon of wrath, broke free in an instant. Crackling electricity filled the entire corner of the staircase. The colossal, rusted scissors poised to strike, Cheng Hao bore the brunt of this overwhelming force. The terrifying might of the thunder, embodying both purifying and destructive properties, struck the scissors with tremendous impact. The shrill sound of twisted metal and the crackling of electricity merged into a cacophony. The intense malice clinging to the scissors evaporated like snow beneath the blazing sun, shredded by the tempestuous lightning. Chapter 87. The Vice Principal's Request. Crack. Crack. Once the attached malice dissipated, the gigantic scissors could not withstand such a powerful, thunderous assault. The resilient metal fractured inch by inch under the force of unyielding might. The breaking of the scissors seemed to directly harm the very essence of the scissor ghost. It emitted a piercing wail, its damp body suddenly stiffening, convulsing violently. The darkness enveloping its lower half churned like boiling water, spewing forth a torrent of foul, murky liquid. Cheng Hao's gaze turned icy. He spread his right hand, fingers splayed, and thrust forward with a fierce grip. Thunder summon. The tempestuous power of thunder instantly coalesced in the palm of his hand, transforming into a remarkably refined silver spear of lightning, as thick as an arm. The spear tip danced, emitting blinding electric sparks, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed capable of rending asunder all that it encountered, as it accurately lunged toward the head of the scissor ghost, shrouded in damp hair. With a sudden thrust, the lightning spear penetrated her skull without any hindrance. Dazzling bolts of lightning erupted from her orifices, followed by a resounding boom. The head of the scissor ghost shattered like a watermelon packed with explosives, bursting from within. In an instant, her entire form disintegrated into fine ash, vanishing into the air. Experience points, 300. The notification echoed in Cheng Hao's mind. The lighting in the stairwell seemed to stabilize somewhat, yet remained dim. Cheng Hao, his expression impassive, withdrew his hand, the pulsating lightning fading from his palm. He picked up the drain, unclogging machine, and tools from the ground, continuing his ascent. The stairwell returned to an eerie silence, as if the brief yet intense battle had never transpired. Soon, he reached the 9th floor. The corridor on this level was equally dim, the air growing colder and more humid, the cloying metallic scent intensifying. Cheng Hao stood before door 908. It was an old-fashioned, deep brown wooden door, its paint peeling. As he raised his hand to knock, the door creaked open slightly on its own. Inside the room, a light was on, and a hoarse female voice called out, "You must be the maintenance worker. You arrived quite promptly. Don't just stand at the door, come in." Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened as he pushed the door open. Upon raising his eyes, he beheld a middle-aged woman, slightly plump and clad in a silk nightgown. Her back turned to the entrance, standing in the center of the living room. The hem of her nightgown and her slippers were completely soaked, water dripping incessantly onto the floor, pooling into a small puddle. The floor was littered with murky water, emanating a foul stench. Upon hearing his footsteps, she slowly, and with great stiffness, turned to face him. According to the system's information, she was Li Ying, the vice principal. However, her complexion was ghastly pale, as if she had been submerged in water for 3 days and nights, devoid of any color. Her lips were a bluish hue, slightly parted. Her eyes were wide, pupils dilated, the whites of her eyes marred by a network of fine blood vessels, fixated intently on Cheng Hao at the doorway. She was drenched, droplets cascading from her hair, cheeks, and nightgown. She appeared as though she had just been pulled from the depths of water. Were it not for the absence of any malevolence emanating from her, Cheng Hao might have mistaken her for something otherworldly and sinister. Vice Principal Li? Cheng Hao ventured cautiously, his voice resonating distinctly in the stillness of the room. "Why are you so wet?" Li Ying offered no response, her lifeless, fish-like eyes locked onto him. With no other choice, Cheng Hao pressed on. "Then I shall proceed to unclog the drain." Vice Principal Li nodded slightly, gesturing towards the restroom's location. Cheng Hao ceased his chatter, grasping the drain cleaner and tools. He maneuvered past the immobile Vice Principal Li, who resembled a waterlogged puppet, and approached the ajar restroom door. The sight within was even more appalling. The sink's drain resembled a miniature fountain, gushing forth thick, dark brown, viscous filth interspersed with unidentified debris. The toilet was also gently surging back, emanating a nauseating stench. Cheng Hao frowned, donning the rubber gloves he had unearthed from his toolbox. Although his resilient physique was largely impervious to such filth, a psychological barrier was nonetheless necessary. He set down the drain cleaner, positioning one end of the metallic hose at the sink's drain while connecting the other end to the machine. Upon activating the switch, the motor emitted a dull roar, and the hose commenced its spiral descent into the obstructed pipes. As he worked, Cheng Hao could sense a cold, numbing gaze fixed upon him from behind, akin to a persistent parasite. Vice Principal Li stood silently at the restroom's entrance, resembling a puppet swollen with water, watching Cheng Hao intently. With a gurgling sputter, as Cheng Hao increased the pressure, a thick mass of waste suddenly erupted from the drain. Simultaneously, an indescribable stench, reminiscent of long-decayed refuse, burst forth. Cheng Hao swiftly shut off the machine and stepped back. The faint glow of his resilient physique instinctively pulsed, shaking off most of the filth. He frowned deeply, fixating on the repugnant mess. At that moment, Vice Principal Li's hoarse voice unexpectedly pierced the air. "Did you see my daughter when you came up?" Cheng Hao turned, finding her pallid face alarmingly close. Her bloodshot eyes, dilated and unfocused, bore into him with an almost obsessive anticipation. Her daughter? Could she be referring to that girl with scissors? Cheng Hao speculated inwardly, hastily shaking his head. "No, I didn't see her." Noticing the disappointment etched on Vice Principal Li's face, he pressed further. "Principal Li, has her daughter gone missing? When did this occur?" Her lips trembled slightly, the bluish hue parting and closing. "My daughter has always been well-behaved. It was just that she performed poorly on the last monthly exam, failing to place in the top 100. Her speech was slow and fragmented, her gaze beginning to drift. She appeared to be reminiscing, yet also ensnared in a state of confusion. I am a vice principal of this school. How could my daughter be so incompetent?" Her voice suddenly escalated, infused with a twisted obsession and hysteria. I scolded her fiercely. I told her she was worthless, unworthy of being my daughter. Then she vanished. Her voice lowered, filled with confusion and helplessness. My daughter is missing. I can't find her anywhere. Upon hearing this, a thought flickered through Cheng Hao's mind. Could it be that Vice Principal Li's daughter was not truly missing, but had instead jumped into the lotus pond, and for some inexplicable reason, had transformed into something eerie? Was it possible that this vice principal, consumed by guilt, had searched the pond for her daughter, thus getting herself completely drenched, appearing neither human nor ghostly? Regardless, Cheng Hao was not deterred by the prospect of further unsettling her. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is there a lotus pond at the school? Could she have gone to the lotus pond?" Vice Principal Lee seemed struck by this term, her body trembling violently. Her gaze became one of extreme terror, as if she had witnessed something profoundly horrific. "That place is dreadful. I searched there, but found nothing. I dare not go back." She shook her head frantically, her damp hair flinging droplets around. Suddenly, she lunged forward, her cold, slippery hands gripping Cheng Hao's work sleeve with astonishing strength. Yet her eyes were filled with a frenzied plea. "Please, will you help me look for her? Just find her. Whether she is alive or dead, I will give you anything you desire. Money, a job, anything. I know many secrets. About the school, about the lotus pond, about the curse. I can tell you everything." Chapter 88. The Lotus Pond. It seems that Vice Principal Lee possesses quite a wealth of knowledge. Hearing her frantic outburst, Cheng Hao felt a stir of intrigue within, yet maintained an outward calm. Gently, he pushed her away, stepping back to create distance, and spoke in a flat tone. "Vice Principal Lee, please calm down. I am merely a maintenance worker, and now that the pipes are cleared, my job is done. As for the matters you mentioned, I am new here and know little. You should seek help from someone else." Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Lee appeared utterly drained, collapsing onto the filthy ground, hugging her knees and murmuring to herself, "Xiaoyu, my Xiaoyu, where are you?" Cheng Hao had his reasons for declining. What if her daughter was the very strange entity he had encountered on the stairs? Agreeing to assist her would be akin to ensnaring himself in a perilous situation. Therefore, until he understood the circumstances more clearly, he had no intention of involving himself in this matter. Gathering his tools and the clearing machine, Cheng Hao swiftly exited the room. Upon reaching the corridor, he glanced back at the closed door of room 908, his expression grave, the case of the missing girl and the drowning incident in the lotus pond, along with the visibly disturbed state of the vice principal, seemed to converge at that location. It appeared that he must, by all means, visit the lotus pond. With such thoughts, Cheng Hao proceeded towards the end of the corridor, where a window awaited. He pushed open the dust-laden pane and gazed outside. Illuminated by the distant glow of the teaching building, he discerned an area shrouded in deeper darkness, encircled by towering trees. Not far behind a dormitory building, that was the lotus pond. Cheng Hao's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, his omniscient exploration abilities pushed to their zenith. Invisible ripples of perception cautiously swept across the heart-stopping black waters, akin to mercury spilling across the ground. At that moment, a white figure abruptly emerged near the edge of the pond, devoid of any forewarning. It was a woman clad in a drenched white dress. Her long, wet black hair cascaded down like aquatic vegetation, entirely obscuring her face. She stood there motionless, her lower body submerged in the inky waters, her upper body slightly leaning forward in a rigid and eerie pose. What caused Cheng Hao's pupils to constrict was the sudden, slow rise of a pale arm from the woman in white. The bloated fingers pointed directly at Cheng Hao, who was on the 9th floor. She was indicating him. A bone-chilling malice pierced through the air like a tangible icicle, brutally embedding itself in Cheng Hao's perception. His body bristled with goosebumps. He could almost hear the silent, malevolent whispers echoing in his mind. "Come, find me." With a surge of will, he dispelled that malice from his awareness. However, when he fixed his gaze once more, the spot where the woman had stood was utterly vacant. A cold smile curled at the corners of Cheng Hao's lips. There was no fear in his eyes, only a fierce battle intent ignited to its fullest. "You wish to play this game? So be it." Without a trace of hesitation, he grasped his tools and turned towards the elevator. The elevator, having been repaired by old Wang, descended to the first floor, and he moved with swift steps. Minutes later, he arrived beside the lotus pond. Observing closely, the water was pitch black, thick as if it were not water, but rather congealed blood. A heavy layer of decay floated atop, exuding a potent stench. Cheng Hao stood at the water's edge, fully unleashing his omniscient exploration. His intangible perception penetrated the viscous water, delving into the darkness beneath. In the depths of the sludge, there seemed to be some enormous, slowly writhing creature. Surely, something lurked within. Cheng Hao's eyes narrowed. Just as he prepared to investigate further, a sudden whoosh arose. In the center of the pond, a dense white mist surged violently upwards. The mist churned with fervor, swiftly spreading towards the shore. The already dim light was thoroughly engulfed. Simultaneously, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Bubbling sounds echoed forth, and then from the depths of the thick fog, the viscous pond water began to roil violently. 6 distorted figures slowly rose from the surging depths of the inky black pool, towering nearly 2 meters tall. Their skin bore a pallid hue reminiscent of a lifeless fish's belly. Their bodies were adorned with swollen blisters and slick moss, with certain areas already decaying, revealing dark red muscle and stark white bone beneath. Their heads were grotesquely large and misshapen, features indistinct, save for 2 gaping black voids that served as eyes. A cavernous mouth, split to the roots of their ears and filled with sharp, jagged teeth, oozed a viscous, dark green slime. They lacked discernible limbs. Instead, numerous tentacles dripped with slime extended from their torsos, while their lower bodies melded seamlessly into the churning waters, as if they were one with the entire pond. Dark and strange, corrupted marsh wraith, level 32, abilities, physical attack, tentacle piercing, entangling slams, corrosive slime projection, mental whale, area stun, aquatic regeneration, rapid recovery within the pond's range. Misconcealment. As Cheng Hao delved into the ominous details, the wraith's hollow eye sockets fixated upon him. They unfurled their gaping maws, filled with jagged teeth, releasing a piercing shriek. In an instant, several dark green projectiles, reeking of acrid decay, shot forth from their mouths like bolts from a crossbow, aimed directly at Cheng Hao's face and body. In the face of this formidable assault, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Cheng Hao's eyes. Flames of ashes arise. His roar thundered like a clap of lightning. With a sudden flourish of his arms, a blinding crimson light erupted from him as if a long-dormant volcano had violently awakened. The flames, imbued with dual intentions of purification and destruction, surged skyward in an instant. The scarlet inferno spread with overwhelming force, a tidal wave of fire radiating outward. The first to encounter the flames were the corrosive slime projectiles. The venomous liquid, potent enough to corrode steel, evaporated into nothingness before even a wisp of smoke could escape in the presence of the ashen flames. Next, massive tentacles, imbued with a fetid stench, lashed out towards him. With a hissing sound, the robust appendages ignited under the onslaught of the crimson blaze, releasing plumes of thick white smoke. A collective, agonized wail erupted from the 6 corrupted wraiths, their massive forms convulsing and distorting under the searing heat of the flames. The swollen blisters on their surfaces burst, releasing putrid pus that was instantly charred by the fire. Cheng Hao's gaze turned icy. With hands poised, he thrust forward with ferocious intent. With a resounding boom, an even more violent torrent of crimson flames surged forth from his palms. The 6 colossal pillars of flame coalesced, accurately targeting the 6 water specters writhing in agony within the pond, desperately attempting to submerge and escape. Where they traversed, the obsidian waters were instantly vaporized, leaving behind 6 profound, seething troughs of scalding steam. A cacophony of 6 explosive detonations resonated nearly simultaneously. The bodies of the 6 level 32 corrupted marsh specters, pierced by the fiery columns, carbonized and disintegrated as if they were snow under the scorching sun. Experience gained 1,920 points. With the announcement, the 6 water specters were utterly annihilated. Cheng Hao stood at the edge of the pond, enveloped in a crimson glow that swirled incessantly. His gaze, keen and penetrating, swept across the now tranquil, albeit still dark, surface of the pond. Upon noticing the center of the pond, his expression shifted, for he distinctly observed a wooden box that had mysteriously appeared in the previously silt-laden lotus pool. Could this be a clue bestowed upon me by the system following the demise of those 6 water specters? Contemplating this, Cheng Hao felt a stirring within, and a hand crafted from blood mist extended forth, reaching into the pond's center to seize the wooden box with a firm grip. Chapter 89. The laboratory building. As the wooden box emerged from the water's surface, it trailed a cascade of murky droplets, steadily supported by the blood mist hand. It swiftly returned to Cheng Hao's presence. As the blood mist dissipated, Cheng Hao enveloped his hand with the strength of his diamond body and cautiously opened the box. Inside, he discovered no mechanisms, Only 2 items, a folded piece of paper and a key. Upon unfolding the paper, he found it to be a sketch. The paper was somewhat yellowed and damp, yet adequately preserved. Once unfurled, the drawing depicted a half-portrait of a girl clad in a school uniform. Her features were delicate, yet her eyes bore an unsettling melancholy and stubbornness unbefitting her youth, with the corners of her mouth slightly downturned. Most striking was the hairpin adorned with a meticulously crafted bow embedded with tiny blue rhinestones, nestled at the base of her ponytail. The artistry was intricately realistic, and in the lower right corner of the paper, a blurred signature, marred by water stains, rendered it nearly indecipherable. Besides the sketch, there lay an antiquated brass key. Its design was rustic with intricate notches, and a small piece of faded blue ribbon was tied at the end. Cheng Hao first employed his perception ability to scan the sketch, discovering nothing amiss. However, when his gaze fixated on the brass key, a line of system notification text unexpectedly materialized before him. Clue item: key to the abandoned laboratory in the experimental building, a key capable of unlocking the door to the abandoned chemistry laboratory, room 314, on the 3rd floor of the experimental building. Therein may lie a forgotten relic that reveals fragments of the truth. The abandoned chemistry laboratory on the 3rd floor of the experimental building? A forgotten relic? Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened, realizing this was evidently a crucial clue provided by the dungeon. In the sketch, was the girl adorned with a bow the daughter of Vice Principal Li? What about the antiquated items in the abandoned chemistry laboratory? It seemed a visit to that forsaken lab was imperative. However, before embarking on this venture, Cheng Hao resolved to share his findings with his 3 companions. Thus, he opened the dungeon chat channel and relayed all pertinent information regarding Vice Principal Li, the Lotus Pond, and the 2 items within the wooden box. Once the message was sent, replies came almost instantaneously. Su Wan, the abandoned laboratory in the experimental building? I happen to have conversed with one of my colleagues about it. It is said that a safety incident occurred there, leading to its closure. While other classrooms remain operational, it seems that after that incident, entry into the experimental building is generally prohibited for ordinary students or unrelated faculty. Fortunately, as a chemistry teacher, I can claim to retrieve teaching materials from the lab. This reason should suffice. Cheng Hao, perhaps I should accompany you. Lin Qingyan, I just finished evening study and am currently heading toward the first-year girls' dormitory. According to school regulations, wandering at night is forbidden. Lin Wanwan, like my sister, I must return to the dormitory. The dormitory supervisor will be conducting room checks shortly. Brother Cheng, Sister Wan, you are in charge of investigating the experimental building. All right, you all can gather more information from your roommates. Sister Wan and I will head to the laboratory, and we will share the specifics with you once we gather more intel. Cheng Hao replied, then sent a message to Su Wan. Sister Wan, I will wait for you at the entrance of the school's experimental building. Great, I'm on my way. After receiving Su Wan's response, Cheng Hao tucked away the wooden box and key, casting a glance at the eerily silent Lotus Pond. He then swiftly darted towards the direction marked on the campus map for the experimental building. The experimental building appeared considerably older than the other dormitories or educational structures. The rusted iron gate stood firmly shut, secured by a thick iron chain and a corroded padlock. Beside the gate was a small guardhouse, its windows obscured by grime, emanating a faint, flickering yellow light from within. As Cheng Hao reached the shadow of the building, Su Wan's figure hurriedly approached from the opposite side. She had changed out of her professional attire from evening study and donned practical dark athletic wear, her short hair framing a sharp gaze that exuded an air of competence. Upon spotting Cheng Hao, she nodded slightly before whispering, "According to the information I have, this place is under strict surveillance, especially at night." As Su Wan indicated towards the guardhouse, she remarked, "We need to deal with the guard." Consequently, the two approached the window of the guardhouse. Cheng Hao tapped on the grimy glass. "Who is there?" A raspy voice called from inside, laced with palpable annoyance. The window was slightly ajar, revealing a face grotesquely marred by scars, as if corroded by a strong acid. His left eye was a murky gray, while the right sparkled with a watchful gleam. His nose was crooked, and his lips were mutilated, exposing yellowed teeth. As his gaze met that of Cheng Hao and Su Wan, pertinent information materialized. Lu the Lame, Curse One. Status: deeply polluted, mentally confused, formerly the administrator of the experimental building, disfigured by an accident and afflicted by an unknown contamination. extremely wary of strangers, exhibiting high aggression. What do you want? Get out. You're not allowed in here. Lu the Lame glared viciously at Cheng Hao and Su Wan with his only remaining eye, his mutilated lips curling into a threatening snarl. Su Wan stepped forward, displaying her teacher's identification badge with a calm voice imbued with undeniable authority. Master Lu, I am Su Wan, the new chemistry teacher. The school has assigned me to retrieve an important teaching document from the experimental building, specially approved by Vice Principal Zheng. This individual accompanying me is the school's maintenance technician, sent by Principal Zheng to assist with moving equipment. She first showcased her identification, then, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a folded paper from her pocket, waving it before Lu the Lame. Lu's murky right eye fixated on the paper, noting the official seal upon it. Just as he was about to scrutinize it further, Su Wan urged him, please open the door quickly. Principal Zheng mentioned that there is an important public class tomorrow, and the leaders from the Education Bureau will be coming to inspect if we delay the teaching schedule. Can you bear the consequences when Vice Principal Zheng holds you accountable? Her tone grew firmer, laced with a hint of reprimand, effectively wielding her position as a teacher to its fullest. Lu the Lame shuddered slightly, seemingly instinctively afraid of Vice Principal Zheng. After a brief hesitation, he cursed under his breath and retreated his head. A clattering sound of iron chains echoed from the guardhouse. Moments later, the small iron door on the large gate creaked open, allowing passage for a single person. Take what you need and leave quickly. Don't loiter inside, or else. Hiv. Lu's terrifying face emerged from the small door, emanating an eerie chuckle. Cheng Hao and Su Wan ignored him, swiftly entering the building. Immediately after, the small iron door slammed shut with a resounding clang, the chains once again coiling tightly to lock it. Chapter 90. The chemical aberration once granted entry. Cheng Hao and Su Wan stepped into the experimental building. Upon entering the first floor, they were assaulted by a pungent amalgamation of various chemical odors that nearly suffocated them. The corridor was shrouded in darkness. Su Wan retrieved a flashlight, illuminating the surroundings significantly. Let's head to the third floor, room 314, the chemistry laboratory, Cheng Hao whispered, simultaneously activating his omniscient exploration ability. In the next moment, his perception expanded like invisible threads, scanning every shadow and corner of the experimental building. He then cautioned, be wary of the stairs. I encountered something dark and sinister in the staff dormitory. This place may be even more perilous. Su Wan nodded, closely trailing behind Cheng Hao. The two advanced, one following the other, their footsteps stirring up the thick layer of dust as they approached the staircase. The stairs, constructed of concrete, bore rusted and fractured handrails. The air was thick with the acrid scent of lingering chemicals, increasingly pungent. Yet, the entire building had not been abandoned. Under normal circumstances, this should not be the case. The only explanation was that some malevolent darkness was at play. Just as Cheng Hao's vigilance heightened, a series of hissing sounds, reminiscent of a serpent's flicking tongue and the faint noise of strong acid corroding metal, echoed from around the staircase corner. Immediately thereafter, a wave of intense heat, imbued with a corrosive aura, suddenly locked onto him and Su Wan. It was upon them. Cheng Hao uttered a low warning, and in the next instant, a loud whoosh erupted. A large mass of viscous, foul-smelling yellow-green liquid, akin to a cannonball, shot down from the corner of the second-floor staircase. Wherever the liquid passed, a terrifying, sizzling sound of corrosive burning followed. The concrete steps were instantaneously marred with deep gouges. The yellow-green corrosive liquid was on the verge of drenching the two. Yet, Cheng Hao sprang forward, spreading his arms wide, shielding Su Wan completely behind him. At the same time, a flash of golden light shimmered in his eyes. A layer of solid, dark golden radiance enveloped him in an instant, akin to donning a suit of golden armor. The corrosive yellow-green liquid splashed against the dark golden shield. The potent acid, capable of melting steel, merely stirred up violent ripples of energy against the formidable defense of his indestructible form, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Simultaneously, Cheng Hao spread his palm, and crimson flames erupted forth. In an instant, the corrosive liquid was completely evaporated. Roar! The failed attack evidently enraged the creature lurking in the shadows. Accompanied by a howl filled with agony and fury, a distorted figure lunged forth from the darkness around the second-floor corner. It was a creature that barely retained a semblance of human shape. Its body bore a patchwork of charred black skin and dark red flesh, eroded by strong acid. Its arms were abnormally thick, ending in massive sacs that dripped yellow-green slime. Its head resembled a melting wax figure, with indistinct features. Only a gaping, cracked mouth was visible, continuously bubbling with a strange, viscous liquid. Dark and eerie. Chemical aberration. Level 33. Status: deeply contaminated energy distortion. Abilities: strong acid corrosive spray, unstable energy detonation, mental pollution. Limb regeneration. As Cheng Hao scrutinized the information regarding this dark anomaly, the creature suddenly lunged towards the two with a swift motion. Realizing the imminent danger, Cheng Hao thrust his left hand forward, unleashing the flames of conflagration, which erupted with a deafening roar. A pillar of crimson fire surged directly towards the grotesque form of the aberrant being, enveloping its battered body in an inferno that voraciously consumed the polluted energy constituting its form. However, it was evident that such an assault was insufficient against a level 33 chemical aberration. Thus, Cheng Hao splayed his right hand, simultaneously releasing the powers of thunderous might and wind blade slash. Dazzling silver lightning coiled around the highly compressed azure windblade, spiraling forth to strike fiercely at the aberration's neck. With a sharp crack, a severely distorted head fell to the ground, and the chemical aberration's furious roar was abruptly silenced. Its body, ensnared in flames, rapidly disintegrated under the onslaught of chaotic energy. In a matter of moments, it was reduced to ashes, alongside the head that had tumbled down the steps. Experience points: 330. As the system notification echoed, Su Wan looked at Cheng Hao with astonishment, marveling at how effortlessly a level 33 dark anomaly had been vanquished. Cheng Hao's actual combat prowess seemed to be nearing level 40. Yet, he lingered not, whispering, "Sister Wan, stay close. We must ascend further." Su Wan snapped back to reality and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two hastily ascended the staircase to the third floor. On either side of the corridor stood tightly shut laboratory doors, with room 314 located at the corridor's end. Upon reaching the door, Cheng Hao produced the brass key adorned with a faded blue ribbon and inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, the long-sealed lock yielded. Pushing the door open revealed a scene of utter chaos. Tables overturned, fragments of glass scattered across the floor, and various colored stains splattered across the walls and ceiling. Cheng Hao's gaze swept the room, and under the perception granted by his omniscient exploration, he accurately pinpointed a target: a relatively intact drawer cabinet, partially crushed under a toppled metal filing cabinet. He approached, shifted the cabinet aside, and pulled open the dust-laden drawer. Inside, besides a few ballpoint pens, lay a yellowed envelope. Upon opening the envelope, it was not a research report or an accident record that he found, but rather a sketch of a girl strikingly similar to one he had previously encountered, likely crafted by the same artist. However, unlike the earlier drawing, this one depicted the girl without a butterfly hairpin. Moreover, inscribed on the back of the sketch were two lines: "She will return, and I too shall return. When that time comes, all of you shall perish." Upon reading the text imbued with resentment and curses, along with the recorded date, Cheng Hao furrowed his brow. If the passage of time within this game world aligns with that of reality, it implies that this sketch was left 5 years ago. Thus, who are the individuals referenced in the text, including her and myself? What misfortunes have they endured that foster such profound animosity towards this school? August 1st, 2020? Is that not 5 years prior? At this moment, Su Wan leaned closer, examining the words inscribed on the sketch and the concluding date, exclaiming in astonishment. So, the girl depicted and the artist of this drawing are seeking vengeance for events that transpired 5 years ago. Are they now human or something more sinister? Cheng Hao, his brow tightly knit, shook his head. The information we possess is still too scant for me to ascertain. Just as the two were consumed by the mysteries behind the sketch, attempting to untangle the threads of the enigma, a voice emerged from the guardhouse below the experimental building. "Vice Principal Zheng, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Chapter 91. Concealment. The hoarse voice of Liu, the lame man, resonated from the guardhouse below, tinged with surprise and a barely perceptible hint of flattery. Cheng Hao and Su Wan exchanged a glance, their hearts suddenly racing. In each other's eyes, they discerned the weight of apprehension. Vice Principal Zheng. How could he possibly be here at this critical juncture? I couldn't sleep, so I decided to wander around and check for any potential safety hazards. Zheng Ming's voice was steady and low. He initially cast a glance at the experimental building before addressing Liu. Master Liu, I appreciate your efforts. Has anything unusual occurred tonight? Liu hesitated before responding. And no major incidents. It's just he seemed to falter. Just what? Zheng Ming raised an eyebrow, pressing further. Two individuals arrived earlier. One claimed to be the new chemistry teacher named Su Wan, and the other was a maintenance worker, what was his name again? He had your signed approval to move some equipment into the experimental building. Liu appeared to have steeled himself, his words hastening. They've been inside for quite a while now, and haven't come out. Principal Zheng, what should we do? Zheng Ming's voice suddenly rose, tinged with alarm and anger, shattering his usual calm demeanor. Su Wan, the female teacher? My signed approval. When did I ever authorize them to enter the experimental building at night? Liu's grotesque face instantly morphed into one of shock and panic. But that female teacher clearly had your stamp on the paper. Nonsense. I haven't signed any approval tonight. Certainly not allowing them to retrieve any equipment. Zheng Ming's expression twisted in fury as he bellowed. Liu, have you lost your mind? The experimental building is strictly off-limits to anyone at night. That is an absolute rule. How dare you allow two unidentified individuals to enter? And with forged authorization. Liu the Lame, was intimidated by Zheng Ming's imposing presence, my voice trembling with fear and grievance. Principal Zheng, I truly had no idea. That female teacher spoke with such conviction, claiming it was your special approval for the open class, and that the leaders from the Education Bureau would arrive tomorrow. How could I dare to delay your important matters? I am just a worthless fool. Zheng Ming interrupted him sharply, his anger nearly bursting through the ceiling. You've been played for a fool and still haven't realized it. Those two individuals are undoubtedly suspicious. They might be targeting that laboratory. Open the door immediately. I must investigate personally. If we fail to apprehend them, or if anything is missing, Liu the Lame, prepare to pack your things and leave. Yes. Principal Zheng, please calm your fury. I shall open the door at once. Liu the Lame exclaimed, hastily moving to unlock it. The heavy iron door creaked open, its sound echoing clearly. Soon after, hurried footsteps were heard ascending the stairs. This is bad. Su Wan's face turned pale as she instinctively grabbed Cheng Hao's arm. They're coming up. What should we do? They seem normal. We cannot confront them. If we force our way out and encounter them, Zheng Ming could indeed expel us from school. Wouldn't that mean we can no longer undertake the copy tasks, resulting in failure? Cheng Hao was acutely aware of this as well. His mind raced while his all-seeing exploration ability unfurled. In the next moment, his expression returned to calm. Follow me. Cheng Hao's gaze fixated instantly on Laboratory 314, specifically the far corner. There, against the wall, stood several tall, rust-covered storage cabinets. One cabinet door was ajar, revealing a pile of tattered lab coats and miscellaneous items, barely accommodating two people. As Cheng Hao spoke, he grasped Su Wan's hand and rushed toward the corner cabinet with utmost urgency. He pushed Su Wan into the half-open cabinet, then squeezed in behind her. The cramped space was instantly filled. Cheng Hao swiftly closed the cabinet door and, with a flicker of thought, released tendrils of crimson mist, transforming into two large hands that moved an adjacent cabinet, completely obscuring their hiding place. Almost simultaneously, Zheng Ming and Liu the Lame's hurried footsteps echoed in the third-floor corridor, approaching Laboratory 314. The confines of the cabinet were exceedingly tight. Cheng Hao and Su Wan found themselves nearly face to face. Su Wan's back pressed against the cold cabinet wall, while Cheng Hao's warm, broad chest was almost against her own. They could distinctly feel each other's heartbeat and the slightly rapid breaths born from tension. In that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably ambiguous yet intensely charged. Feeling the masculine aura emanating from Cheng Hao, Su Wan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson in the darkness. Her body instinctively wanted to retreat, yet the cold wall of the cabinet firmly held her in place. Cheng Hao could also sense Su Wan's soft form trembling slightly. They are coming, he suddenly whispered, his warm breath brushing against Su Wan's ear, sending a shiver coursing through her. In that moment, Su Wan felt her legs weaken. At that juncture, Zheng Ming and the limping Liu had already arrived at the door of Laboratory 314. Upon seeing the previously locked door ajar, Zheng Ming's expression darkened instantly. How is this lock opened? I have no idea. Lu stammered. Principal Zheng, you should know that the key to this laboratory is not in my custody. It belongs to that person. He spoke with trepidation, clearly fearful of the individual responsible for safeguarding the laboratory key. If anything goes awry, you shall face the consequences. Zheng Ming scoffed coldly, extending his hands to push open the dilapidated laboratory door. Two beams of flashlight pierced through, illuminating the disarrayed floor and toppled instruments. Indeed, it had been ransacked. Zheng Ming's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. Lu was too terrified to utter a sound. Zheng Ming hurried to the drawer cabinet, crouching to inspect it meticulously, his flashlight sweeping across the empty drawers. The items are indeed missing, he declared, his countenance darkening, a trace of agitation lacing his tone. Principal Zheng, what is missing? Lu asked cautiously, observing Zheng Ming's grim demeanor. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Zheng Ming rebuked sharply, springing to his feet, the beam of his flashlight slicing through the corners of the laboratory. Search. Conduct a thorough search. They surely haven't gone far. They may well be hidden within this very laboratory. As long as we find them, there's still time to rectify this. Yes. Lu responded in haste, beginning to shine his flashlight everywhere. Behind the collapsed workbench, amidst the shattered instruments, and in the cluttered corners, they left no potential hiding place unchecked, including several large storage cabinets in the corner. Having opened the doors of several cabinets only to find them empty, Lu was about to turn to search elsewhere when Zheng Ming's sharp voice cut through. Is there not another cabinet? How could you overlook it? Open it and see. Upon hearing Zheng Ming's inquiry, Lu paused momentarily. He then scratched his head and explained, Principal Zheng, the door of that cabinet is blocked, rendering it impossible to open. Surely those two cannot pass through solid objects to hide inside. Can they? What if they employed some other means? Zheng Ming, however, was remarkably obstinate. Without waiting for Lu Keizi's response, he approached with resolute steps, the crunch of shattered glass and dust beneath his feet resonating with a heavy clarity. Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened, a thought igniting in his mind, and he unleashed the extraordinary power of the blood erosion mist. Wisps of blood mist, tangible in appearance, seeped through the crevices of the cabinet, spreading outward. Under Cheng Hao's command, it deftly adhered to a nearby glass container. Rise, Cheng Hao silently intoned, and the dark red mist coalesced with sudden intensity. Crash! Without warning, the glass container toppled, crashing onto the adjacent metal stand with an abrupt and thunderous shatter. Both Zheng Ming and Lu Keizi were momentarily taken aback, their attention swiftly drawn to the source of the commotion. Over there, Lu Keizi exclaimed, illuminating the area with his flashlight. Zheng Ming hastened over, vigilant in his inspection, yet found no anomalies. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao subtly manipulated the blood mist once more. With a clatter, a shelf laden with discarded glassware at the far end of the laboratory suddenly tilted and collapsed without forewarning. Another cacophony of shattering glass ensued. What is happening? There isn't even a shadow in sight. Lu Keizi sensed the strangeness, his flashlight frantically sweeping the area, confirming the absence of Cheng Hao and Su Wan. His complexion paled with fright as he turned to Zheng Ming, asking, Principal Zheng, could it be those two? Zheng Ming abruptly interrupted his speculation, irritation and doubt evident in his tone. Standing in the center of the laboratory, his flashlight flickered between the two locations of the disturbances, as if contemplating something profound. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Hao unleashed the blood mist for a third time. This time, the target was a nearby cabinet, equally tall but with its doors firmly shut. Creaking, the tightly closed cabinet doors, urged by the blood mist, oscillated between opening and closing, producing a series of unsettling sounds. In the stillness of the laboratory, this noise was particularly jarring. Zheng Ming and Lu Keizi's flashlights immediately focused on the cabinet that was now inexplicably opening and closing on its own. That cabinet door. It opened by itself. Lu Keizi's voice trembled with terror as he exclaimed, Principal Zheng, there's a ghost. They have returned. Under the dim light of the flashlight, Zheng Ming's expression darkened ominously. His gaze fixated on the self-opening cabinet door, the light behind his glasses flickering with uncertainty. Clenching his fists, he seemed to be stifling some inner turmoil. Be quiet. What ghost are you speaking of? Those two have been dead for 5 years. He thundered, his voice laden with undeniable authority and threat. After the outburst, He inhaled deeply, as though to bolster his own courage. Then, he grasped the flashlight and advanced towards the slowly opening cabinet door. Upon reaching the cabinet, he abruptly shone the light inside. It revealed only a thick layer of dust and a few worn-out beakers. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, yet his brow furrowed even deeper. With the beam of the flashlight, he meticulously scanned the interior of the cabinet, glancing at the rust on the hinges, seemingly in search of mechanisms or signs of tampering. Principal Zheng, what's the situation? Lu, the limping man, stood at a distance, his voice trembling. Zheng Ming did not respond, slowly turning around, a hint of fatigue and irritation etched on his face. He waved dismissively at Lu. There's nothing here. The cabinet must have been blown open by the wind. Stop being so paranoid. As for the teacher and the maintenance worker you mentioned, they have surely fled. That'll be all for tonight. Lock the door securely and enhance the patrols. Tomorrow morning, conduct a thorough search of this laboratory. Leave not a single fly unexamined. Yes, Principal Zheng, Lu replied eagerly, as if released from a heavy burden. Zheng Ming cast one last grave glance at the drawer cabinet containing documents, his expression turning serious. Then, without uttering another word, he walked out of the laboratory with steady strides, not looking back. Lu hurriedly followed, shutting the laboratory door with a resounding thud. The laboratory was once again enveloped in an oppressive silence. Once Zheng Ming and Lu descended to the first floor, Cheng Hao manipulated the blood mist to move the cabinet obstructing their exit. Then, he gently pushed open the door of the cabinet where they had concealed themselves and stepped out. Both of their clothes were slightly disheveled, and a flush lingered on Su Wan's face, the cause of which remained uncertain, whether it was due to the tension or something else entirely. Cheng Hao approached the door and, after confirming that Zheng Ming and Lu had left, frowned and murmured, "Those two undoubtedly possess considerable insider knowledge." Su Wan interjected, "Shouldn't we directly confront Lu and threaten him to reveal everything he knows?" Cheng Hao immediately shook his head in disagreement. "That is certainly not an option. Did you not hear the orders Zheng Ming just issued to him? To put it plainly, they are like grasshoppers tied to the same string, sharing an unspeakable secret. Approaching Lu directly would be akin to walking into a trap. Not only would he refuse to divulge anything, but he would also inform Zheng Ming of our inquiry. Let us not forget, we are currently playing roles, and we cannot exceed the fundamental behavioral rules when interacting with them. Confronting the vice principal, who holds real power, in such a manner would be utterly foolish." After listening to Cheng Hao's analysis, Su Wan composed herself and nodded. "You were right. I was too hasty." After a pause, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "But why is Zheng Ming so anxious about this painting in the drawer? If it is so significant, wouldn't it have been better to take it away, or even destroy it from the outset? Why leave it in this abandoned laboratory for all these years?" Cheng Hao, upon hearing Su Wan mention the matter, immediately picked up the time-worn sketch. The melancholic gaze of the girl depicted seemed to come alive under the dim light. He then turned to the back of the paper, where a venomous curse was inscribed, furrowing his brow. "This is indeed a point of my perplexity. Perhaps this object is inherently peculiar, bound by some arcane rule that prevents them from removing or destroying it. Regardless, the depths of this school are far more profound than we can fathom. The information we have encountered thus far is merely the tip of the iceberg. Only by following the clues step by step can we uncover the most profound secrets." With that, Cheng Hao surveyed the disarrayed laboratory. "It is unwise to linger here. Let us return for now." Chapter 93. The weeping girl having concluded his thoughts, Cheng Hao carefully guided Su Wan to the first floor. Employing the previous method, he unleashed a blood mist to create a disturbance, diverting Lu, the limping man. He then summoned his thunderous power, enveloping Su Wan and transforming into a streak of light. Swiftly departing, once they reached a place of safety, Cheng Hao released Su Wan, escorting her to the entrance of the dormitory. He advised her earnestly, "Upon entering your room, refrain from going out tonight. Tomorrow, remain in crowded areas, prepare lessons, attend classes, engage in group activities. This way, even if Zheng Ming seeks to trouble you, he must consider the circumstances. After all, your position is that of teacher. Even though he is the vice principal, he cannot simply expel you at will. As long as we endure these remaining 30 hours and locate the source of the curse, we will have achieved a great victory." "Very well," Su Wan nodded, reciprocating with her own caution. "You must also be careful. Indeed, Cheng Hao replied, and then turned to descend the stairs, returning to the maintenance workers' dormitory. As he opened the creaking door, he found old Wang sitting in the dim light, sipping cheap liquor while nibbling on a plate of peanuts. Upon seeing Cheng Hao return, a smile creased his face, tinged with the scent of alcohol. "Ah, little Cheng has returned. Did you manage to settle things with Principal Li? Did you avoid a scolding?" Cheng Hao sat on the edge of his bed, letting out a sigh. "Do not mention it. The drain is unclogged, but Principal Li, her demeanor is rather frightening. She is drenched, resembling a water ghost. The moment her daughter's name is mentioned, she becomes utterly unhinged. I suspected as much." Old Wang clicked his tongue, taking another sip of his drink and lowering his voice. "You may be new, but ever since her daughter Xiaoyu passed away, Principal Li has completely lost her mind. She appears fine most of the time, but when she snaps, it is terrifying. You miss quite the spectacle." He leaned in closer, the smell of alcohol growing stronger. Just the other night, it seems that Mr. Sun, the history teacher from the sophomore class, encountered her by the lotus pond. Perhaps he mentioned Xiaoyu, and goodness. Principal Li exploded, like a rabid dog. She lunged at him, biting his arm until it bled. Mr. Sun was so frightened that he immediately took leave and has not returned since. Old Wang shook his head, a look of lingering dread etched upon his features. Cheng Hao's eyes flickered. Is it really that serious? Does the school not intervene? Intervene? How could they? Old Wang scoffed, laced with a hint of derision. The vice principal is involved. If word gets out, it would be a disgrace for the institution. They compensated teacher Sun a hefty sum to keep it under wraps. However, since that incident, scarcely anyone dares to approach the lotus pond at night. They all take a detour. If you didn't encounter Vice Principal Li's madness tonight, consider yourself fortunate. Thus, the pieces began to fall into place for Cheng Hao. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Li Ying's madness and aggression were not merely secrets within the school, but had become a sort of taboo. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Old Wang belched and climbed into his creaky bed, quickly succumbing to a thunderous snore. Cheng Hao, however, lay upon his hard bed, sleep eluding him. The vice principal and her missing daughter, the lotus pond, the experimental building, 2 sketches of young girls, Zheng Ming and Lu the Lame. These threads of intrigue swirled and collided in his mind, yet he could not discern the overarching narrative that bound them together. As his thoughts tumbled chaotically, suddenly, a series of sobs, unanticipated and haunting, drifted from the corridor outside. The weeping was intermittent, sometimes distant, sometimes near. Cheng Hao sprang up, his instinct for discovery ignited. An intangible awareness spread swiftly towards the source of the cries, akin to ripples in water. Soon, he sensed a slender girl clad in a blue and white uniform, curled up in the corner of the stairwell on the first floor of the faculty dormitory, softly weeping. Yet, she possessed no physical form. She was a spectral entity. Was she the vice principal's daughter or the girl from the sketches? In the midst of his uncertainty, Cheng Hao hesitated no longer. He swiftly leaped from his bed. Gently pushing open the dormitory door, he stepped out. Transforming into a fleeting beam of light, he approached the ethereal figure. "Classmate?" Cheng Hao lowered his voice, striving for a calm tone. "Why are you crying here alone at such a late hour? Have you encountered some trouble?" The girl's curled form stiffened momentarily before she slowly lifted her head. The moonlight illuminated her almost translucent face, revealing her to be the very girl from the sketches. Her gaze met Cheng Hao's, tinged with anxiety as she spoke. "My bow hairpin is missing. It was a gift from my friend. He said it could only be worn by me. If anyone else wore it, many would perish." At her words, a flash of detail from the sketches surged through Cheng Hao's mind. The girl in the drawing found in the wooden box by the lotus pond wore a blue bow atop her head, while the one discovered in the abandoned laboratory had her hair bare. Could it be that the bow held some ominous, cursed power? "What is your name? What did you lose the bow?" Cheng Hao suppressed his bewilderment, striving for a steady voice. "Tell me, perhaps I can assist you in finding it." The girl opened her mouth, poised to respond, when suddenly, a chilling gust of wind surged through the corridor without warning. The sorrow and worry etched on her face were instantly replaced by sheer terror. "He is angry. I must leave." As the words fell from her lips, her figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, and just before vanishing, she urged once more, "You must find that blue bow, or grave consequences will ensue." In the corridor, only Cheng Hao remained. The blue bow. Cheng Hao narrowed his eyes. The clue was finally becoming clearer. Yet, It also brought forth a more pressing crisis. The lost blue hairpin seemed to be the catalyst for the eruption of this entire school's curse. It was imperative to locate it swiftly, just as Cheng Hao intended to activate the group chat channel to share this crucial information with his 3 teammates. A piercing ringtone shattered the silence of the corridor, echoing ominously. This was the work phone provided to the maintenance staff by the school, its tone sharp and urgent, akin to a death knell. Cheng Hao frowned. At this late hour, was there still work to be done? Was he truly being treated as a mere beast of burden? He glanced at the screen. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar landline number, the prefix unmistakably belonging to the school's internal dialing system. He quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Cheng from the maintenance department? This is Aunt Wong from the girls' dormitory. A shrill, notably impatient voice of a middle-aged woman crackled through the receiver. The water pipe on the 3rd floor public restroom has burst. Water is gushing out like a flood. Hurry over and take a look. Now. Otherwise, it will inundate the 2nd floor. The girls' dormitory? The 3rd floor restroom? Cheng Hao's heart raced. Just moments ago, he had received a crucial clue from the ghostly girl. And now, an urgent maintenance call from the girls' dormitory? This coincidence felt a tad too contrived. Moreover, at this hour in the dead of night, the dormitory was eerily silent. All right, I understand. I'll be there shortly, Cheng Hao replied calmly, concealing any hesitation. Was this a trap or an opportunity to gather clues? For him, it was nearly the same. The greater the danger, the closer one might draw to the heart of the secret. Chapter 94. The drowned long-haired woman after ending the call. Cheng Hao returned to the dormitory, noticing that old Wong was soundly asleep, so he refrained from waking him. He swiftly grabbed his toolkit and exited the maintenance dormitory. The girls' dormitory was cloaked in darkness, save for a dim yellow incandescent light at the entrance. As he pushed open the slightly ajar door, a wave of cheap perfume mingled with an indescribable odor, reminiscent of long-fermented filth, assaulted his senses. The hall was deserted. Aunt Wong? Cheng Hao called tentatively. His voice echoed in the empty hall, sounding unnaturally loud, yet received no reply. Just then, a somewhat muffled female voice came from the staircase. You must be Cheng, right? Hurry, come with me to the 3rd floor. The water is about to overflow. A corpulent figure flitted past in the shadows at the stairway corner. She appeared to be in a great hurry, not pausing for Cheng Hao to discern her features before hastily ascending the stairs. Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened, and his omniscient exploratory ability unfurled silently as he quickened his pace to follow. The sound of footsteps resonated distinctly in the quiet corridor. Upon reaching the halfway platform on the 2nd floor, Aunt Wong, leading the way, pointed towards the 3rd floor without looking back. It's the innermost public restroom. Hurry and fix it yourself. The students are already asleep, so there's no need for discretion. I must check downstairs for any leaks to other dormitories, so be quick. With that, her corpulent form turned with an agility surprising for her size, swiftly descending the stairs. The sound of her footsteps soon faded into the depths of the dark corridor, as if she had never been there at all. Cheng Hao said little, making his way alone to the 3rd floor. The corridor on the 3rd floor was even dimmer than below. At the end of the corridor, the door marked women's restroom stood ajar. The entire passage was eerily silent, devoid of the expected cacophony of rushing water. Cheng Hao's suspicions grew. If a pipe had truly burst, the sound of gushing water would be deafening. Yet, the stillness was profound. It felt more like the threshold of a meticulously laid trap. He inhaled deeply, the energies from several of his super abilities beginning to circulate within him. As he pushed open the creaking iron door, a wave of dampness, reeking of decay, rushed towards him. The restroom was spacious, with rows of stall doors mostly closed, only the innermost one or two slightly ajar. The mirror above the sink was obscured by mist and grime, rendering it indistinct. A thin layer of murky wastewater lay pooled upon the floor. Above, a flickering bulb, plagued by poor contact, pulsed erratically. Each flicker distorted the light and shadows throughout the space, as if countless phantoms writhed upon the walls and stall doors. Beyond that, there was no sign of any burst pipes. Cheng Hao's gaze scoured every corner with piercing intensity. The sensitivity of his omniscient exploration functioned like invisible tendrils, meticulously probing the environment. Soon, his perception honed in on the innermost stall. The cold, sinister energy emanating from there was most concentrated and dense. Just as Cheng Hao prepared to approach and investigate, a creaking sound echoed. The slightly ajar, plastic door of the stall swung open on its own. Following this, a wet, viscous strand of black hair, akin to a living serpent, silently slithered out. Soon after, a second, a third, and then an increasing number. They crawled along the cold, damp floor, writhing with astonishing speed, directly targeting Cheng Hao's ankles. Simultaneously, the stall door was violently thrust open by an unseen force. A distorted figure emerged, moving with an unnaturally rigid stance. It appears to be a woman with long hair. However, her body is grotesquely hunched, resembling a corpse that has been submerged in water for an extended period. Her skin exhibits a bloated, ashen hue, covered with deep green algae and dark brown stains. Her head hangs low, and her black tresses cascade like a waterfall, completely obscuring her face. Dark and eerie, the drowned woman with long hair, level 33 abilities, wrathful hair entanglement, corrosive water impact, drowning illusion, as the identity information flashed before Cheng Hao's eyes. Countless slick, cold strands of hair swiftly wrapped around his ankles like the most venomous of serpents. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of suffocation and a drowning despair, akin to icy tides, assailed Cheng Hao's mind with ferocity. With a cold grunt, a golden light erupted from his eyes as the flames of incineration surged into action. Crimson flames enveloped his entire being, and as the vengeful hair, capable of severing steel and corroding the spirit, made contact with the flames, it emitted a hissing sound, transforming into wisps of ash. The previously manifested drowning illusion dissipated in an instant. A sharp, anguished shriek escaped from the mouth of the long-haired specter, now obscured by her tresses. She quickly withdrew her remaining hair, her body trembling violently. Clearly, the searing touch of the flames of incineration inflicted substantial harm upon her. Yet, her retaliation was swift. Her lowered head suddenly lifted, her mouth agape, and with a sound akin to a cannon, a thick, foul-smelling liquid, reminiscent of concentrated sewage, was forcefully ejected towards Cheng Hao. Corrosive water impact. Cheng Hao's eyes narrowed, refusing to be lax. This corrosive liquid not only possesses formidable physical force, but is also imbued with a chilling curse and tainted energy. With a swift motion of his left hand, blinding silver lightning erupted. The power of thunder coalesced into a dazzling bolt, as wide as a bowl, radiating the divine authority to purify all malevolence, and boldly surged towards the vile liquid. Boom! The clash of lightning and corrosive water erupted with a deafening roar. In an instant, silver serpents danced and plasma scattered. The vengeful liquid, infused with malevolence, was swiftly evaporated and purified under the overwhelming might of the radiant thunder, akin to snow melting in the sun. Yet, remnants of the chilling, tainted energy broke through the lightning's blockade, manifesting as a frigid mist that enveloped the restroom, causing the temperature to plummet. Cheng Hao staggered slightly as his indomitable body shielded him from much of the impact. However, the bone-chilling sensation still caused a slight delay in his movements. Such powerful malevolence. Cheng Hao pondered. This level 33 drowned woman with long hair seems even more formidable than the previous chemical aberration in this specific damp environment. With 2 failed attempts, the specter's wrath intensified. She emitted a piercing wail, and the lights in the entire restroom flickered chaotically, oscillating wildly. Countless strands of damp, black hair seeped from the walls, the ceiling, and even the stall doors, intertwining and elongating, until the entire space was inundated with a mass of glistening, black tresses. They resembled living tendrils, encircling and piercing towards Cheng Hao from all directions. Chapter 95. The blue bow hairpin faced with the slick, lengthy hair surging towards him like a black tide. Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened like a blade. Instead of retreating, he took a bold step forward. With a flicker of thought, he conjured the flames of immolation, the power of thunder, and the cutting winds, simultaneously unleashing 3 extraordinary abilities. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of fire, thunder, and wind erupted around Cheng Hao. The triadic radiance intertwined, merging the 3 powers in perfect harmony. The vengeful strands of hair, capable of engulfing all, were incinerated and purified at a visible pace. As if cast into a furnace, before the onslaught of this harmonious storm, a chilling shriek erupted from the long-haired specter, more sorrowful than ever before. Her entire form convulsed violently, twisting as if enduring the agony of 1,000 cuts. The ashen, swollen skin that constituted her body carbonized under the searing flames. The remnants of her long hair shattered inch by inch under the onslaught of thunder and wind blades. Cheng Hao offered her no chance to breathe. As the storm momentarily abated, he appeared before the specter like a bolt of lightning, with his fingers aligned like a blade. He combined the energies of the flames of immolation and the power of thunder, coalescing it at his fingertips like a searing brand. He thrust it fiercely towards the specter's swollen chest, the very source of her vengeful essence. With a sharp sound, his fingertip pierced precisely into the viscous, dark core. The specter's shriek abruptly ceased, replaced by a sound of agony, tinged with a hint of relief. Her hunched form collapsed as though all her bones had been extracted, rendering her limp. However, to Cheng Hao's astonishment, as the core was severely damaged, the grotesque visage of the floating corpse quickly withered. Moments later, what lay curled in the murky water was no longer a terrifying long-haired ghost, but a frail girl clad in a blue and white school uniform, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her long hair cascaded beside her cheeks, obscuring part of her face. Yet, as her eyes gradually opened, they sparkled with the clarity of an untouched spring, filled with boundless sorrow, confusion, and a hint of weakness from finally breaking free from her shackles. A stirring within Cheng Hao arose. This face bore a striking resemblance to that of Vice Principal Li, who had been in such a disturbed state. "Are you Xiaoyu?" Is Vice Principal Li or Cheng Hao slowly crouched down, gazing at the girl as he posed the question. The young girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her clear gaze fixated on Cheng Hao's face. "It's me," her voice barely audible. "She is my mother." "Indeed, she is the daughter of Vice Principal Liang. Who has been missing?" Cheng Hao hurriedly pressed for more information. "What exactly happened? Who harmed you?" "That day my mother scolded me." The girl's voice was intermittent. "She said I was irresponsible, that I spent all my time drawing and neglected my professional studies. I was heartbroken and ran to the lotus pond. I just wanted to be alone for a while to calm down. I sat on a stone by the pond and cried for a while. I had intended to return home once I had finished crying." Her tears silently streamed down her pale cheeks. But at that moment, a girl in a white dress suddenly appeared. The girl's eyes grew vacant, as if she were reliving that moment. She was beautiful and gentle. She handed me a blue butterfly hairpin and said that if I wore it, all my troubles would vanish. A blue butterfly? Cheng Hao felt a stir in his heart. I was so sad and craved a bit of comfort. That hairpin was truly beautiful. I took it, intending to thank her, but just as I touched the hairpin, a chilling sensation surged into my mind. The girl's voice rose in pitch, filled with despair. I lost control. My body no longer obeyed me. I watched my hand put that hairpin on my head. Then, I heard a voice commanding me in my mind. It said, "Jump, jump, and you'll be free." And then, I became that way. Upon hearing the girl's words, Cheng Hao finally grasped the depth of her ordeal. Meanwhile, the girl's form began to grow transparent. Shimmering particles of light emanating from her. Her lingering spirit, having unveiled the truth, had reached its limit. The hairpin is no longer with me. The last echoes of her voice were like a sigh, filled with helplessness and a warning. You must find it and stop it. No sooner had she spoken than her figure completely dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Experience points, 330. The system notification echoed in Cheng Hao's mind, yet it brought him no joy. He stood in silence, reflecting on the girl's words. Who was that mysterious girl in the white dress? Was she the one from the sketch? The butterfly hairpin she gifted was, after all, a cursed object that compelled others to take their own lives. With less than 30 hours remaining, the source of the curse remained unfound, and the hairpin was lost, leaving the next potential victim unknown. Just as Cheng Hao attempted to untangle the chaotic clues, the system interface suddenly popped up. In the dungeon chat channel, Lin Qingyin's message appeared. "Cheng Hao, something terrible has happened in Wan. Before I turned off the lights, I privately messaged her to inquire about her situation, yet she never responded. A sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to stealthily seek her out. The residents of her dormitory informed me that she had abruptly announced she had matters to attend to and left. I scoured the entire corridor, but found no trace of her. Cheng Hao, you possess the ability to sense things. Please assist in locating her." Wan. Cheng Hao's heart tightened, and he swiftly employed his Omniscient Exploration ability to commence his search. After a brief moment, he sensed that Lin Wanwan was on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. What startled Cheng Hao most was the discovery that Lin Wanwan was adorned with a blue butterfly hairpin in her hair. Cursed be it, he had fallen into a cleverly devised trap. Cheng Hao quickly comprehended that the call from Aunt Wong had lured him to the public restroom of this dormitory building. A strategy to deal with the drowned girl with long hair, which was nothing but a meticulously crafted snare. It was not aimed at him directly. Rather, it sought to detain him while allowing the cursed butterfly hairpin to find a new host in Lin Wanwan. Fortunately, the girls' dormitory where Lin Wanwan resided was not too far from his current position. Cheng Hao hurriedly replied to Lin Qingyan, "I have located Wanwan. She is on the rooftop of your dormitory building. I am heading there now." Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the powers of wind and thunder to their utmost limits. He leaped through the window, soaring towards the rooftop of the opposing dormitory building. Simultaneously, upon receiving Cheng Hao's message, Lin Qingyan also utilized her flying ability, leaping through the window and heading directly to the rooftop. However, as an invisible wave of restriction surged forth, both Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan were abruptly repelled. Chapter 96. A moment of crisis, Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan were forcefully thrust away by an unseen force surrounding the rooftop, as though they had collided with a transparent elastic wall, tumbling clumsily back to the ground floor of the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingyan staggered a few steps before regaining her balance, urgently grasping Cheng Hao's arm. "What happened? Why can't we ascend? Wanwan is still up there. It's a barrier." Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the outline of the top floor of the dormitory. His invisible perception extended like tendrils, instantaneously returning feedback of a resilient energy barrier emanating a chilling, resentful aura. It tightly enveloped the entire rooftop, isolating the inner space from the outer world. Such a formidable barrier specifically targeted flying abilities. Forcing a breakthrough would likely prove futile, especially since we currently resided within a game realm. Cheng Hao elaborated, then swiftly made a decision. We must resort to conventional methods. With that, he deftly manipulated the system interface, sending a message to Su Wan through the instant chat channel. "Sister Wan, immediately send a message to Wan Wan. Any content will suffice. As long as the system interface opens a chat box before our eyes, it may buy us some time." Su Wan replied, "Understood. I will send continuously. Let us go." Cheng Hao let out a low growl, dashing through the entrance of the dormitory building. Lin Qingyan followed closely behind, her face etched with anxiety. As anticipated, the elevator was indeed out of order, leaving them no choice but to ascend the staircase. The corridor was shrouded in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of their hurried footsteps echoing in the empty space. The dimly lit motion sensor lights flickered on and off intermittently as they ran. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase leading from the second to the third floor, a sudden twist of fate occurred. A raspy growl resonated from the shadows above, followed by several distorted, staggering figures that appeared at the top of the stairs, blocking their path. Clad in tattered school uniforms or staff attire, their skin bore a deathly gray hue, with some areas even rotting and oozing, revealing ghastly white bones. Their eye sockets were hollow, limbs rigid, yet their movements exhibited a grotesque swiftness. They emitted chilling howls as they lunged toward Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan. Dark and eerie, decayed zombies. Level 30, quantity. For abilities, infectious bites, rapid regeneration. Qingyan, stay close to me. Cheng Hao's gaze turned icy, and without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward at an astonishing speed, confronted with the first decayed zombie lunging at him. Cheng Hao unleashed his right leg like a steel whip, slicing through the air with the razor-sharp force of a wind blade. With a thud, the zombie's head shattered as if it were a ripe watermelon, brain matter and foul blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse staggered briefly before crashing to the ground. The second and third zombies simultaneously lunged from either side. Wind blade slash. Cheng Hao spread his fingers wide, thrusting his hands forward. Dozens of high-speed, spiraling wind blades materialized, instantly ensnaring the two zombies in a meat grinder-like massacre. In an instant, blood and flesh flew as bones shattered. The two zombies barely had time to emit a cry before being reduced to countless fragments by the relentless blades. Entrails and severed limbs were strewn across the floor. Seizing the opportunity, the fourth zombie lunged toward Lin Qingyan from behind. Gripping her desert eagle, Lin Qingyan pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down upon the creature. The zombie's movements abruptly ceased, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Experience points 1,200 in mere seconds. The encounter with the zombies concluded. The 4 level 30 decayed zombies fell before the onslaught of Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan like mere trifles, swiftly dispatched. Without a moment's pause, the two continued their dash toward the top floor. Soon, they reached the final staircase platform leading to the rooftop on the 10th floor. However, a rusted, heavy iron door stood before them, now covered by a denser energy membrane. This barrier shared its source with the previously sensed protective field, but was of even greater strength. Lin Qingyan attempted to breach it with her powers, but to no avail. Let me give a try. Cheng Hao stepped forward, unleashing the full extent of his diamond body. Simultaneously, the flames of ash coalesced at the tip of his fist, delivering a powerful blow against the iron door. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, causing the energy membrane on the door surface to ripple violently. Yet, it absorbed most of the force and rebounded, leaving Cheng Hao's arm tingling with numbness. This barrier was stronger than the one outside. With both physical and energy defenses in place, a force breach would require time. Cheng Hao quickly assessed the situation, his heart sinking. Time. It was the one thing they lacked the most. Heaven knows what state Lin Wanwan was in at the edge of the rooftop. Just then, a sudden thought struck him. The brass key adorned with a faded blue ribbon, taken from the 314 laboratory. An absurd notion flashed through his mind. If this key could unlock the laboratory door that had been cursed and sealed 5 years ago, it was a desperate gamble. Cheng Hao swiftly retrieved the key, aiming it at the seemingly ordinary keyhole of the iron door. "What is this key, Cheng Hao?" Lin Qingyan asked, her gaze filled with confusion. Without explanation, Cheng Hao inserted the key into the lock. A barely audible click resonated, akin to a celestial sound. Immediately, the layer of barrier energy covering the iron door quivered violently, akin to a bubble bursting, before rapidly thinning and becoming transparent. Ultimately, it dissipated entirely. Success! Cheng Hao's heart soared with elation as he forcefully pushed the heavy iron door open. The rooftop lay vast and open before them. At the edge, on a low wall less than half a meter wide, stood a delicate figure in thin pajamas, her back turned towards them. The night breeze tousled her disheveled hair, and a hairpin glimmering with an eerie blue light stood out starkly against her dark locks. Wanwan. Lin Qingyan sighed in relief upon recognizing the familiar silhouette. She rushed forward, calling out loudly, "Wanwan, come down. It's dangerous." Cheng Hao followed closely, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Wanwan. However, Lin Wanwan turned around with an unnaturally stiff posture. Upon seeing her face, both Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan felt their hearts plummet. Lin Wanwan's once bright and clear eyes were now devoid of their whites and pupils, replaced by an overwhelming darkness. Simultaneously, a strange smile crept across her lips. "Hee, I'm free now. Jumping down will set me free." A cold, hollow voice, entirely alien to Lin Wanwan, emerged from her throat. Wanwan, please wake up. Don't do anything reckless. Come back." Lin Qingyan called urgently, attempting to approach. Yet, Lin Wanwan remained oblivious, her pitch-black eyes scanning them as if they were mere strangers. Her body began to tilt forward slightly, shifting her center of gravity towards the edge of the rooftop. "No!" Lin Qingyan screamed in despair, yearning to rush forward. Yet, Cheng Hao firmly grasped her, exclaiming, "Do not approach. It is too late. Leave it to me." As his words echoed, a rich crimson hue suddenly enveloped his eyes. His mental energy surged forth like an incoming tide, instantly locking onto the space beneath Lin Wanwan, who was about to plummet. Chapter 97. Shattering the hairpin in the very moment Lin Wanwan's center of gravity irrevocably shifted, akin to a marionette with severed strings. She began her descent towards the ground below. "Blood-corroding mist, condense." Cheng Hao called out, his mental prowess taut as a bowstring, erupting with explosive force. At a height of less than 3 meters below Lin Wanwan, a dense, dark red mist emerged without warning, swiftly transforming into a vast, soft cloud of deep crimson. A muffled yet peculiar sound resonated as Lin Wanwan's descending body landed solidly upon the dark red cloud. Her frail form became entirely enveloped and supported by the mist. Following this, Cheng Hao, with a mere thought, manipulated the blood mist cloud as if it were an invisible elevator, smoothly lowering Lin Wan to the ground. Only when she had safely touched down did the blood mist thin, becoming transparent before ultimately vanishing into the night. It's all right now. Cheng Hao exhaled deeply, addressing Lin Qingyan. The two then employed their supernatural abilities to descend to the first floor. Wan, Lin Qingyan, overwhelmed with immense joy from their narrow escape, hurried to Lin Wan's side, embracing her tightly to check for injuries. Yet at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The previously unconscious Lin Wan began to convulse violently. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a pitch-black void within her pupils. A piercing, alien shriek escaped her lips. No, I seek liberation. I wish to die. Her limbs thrashed wildly with astonishing strength, attempting to break free from Lin Qingyan's embrace. Wan, what is happening to you? Wake up. Lin Qingyan held on with all her might, filled with fear and confusion. It's the hairpin. It's controlling her. Cheng Hao warned, his voice urgent. Qingyan, keep your distance. That hairpin possesses cursed power. Do not touch it. As he spoke, Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened, and the blood mist once more began to spread. With a commanding shout, he extended his right hand towards the bone-knot hairpin atop Lin Wan's head and grasped at the air. A dark red hand, entirely composed of dense blood mist, materialized above Lin Wan's head. Under Cheng Hao's mental control, it seized the shimmering azure hairpin. At the moment the blood mist hand made contact with the hairpin, its azure light blazed into an unbearable brightness, emitting a violent corrosive sound akin to boiling oil splattering in water. A surge of intense, chilling resentment surged forth like a tangible current, rebounding violently towards Cheng Hao from the blood mist hand. Cheng Hao let out a muffled groan, resolutely binding the blood mist hand with his mental strength, unwavering in his stance. Break from me. The blood mist hand erupted with even greater force, yanking fiercely. Lin Wan emitted a cry, so piercing it was almost inhuman, her body collapsing as if her spine had been wrenched from her. The ghostly blue butterfly hairpin, which had clung desperately to her hair, was finally torn away by the blood mist hand. In that instant of separation, the pitch blackness in Lin Wan's eyes receded like a tide, revealing her originally clear pupils. She coughed violently, her gaze shifting from vacant and lost to bewildered, as if she had just awakened from the deepest of nightmares. Wan. Lin Qingyan, witnessing this scene, rushed to embrace her tightly, murmuring, It's all right. Lin Wan looked at Lin Qingyan in confusion, then glanced at Cheng Hao, and at the dark red blood hand hovering in the air, clutching the ghostly blue hairpin. With a face full of perplexity, she asked, Sister, Brother Cheng, what has happened to me? It's all right, Wan. It's all over now. Lin Qingyan comforted her gently, patting her back. Cheng Hao's gaze, however, was fixed entirely on the blue butterfly hairpin, now imprisoned by the blood mist hand. It had detached from its host, its ghostly blue glow no longer stable. Key clue item: blue butterfly hairpin containing cursed power. Ability: a cursed object harboring deathly resentment and unknown control, capable of eroding the wearer's mind and inducing suicide. Is this the very thing that nearly harmed Wan? Lin Qingyan questioned, her heart still gripped by fear as she beheld the ominous hairpin. Cheng Hao nodded. Indeed, this object is exceedingly strange. It must not remain. He commanded the blood mist hand to lift the hairpin into the air. Simultaneously, he unleashed the dual powers of thunder and fire within him. His left palm faced upward, and a raging crimson flame surged forth. His right palm faced downward, crackling with blinding silver lightning. Under Cheng Hao's manipulation, the two forces intertwined, resembling two spiraling, furious dragons, striking fiercely towards the blue butterfly hairpin that was ensnared by the blood mist hand. Buzz! The hairpin emitted a frenzied glow, desperately attempting to resist the onslaught of this cataclysmic force. Annihilate! Cheng Hao shouted, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he summoned forth even more energy. The combined radiance of thunder and fire surging exponentially. Pop! A sound echoed, akin to a soap bubble bursting. The glimmering blue butterfly hairpin, engulfed by the violent power of thunder and fire, shattered entirely, disintegrating into ashes that scattered with the wind. Successfully destroyed the key cursed item. Experience gained, 1,000 points. The system notification resonated in Cheng Hao's mind, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. 1,000 experience points. This far exceeded the spoils gained from vanquishing ordinary dark entities, sufficiently demonstrating that the cursed power embedded within this hairpin was extraordinary indeed. It has finally been destroyed. Lin Qingyan gazed at the dissipating ashes, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Subsequently, she turned her attention to Lin Wanwan, inquiring, Wanwan, how do you feel now? What exactly transpired? How did you come to wear that object? Lin Wanwan leaned against Lin Qingyan, her delicate visage ashen. She struggled to recall, piecing together her fragmented memories, and finally articulated. On my way back to the dormitory, just as I approached the entrance of the building, a girl in a white dress suddenly emerged from the shadows of a nearby tree. She walked briskly, her head bowed as if she hadn't noticed me. Then, she bumped into me. Before I could react, she hurriedly thrust an object into my hand, saying it was something I had dropped, and then she swiftly departed. I was momentarily dazed, glancing down to find a beautifully crafted blue butterfly hairpin in my hand. I initially thought she had mistaken me for someone else and intended to chase after her to return it. But she moved with such speed that she vanished in the blink of an eye. At this point, an expression of profound regret swept across Lin Wanwan's face. I thought the hairpin was truly exquisite and lovely. Furthermore, as I held it, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, as though it were destined to belong to me. Without thinking, I whimsically placed it upon my head to see how it looked. After that, I lost all awareness. My mind was consumed by a singular voice, incessantly proclaiming that death would bring release. I found myself unable to control my actions, and I followed the steps leading to the rooftop. Chapter 98. The Reemergence of a Young Girl Upon Hearing Lin Wanwan's disjointed account. Cheng Hao hurriedly produced the 2 sketches he had discovered, presenting them to Lin Wanwan and asking, "Is this the girl in the white dress you encountered?" Lin Wanwan examined the sketches intently, yet her expression was one of confusion and uncertainty. She bears a striking resemblance, but for some reason, my intuition tells me that the girl who deliberately handed me the hairpin is not the same as the one depicted in these drawings. She then inquired, by the way, "Brother Cheng, where did you find these sketches?" In response to Lin Wanwan's question, Cheng Hao recounted his encounter with Vice Principal Li's daughter, the Lotus Pond, the sketches from the laboratory, and the incident in the corridor involving the apparition of the girl. The clues were so tangled and disparate that even Lin Qingyan and her sister were left bewildered after hearing the account. After a long pause, Lin Qingyan furrowed her brow and remarked, "If the girl in the sketches belongs to an opposing faction and is a purveyor of curses, why would she appear in the corridor to provide you with such crucial information? Isn't that rather counterproductive?" Cheng Hao, upon hearing her words, frowned and replied, "That is precisely what I cannot comprehend." As Lin Qingyan articulated, if the girl depicted in the sketch were utilizing a blue butterfly hairpin to emanate a curse, then why did she previously appear in the corridor, deliberately revealing herself to remind her? Was it a ploy to lure the tiger from its den? Yet, it was clearly that dormitory matron who directed him to the girls' dormitory's communal restroom. Moreover, based on the earlier circumstances surrounding the appearance of the sketched girl, it was evident that she was in a state of fear. Could it be that the true mastermind lies in the creator of that sketch? Cheng Hao felt an essential clue was conspicuously absent, rendering him perplexed about this scenario. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, Lin Wanwan glanced at the dormitory building before suddenly exclaiming, "Brother Cheng, don't you think it's rather quiet here?" Upon hearing this, both Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, even though it was late at night, the dormitory was eerily silent. Since their entry, apart from encountering zombies and barriers, the entire girls' dormitory resembled a vast mausoleum. There were no startled screams from students, no reprimands from the matron, no lights flickering on, and no signs of any living presence being disturbed. It was as if behind the tightly closed dormitory doors, there existed no life whatsoever. From Lin Wanwan's control on the rooftop to Cheng Hao and Lin Qingyan's fierce battle against the zombies, breaching the barrier, and finally to Lin Wanwan's leap from the building and subsequent rescue. This series of events should have awakened the entire building, yet it garnered no attention whatsoever. This was undeniably abnormal. Cheng Hao promptly opened the instant chat channel, and swiftly sent a message to Su Wan. Sister Wan, how are things on your end? Is there anything unusual in the dormitory? Have you heard any noises? Is there any activity next door? Su Wan, everything is normal here. The neighbors on both sides seem to be asleep with no disturbances. By the way, what happened in the girls' dormitory? Is Wan Wan all right? Do you need me to come over? Su Wan's response led Cheng Hao to form a hypothesis that the normal functions of the entire campus had been obscured or rendered still by some force after a specific time or event was triggered. The strangeness of this instance had seeped into the very fabric of its rules. Consequently, he replied to Su Wan, assuring her that Lin Wan Wan was safe and instructing her to remain in the dormitory and not to venture out that evening. Then, addressing Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan Wan, he remarked, Qingyan, it's getting late. You and Wan Wan should return to the dormitory. I sense that the power of the school's rules is even more formidable than what we encountered at the Red Moon Hotel. The true perpetrator we are about to face will likely not be like Wang Jianfeng, who upon being identified, would meekly surrender. Tomorrow may very well bring forth a fierce battle. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, Lin Qingyan grasped the gravity of the situation. Once Lin Wan Wan had harnessed her healing powers to restore her state to its peak, they returned to the dormitory together. Cheng Hao briskly walked along the path outside the dormitory building, heading towards the faculty area. As he traversed a relatively secluded corridor between two buildings, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Accompanied by a swirl of white mist, a slender figure emerged slowly. Her form was somewhat ethereal, semi-transparent, as if a mere breeze could disperse her. It was the very girl depicted in the sketch. She stood there quietly, her clear eyes gazing at Cheng Hao. Thank you for destroying that hairpin. Seeing her reappear, Cheng Hao furrowed his brow and retorted, Thank you? Wasn't that hairpin a tool for spreading curses? After all, the two girls I encountered both claimed that you forcefully handed them the hairpin imbued with cursed power. Now that I have destroyed it, you come forth to play the Good Samaritan? Do you believe I am so easily deceived? The ethereal girl slightly shook her head, a touch of bittersweetness gracing her translucent face. Do you think the one who spread the Bao curse is me? You are mistaken. With a melancholic sigh, the spirit continued. That was not me, but rather he who deliberately disguised himself to resemble me. He? Cheng Hao was taken aback, quickly pressing for further information. Who? The one who drew your portrait? Yes, precisely him. His name is Su Mo. The spirit girl nodded, and, as she uttered that name, a profound hatred and fear flickered in her eyes. Su Mo? Cheng Hao frowned. It was an entirely new name. Just as he was about to inquire further, the spirit girl took the initiative to speak. My name is Xiaolan. 5 years ago, I was a student at this very school. A boy named Su Mo transferred to our class. He was taciturn, but possessed extraordinary artistic talent, particularly in drawing me. He claimed to have fallen in love with me at first sight, fervently and obsessively. He constantly sketched me, creating countless beautiful portraits. I too once harbored feelings for him, as he was indeed talented. However, I was acutely aware of the impending exams and did not wish to be distracted. I clearly told him that we could be friends, but this was not the time for such matters. We could discuss it after the exams. But he would not agree. Xiaolan's voice suddenly sharpened after being rejected. He went mad. He cornered me, stalked me, and filled my desk with his sketches. He even threatened me, saying that if I did not acquiesce, he would destroy everything I held dear. I was terrified. Ultimately, I summoned the courage to report the situation to the principal at the time. Due to my excellent academic performance, the principal took it seriously and immediately spoke to Su Mo. I did not know what was discussed, but shortly after their conversation, the school announced that Su Mo had been expelled for severe violations of school regulations. I thought that was the end of it. However, the expelled Su Mo did not leave. He had inexplicably acquired some exceedingly wicked and terrifying sorcery. He has returned. Moreover, he has transformed into the likeness of our principal and summoned me to the laboratory 314. He transformed into your principal? Cheng Hao suddenly felt as though he were listening to a bizarre and illogical tale. Yet in his mind, the image of that abandoned chemistry lab flashed vividly. Chapter 99. The eerie principal indeed. He has taken the form of our principal. Xiaolan nodded affirmatively and continued. I shall never forget that day when he locked the door of the laboratory behind him. He suddenly tore off the principal's visage, revealing a horrifying face. With a sinister grin, he declared that since I had ruined his life, he would bind me here forever. making me a part of his grand creation. He aims to forge a magnificent and liberated school. He seeks to become the omnipotent principal, wielding control over all. He announced that he had set up a powerful magical array within the laboratory, intending to use my blood and my fear as sacrifices. He activated the array, and then the entire laboratory was on the brink of destruction. But that was not the end. Xiaolan's spirit emitted a piercing wail. Sumo's sorcery forcibly imprisoned my fading soul. He extracted all my agony, resentment, and despair as I approached death, infusing them into the blue butterfly hairpin he had once gifted me. That hairpin became the core of the curse, a tool for him to manipulate my lingering consciousness. For the past 5 years, he has shape-shifted into various forms, lurking within the school to harm its inhabitants. Many within the school have gradually fallen under his control. Vice Principal Zheng, Lu the Lame, and others are aware of Sumo's existence. They fear him and his dark magic, yet they dare not rebel. They have become his accomplices, concealing the truth and maintaining the facade of normalcy, helplessly watching as he gradually transforms the entire school into his hunting ground, his eerie kingdom. Over these 5 years, he has incessantly absorbed the malevolence brought forth by death, growing ever stronger. The cursed barrier he established has also become increasingly robust, capable of influencing the very rules of the school, just as he effortlessly lulled the residents of an entire dormitory into slumber, silencing all sounds that should not be heard. It was only because you destroyed that hairpin that he fell into weakness, granting me the opportunity to escape. However, he will soon regain his strength. Less than 30 hours remain until the culmination of his plan. The final step? Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao hastily inquired, what does he intend to do? He stated that he would conduct a final ceremony, which I suspect is the upcoming sports event. Only upon the completion of this ceremony can he shed his disguise and become the principal in the truest sense. At that moment, he will be able to transform this school into a bizarre lair. Therefore, under no circumstances should you allow the sports event to take place. Remember, he can change into anyone at any time. Uncover him. Uncover Sumo. Uncover the enigmatic principle concealed beneath layers of deception. Xiaolan's spirit began to waver precariously, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Only by utterly vanquishing him can we shatter the curse and attain true liberation. As her words faded, Xiaolan's ethereal form flickered violently before transforming into countless faint blue motes, reminiscent of the last fireflies, swiftly dissipating into the white mist, leaving no trace behind. Standing in place, Cheng Hao reflected on Xiaolan's words and finally pieced together all the fragments of the puzzle. Almost simultaneously, a message from the system flashed before him. Congratulations, player, you have gathered all clues. Ultimate mission updated. Identify and eliminate the enigmatic principal Sumo. Instance information and rules. 1. The enigmatic principal Sumo is adept in sinister sorcery and can disguise himself as any individual within the campus, excluding players. 2. The player's team possesses the right to identify. The team has only one chance to identify, allowing them to select any target for identification. 3. Correct identification. The target principal's identity is revealed, entering an attackable state. Upon defeat, the mission is accomplished. 4. If the identification opportunity is exhausted, identification failure, or the mission time limit expires without defeating the principal, the mission fails, and each team member will lose 30,000 experience points. Mission time limit. Before the sports meeting commences, approximately 28 hours and 58 minutes. After reviewing the prompt, without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Hao immediately opened the instance chat channel. He succinctly and clearly relayed all the intelligence he had just acquired to Su Wan, Lin Qingyan, and Lin Wan. The information detonated in the channel like a bomb. Su Wan, the sports meeting is actually a sacrificial ritual. Sumo, the enigmatic principal, who could he transform into? Vice Principal Zhengming, the crippled Lu? It could even be any student we have encountered. This is immensely challenging. Lin Qingyan. The team identification means we have only one chance to identify. Misidentification leads to failure. Lin Wan. With so many people in the school, this is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Brother Cheng, how do we proceed? Cheng Hao. The clues are not entirely absent. The key lies in the sports meeting. Who is most eager to push for its occurrence? That individual bears the greatest suspicion. Thus, Tomorrow we must orchestrate some incidents to impede the sports meeting. We will then observe who fervently advocates for its swift execution. They are most likely Mo. After all, he requires this platform to complete the ritual and become the true principal. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's elucidation, the others began to speculate. Suwan. If that is the case, then Zheng Ming, as the vice principal, is the principal organizer of the sports meeting, making him the prime suspect. Lin Qingyan. Yet, the rules also state that Mo can disguise himself. He might intentionally allow Zheng Ming to appear as the overt proponent, while he conceals himself as another, manipulating events from the shadows. Perhaps he has even anticipated our suspicion towards the promoter and deliberately chosen to act contrary to expectations. Cheng Hao. Qingyan is right. Mo is exceedingly cunning. We cannot merely focus on the sports event to identify our target. Zheng Ming is a significant suspect, yet not the sole one. We must observe, test, and gather more information before he reveals any telltale signs. Cheng Hao. Sister Wan as a teacher. Your proximity to the administration will facilitate your observations of Zheng Ming and the other teachers responsible for the sports event. Qingyan, Nuan, students. You should be vigilant towards any irregularities among your peers and the general faculty. As for me, I will approach the other maintenance workers. Without these logistical staff, the event cannot proceed smoothly. Lin Wan, understood. Once dawn breaks, we shall heed Cheng Ji's instructions and closely monitor all personnel involved in the preparations for the sports event. Cheng Hao. Everyone, remain vigilant and share any discoveries. Until we have absolute certainty, do not hastily make any accusations. Agreed. Closing the chat channel. Cheng Hao gazed towards the playground behind the school's teaching building. That would be the venue for the sports event. If all goes well, tomorrow, the elusive principal, adept at disguise, would reveal his true form there. Chapter 100. The assault returning to the staff dormitory. The sound of old Wang's snoring resonated. Cheng Hao lay on the makeshift bed, staring out at the night sky, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. The following morning, old Wang yawned as he pulled himself from bed. Upon seeing Cheng Hao already dressed, he expressed surprise. Ah, Xiao Cheng, you returned so late last night. Why not sleep a bit longer? Young people are indeed full of energy. Fortunately, I'm used to rising early. Cheng Hao mumbled a response as he began to organize his toolkit. After freshening up, old Wang donned his grease-stained work uniform and began to chatter. Today will be busy. Vice Principal Zheng specifically instructed that the sports event is set for tomorrow, and with time short and tasks heavy, we must hurry to the playground to set up the sound and lighting equipment at the leadership platform. Moreover, we need to inspect and reinforce that newly erected stage frame to avoid any mishaps. His tone conveyed a near sycophantic reverence. You have no idea how much Vice Principal Zheng values this sports event. The principal is rarely seen, and with Vice Principal Li dealing with personal issues, the school is now under Zheng's command. We must carry out his directives flawlessly. We cannot afford any mistakes. Cheng Hao nodded nonchalantly. Understood. Wangge, I will accompany you. At the playground, the morning air was crisp, yet many logistical staff were already bustling about. The leadership platform was assembled, draped with a red curtain, while several workers were installing floodlights above. Towering sound equipment lay in heaps below the platform. Most conspicuously, next to the platform stood a newly constructed metal stage frame, evidently intended for the opening ceremony performance. Xiao Cheng, your skills are formidable. Please recheck and reinforce the welding points of that stage frame, especially the load-bearing sections. Old Wang pointed at the stage frame and commanded, I will go adjust the sound system. Vice Principal Zheng insists that everything must be ready before the rehearsal this afternoon. Understood. Cheng Hao picked up the soldering gun and tools, advancing towards the steel structure with an air of nonchalance. He crouched down to inspect the critical weld joint. While the weld appeared sound, he decided to reinforce it further. Assuming the role of maintenance worker, he had naturally acquired these skills through the system. The soldering gun emitted a dazzling blue-white flame, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Cheng Hao immersed himself in his task, embodying the essence of a technician preparing for the impending unveiling ceremony. Suddenly, a frown crossed Cheng Hao's face. Utilizing his omniscient exploration ability, he sensed an ominous chill, a murderous intent erupting from behind him without warning. I will slay you. Any intruder who obstructs the plans of that esteemed individual must perish. A deranged voice resonated from behind Cheng Hao. Lu, the lame one, emerged unexpectedly, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Cheng Hao's back. Cheng Hao narrowly evaded the lethal strike. As he turned, he beheld Lu's eyes ablaze with madness, his gaze nearly bulging from its sockets. His face contorted with rage, emanating an aura of violent intent. He wielded a greasy, glimmering cleaver. Without a moment's pause after his missed attack, Lu emitted a beastly growl from his throat, swinging the cleaver again in a frenzied assault against Cheng Hao. D. Though his movements were somewhat distorted due to his limp, the ferocity of his strikes was astonishing, each swing cutting through the air with a deadly intent, an all-or-nothing approach. Lu, have you lost your mind? Cheng Hao shouted, dodging the deadly blade. Lu remained unfazed, his crimson eyes fixated solely on chaos and destruction, as if entirely controlled by some malevolent force. His attacks grew increasingly frenzied, targeting Cheng Hao's vital points with relentless fury. Nearby workers, witnessing the unfolding chaos, shrieked in terror. Lu has gone mad. He is attacking someone with a knife. What is happening? I've never heard of any feud between Lu and Cheng Hao. Quick, take cover. It would be disastrous to get caught in the crossfire. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Cheng Hao's expression hardened. In the fleeting moment when Lu swung and missed, his old strength spent, and new strength yet to arise, Cheng Hao surged forward. With the swiftness of lightning, he seized Lu's wrist, firmly gripping the hand that held the knife. With a sharp crack, the immense force crushed Lu's wrist bone. Lu let out a piercing scream, the cleaver slipping from his grasp and clattering onto the concrete floor below. Without pausing, Cheng Hao's right leg swept out like a steel whip, striking Lu squarely in the chest. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Lu the lame was unceremoniously kicked away, akin to a broken sack, crashing heavily against a nearby pile of empty wooden crates. The crates splintered, and he curled on the ground, writhing in agony, froth spilling from his mouth. The madness in his eyes faded, leaving only confusion and pain, as if he had momentarily regained a fragment of his senses. The surrounding workers, still in shock, cautiously gathered at a distance, hesitant to approach. What transpired? Who was causing this commotion? At that moment, a commanding voice filled with indignation resonated through the air. The crowd parted, revealing Vice Principal Zheng Ming, who approached briskly, flanked by several security guards, his face ashen with fury. He first cast a glance at the moaning Lu, then turned his sharp gaze towards Cheng Hao, his eyes cutting like daggers, revealing unmasked scrutiny and ire. Cheng Hao, Lu the lame. Zheng's voice rose abruptly, brimming with astonishment and rage. In broad daylight, on the playground, armed brawling? Do you have no regard for school rules and discipline? This is utterly lawless. He afforded Cheng Hao no opportunity for explanation, or rather, he deemed no explanation necessary. Pointing at Lu and Cheng Hao, he barked sternly, Lu the lame, wielding a knife and maliciously injuring another. Cheng Hao, as a maintenance worker, participating in a brawl and damaging property. The severity of this incident is egregious. It has gravely disrupted the school's order and the preparations for the sports event. Taking a deep breath, as if suppressing his fury, he rendered his final judgment. I hereby declare, Lu the lame and Cheng Hao, you are both expelled. Gather your belongings immediately and leave the school premises. Security captain, ensure they vacate the school at once. During the sports event, no unstable elements are to be tolerated. The security captain, accompanied by two subordinates, promptly moved forward, flanking Cheng Hao and Lu with a firm demeanor. The surrounding workers fell silent, none daring to utter a word. Cheng Hao gazed at Zheng Ming's righteous visage, a cold smile creeping into his heart. What a splendid act of treachery. Lu the lame was evidently manipulated by some unseen force to assault him, aiming to instigate turmoil. Meanwhile, Zheng Ming, the staunchest advocate of the sports event, seized this opportune moment to eliminate his greatest threat from the school under the guise of authority. Should he be expelled from the school grounds, as team leader, the quest rules would likely deem the mission a failure. If that were to occur, no one would be there to thwart the enigmatic principal's sacrificial ritual. In other words, at this moment, Zheng Ming emerging could very well be the strange principal Suimo, disguised in deceit. Chapter 101. The appearance of Su Mo as Zheng Ming's resolute declaration of expulsion echoed. The nearby workers remained utterly silent, dread filling the air. Only Lu the Lame's intermittent groans of pain punctuated the oppressive atmosphere. The two security guards stood like iron pillars beside Cheng Hao, their vigilance palpable, awaiting Zheng Ming's command. Quickly expel him. Zheng Ming gestured decisively. Yet, Cheng Hao's face bore no trace of panic. A voice seemed to echo in his mind, incessantly urging him, hurry, identify Zheng Ming. This is the finest opportunity. If you publicly declare that Zheng Ming is the enigmatic principal Su Mo in disguise, the curse enveloping this school will be lifted. Cheng Hao stood quietly, his gaze calmly sweeping across Zheng Ming's face, slightly contorted with anger, then glancing at the curled-up Lu Chiezi on the ground and the surrounding workers, whose expressions were filled with uncertainty. Finally, his focus settled on one individual. Standing at the edge of the crowd, his face was a tableau of shock and concern, as if he wished to step forward to defend himself. It was none other than Cheng Hao's roommate, Old Wang. Brother Wang, Cheng Hao suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet curiously penetrating the deathly silence of the playground. Did you sleep well last night? Old Wang's expression instantly froze. It was a fleeting moment of rigidity that could not be concealed, as though his mask had suddenly jammed. He quickly forced a more naive and bewildered smile. Rubbing his hands together, Xiao Cheng, at such a time, why are you asking this? Of course, I slept well last night. However, Cheng Hao did not share this belief. His gaze was sharp as a blade, devoid of any hesitation. He abruptly raised his hand, his index finger shooting forth like a javelin, pointing directly at Old Wang's face, which was etched with innocence and bewilderment, his voice suddenly escalating. Brother Wang, or rather, should I call you the enigmatic principal, or Su Mo? Isn't it time to conclude your game? As Cheng Hao's words fell, the wind on the playground ceased. Time seemed to freeze. The distant sounds of workers moving equipment faded away. Even Lu Chiezi's groans eerily lodged in his throat. All eyes, filled with profound shock and confusion, converged on the slightly plump, greasy, and usually inconspicuous Old Wang. Simultaneously, the expressions on Old Wang's face, innocence, bewilderment, and concern, transformed at a visible pace. In their place emerged a complete, inhuman rigidity. The slight curve at the corner of his mouth, which he had desperately tried to maintain, first froze, then was forcibly stretched into a spine-chilling arc. It was not a smile, but a gaping fissure. A sardonic chuckle erupted from deep within his throat, his voice hoarse as he spoke. When did you discover it? His once murky, worldly eyes were now pitch black, unfathomably deep. He fixed his gaze firmly on Cheng Hao, questioning him word by word. Cheng Hao met that chilling gaze without fear, slowly elucidating. First, last night, the principal's power shielded all faculty and students, plunging them into slumber. When you greeted me this morning, claiming I returned late, doesn't that imply you are not affected by the rules? Second, just a moment ago, you asked me to reinforce the stage frame, asserting your formidable strength. Cheng Hao deliberately emphasized the last four words, but I, as a maintenance worker, under normal circumstances, one would proclaim their technical prowess or dexterity. What does the term formidable strength signify? Is it a descriptor for brawling? Or does it denote an extraordinary power capable of confronting malevolent forces? Cheng Hao's gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk. These two flaws were sufficient to reveal that you, Old Wang, or rather, the entity Su Mo residing within your shell, have been secretly observing and manipulating everything. Thus, you are the enigmatic principal lurking beneath the radar, orchestrating the curse and awaiting the final ritual. What a remarkable analysis. It is astonishing that from merely two offhand remarks of mine, you have gleaned so much. Old Wang's voice shed its disguise, turning raspy with a sinister undertone. Regrettably, his tone suddenly shifted to one of menace. Even if you identify me, everything remains under my control. You cannot defeat me. As his final words echoed, an unforeseen transformation occurred. With a thunderous roar, a dense, bone-chilling gray mist erupted from the ground, the sky, and all directions without warning. It engulfed the entire playground, swiftly covering the entire school area. Vision was obliterated, and sound was severed. It was as if the world had been reduced to a suffocating haze of gray mist. In the chat channel of the dungeon, Cheng Hao's three teammates immediately messaged. Lin Qingyan, Cheng Hao, where are you? What is happening? Lin Wan Wan, Brother Cheng, this mist is terrifying. I can't see anything. Su Wan, could it be that Cheng Hao has identified the principal? Amidst the thick fog, Cheng Hao stood resolute as a rock, his fingers swiftly gliding over the virtual interface. Indeed, the identification is successful. The maintenance worker Old Wong, who resides in the same dormitory as me, is the enigmatic Principal Su Mo. This mist is the barrier he has unleashed. Stay put and do not move. I will handle this. Just as the message was sent, a tremendous explosion erupted from the depths of the mist. The source of the sound was precisely the stage's steel frame that Cheng Hao had previously reinforced. The fog churned violently, revealing a colossal, distorted silhouette emanating a ferocious aura of destruction, gradually materializing within the grayness. The stage frame had entirely transcended its original purpose. Robust steel pipes were forcibly twisted, stretched, entwined, and reassembled by an invisible might. Moments later, it transformed into a terrifying puppet forged of steel and death, a towering steel beast standing 7 to 8 meters high. A roar erupted from the mouth of the steel puppet, tearing through the mist and shaking the very earth beneath. Subsequently, the steel beast took heavy strides. With each step it took, the ground trembled as if bombarded by heavy artillery, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. It swung its colossal arm, twisted from steel beams, forcefully crashing down upon the nearest academic building. Boom! Debris scattered, and the concrete walls were torn apart as if they were mere paper. Concurrently, Sumo's cold and frenzied voice, akin to an omnipresent malevolent echo, flooded Cheng Hao's ears from all directions. Only through annihilation can one attain rebirth. Did you think the sports event was my ceremonial ground? You are gravely mistaken. Accompanied by the iron behemoth catastrophic, strike once more. Sumo's voice resonated with arrogance and madness. This steel puppet, meticulously inscribed with countless resentments and curses over 5 long years, is the very essence of my ultimate ritual. The sports event? Merely a facade. Now it has awakened. It shall utterly obliterate this decaying school, and I shall ascend as the supreme ruler of this realm. Chapter 102. True power. As Sumo's words fell, the iron puppet beast let out a tremendous roar. Its massive form loomed through the thick mist like a moving mountain of steel. Each thunderous step sent violent tremors through the entire playground. Perched upon its broad right shoulder stood a figure, proud and defiant. Amidst the swirling fog, Su Mo revealed his true appearance, a gaunt youth. His complexion pale to the point of transparency. Clad in tattered school attire, his disheveled black hair framed his face. He looked down upon the diminutive Cheng Hao, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Cheng Hao, your struggles are futile. I have scrutinized your speed, your strength, your abilities of wind, fire, thunder, and that sanguine mist during our previous encounters. I have comprehended all your powers. Do you believe you can triumph? It is merely a desperate struggle of a cornered beast, rendering you a laughingstock. As his voice fell, the mist surrounding Cheng Hao churned violently once more. Ugh, ugh, ha ha ha! Accompanied by a chorus of hoarse moans, distorted figures staggered forth from the mist, encircling Cheng Hao. Upon closer inspection, he recognized familiar faces: Zheng Ming, the limping Lu, and other faculty members of the school. Yet, their current states were evidently abnormal. Zheng Ming bore a grotesque seam around his neck, his eyes void of any light, oozing a viscous black liquid. His lips curled back, revealing a set of bone-white teeth as he bellowed at Cheng Hao. Lu, grotesquely swollen, had skin that was cracked and darkened, with a single eye equally shrouded in darkness. He dragged his heavy footsteps, leaving behind corrosive sludge with each step. Several workers who had previously fled now appeared, their faces contorted, eyes consumed by an abyssal blackness. Their bodies had undergone various distortions, with nails turning black and sharp, emitting beastly growls from their throats. These individuals have been transformed into grotesque entities through the malevolent sorcery of Su Mo, exuding an overwhelming stench of decay and malice. Blocking all avenues of escape for Cheng Hao, awaiting the command of their master, they are poised to pounce and rend Cheng Hao to shreds. Su Mo stands upon the shoulder of the iron behemoth, arms outstretched, akin to a conductor orchestrating a symphony of death. Cheng Hao, my puppet, shall crush your bones. My minions will drink your blood. Your struggles will merely serve as the prelude to my ultimate ritual the most exquisite overture. Crush him for me. Roar. With Su Mo's command, the dark runes upon the behemoth's chest and abdomen ignite with a blinding, malevolent light. Its left arm rises high, the colossal steel fist, wielding the terrifying force to shatter mountains, cleaves through the thick fog, descending upon Cheng Hao with ferocious intent. The air compresses to an extreme, emitting a piercing crack. Simultaneously, the encroaching grotesques, now fully animated, charge madly towards Cheng Hao. A cruel, unwavering smile graces Su Mo's face, as he envisions Cheng Hao reduced to a pulpy mass or devoured entirely. His understanding of Cheng Hao leads him to believe that the latter cannot withstand such a frenzied dual assault. Yet, in the face of this harrowing predicament that would terrify any soul, Cheng Hao's eyes reflect a remarkable calm. Do you truly think you understand me, Su Mo? How could you presume that what you have drawn out is the entirety of my strength? He does not brace himself to meet the descending iron fist, nor does he attempt to evade the encroaching tide of corpses. In the moment when the shadow of the colossal fist looms over him, he makes a move that causes Su Mo's pupils to constrict in shock. Cheng Hao bends his knees slightly, and with a forceful clap of his palms against the cracked earth beneath him, he declares, "Lord summon," as his voice resonates. The ground beneath his hands surges forth like boiling black ink, expanding wildly. To Cheng Hao's left, a massive bear erupts from the depths, roaring fiercely. Its dark golden eyes survey the surrounding grotesques with a demeanor of ferocity and disdain. Immediately in front of Cheng Hao, a serpentine creature, clad in eerie bone armor, adorned with enormous bony wings, emerges, its eye sockets ablaze with ghostly green flames. Its chilling hiss sends a shiver through the air, causing the temperature to plummet, the edges of its bony wings glimmering with lethal frost. To Cheng Hao's right, a sleek and powerful saber-toothed tiger, engulfed in dark flames, leaps forth with a ferocious roar. The dark flames surge, incinerating the surrounding mist in an instant. Three monstrous beings, each distinct in form and exuding an aura of terrifying might, descend like towering mountains. Their immense, primal pressure coalesces into an invisible tempest, violently casting aside the advancing grotesques. Even the thick fog released by Su Mo is pushed back significantly. What is happening? Standing atop the shoulder of the iron puppet, Su Mo's expression of triumph freezes instantaneously, replaced by utter astonishment and disbelief. Even a trace of unperceived trepidation coursed through him. Summoning technique. How could you possibly possess such an ability? This is inconceivable. He had believed he was intimately acquainted with Cheng Hao's hidden strengths. Yet, this previously concealed summoning of colossal beasts far exceeded his expectations and control. Cheng Hao paid him no heed as the three shadow beasts commenced their assault. The shadow bear charged like an uncontrollable steel war chariot, ruthlessly crashing into the flung corpses of the grotesque entities. Its massive paw swept through, unleashing a torrent of carnage. Zhang Ming's grotesque head was obliterated with a single strike. Lu Chiezi's swollen form was torn asunder. The other grotesque entities, in the face of its ferocious might and impenetrable defense, were like fragile dolls, effortlessly shredded, flattened, and trampled. Even though these grotesque beings possessed the ability for rapid regeneration, as long as Su Mo remained, they could never be completely annihilated. However, with the Shadow Bear's rampage, they could no longer besiege Cheng Hao. Seizing this opportunity, the bone-winged giant python forcefully unfurled its massive wings, propelling its enormous body before the steel puppet. Its frigid skeletal form bound the steel beast's torso like chains. Simultaneously, it opened its colossal bony maw, releasing a noxious mist infused with corrosive and icy power, cascading like a waterfall towards the steel beast's chest, targeting those sinister runes. Meanwhile, the ghostly flame saber-toothed tiger, with its burning eyes locked onto the pale figure perched upon the steel beast's shoulder, exerted its limbs with fierce determination, dark flames erupting beneath its feet. Its massive form transformed into a streak of light, the enormous fangs capable of piercing mountains aimed directly at Su Mo's essence. Damn it! Witnessing the three shadow beasts thwart his plan to encircle and eliminate Cheng Hao, Su Mo's expression shifted dramatically, losing the composure he had previously maintained. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, commanding the steel beast to shake off the bone python. At the same time, he conjured a steel fist aimed at the charging, ghostly flame, saber-toothed tiger. In the midst of this chaos, Cheng Hao made his move. With a fierce grasp of his right hand, a colossal battle knife, ancient in design, weighty, and exuding a murderous aura, materialized in thin air. Chapter 103. Unmasking the disguise, the great knife, in Cheng Hao's hand, was a weapon uniquely forged from the fusion of the initial cleaver he had acquired and the mountain-splitting blade of bloodslaughter, resulting in his very own weapon, the sky-slaying blade. The blade stretched nearly 2 meters in length, wide and thick, emanating a luster of darkened metal polished over countless ages. A weapon. Out of the corner of his eye, Su-Mo caught sight of the great knife that had appeared in Cheng Hao's grasp, and his pupils constricted once more. This was yet another unforeseen variable. Cheng Hao's seemingly endless array of hidden cards made him acutely aware for the first time that the situation was slipping from his grasp. Cheng Hao gripped the rough, powerful handle of the sky-slaying blade tightly. A momentum as solid as a mountain and as sharp as the heavens erupted violently from him. The indomitable body. A resonant hum enveloped Cheng Hao in a resplendent halo of pale golden light, as if it were a tangible essence. In an instant, the forces of thunder, the blades of wind, and the flames of annihilation, 3 ferocious elemental powers, merged flawlessly under Cheng Hao's command, ultimately converging upon the sky-slicing blade. The very fabric of space around the blade distorted violently, pulsating with an overwhelming pressure, akin to an ancient, awakened beast of terror descending upon the world. Cheng Hao's gaze was fiercely fixed upon the transformed Su-Mo, mountain-splitting slash. A thunderous roar shattered the dense fog. With a single stroke, the blade's trajectory aimed directly at the core of the iron beast, adorned with sinister runes that flickered unpredictably. No! Block him! Su-Mo's anguished scream erupted as he frantically summoned dark power. The runes upon the iron beast's surface blazed with an unprecedented, shadowy radiance. Thick black mist swirled around him, forming twisted shields to obstruct the path of the iron puppet. Yet it was all too late. The combined elemental onslaught, driven by the indomitable intent of the mountain-splitting slash, surpassed Su-Mo's comprehension of power. The colossal blade, radiating a kaleidoscope of destructive light, obliterated the misty shields before mercilessly cleaving into the iron beast's core. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. Subsequently, a blinding flash of the blade instantaneously consumed everything at the point of impact. Golden light, lightning, azure radiance, and fiery glow intertwined in a frenzied dance of annihilation and expansion. The indomitable iron shell, before the fusion of wind, thunder, fire, and gold, it was effortlessly torn asunder, melted, and vaporized. The ominously glowing runes, under the purifying force of thunder, the incinerating flames, and the slicing winds, crumbled piece by piece into ash. A piercing wail erupted from the iron beast. Its form, a conglomeration of countless resentments and curses, began to explode from the core like a giant firecracker, ignited in succession. The terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, wildly expanding in all directions. Wherever it passed, the dense fog was completely evaporated. Simultaneously, a thick, dark red mist, akin to a parasitic worm, was skillfully directed by Cheng Hao into the iron beast's core at the moment of explosion. The blood-corroding mist began its insidious work. The hissing sound of corrosion, though overshadowed by the cacophony of the explosion, bore a deadly malice. The blood mist, imbued with corrosive energy, spread voraciously within the iron beast's energy core, like the most greedy of parasites, hastening its collapse. Under the dual onslaught of the cataclysmic energy and the parasitic blood-corroding mist, Su-Mo's anguished cries resounded. His pale figure was hurled from the collapsing shoulder of the iron beast, like a leaf caught in a tempest. In his once arrogant, pitch-black eyes, there now remained only profound anguish and disbelief. He had fancied himself the master of the situation, believing he had discerned everything. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the multitude of hidden powers and trump cards that Cheng Hao possessed. The very blade Cheng Hao had just wielded not only shattered his most formidable puppet, but obliterated all of his arrogance and delusions as well. Su-Mo's voice, hoarse and laden with deep-seated resentment, echoed, so well hidden, The iron behemoth he had taken pride in, the ultimate puppet forged from 5 years of grievances and curses, was annihilated in a single stroke. He had presumed to grasp all of Cheng Hao's secrets, only to find his opponent revealing one astonishing ability after another, summoning colossal beasts, wielding a mysterious battle knife, and executing that terrifying elemental fusion technique. Each new power unleashed felt like a resounding slap across his haughty visage. At this moment, he fully comprehended the grim reality. In a direct confrontation with Cheng Hao, he stood no chance of victory. As long as the core of his soul remained intact, he could rely on his dark sorcery to rise again given time. Su Mo let out a piercing shriek, filled with venomous spite. What does it matter that you have won this battle? I admit I underestimated you, but do you truly believe you can obliterate me? Such folly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he clapped his hands together with fervor. With a resonant hum, the surrounding grayish-white mist surged toward him as if summoned by an invisible force. The fog twisted and churned violently, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 100 pale-faced apparitions, clad in tattered school uniforms and identical to Su Mo, materialized from the roiling vapor, centered around his true form. Each phantom was vividly lifelike. As they emerged, they scattered like a flock of startled birds, showing no hesitation as they fled in all directions across the playground and the school grounds. Moving with otherworldly speed, the mist was stirred into a chaotic visual labyrinth by their swift movements. Ha ha! Sumo's true self mingled among the myriad phantoms, retreating rapidly under the cover of fog and confusion while cackling maniacally. Do you see this, Cheng Hao? No matter how immense your power, what can you do against me? This school is merely the beginning. As long as my soul endures, one day I shall return with even greater strength. His laughter reverberated above the playground, while the phantoms darted through the mist like gray specters, creating a scene of utter disarray. Yet, amid this bewildering chaos that could dazzle anyone and leave them at a loss, Cheng Hao stood calmly, his figure unwavering. The blade in his hand, the sky-slaying sword, pointed diagonally toward the ground, its surface aglow with the shimmering hues of gold, thunder, azure, and crimson, swirling gently. Deep within his pupils, a profound and enigmatic light began to emerge, all-knowing exploration. In an instant, the world around Cheng Hao shed all color and disguise, revealing the truth. The nearly 100 fleeing Su Mo apparitions were like soap bubbles, ready to burst. At last, there emerged a solitary figure, radiating a dazzling crimson glow akin to that of a lighthouse in the night. It hastily fled towards the ruins of the laboratory, following a distinct trajectory, disregarding all else. Though swift, to Cheng Hao's piercing perception, it appeared as if in slow motion, vividly discernible. Chapter 104. The source of tragedy, now seeking to escape? It is too late. Upon discovering Su Mo's true form, Cheng Hao spoke in a voice as cold as ice. You have no path of retreat. As his words echoed, Cheng Hao's figure flickered. He paid no heed to the scattered, illusory apparitions of mist. His gaze was fixed intently upon the glaring, crimson target. With a heavy stomp, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of dark golden light that tore through space, pursuing Su Mo with unprecedented speed. Soul-reaping slash. A chilling whisper resonated across the desolate playground. Cheng Hao gripped the sky-slaying blade tightly, the blade shimmering with a dynamic interplay of 4 elemental energies, coalescing into a radiant arc of light. The blade's trajectory was aimed directly at the fleeing crimson point, Su Mo's vulnerable back. What? The fleeting joy of Su Mo, who was desperately fleeing for his life, instantly froze upon seeing the impending doom. He turned abruptly, the blade's radiance magnifying in his desperate gaze. With a swift thrust, the dark golden blade pierced precisely below Su Mo's left shoulder blade, delivering a devastating surge of annihilating energy that severely injured his very essence. The concentrated blade aura rampaged within him like a relentless parasite, dismantling the nodes of his dark power. Su Mo emitted a more agonizing scream than when he was previously hurled away. Struck as if by an invisible hammer, he was propelled forward, crashing heavily onto the rubble of the laboratory, sending plumes of dust into the air. He struggled to rise, but the left side of his body seemed to have lost all sensation. The dark energy within him surged chaotically, akin to countless blades slicing through his soul. Uncontrolled, the black mist erupted from his mouth, nose, and wounds, causing his breath to wane to its lowest ebb. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao's figure appeared before Su Mo as if teleporting. Towering over him with a frigid gaze directed at the pale youth writhing in agony on the ground. On the playground, the hundreds of fleeing apparitions collapsed like burst bubbles at the moment of Su Mo's grievous injury, dissolving back into thin mist, slowly dissipating. Why? Su Mo struggled to lift his head, viscous black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His dark eyes, bloodshot from pain, fixated intently on Cheng Hao, filled with confusion and malice. How could you possibly find me? My misty apparitions have never failed before. Your illusions are but mere tricks in my eyes. Cheng Hao's voice remained devoid of any turbulence. The tip of the blade of heaven subtly lifted, directing itself towards Su Mo. Now tell me, what transpired between you and Xiaolan? Furthermore, you were merely a student. From whence did you acquire these nefarious arts? Upon hearing Xiaolan's name, Su Mo's body trembled violently. He coughed intensely, expelling copious amounts of black blood. After gasping for breath for a considerable time, he spoke with a countenance filled with venomous resentment. That wretched Xiaolan deceived me. Su Mo's nails dug deeply into the rubble, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. I treated her with such kindness, poured my heart into depicting her, offering her my very best. Yet what did she do? She turned around and sold me out. She sought out that decrepit principal, that hypocrite, whose heart is as venomous as a viper. Cheng Hao furrowed his brow. For Xiaolan's spirit did not convey such sentiments. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting Su Mo, listening intently. That old wretch. Su Mo's voice suddenly escalated, brimming with profound hatred. He was not driven by some trivial school regulations. He was envious of my talent. He summoned me to his office, no, his torture chamber. He bound me to a chair, whipping me with a saltwater-drenched leather strap. He tormented me with an electric baton. He compelled me to confess to harassing Xiaolan, forcing me to sign a withdrawal application. He declared that someone of my lowly origin, who could only seduce girls with art, was wholly unworthy of remaining in this institution, unworthy of associating with a fine student like Xiaolan. Su Mo's body convulsed from the intense emotional upheaval, the black blood from his wounds flowing even more profusely. I would rather die than sign. He threatened me, claiming he would render my parents unable to remain in the city, forcing them to lose their jobs and become homeless. He threatened to brand me forever with the stigma of attempted assault. I succumbed. I signed that damned withdrawal letter. He let out a neurotic laugh, filled with despair and madness. I was cast out of the school like refuse. I cannot return home. My parents would only scold me for bringing shame upon the family. The entire world abandoned me. I awaited death like a stray dog in the city's outskirts. Su Mo's voice suddenly turned somber. Then I encountered them. At this, Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened. The ones who taught you the dark arts? Su Mo's eyes grew somewhat vacant, as if he was transported back to that moment of utter despair. That night, the rain fell coldly. I lay amidst the fetid refuse, feeling as though my very blood was draining away. Then the mist arrived, no ordinary fog but a living entity. A blend of fear and morbid fascination surfaced upon his face. They penetrated my wounds, invaded my mind. They bestowed upon me power, the power of vengeance. They chose me. Su Mo abruptly lifted his head, his obsidian eyes fixated on Cheng Hao, ignited by a twisted fervor. It was they who guided me back. It is they who bestow upon me the art of transformation and disguise, manipulating the hearts of men and drawing upon their grievances. That cursed old principal. I pierced his heart with my own hands. Witnessing him die in agony, like a pig, was utterly splendid. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, coughing blood, continuing his lament. This decayed institution, rife with hypocrisy and oppression, can only be reborn through utter destruction. I was so close to succeeding, just a hair's breadth. It is all your fault, Cheng Hao. You have ruined everything. Su Mo, expending his last vestiges of strength, shrieked with a gaze filled with venom, as if he wished to devour Cheng Hao alive. However, Cheng Hao's attention was ensnared by Su Mo's near-mad utterances, chosen by the mist. Suddenly, he recalled the unshakable gray-white fog that envelopes both sides of the highway in this world. The monster's birth from the distorted mist, and the myriad of bizarre occurrences. A terrifying, pervasive thread surged into Cheng Hao's mind. Could it be that this omnipresent fog, seemingly possessing some form of will, is not a natural phenomenon? Is every tragedy, every instance, every peculiarity intertwined with the fog that pervades this world? Chapter 105. The onslaught of the mist serpent, as various thoughts flashed through his mind. Cheng Hao suddenly realized he was one step closer to the truth of this world. If this world of survival on the highway is indeed real, then the mist that lingers on either side, the hidden bizarre occurrences, the zombies, and those genetic serums that grant players extraordinary powers. How did all of this come into existence? Previously, Cheng Hao had no time to ponder these questions. But in this moment, Su Mo might provide him with some clues. With this thought, Cheng Hao's gaze sharpened intensely. He stepped forward, the cold blade of the sky-cutting knife nearly touching Su Mo's throat, demanding fiercely, "What else do you know about the mist in this world? Tell me everything." Su Mo, upon seeing the seriousness and suspicion in Cheng Hao's eyes, displayed a twisted satisfaction on his face. "You feel it too, don't you? They are everywhere, watching everything." Just as Su Mo was about to speak further, his words were abruptly cut off. Without any warning, his body suddenly stiffened. The twisted glee on his face instantly froze, replaced by an indescribable, profound terror. His eyes bulged outward. Following that, his entire body began to dissolve and vaporize from the inside out, as if a wax figure had been thrown into a strong acid. A large volume of gray-black mist, 100 times denser than before, surged wildly from his orifices and wounds. No, spare me." Su Mo uttered a few final, indistinct syllables filled with fear and pleading. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, the spewing black mist suddenly receded and dissipated. In that very spot, only a viscous, foul-smelling black stain remained. Su Mo, along with the last secrets he might have uttered, was completely reclaimed before Cheng Hao's eyes by that eerie mist. Not just him, but also the bizarre entities like Zheng Ming and the limping Liu, who had been warped by Su Mo's dark sorcery, were reduced to ashes and vanished instantaneously. The entire playground, now in ruins, was engulfed in an eerie silence. Cheng Hao slowly retracted his heaven-slaying blade, standing still, observing the thin yet omnipresent grayish-white mist surrounding him. His brow furrowed. With the perceptive abilities bestowed by Omniscient Exploration, he sensed that the mist enveloping him had undergone a subtle yet significant change with Su Mo's dissolution. The mist was no longer merely a natural phenomenon. It seemed to possess a certain will, silently swirling around him. Just as Cheng Hao prepared to delve deeper into his senses, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A piercing shriek, sharp enough to rend the soul, suddenly erupted from all directions. This was not a physical sound, but a terrifying wail that struck directly at the mental plane. The grayish-white mist around Cheng Hao, infused with a frenzied vitality, began to whirl violently, coalescing. In an instant, it formed into dozens of colossal serpents, each entirely composed of thick mist. Each mist serpent was as thick as a water barrel and exceeded 10 meters in length. Their heads bore no eyes, only an endlessly gaping, pitch-black maw. As soon as the mist serpents took shape, they showed no hesitation and lunged towards Cheng Hao at the center of the ruins. Such formidable strength. In the face of impending doom, Cheng Hao held nothing back. The diamond body, fully unleashed, with a resounding hum, a layer of unprecedented, solidified brilliance enveloped him entirely. At that moment, Cheng Hao resembled a warrior clad in divine golden armor, his defenses heightened to the utmost. Wind, thunder, and fire manifest. A cerulean whirlwind transformed into a protective aura, whirling at high speed. Golden lightning intertwined into a dense web, enveloping his form. Fiery crimson embers blazed fiercely around him. The 3 elemental forces instantly stacked upon one another. Blood-corrosive mist. Arise! A thick, dark red blood mist erupted from Cheng Hao's center, carrying with it a potent force of corrosion and devouring, attempting to counteract the approaching mist serpents, summoning the lordly spirits, the spectral forms of a shadow giant bear, bone-winged specter python, and phantom flame saber-toothed tiger materialized beside Cheng Hao, roaring as they charged towards the nearest mist serpents. However, accompanied by several muffled sounds, the golden radiance of the diamond body, upon contact with the mist serpent's abyssal maw, dissolved as swiftly as snow under the sun. The triple elemental shield of wind, thunder, and fire barely endured for less than half a second before being effortlessly pierced and torn apart. The corrosive power of the blood-corrosive mist, when confronted with the higher-order rule mist, was as futile as a cow sinking into the sea. It not only failed to inflict harm, but was instead devoured and assimilated by that pitch-black maw. The ethereal shadows of the three-headed beast collided with the mist python. Yet it was as if it had struck an immovable mountain. The shadow giant bear was ensnared by a mist python, its massive form eroding and disintegrating at a visibly rapid pace under the encroaching gray-black fog. The venomous mist exhaled by the bone-winged phantom python proved utterly ineffective against the rule-laden fog, as it was seized by another mist python, its skeletal form shattering inch by inch. The dark-clawed phantom, saber-toothed tiger's sinister talons merely stirred slight ripples against the mist python's body, only to be engulfed by the returning maw of fog. This was an unequivocal onslaught. Cheng Hao's every defense and countermeasure crumbled before the mist python, an embodiment of the world's regulatory will, rendering him utterly vulnerable. With a muffled groan, Cheng Hao felt one mist python breach all his defenses, its obsidian maw crashing harshly against his left shoulder. A frigid force penetrated to the very depths of his soul in an instant. An indescribable weakness and excruciating pain surged through his entire being. Cheng Hao staggered backward, blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. As more mist pythons advanced, he tightened his grip on the heaven-slaying blade, steeling himself for battle. Just at that critical moment, a clear, authoritative voice, resonating with an icy elegance, shattered the ominous silence of the ruins. To disrupt the rules and strike against such low-tier players, it seems you are truly desperate. Before Cheng Hao could grasp the meaning of those words, a terrifying fire column, as red as molten lava and as blazing as the sun, descended without warning from the heavens. The fire column, exceeding 5 meters in diameter and imbued with a sacred aura that promised to incinerate all it touched, struck precisely upon the gaping maw of the mist python hovering above Cheng Hao. The mist pythons, composed of the hard, rule-laden fog, emitted piercing, anguished wails upon contact with the crimson fire column. Their enormous forms twisted and thrashed as though encountering a nemesis. The gray-black mist was consumed by the raging crimson flames, rapidly thinning and dissipating before the naked eye. Those numerous mist pythons, which had been poised to utterly obliterate Cheng Hao, were instantaneously shattered by this unexpected red fire column. The searing shockwave surged forth, pushing back the remaining gray-white mist several dozen meters. Cheng Hao abruptly looked up, squinting against the dazzling light of the flames. In the space where the fire column had dissipated, a tall figure hovered serenely. Chapter 106. The Observer. The power of rules. As the flames receded, the figure gracefully descended amidst the undulating heat waves above the ruins. With a delicate touch of her red-tinted bare feet upon a charred boulder, Cheng Hao finally discerned her form and visage. She was a striking woman with flowing red hair, tall and clad in an ancient-style crimson gown. The hem of her dress swayed without wind, her skin as fair as snow, while her brows and eyes bore a sharpness akin to a blade. At this moment, she coldly surveyed the retreating gray-white mist, which had scattered in the wake of her devastating strike. Moreover, Cheng Hao distinctly sensed that the energy emanating from the crimson-haired woman was of the same origin as that terrifying mist python he had encountered earlier. It was a form of energy far more pure and vast, entirely different from the superpowers he had acquired through genetic serums. After a moment of silence, he could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Who are you? Why did you intervene to save me? What was that mist serpent?" The woman cast a fleeting glance at Cheng Hao and replied coolly, "The dark and bizarre disrupts the rules. As an observer of this realm, I cannot remain indifferent when a player of your low caliber is threatened by such forces." Dark and bizarre, the power of rules, an observer? Cheng Hao instinctively asked, "So, you're not a player? You're a native of this world?" "Natives? Yes, you may interpret it that way." The woman in the red dress nodded slightly. Then, with a flourish of her hand, a blaze of crimson flames erupted. This flame embodies the power of rules, which is why it can incinerate the mist python that also contains such power. The power of rules is a transcendent force, far superior to the so-called superpowers derived from genetic serums. Only when you outsiders reach level 99 will your souls and wills become resilient enough to wield even a fragment of this world's inherent power of rules. Otherwise, as witnessed earlier, in the face of true power, everything you take pride in is but a castle built on sand, crumbling at a mere touch. Her words struck Cheng Hao like a hammer, echoing in his heart. Level 99 is merely the beginning. The struggle for survival and the relentless pursuit of elevated levels by players were merely efforts to reach a threshold. Cheng Hao let out a bitter laugh, suddenly struck by a thought, and could not help but ask, if that is the case, why were we, those who originally lived in another world, summoned here? What is the significance of survival in this realm? What truths lie hidden behind this world? The truth of the world? The woman in the red dress chuckled softly. What does it matter to you, knowing it now? To put it bluntly, you are but a summoned player, bound to follow the game's rules, seemingly unwilling to linger. Her figure began to blur, the surrounding air distorting from the heat. Outsider, remember my words. If you wish to uncover the truth, you must surpass the threshold of level 99. Only then might you be worthy of seeking answers. As her voice faded, the woman's form dissipated into the wind, leaving behind a faintly rippling space that radiated residual warmth. Her arrival was abrupt, her departure without a trace. Though fleeting, a tempest surged within Cheng Hao's heart. It was as if he and his fellow players were mere pawns in a grand game, observed by those stronger who wielded the power of the rules. At level 99, he had once believed he would stand at the pinnacle of this world, only to discover that he was merely gazing at the threshold of a higher realm. With this realization, Cheng Hao instinctively clenched his fists, vowing that one day he would transcend the identity of a mere player. As Cheng Hao pondered this, a chorus of voices suddenly called out, "Cheng Hao! Brother Cheng, where are you?" They seem to be over there. Moments later, three figures stumbled through the collapsed wall and into the playground. Lin Xingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan. Their eyes brimmed with concern and urgency, and upon seeing Cheng Hao unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief. They then surrounded him, engaging in animated discussion. Recalling the earlier battle, Su Wan could not suppress her curiosity. "Cheng Hao, are you all right? What was that terrifying pillar of fire?" Lin Wan described the situation in the teaching building. "Brother Cheng, all the students and staff have vanished. Could they have?" Lin Xingyan looked up at the sky. Her expression relaxed as she inquired. With the mist and curse enveloping the school dissipated, "Does this mean we have cleared this instance?" Just as Cheng Hao was about to provide explanations, a system notification chimed in their ears. Ding. Core pollution source of the Eerie campus instance. The strange principal, Su Mo, has been completely eradicated. The core curse of the instance has disbanded. Congratulations, player team. Cheng Hao, Lin Xingyan, Lin Wan, Su Wan, for successfully clearing the level instance of the Eerie campus. Reward distribution in progress. Basic experience reward, 20,000 points each. Congratulations, player team, for receiving 4 level superpower awakening chests. Just like that, rewards are being distributed. Each person received 20,000 experience points and a level superpower chest. Yet, he felt as though he had done nothing to deserve this. It seemed like a victory without effort. Moreover, unlike before, this time the superpower chests were directly sent to their personal system spaces. Did this imply that the genetic serums within each chest were tailored to them? How had the system suddenly become so considerate and user-friendly? Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Xingyan and the other two brightened, their faces alight with joy. For them, both the experience rewards and the level superpower chests were cause for celebration. However, Cheng Hao felt little stirrings of excitement within. Had it not been for the red-haired woman, he would have surely rejoiced at such bountiful rewards. However, at this moment, Cheng Hao perceives all of this merely as fragments casually discarded by observers or those in positions of power. The so-called superpowers pale in comparison to true strength. Yet, as the woman in the red dress remarked, with Cheng Hao's current capabilities and status, he is utterly unqualified to delve into the secrets and truths of this world. Since resistance is futile, he might as well indulge in the experience. Casting aside the negative emotions that plagued his mind, Cheng Hao turned to the three women and said, "Let us open the superpower treasure chests and see what abilities the system has matched for us." "All right," the three women responded in unison, retrieving their respective treasure chests from their system spaces. Chapter 107. falling thunder with a collective thought for treasure chests, radiating a gentle silver light and inscribed with enigmatic runes, were neatly arranged on the ground. Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan all wore expressions of eager anticipation and nervousness, their eyes fixated on their respective chests. Cheng Hao, instinctively tapping into his omniscient exploration ability, sensed the information contained within the treasures. Inside his own chest, the superpower potion bestowed the ability of spatial confinement. He could initially manipulate spatial forces to create a confinement field that would restrict the movement of targets. Lin Qingyan's chest contained a gene potion that aligned with her archer identity, elemental bullets. These bullets not only inflicted physical damage, but also boasted the enchanting effects of ice, fire, and lightning, allowing for seamless attribute switching or fusion, significantly enhancing their destructive power and elemental advantages. Within Lin Wan's chest, the gene potion represented a power reminiscent of Cheng Hao's lordly summoning, holy light summons. This ability enabled her to conjure an auxiliary summon composed entirely of pure holy light energy, capable of healing and bestowing holy light shields upon allies. Su Wan's chest housed a vial of vibrant green gene potion, infused with a potent life force, rapid regeneration. This granted the user extraordinary self-healing capabilities, allowing for the regrowth of severed limbs and swift recovery from grave injuries. All abilities were commendable, each with its own emphasis. Cheng Hao retracted his perception, a faint smile gracing his face. He then shared the information he had gleaned with the three women. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's revelations, the eyes of Lin Qingyan and her companions sparkled with excitement. Lin Qingyan envisioned her arrows imbued with frost, explosive flames, or paralyzing thunder, her face alight with enthusiasm. Lin Wan brimmed with anticipation at the prospect of having a pet. For Su Wan, already endowed with boundless stamina and energy, acquiring the power of super regeneration was undoubtedly a remarkable boon. After exchanging glances, the four of them simultaneously opened their treasure chests and grasped the vials containing the superpower potions. Cheng Hao uncorked the bottle and consumed the potion in one swift motion. A chilling liquid cascaded down the throat, instantaneously transforming into an extraordinary surge of warmth. A sensation akin to the stretching and folding of space surged directly to the mind. Countless fragments of arcane information regarding spatial structures and the constraints of force fields flooded into the ocean of consciousness. With his eyes closed, Lin Qingyan perceived the space surrounding his body undulating like ripples across water, visibly shimmering. An intangible sense of control rapidly coalesced, taking shape. Upon consuming the tricolored, swirling potion, Lin Qingyan felt a tumultuous energy of ice and fire intertwining, exploding within. Her skin intermittently manifested frost and flickering flames, while tiny arcs of electricity danced among her strands of hair. The tingling sensation compelled her to grit her teeth, as visions of perfectly integrating elemental power into bullets crystallized in her mind. Moments later, the peculiar phenomena surrounding the four gradually subsided. Cheng Hao opened his eyes, a fleeting silver gleam vanishing in an instant. A subtle thought stirred within him. His right hand gestured towards a shattered concrete block ahead, gently clenching. With a resonant hum, the space around the concrete block abruptly solidified. Although the block remained intact, an invisible force constrained it firmly in place, rendering even the slightest speck of dust immobile. "Behold my bullet," Lin Qingyan exclaimed, eager to experiment. She raised her hand, foregoing any weapon, instead focusing her intent. In an instant, a bullet composed of pure energy materialized at her fingertips. The bullet's hue swiftly transitioned under her command. Ice blue, fiery red, and regal purple. Lin Wan, with her eyes closed and hands clasped, softly intoned, "In the name of light, descend, spirit of the holy radiance." A gentle, sacred white light coalesced before her, swiftly outlining an ethereal being, entirely composed of pure luminosity, elegant in form, with wings reminiscent of a small angel. It circled around Lin Wan, showering her with warm, radiant dust. Su Wan took a more direct approach. She unsheathed a small knife she carried, lightly slicing her arm. As blood began to seep, the surrounding muscle visibly writhed and healed at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the wound vanished entirely. After merging the superpower potion, The next step was to expend experience points to elevate their levels. Following their encounter and dialogue with the woman in the red dress, Cheng Hao increasingly recognized the significance of leveling up. Reflecting on her words, he silently resolved. Reaching level 99 was no longer an unattainable endpoint, but rather a crucial threshold to surpass. However, before the four could consume their experience points for advancement, the system interface abruptly erupted with a series of notifications, accompanied by a cacophony of alert sounds. Ding! Emergency announcement for all servers. On the second day, the catastrophic weather event, the Doomsday Thunderstorm, officially commences. Warning: the intensity of this thunderstorm is catastrophic, harboring destructive energy that will inflict continuous and substantial damage on all exposed entities. All players are urged to seek shelter immediately. Repeat, seek shelter immediately. The chilling notification echoed in the minds of the four like a thunderclap, instantly shattering their previous joy. Above them, the sky transformed dramatically, almost concurrently with the announcement. The once overcast sky darkened as if doused in ink, becoming as black as night. Ominous clouds gathered at a visible pace, looming overhead. Catastrophic weather, an apocalyptic thunderstorm. Lin Qingyan's expression shifted, recalling the earlier severe weather warning. Unlike before, they had no time to seek refuge this time. The disaster had arrived without warning. Quick, back to the RV, Cheng Hao decisively stated. We can discuss upgrades later. Our priority is safety and reaching shelter. Without hesitation, the four turned and sprinted towards the direction of the fortified RV parked outside the school. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a blinding, pale lightning bolt cleaved the sky, striking the ruins of the experimental building not far from them. In an instant, the already dilapidated structure detonated as if laden with tons of explosives, reduced to mere dust amidst a deafening explosion. The violent shockwave, accompanied by debris and plasma, surged forth. Be careful, Cheng Hao shouted, his thoughts stirring as an invisible ripple of space unfurled behind them, forming a fragile barrier that deflected the incoming debris and diminished much of the impact. Go! Maintaining the spatial shield, Cheng Hao led the trio through the tumultuous winds and increasingly frequent strikes of lightning, rushing out of the school gate and back to the RV. Chapter 108. Re-entering the shelter upon entering the RV, the heavy alloy door slammed shut with a resounding thud, muffling much of the cataclysmic thunderstorm's roar outside. The interior lights flickered on, casting a glow on the faces of the four. Lin Wan and Su Wan slumped in their seats, gasping for breath. The recent proximity of the thunderous explosion left them shaken. Leaning against the door, Lin Qingyan gazed out the window at the apocalyptic scene, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Is this the essence of catastrophic weather? No matter how formidable our newfound powers, can we truly contend with the rules imposed by the system? The earlier elation of acquiring superpowers felt minuscule in the face of such overwhelming natural force. A profound sense of helplessness quietly crept into the hearts of the three women, as if their efforts to grow stronger were perpetually constrained by the game's rules of this world. For a moment, the atmosphere within the RV grew heavy. Cheng Hao, sensing the shift in the women's demeanor, offered words of comfort. This thunderstorm is indeed terrifying, but at least we are safe now. More importantly, we can harness our accumulated experience to continue advancing and growing stronger. I firmly believe that one day, we will be able to withstand the forces of this world's rules by our own strength. Cheng Hao's words acted like a powerful stimulant, instantly instilling tremendous courage in the three women. They nodded in unison, affirming yes. Level up, grow stronger. No matter what, we are undoubtedly in a far better position than when we first arrived in this world. We have already endured the most arduous times. From here on, it can only get better. Thus, the four began to interact with their respective system panels to level up. Completing a quest rewarded them with 20,000 experience points, ample enough for significant advancement. Cheng Hao was originally at level 34. According to the rules, ascending from level 30 to 40 requires 3,000 experience points for each level gained. From level 40 to 50, each level requires 4,000 experience points. Cheng Hao surged to level 42 in one breath, only to find that his experience points balance dwindled to less than 300. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, initially at level 29, after receiving the reward and considering their prior accumulation, Both ascended to level 37 in one go. Suwon, who was originally at level 25, directly advanced to level 35 with this consumption of experience points. As the golden light of their upgrades faded, the presence of the four within the vehicle had multiplied in strength manifold, although the experience required for future levels would increase. The corresponding enhancement in their power assured them that their efforts were indeed worthwhile. Yet, this was merely in comparison to other players. Facing the tempest outside, they remained minuscule. Not knowing how long the storm would persist, Cheng Hao declared, "Let us channel the remaining experience points into the RV system to activate the defensive shield. And then we will set off to the nearest sanctuary." Observing the raging storm outside, he proposed. The three women immediately expressed their agreement, agreed. "All right, we'll follow your lead." As the experience points were consumed, a soft blue barrier shield materialized around the RV with a hum. This defensive shield could withstand lightning strikes, but would only last for 1 hour. Therefore, we must reach the sanctuary within that time frame. After Cheng Hao spoke, he employed his Omniscient Exploration ability to scout the area. Soon, he discovered a natural cave embedded deep within a mountain, spacious enough to shield them from the majority of the storm's energy. It was the most ideal sanctuary in the vicinity. Cheng Hao promptly marked the cave's location on the vehicle's map. With a glance, Suwon immediately initiated the RV. The upgraded engine of the RV unleashed a deep, powerful roar, akin to a waking giant, surging through the stormy skies towards the southeast. A soft blue energy shield formed a resilient barrier around the vehicle. When lightning struck it, the impact merely stirred a faint ripple before being absorbed and dissipated by the shield. While Suwon remained focused on driving, Cheng Hao, Lin Qingyan, and Lin Wan simultaneously opened the global player chat channel. As anticipated, the scene within the channel was far more suffocating than the storm outside. "Little Poplar, help! My car has been struck by lightning. Fire! It's all fire. The door is warped and won't open. Someone save me. ID 77663. It's over. All is lost. Our team of 5 just found a large supermarket, and now a bolt of lightning has taken them all, leaving me alone. BS words, damn. I'm level 35. Just got a new off-road vehicle. One lightning strike turned it into fragments. Is this level? This is annihilation. System, curse your ancestors. Apple Bull, are there any healers in the 230 highway area? Our captain was caught by the edge of storm. Half his body is scorched. We're running out of time, offering a hefty reward for assistance. Wang Yujie, ha ha ha. Let them all die. Let us all perish together. This damned world. I quit. Messages flooded the screen. Desperate wails, furious curses, futile pleas for help. Those players in their 30s, faced with the true disaster, were as fragile as ants, vanishing into the ether in an instant. The notions of level, equipment, and skills seemed utterly powerless under the crushing force of absolute rules. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan, witnessing the relentless stream of death notifications and frantic cries, felt their faces pale. This is the apocalypse. Every activation of the game's rules was an unmerciful selection and slaughter of survivors. However, when their gaze shifted from the virtual screen to the stable, flickering blue shield outside, and then to Cheng Hao, whose calm demeanor suggested he had everything under control, an indescribable sense of safety washed over them. If it weren't for Cheng Hao's leadership and their possession of this formidable fortress vehicle, their fate would likely mirror that of the desperate players lamenting in the channel. The fortress vehicle, under Su Wan's precise handling, sped toward the destination. With each passing second, the energy gauge of the shield gradually diminished. Finally, when the shield's energy dwindled to about 15, a mountainside cave, half buried by a mudslide, appeared in their line of sight. They had finally arrived. Lin Qingyan and her sister sighed in relief upon seeing the cave. Cheng Hao, however, cautioned there are already other players taking refuge inside the cave. Ignore them and drive straight in. Understood. Suwon nodded, reducing the vehicle's speed and carefully maneuvering the massive RV over the rubble and mud toward the dark mouth of the cave. Inside, the cavern resembled an abandoned mine hall, with 4 vehicles quietly parked deep within. The headlights illuminated the rugged and uneven walls of the cave, casting flickering shadows. A battered, mud-stained off-road vehicle stood there, its doors marked with dry blood. Nearby, a modified pickup truck, equipped with a robust bull bar and a roof rack, exuded an air of fierce resilience. A relatively intact city car, its windows tinted dark, was also present. Lastly, a medium-sized box truck bore indistinct logistics markings. I recalled my last visit to the shelter, where the underground bunker resembled a bustling marketplace. Yet now, within this vast cavern, only 4 vehicles remained. It seemed that the recent disastrous weather had indeed wrought devastation upon the majority of players in this region. Chapter 109. Sharing encounters the formidable steel body of the Fortress RV slowly rolled over the accumulated rubble and mud at the cave's entrance. The deep, powerful roar of its engine reverberated through the relatively enclosed space, shattering the previously stifling silence. The players in the other 4 vehicles were immediately drawn to this sudden intruder, radiating an aura of advanced technology and formidable defense. The sound of doors opening followed in quick succession. First to emerge was the battered off-road vehicle. 3 men and a woman disembarked, supporting one another as they stepped down. Their clothes were tattered, their faces smeared with mud and blood, their eyes reflecting the shock and deep vigilance of those who had narrowly escaped calamity. They cast a hasty glance at Cheng Hao and his companions before retreating to their vehicle, clearly in a heightened state of self-preservation. Next, the door of the modified pickup was thrust open violently. A burly man with an unfriendly demeanor stepped out, exuding an air of swagger. Nearly 6 feet tall, he brandished a gleaming large knife. Following him were 2 alluring women. The imposing figure's gaze, sharp as a serpent's, unabashedly roamed over the armored fortress. Before lingering on Cheng Hao and his trio, he particularly scrutinized Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, a disconcerting smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Simultaneously, the door of the city vehicle swung open, revealing 2 men and a woman. Though weariness and tension marked their faces, they maintained a semblance of composure. The 2 men were lean and fit, one wielding a firearm and the other carrying a compound bow, while the woman brandished a sharp dagger. Finally, the cabin door of the box truck creaked open. A slender man clad in a gray hoodie emerged, his figure somewhat hunched. The brim of his hood obscured much of his face. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he leaned languidly against the cold door of the truck, as if the unfolding scene held no significance for him. Yet, through Cheng Hao's keen perceptive abilities, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from this individual, akin to a coiled serpent lying in wait. The cave sanctuary, once a refuge, was abruptly transformed into a tense standoff with the formidable arrival of the Fortress RVs. 5 vehicles and numerous gazes collided silently in the air. Suspicions, fears, greed, and indifference surged like an undercurrent within the cavern. Cheng Hao gestured for Su Wan to park the vehicle near the cave entrance. In a relatively open space, it allowed for observation of the interior while facilitating a swift retreat if necessary. After a brief silence, it was the capable man who appeared to be the leader of the team that first broke the deadlock. He stepped forward, maintaining a safe distance, nodded towards Cheng Hao, and spoke with a tone laced with envy. "My friend, your vehicle is quite formidable. To drive in under such dreadful weather, that takes considerable skill. We're the Falcon Squad, and I am Zhao Feng." Noticing Cheng Hao's lack of response, Zhao Feng remained undeterred, his face brightening with a friendly smile as he continued. "Who knows how long this wretched weather will persist? All of us cramped in this cave are on edge. Why not start a fire? I have plenty of rabbit meat I caught along the way. We could roast some food and exchange information. In these times, knowing a bit more can only be advantageous." His suggestion was met with faint responses from the off-road vehicle team. One young man, his voice hoarse, chimed in, "Yes, yes. Let us start a fire, prepare some food, and share some insights." A burly man, arms crossed, wore a knowing smile, neither agreeing nor opposing. Behind him, 2 heavily made-up women brightened at the prospect, clapping their hands and exclaiming, "Great. We're all players here, originally on the same front. There is no need to act like adversaries." The solitary figure in a gray hoodie leaned against the truck, seemingly unresponsive, as if in slumber. "All right," Cheng Hao replied after a moment of contemplation. He too was eager to learn about the experiences of those who had survived the thunderstorm over the past few days, potentially uncovering valuable information regarding the rules governing this world. Soon, a space was cleared in the center of the cave. A man named Li Rue from Zhao Feng's team adeptly retrieved a collapsible fire pit and some solid fuel blocks from his system space. Zhao Feng quickly began preparing a mutated rabbit, nearly 10 times the size of a normal one, its fur glimmering with a metallic sheen. The fire was soon ablaze, its orange flames flickering, dispelling some of the cave's chill and dampness, casting a warm glow on the faces of those gathered, the atmosphere seemingly easing. Before long, the aroma of roasting meat began to permeate the air. Zhao Feng was the first to tear off a juicy, sizzling piece of rabbit leg, savoring the flavor with a satisfied exhale. He then offered a generous chunk of meat to the off-road vehicle team, inquiring, "You all seem to have had a tough time. Did you encounter any formidable foes on your journey?" The woman from the off-road vehicle team bore traces of tears and dirt upon her face. As she savored her meat, she murmured, "Our team initially had several vehicles and a total of 12 members, but we were overrun by a horde of mutated hyenas. On the way, we encountered a wave of corpses. We barely survived, only to be met by a thunderstorm. If it weren't for our fortunate discovery of this cave, we might have." Zhao Feng sighed upon hearing this. Beside him, Li Rue interjected, "We've encountered troubles as well. Yesterday, while scavenging for supplies at a gas station, the zombies inside were alarmingly swift. If it weren't for Brother Feng's decisive use of a Molotov to seal the entrance, we might have perished there. No matter how strong the zombies are, one burst of gunfire will bring them down." A burly man scoffed, spitting out a piece of bone. He took over the conversation with a boastful tone. "What we experienced yesterday was thrilling. We stumbled upon a group of easy targets, driving a modified RV that looked quite intimidating, but inside was just a clumsy giant at level 30 with a few women. We cornered that big fool, and when he tried to resist, I took him down with a single strike. All the supplies were ours. The vehicle was decent too, but got struck by lightning. Otherwise, the two women behind him erupted into laughter, as if sharing a delightful secret." Zhao Feng's team and the off-road vehicle crew exchanged uneasy glances, but none dared to refute him. In this post-apocalyptic world, the survival of the fittest was all too common. Noticing the silence, the burly man's gaze shifted to Cheng Hao's fortress RV, his greed intensifying. "If you ask me, this brother's vehicle is the real deal. When did you acquire it? Driving this thing in a thunderstorm is like a game." He attempted to extract information, but Cheng Hao did not even lift his eyelids, calmly continuing to eat his meat. "Just lucky. Found an airdrop," he replied. The burly man hit a dead end, his facial muscles twitching in frustration. With a huff, he ceased his inquiries, though his eyes grew more menacing. Inside the cave, the crackling of the campfire mingled with the savory aroma of grilled meat, creating a tense atmosphere. The burly man did not conceal his malice and greed, frequently casting glances at Cheng Hao's fortress RV and unabashedly lingering on the beautiful faces of Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan. Zhao Feng's team and the off-road vehicle crew were evidently wary of the burly man, and the air grew heavy once more. Cheng Hao maintained a calm demeanor, consuming rabbit meat while quietly employing his omniscient exploration ability to envelop the entire cave. His focus swept over the burly man and the silent figure clad in a gray hoodie who drove the box truck. The burly man, named Wang Hu, was a level 41 player with 3 types of super abilities, which bolstered his arrogance. Yet, in the presence of Cheng Hao, he was hardly a worthy adversary. When Cheng Hao's perception reached the gray-hooded man, a chill coursed through him. The other man seemed to be shrouded in an invisible mist, and Cheng Hao's sensory probe vanished into the void, cleverly distorted and absorbed. Not only is the player S-level inscrutable, but information such as identity and name remains utterly elusive. The power of rules? The ability of omniscient exploration falters, causing Cheng Hao to involuntarily recall the red-haired woman he encountered in the enigmatic school. Could it be that this man in the gray hoodie is also an observer? But why would he disguise himself as a player, mingling among them? Cheng Hao discreetly withdrew his perception, his vigilance heightened to its zenith. This man in the gray hoodie is undoubtedly an exceedingly dangerous individual. The intention to reprimand the burly man was immediately suppressed. Until he comprehends the gray-hooded man's motives, Cheng Hao will not act rashly. The campfire flickered at the center of the cave, casting the distorted shadows of the group upon the jagged rock walls, reminiscent of a frenzied dance of demons. Wang, who was animatedly boasting, his spittle flying as he recounted his previous glorious exploits, just as the others were largely captivated by Wang Hu's tales. A nauseatingly intense stench, akin to that of a rotting swamp laced with toxic chemicals, suddenly inundated the cave, overpowering the aroma of roasted meat. Several individuals were struck by violent coughs, their stomachs churning. Cheng Hao sensed the anomaly, rising alertly to survey the cave entrance. Before long, strange sounds from that direction drew the attention of the others within the cave. What on earth is that? Li Rue, the bow-wielding youth from Zhao Feng's team, abruptly stood, his face as pale as a ghost as he gazed toward the cave's mouth. Be on guard, Zhao Feng barked, a glimmering military dagger appearing in his hand. The others also wore grave expressions, activating their respective superpowers, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Accompanied by a chilling, spine-tingling hiss. A colossal and grotesque silhouette, large enough to fill half the cave's entrance, gradually emerged against the backdrop of thunderous light. It was a scorpion. Its size rivaled that of a compact truck, its carapace shimmering with a cold metallic sheen, adorned with bizarre, twisted runes. 8 legs, as thick as pillars and similarly covered in metallic armor, struck the ground with a resounding crunch with every movement. A scorpion monster? Its stature is far inferior to those I previously encountered. As the others were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the creature, Wang Hu, however, stepped forward. Brimming with disdain, he puffed out his chest, positioning himself in front of the group. With a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed with bravado, "Just a hairless beast. Watch as I cleave it in twain. Consider it a meal. This will give you all a glimpse of what true power looks like." With that, he let out a furious roar, his muscles bulging as a layer of earthen-colored rock armor swiftly enveloped his body. Simultaneously, he unleashed an astonishing force from his legs, propelling himself forward like a humanoid tank, dragging along a massive bone-splitting blade resembling a door panel as he charged fiercely towards the steel behemoth blocking the entrance. You bastard! Crescent slash. The bone-splitting blade was swung in a wide arc, its surface suddenly igniting with a blinding earth-toned radiance, coalescing into a gigantic crescent-shaped energy blade. The edge tore through the air with a piercing shriek, embodying a ferocious momentum akin to that of a mountain-splitting force. As it struck violently towards the relatively slender neck of the giant scorpion. This was Wang Hu's proud, killing move, and with his level 41 status and strength attributes, he was confident that even defensive players or monsters of the same tier would be gravely wounded by a single blow. The resounding clang of metal echoed deafeningly within the cavern. A violent shockwave surged forth, extinguishing most of the campfire in an instant, sending sparks dancing wildly. The stone walls of the cave trembled, dislodging numerous fragments. However, as the ripples of impact and dust settled, the malevolent grin and confidence on Wang Hu's face were frozen in place, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. For he could distinctly feel that his full-force crescent slash, which could cleave through tank armor, had left not even a trace upon the dark, iron-like carapace of the scorpion. The colossal recoil surged back along the blade, numbing his arms instantaneously, causing his palms to split and bleed profusely. The bone-splitting blade emitted a mournful cry under the strain, its surface developing fine cracks. Finally, with a sharp snap, it shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground. How could this be possible? Wang Hu's pupils constricted, his mind turning blank. All his arrogance was obliterated by this shattering blow to his perception. The strength he prided himself on, the top-tier weapon he cherished, was rendered utterly helpless before this monstrous foe. Just as his spirit was rocked, the giant scorpion's cold compound eyes seemed to glimmer with a hint of mockery. Before Wang Hu could react, the enormous scorpion tail, which had been hovering ominously and shimmering with a deadly blue-violet luminescence, struck abruptly. With a sickening thud, a sound of flesh being penetrated resonated, as Wang Hu maintained a rigid posture, hands gripping the hilt of his blade and leaning forward in disbelief. He looked down in horror. His rock-solid chest armor was as fragile as paper against the scorpion's venomous stinger, which pierced through effortlessly. The tip, dripping with blood and entrails, protruded grotesquely from his back, gleaming with an eerie shimmer. Gasping, Wang Hu emitted a whimper from his throat, his eyes bulging with sheer terror, confusion, and a bitter sense of defeat. He could not fathom that his once prized prowess had failed to withstand even a single encounter with this creature. Brother Hu, no! It's impossible. His two heavily made-up female companions screamed in a pitch that transformed into a wail of despair. The seductive smile upon her face had long since been replaced by an overwhelming fear, leaving her weakened and collapsed on the ground. Chapter 111. The Cave Massacre. Run. Witnessing even Wang Hu succumbing to a single strike from that scorpion beast, Zhao Feng's eyes widened with desperation. With a primal scream, he rallied his comrades and fled towards the vehicles in a frenzy. The others hastily turned to escape, plunging the scene into utter chaos. At the moment the venomous scorpion emerged, Cheng Hao's muscles tensed to their utmost. He had witnessed Wang Hu's tragic demise with clarity, feeling no surprise whatsoever. The dark energy entwined around the scorpion's poisonous stinger, warping the very fabric of space, was the same force he had sensed at the eerie school. This was no ordinary mutated beast. Suddenly, a realization struck Cheng Hao. He whirled around, his gaze piercing towards the location where the gray-hooded man had stood. That figure, once exuding a sense of danger, had vanished without a trace. Just a moment before Wang Hu was impaled by the venomous stinger, Cheng Hao had distinctly perceived the man's presence. Now, however, he had silently and completely disappeared, as if he had never existed at all. Within the cave, Wang Hu's body remained rigid, skewered by the poisonous stinger. Black blood dripped from the stinger, resonating with a dull thud. The stench of decay and the aura of death intensified, further amplifying the terror among the others. Zhao Feng and his companions summoned all their strength, preparing to escape in the vehicle. The colossal scorpion's eyes fixated on Zhao Feng and Li Rui. Its massive body shifted slightly, and the very tail that had claimed Wang Hu's life, like a harbinger of death, tore through the air once more. "Brother Feng, be careful," Li Rui shouted in warning, but with a swift and merciless thrust. Zhao Feng had no time to evade. The scorpion's stinger pierced through his left chest and emerged from his back. He froze momentarily, astonishment etched upon his face, as the light in his eyes extinguished in an instant. "Brother Feng," Li Rui let out a heart-wrenching wail, trembling with fear and fury. In a frenzy, he drew back his composite bow, an arrow infused with icy energy coalescing into form, aiming for the giant scorpion's eye. Clang! This was the pinnacle of Li Rui's super ability. However, the arrow collided with the transparent, crystalline exterior of the scorpion's compound eye, shattering into icy fragments as if it had struck diamond, creating not even a ripple. The scorpion, dismissive of the insignificant insect, casually swatted with its massive pincers. With a resounding crash, Li Rui was hurled against the jagged rock wall of the cave, as if struck by a speeding truck. Blood and shattered entrails erupted from his mouth as he convulsed twice before falling utterly still. A demon. Is a demon. The trio from the off-road vehicle team completely broke down, screaming and crying as they flailed about the cave like headless flies. A man, in a state of frantic desperation, transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the colossal scorpion in an attempt to escape through a narrow crevice beneath it. Awaiting him was another claw, as heavy as a mountain, descending with casual indifference, akin to swatting a fly. To the monstrous creature, his lightning speed appeared as sluggish as a snail. A sickening crack echoed through the cavern as flesh and bone shattered, and in an instant, the man was reduced to a grotesque amalgamation of blood and gore. The two remaining individuals, gripped by terror, scrambled toward the off-road vehicle, clinging to it as their last hope for survival. However, the giant scorpion seemed weary of such inefficient methods of extermination. It raised its tail high, the lethal blue-violet stinger remaining sheathed, only to unleash a torrent of acrid, corrosive black-purple venomous mist. The mist spread forth as if alive, enveloping the vehicle and the two trembling souls cowering behind it, as well as the two female companions of Wang Hu, who were paralyzed with fear on the ground. A chilling hissing sound of corrosion filled the air, as the metal skin of the car blackened, bubbled, and dissolved at a visible pace. The agonizing wails lasted but a fleeting moment before being silenced entirely. As the venomous mist, as if animated, was drawn back into the scorpion, only pools of viscous black liquid, bubbling and exuding a nauseating stench, remained, no bones left behind. The entire massacre unfolded with a suffocating swiftness, marked by an unparalleled brutality. Yet a peculiar phenomenon occurred. After having slaughtered all others, the massive creature halted in its tracks, refraining from immediately attacking the four individuals who were perilously close. Its cold, multifaceted eyes slowly turned to focus on Cheng Hao. In its gaze, The previous desire for pure destruction had dissipated, replaced by an air of scrutiny. The cave fell into an oppressive silence, pierced only by the thunderous storm outside and the anxious heartbeat of the four. Why? Why did it not attack us? Did it deem us too feeble to warrant its attention? Or was there another reason? Cheng Hao's thoughts raced like lightning. The mysterious disappearance of the man in the gray hoodie, the terrifying giant scorpion imbued with the power of rules, the observer mentioned by the red-haired woman, an audacious yet logically plausible hypothesis to explain the bizarre scene unfolded in front of him, erupted in his mind like thunder. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tempest within, meeting the scorpion's chilling gaze with clarity and steadiness. He spoke in a calm tone. There is no need for further pretense. You are the driver of the box truck, the man in the gray hat, are you not? The moment his words fell, the air within the cavern seemed to freeze. The colossal form of the scorpion paused noticeably, its cold, multifaceted eyes fixated intently on Cheng Hao, as if deliberating something profound. But in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded once more. The enormous body of the giant scorpion, adorned with runes, began to twist, contort, and shrink violently as if it had been plunged into boiling water. In mere moments, the steel behemoth, which resembled a small mountain, vanished entirely. In its place stood a figure in the center of the cave. He still wore the deep, gray hooded work attire, the hood casually pushed back, revealing a somewhat pale face, ordinary features, yet imbued with an uncanny, otherworldly aura. However, unlike before, his lower half had transformed. Below the waist, two metallic jointed legs, tipped with sharp hooks, replaced his human legs, firmly anchored to the ground. A stout tail, shimmering with a lethal blue-violet glow, extended from the base of his spine, swaying gently in the air. The upper half was human, while the lower half was a grotesque, steel scorpion body. He tilted his head slightly, observing Cheng Hao with keen interest, a smile forming on his lips that held an eerie curvature. You are indeed somewhat intriguing. No wonder you have drawn the attention of both the dark and the observers. The gift of omniscient exploration is quite remarkable, yet it is not sufficient to set you apart. As for the superpowers you have acquired, they are but mere tricks in the presence of those of us who wield the power of the rules at a higher level. Therefore, I am genuinely curious about what other secrets you might possess. Chapter 112. The Scorpion Man's demands my secrets? Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback by the Scorpion Man's words. Secrets? What secrets could he possibly have? Before crossing into this world, he was merely an ordinary orphan, struggling to survive in the mundane realm, living a life that was anything but extraordinary. Upon entering this bizarre world, it was solely through the awakening of his omniscient exploration talent that he had gained several impressive superpowers, attaining his current status. This ability was his greatest reliance. Beyond that, what else could he possess? A secret even he was unaware of. The Scorpion Man perceptibly caught the confusion and astonishment on Cheng Hao's face. He chuckled softly and continued. It seems you do not fully comprehend yourself. You believe that omniscient exploration is your reliance? You think that those so-called levels and even superpowers obtained through treasure hunts, dungeon runs, and task rewards are your true strength? How naive in this world, whether it be the talents bestowed upon you by the system or the superpowers you possess, no matter how formidable they may be, they ultimately operate within the confines of the rules. Since they can be granted, they can also be stripped away, restricted, or overshadowed by higher rules. He gestured towards his scorpion body, then pointed at the scattered remains on the ground. Just like earlier, your proud exploration ability was rendered utterly useless before me. Of the fallen players, who among them lacked superpowers? Yet, before the true power of the rules, one is as fragile as a child's toy. After a brief pause, he continued, to truly escape this intricately woven cage, to avoid being treated as a mere pawn to be discarded at will, one must grasp the very power of the rules themselves. Only the force of the rules can contend with the rules, can touch the essence of the world. In this cursed realm, those who can wield the power of the rules can be broadly categorized into three classes. The first class consists of observers. They are akin to chroniclers perched atop the clouds, coldly observing the world's operations, adhering to a certain contract or duty, rarely intervening directly. The red-haired woman you encountered is one such being. They are the guardians of order and the sentinels of the rules. The second class embodies darkness and strangeness. They are the source of the world's distortion and decay, the personification of chaos and erosion. They are the products born of twisted rules, wielding despairing powers such as chaos, pollution, and aberration. Their very existence seems to serve the purpose of dragging everything into the abyss. As for the third class, the Scorpion Man paused, a flicker of indescribable light flashing in his eyes. The third class consists of us outsiders. Outsiders. Cheng Hao heard this term for the first time, gazing at the Scorpion Man's inhuman form, and instinctively exclaimed, "If you are an outsider, then why do you take action against those players? Moreover, why have you chosen to mention these matters to me?" Upon hearing Cheng Hao's inquiries, Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan, who stood nearby, also gazed at the Scorpion Man with curiosity, for these were questions they too wished to pose. Why take action? The Scorpion Man casually glanced at the scattered remains on the ground and replied nonchalantly, "Just as humans crush a few bothersome ants. Is there a need for too many reasons? No, they're isn't. This is why I acted against them. As for why I sought you out to discuss these matters." He refocused his gaze on Cheng Hao. "Because you are different. There is something about you that eludes my understanding, something beyond the rules." He stepped forward, the sound of his metallic scorpion tail striking the ground resonating clearly within the cave. "Thus, my true intention is to recruit you into our ranks, to become an outsider." "To make me an outsider?" Cheng Hao furrowed his brow, then with keen interest, countered, "But did you not say that outsiders also possess the power of the rules? If you wish to recruit me, must you not first teach me to wield this power? Furthermore, you seem quite confident in this power of the rules. So, I must ask you, what makes you believe that mastering this so-called power will allow you to control your own destiny? Perhaps you too are ensnared in an even grander game? Before us, you stand in a position of superiority. Yet what if, one day, an even higher being descends, wielding powers beyond the rules, effortlessly crushing you? Upon hearing Cheng Hao's hypothesis, Scorpio Man not only remained unperturbed, but chuckled and remarked, "Thus, we must continually explore and discover. I am willing to share all the information I currently possess with you. Moreover, I can instruct you on how to wield the power of rules. However, in return, I require your assistance in accomplishing a task." "Assisting you with a task?" Cheng Hao, sensing the sudden shift in Scorpio Man's discourse and his request, responded with a measure of skepticism. "Have you not already mastered the power of rules? If so, why must I aid you? Are you incapable of managing it yourself?" "Indeed, I have acquired the power of rules," Scorpio Man conceded, "but as I mentioned earlier, there exist not only outsiders but also observers and sinister forces. These three factions are inextricably intertwined. Even with mastery over the power of rules, one cannot act with impunity. In truth, my decision to seek you out entails considerable risk. For this reason, all players unrelated to you must perish." As Scorpio Man's candor piqued Cheng Hao's interest, he inquired, "What precisely do you wish me to do?" "Quite simply, assist me in completing a dungeon, the Superpower Hospital. Due to my status as an outsider, entering the hospital will trigger the collapse of the entire dungeon space. My request is that you first fulfill the system's stipulated requirements and path to complete the dungeon. After successfully clearing it, you must retrieve a medical record from the hospital's archives. This record may hold significant implications regarding the origins of this game world." "The origins of the game world?" At the mention of this profound secret, Cheng Hao's heart raced, and he immediately adopted a vigilant stance, asking, "Such a monumental secret must render this dungeon exceedingly difficult, correct?" After a moment's contemplation, Scorpio Man replied, "Do you believe that with my current level and strength, I could succeed? I may have my doubts about others, but you might just manage it. To be frank, the difficulty of the Superpower Hospital dungeon is primarily in its level. It is certainly more challenging than the eerie school you previously navigated, but not by an insurmountable margin. Given your current levels and abilities, with a concerted effort, you should be able to succeed. However, remember that the rewards for clearing the dungeon are inconsequential. The ultimate goal is to secure that medical record." Noticing Scorpio Man's fervent interest in the medical record, Cheng Hao pressed further, "You've shared much, yet you haven't disclosed whose medical record I am to retrieve. Moreover, why should I trust your words? What if you have orchestrated a trap for me?" Chapter 113. Superpower Hospital. In response to Cheng Hao's inquiries, Scorpio Man maintained a calm demeanor, pondering momentarily before stating, "As for whose medical record it is, to be frank, I do not know. This will depend on whom and what you encounter in the superpower hospital, and you must discern it yourself. If I were already aware, would it not imply that I have glimpsed the secrets of the world's origin? As for whether I am digging a pit to ensnare you. The Scorpion Man sneered disdainfully. Do you truly believe that with my prowess, it would be necessary to craft an elaborate trap? If I wished to erase your existence, a mere flick of my finger would suffice. Why bother with such theatrics? Nevertheless, believe it or not, the Scorpion Man appeared indifferent. Opportunities come but once. Assist me in this endeavor, and you shall uncover the secrets of the power of rules, thus sparing yourself the need to elevate your player level to 99. I can only assert that extricating yourself from the game system early is beneficial for both you and your companions. Though his words were harsh, they were undeniably factual. With his strength, if he truly desired to obliterate them, there would be no need for any sort of trap. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Hao inquired, where is the location of the superpower hospital? Although I possess the ability of Omniscient Exploration, if the distance is too great, I may still be unable to detect it. Just continue along the road, and it will naturally reveal itself. As his words fell, the figure of the Scorpion Man began to blur and distort. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, the fearsome half-man, half-scorpion creature vanished. Left behind was a minuscule scorpion, no larger than a fingernail, resting upon a rock. It lifted its tiny, luminescent eyes, seemingly casting one last glance at Cheng Hao before swiftly darting into a narrow, shadowy crevice in the rock, disappearing entirely. Within the cave, only Cheng Hao and his 3 companions remained, alongside their fortified RV and the gruesome remnants scattered about. Were it not for the harrowing and unmistakable carnage, Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan might have been tempted to believe that all they had just experienced was merely a bizarre and nightmarish hallucination. He has left? Lin Wan grasped Lin Qingyan's arm, cautiously surveying their surroundings. He has departed. Before Lin Qingyan could respond, Cheng Hao spoke in a somber tone. Cheng Hao, should we proceed, as the Scorpion Man suggested? Are we to explore this so-called superpower hospital instance? Is the Scorpion Man worthy of our trust? Cheng Hao's gaze swept over the shattered debris within the cave, then returned to the crevice in the rock. The Scorpion Man's final words echoed in his mind. The power of rules, the origin of the world, extricating oneself from the game's system ahead of time. Each term weighed upon him like a heavy stone. He fell silent for a few moments, and when he spoke again, his voice was low yet resolute. Let us go. Before the 3 women could inquire about his reasoning, he elucidated. The secrets of this world are manifold, shrouded in layers of mist. The Scorpion Man's emergence has at least torn open a fissure. The information he divulged, whether true or false, points to something far more fundamental. Moreover, given his formidable strength, he could have effortlessly reduced us to mere fragments on the ground. There was no necessity for him to concoct a diversion, laboriously luring us to our demise. A direct assault would have been far more expedient. He requires us to procure that medical record on his behalf, which constitutes our current worth and serves as our sole avenue for acquiring information. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, the 3 women exchanged glances, and Lin Qingyan resolutely declared, Very well. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed according to your plan. Regardless of the outcome, wherever you go, we shall follow. Lin Wanwan and Su Wan promptly voiced their support as well. With the decision made, the quartet hesitated no longer. According to the system's prompt, the tempest outside had long since abated. Thus, they swiftly boarded the fortress RV, ignited the engine, and surged forth from the death-laden cavern. Outside, the ominous clouds had dispersed significantly, revealing a sky washed clean by rain, now an overcast gray. Sister Wan, you should drive. Maintain a steady speed. Cheng Hao instructed from a passenger seat. Understood, Su Wan replied, gripping the steering wheel as the RV glided smoothly onto the slick road. Cheng Hao closed his eyes, honing his focus. His omniscient exploration ability radiated like invisible radar waves, emanating from the fortress RV and extending into the vast expanse ahead and on either side of the road. In past explorations, he would meticulously scan every potential hiding spot for treasure chests, resource points, or anomalous energy fluctuations. Yet at this moment, he filtered out all extraneous information, focusing solely on the replica details pertaining to the superpower hospital. Time flowed as the wheels rolled. The damp road stretched ahead under the beams of the headlights. flanked by the desolate landscape of survival, eerily silent. Lin Qingyan and Lin Wanwan anxiously gazed out the window, while Su Wan concentrated on driving. Cheng Hao's brow remained furrowed. Despite the extensive range of his omniscient exploration, there was not a single substantial building in the vicinity, let alone a hospital. Only a meandering road and the gray mist enveloping either side could be discerned. He continually adjusted the frequency and depth of his perception, filtering out the energy fluctuations of the road and the fog itself. "Have you not found anything yet?" Su Wan inquired, unable to contain herself as Cheng Hao remained silent for an extended period. "The area is too vast. It's challenging to pinpoint," he replied succinctly, eyes still closed. He was aware that the Scorpion Man had mentioned encountering it along the road, which was likely not an idle assertion. The entrance to the replica must lie somewhere along the road or its flanks. It merely required precise localization. After approximately an hour of travel, the sky grew increasingly dim. Just as Cheng Hao's perception swept over a depression nestled amidst low hills to the right front of the road, a subtly concealed yet distinctly unusual energy fluctuation abruptly pierced his awareness. Deep within the hollow, a colossal and dilapidated structure loomed, akin to a slumbering beast, standing silently in place. The structure consists of several buildings of varying heights, with the main edifice towering at approximately 6 or 7 stories. The exterior walls are significantly weathered, revealing dark red bricks beneath, resembling a vast wound crusted over. Most windows are shattered, presenting a multitude of dark voids akin to countless blind eyes. Atop the building stands a large, rusted cross, precariously tilted. Surrounding the structure is a dilapidated wall, largely collapsed, with a corroded iron gate ajar. The inscriptions on the gate have long faded, leaving only a few incomplete strokes, which vaguely suggest the word hospital. The entire area is suffused with an air of desolation, decay, and abandonment. "I found it." Cheng Hao's voice resonated, deep and assured. The Superpower Hospital. Chapter 114. Reality or Dream. Upon hearing Cheng Hao declare the discovery of the Superpower Hospital's replica, Lin Qingyan, Lin Wan, and Su Wan felt a surge of energy. Their hearts were a blend of anxiety and anticipation. After marking the location on the vehicle's navigation system, Su Wan drove the RV at high speed. The engine's deep rumble echoed on the damp road, as the fortress-like RV, resembling a silent metallic beast, splashed through puddles, making its way towards the low-lying area embraced by gentle hills. As they drew closer, the dilapidated building known as the Superpower Hospital loomed larger in their view. "There it is." Cheng Hao's voice grew solemn as he pointed towards the vast structure, whispering, "Sister Wan, slow down, proceed with caution. We know nothing about this replica, not even its rules. Let me use my omniscient exploration ability to carefully sense the surroundings before we decide to enter." "Understood," Su Wan replied, taking a deep breath and reducing the vehicle's speed to a crawl. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao's omniscient exploration extended like delicate tendrils, cautiously probing the hospital's interior. However, he soon discovered that his perception collided with an invisible barrier, preventing him from delving deeper. He could only vaguely sense the chaotic and immense energy field within. Before he could explore further, suddenly, an indescribable and immensely powerful energy wave erupted without warning, rebounding his probing perception. This force, like an invisible tide, instantly engulfed the entire fortress RV. Cheng Hao felt a resounding thud in his mind, as if his soul were gripped and squeezed by a frigid, colossal hand. The omniscient exploration he had always relied upon was abruptly severed, plunging him into darkness. His last conscious thought was of Su Wan in the driver's seat, her body going limp, her forehead striking the steering wheel with a dull thud. The startled cries of Lin Qingyan and Lin Wan in the back seat were abruptly cut off mid-sentence. The darkness, akin to a surging tide, swiftly and fiercely engulfed everything. Time became an indistinct blur as Cheng Hao felt his consciousness gradually returning. Intermittent electronic beeping resonated in his ears, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant. With great effort, he managed to open his heavy eyelids. The blinding white light made him squint immediately. After a prolonged period of adjustment, his hazy vision began to clarify. Before him loomed a white ceiling. Upon further observation, he realized he was lying on a narrow single bed, beneath white sheets, covered by a thin blanket. "Am I in a hospital?" Have I entered a facility for superhuman abilities? Yet, I remain oblivious to the rules of this realm. A jolt of anxiety surged within him as he attempted to sit up, only to find his body exceptionally heavy. His limbs felt weak and sore, as if recovering from severe illness, or as though bound by invisible shackles. This sensation was unprecedented since his arrival in this game world and the acquisition of his powers. An ominous premonition washed over him. Just as he was about to verify his state, a strange female voice interrupted. "Do not move, sir." Her tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Following the voice, he beheld a young woman in a pristine white nurse's uniform standing beside his bed. She wore a common surgical mask that concealed most of her face, leaving only her exceptionally bright and clear eyes visible, which were now intently focused on him. In her hands, she held a needle for blood extraction and a vacuum blood collection tube. "Dr. Luo instructed me to draw your blood," the nurse explained calmly, skillfully tightening an elastic band around Cheng Hao's upper arm while gently tapping at the vein in his elbow crease. "He said that only through meticulous testing can we better treat your condition." "Condition? Who is unwell? Obviously it is you. Or could it be me?" The nurse let out a soft laugh, winking playfully as she gazed at Cheng Hao. He had no energy to retort, for his mind was still in a state of chaos. How did I end up here in this hospital? Surely, this must be the superhuman facility. But why am I the only one here? What Qingyan, Wan, and Sister Wan? Most importantly, how long have I been unconscious? Cheng Hao attempted to summon the system, but there was no response. His Omniscient Exploration survival talent failed to activate. As for his powers, such as the Diamond Body, Thunderous Might, and Wind Blade Slash, they seemed to have vanished as if they had never existed. All abilities, all extraordinary powers had dissipated. A terrifying thought, akin to icy water, coursed through Cheng Hao's entire being. Could it be that his journey into this bizarre world, the awakening of his innate abilities, the acquisition of superpowers, the encounters with allies, the trials of dungeons, and the confrontation with the Scorpion Man, all these heart-stopping experiences were merely an elongated and absurd dream while he lay on hospital bed? Now, he was left with nothing but this frail, heavy, ordinary body sprawled upon a foreign sickbed. The immense disparity and overwhelming self-doubt nearly drove Cheng Hao to the brink of despair. Was it truly nothing more than a dream? Had everything he endured during these days been the figment of an orphan struggling to survive in a children's home, confined to a psychiatric hospital due to some ailment? Conjuring this entire reality, Lin Qingyan's gentle resilience, Lin Wan's vivacious dependence, and Su Wan's mature reliability, were all these merely phantoms conjured by his lonely mind? The nurse beside him seemed oblivious to the tempest within Cheng Hao's heart, her focus unwavering on her task. The sharp needle pierced his skin, delivering a fleeting sting. Dark red blood began to flow through the catheter into the collection tube. "What illness do I have?" Cheng Hao's voice emerged hoarse and dry, trembling with an unrecognized trepidation. He needed to ascertain the truth. Even a diagnosis of schizophrenia would be preferable to this profound disorientation and self-doubt. The nurse's movements showed no sign of interruption. In a tone that was matter-of-fact and unremarkable, she replied clearly, "A disease of superpowers." A disease of superpowers. Those 5 words reverberated like thunderclaps in Cheng Hao's mind. Not a mental disorder, not a delusional disorder, but a disease of superpowers? If all he had experienced was but a figment of his imagination, then why did this nurse suddenly mention superpowers? Suddenly, he recalled the words of the Scorpion Man in the cave, the talents granted by the system. Be they abilities or powers, if they can be granted, they can naturally also be stripped away or limited. Could it be he was still within the realm of the game? This was the very bizarre hospital dungeon of superpowers. His abilities had indeed existed once. Only now they were constrained or deprived by some rule of this dungeon. The inability to access the system interface was likely a result of the dungeon's regulations. Chapter 115, The Rules of the Ward. Realizing that his powers were suppressed, or possibly even permanently taken from him, Cheng Hao felt not despair, but rather a sense of relief. At least this could affirm that what he had experienced over the past few days was not a mere illusion. The sensation of gaining and losing, then regaining, stirred his heart with vigorous beats. Summoning all his strength, he turned his head, his gaze eagerly sweeping across the rest of the ward. It was a standard small ward, furnished with 2 hospital beds. As Cheng Hao's gaze fell upon the adjacent hospital bed, a familiar figure lay there, similarly covered with a thin white blanket. It was Su Wan. She had evidently been awake for a while, her eyes wide open and fixed intently on Cheng Hao. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, her lips pressed together slightly, and her expression was filled with tension and concern. A transparent foreline was inserted into her left wrist, with a clear solution slowly dripping down. Cheng Hao's heart tightened, and he instinctively yearned to call her name. However, before he could utter a word, Su Wan gently furrowed her brows. She subtly shook her head and raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to be silent. In that instant, Cheng Hao understood her message. Do not speak. Do not reveal. At that moment, the female nurse completed the blood draw, removing the needle and applying a cotton swab to Cheng Hao's puncture site. She then explained, "All done. I will send the blood sample for analysis." Dr. Luo said that only by accurately determining the type and extent of your ability-related ailment can we formulate an effective treatment plan. For the next few days, you should rest well and refrain from attempting to use any abilities, as that would only exacerbate your condition. The nurse placed the blood collection tube into a metal tray and lifted it, turning to leave after her instructions, her bright eyes scanning Cheng Hao and Su Wan one last time before departing. Her gaze was calm and untroubled, as if merely observing two specimens in need of attention. The door to the ward was gently closed, leaving only the monotonous beeping of the electronic monitor in the room. It was not until the sound of the nurse's footsteps faded completely down the corridor that Su Wan let out a sigh of relief. She turned to Cheng Hao, whispering softly, "You're finally awake." Cheng Hao struggled to sit up, but his body felt as heavy as lead. "Do not rush. You are still very weak." Su Wan quickly intervened. "You have been in a coma for a full 7 days." 7 days? Cheng Hao's heart jolted at the revelation. Su Wan nodded, "Yes. Precisely 7 days. I have been counting." After a brief pause, she added, "However, these 7 days may only pertain to this instance. As for the outside world, I cannot say whether the same duration has passed." Suppressing his astonishment, Cheng Hao pressed on with a sense of urgency. "What about Qing Yin and Wan Wan?" "They are in the adjacent ward," Su Wan promptly replied. "We were separated. You and I are in 302, while the sisters are in 303. Cheng Hao then posed the most pressing question, anxiety lacing his voice. "What on earth is happening? My game interface is inaccessible, and all my survival talents and superpowers are gone. In truth, I do not know much either. When I first awoke, I thought everything I had experienced was merely a dream. It was only upon witnessing your slumbering form on the adjacent bed, coupled with the stark contrast presented by the doctors and nurses of this hospital, that I became certain we were still ensnared within the realm of our survival game on the highway." Su Wan began with an explanation before elaborating. "I was the first to awaken, followed by Wan Wan as the second, and Qing Yin as the third. You were the last to regain consciousness." She gazed at Cheng Hao and clarified that this sequence was intrinsically linked to the quantity and potency of the supernatural abilities we possessed. My abilities were the least in number and weakest in strength. Thus, I was minimally affected and awoke the earliest. Wan Wan and Qing Yin were next in line. While you... She refrained from continuing, yet her implication was unmistakable. Cheng Hao possessed the most formidable and numerous abilities. His powers were thoroughly stripped away, resulting in the most severe suppression and, consequently, the longest duration of unconsciousness. Cheng Hao nodded in understanding, then inquired, "What transpired during these 7 days?" "On the first day of my awakening, it was the same nurse who drew my blood and uttered similar words, claiming I had contracted a disease associated with superpowers. I was utterly bewildered. Subsequently, a doctor arrived, also masked, introducing himself as Dr. Luo. He inquired about my symptoms, such as whether I experienced uncontrolled electrical discharges or rigidity in my body. Fearful of misrepresenting my condition, I merely stated that I felt utterly drained. He did not press further, instead administering this mysterious intravenous solution, as I lifted my wrist attached to the fore. On the second day, Wan Wan awoke. I could hear her frightened cries from the adjacent room, swiftly quelled by the nurse. Later, the nurse drew her blood as well. In the afternoon, Dr. Luo returned, this time to attend to Wan Wan. I pressed against the wall, straining to hear, faintly catching Dr. Luo inquiring if Wan Wan possessed any abilities to emit light or create shields. Wan Wan seemed frightened and did not dare to confirm, simply stating she had a headache. On the third day, Cheng Yin also regained consciousness, the situation mirroring that of the previous days. Blood drawn, questions posed. Dr. Luo's inquiries were more specific, asking if she could generate bullets at will or fly through the air. Cheng Yin remained composed, responding vaguely, merely mentioning she had experienced many strange dreams. Throughout these days, apart from a nurse's periodic visits to draw blood, change dressings, and deliver meals, it was solely Dr. Luo who came to conduct examinations. I had yet to encounter any other individuals within this hospital. However, Su Wan's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper, "Yet come nightfall, this hospital transforms into a most peculiar place, filled with bizarre sounds." Bizarre sounds? Cheng Hao felt a spark of curiosity. What precisely do you mean? It resembles the sound of chains dragging across the floor, accompanied by various cries, deep and intermittent, emanating from unknown sources. I inquired with Wan and Cheng Yin, and they too had heard them. Oh, and every day from 5 to 6 in the afternoon, there is a 1-hour period for free activity. Thus, I had the opportunity to meet and converse with my sisters, Cheng Yin and Wan. As for the remainder of the time, we are required to remain in our hospital rooms. The female nurse remarked that any violation of hospital regulations would incur severe penalties. Since you have remained unconscious, we are left to wonder what secrets lie behind this hospital. Thus, after conferring with Cheng Yin and Wan, the three of us have diligently cooperated with the female nurse and Dr. Luo, adhering strictly to their protocols. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao nodded in approval. Indeed, your decision is wise. Once I awaken, I can. His sentence trailed off as an inexplicable wave of self-mockery and helplessness surged within him. He realized he currently possessed no abilities. Even if he were to awaken, what could he truly change? Dr. Luo's chapter unfolds with Cheng Hao's unfinished thought, steeped in evident self-derision and powerlessness. Su Wan perceived the fleeting shadow of despondency in Cheng Hao's eyes and immediately grasped his sentiment. She straightened, facing him, her voice low yet remarkably clear and resolute. Cheng Hao, do not harbor such thoughts. Regardless of whether you possess superpowers, in my eyes, you shall always be my captain. Had you not saved me and urged me onto that vehicle, I would likely have perished by now. To me, in this world, you are my pillar of strength, my most significant person. It is not just my sentiment. Cheng Yin and Wan share the same conviction. Although we have risen early these past few days, we have been utterly at a loss. We all long for your swift awakening, for we three firmly believe that once you awaken, you will undoubtedly lead us to uncover the breakthrough in this scenario, ultimately helping us reclaim the powers we have lost. Su Wan's words flowed like a warm current, dispelling the gloom and sense of helplessness that had enveloped Cheng Hao. As he gazed into Su Wan's eyes, filled with pure trust, the immense disparity born from his loss of strength was supplanted by a heavy sense of responsibility. Yes, he could not falter. He was the core of this team. It was he who had guided them into this scenario. For both himself and his three companions, he must rally his spirits. Cheng Hao nodded vigorously, feeling a tightness in his throat. Thank you, Sister Wan. Seeing the spark return to Cheng Hao's eyes, Su Wan breathed a sigh of relief, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That is more like it. Once 5 o'clock arrives, marking the free activity time, we shall seek out Cheng Yin and Wan. Together, we will engage in a brainstorming session. I am certain we will devise a strategy. Cheng Hao felt a resurgence of determination. All right, at that time, we shall discuss our tactics together. Su Wan's reassurance undoubtedly lifted Cheng Hao's spirits considerably. On the wall, an antique clock ticked away. In this small hospital room, only by constantly checking the time could one perceive the passage of moments. Around 4 in the afternoon, distinct, steady footsteps echoed in the corridor. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a crisp white coat, who strode into the room, holding a laboratory report in his hand. It was indeed the Dr. Luo that Su Wan had mentioned. This Dr. Luo, similarly clad in a tightly fitted medical mask, exuded an air of stern seriousness through his exposed brow and eyes. Perched on his nose were a pair of rimless glasses, behind which his gaze was sharp and frigid. His eyes first swept over Su Wan before settling directly on Cheng Hao, resembling a searchlight imbued with scrutiny and assessment. Cheng Hao, I see you have finally awoken, Doctor. Luo's voice was deep and devoid of emotional fluctuation, reminiscent of one reading a report. How do you feel? Is there any particular discomfort? For instance, Any parts of your body hardening uncontrollably? Or perhaps occasional sparks of electricity at your fingertips? Or do you sense strange winds swirling around you? His inquiries were exceedingly direct, each question precisely targeting the abilities Cheng Hao once possessed. A myriad of thoughts swirled within Cheng Hao's mind, yet he endeavored to maintain an expression of calm and frailty. Doctor, I feel utterly drained, a bit dizzy, but nothing else particularly alarming, he replied, echoing the vague responses Su-Wan had previously suggested. Doctor. Luo scrutinized him for several seconds before slowly diverting his gaze to the medical folder in his hands. Your blood test results have arrived, and the situation is far from optimistic. Dr. Luo adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Your blood has revealed multiple elements and energy factors that are severely exceeding safety thresholds by dozens, even hundreds of times. The concentration of metallic elements is alarmingly high, typically indicating a form of bodily hardening. The abnormal aggregation of charges signifies a dangerously high risk of uncontrolled discharges, and there are remnants of unstable wind-type energy. This multifaceted, high-intensity manifestation of abilities gone awry represents the most complex and perilous condition I have encountered in my career. He closed the medical folder, his gaze once again locking on at Cheng Hao with an undeniable tone of judgment. Based on your comprehensive assessment, the preliminary diagnosis is severe composite ability disorder, accompanied by a profoundly high risk of loss of control and distortion. Conservatively speaking, you will require at least a month of hospitalization for systematic purification and suppression therapy. Nurse. Without waiting for Cheng Hao's response, Dr. Luo turned sharply towards the door. The nurse, with her bright, large eyes, entered promptly, already pushing a tray laden with an infusion bottle and syringe. Administer a dose of stabilizers and purification fluids for bed 302, Cheng Hao, Dr. Luo instructed, his tone leaving no room for debate. The dosage should adhere to severe standards, with a focus on monitoring his elemental reactions, particularly energy fluctuations. Should any attempts to utilize abilities be detected, report immediately and, if necessary, initiate Level 1 control procedures. Understood, Dr. Luo, the nurse replied briskly, her movements deft as she began preparing the infusion equipment. Dr. Luo then cast another glance at Cheng Hao, advising, Cheng Hao, here you shall receive treatment without harboring any illusions of fortune. Remember, any attempt to invoke or utilize the perilous forces within you only accelerates your deterioration, propelling you toward an irrevocable abyss. Your cooperation is imperative. It is your sole avenue of escape. With that, he ceased to linger, turning on his heel and striding out of the ward. Within the room remained only Cheng Hao, Su-Wan, and the adept nurse. The nurse, with her cool fingers, pressed a disinfected cotton swab against Cheng Hao's hand, searching for a vein. The chilling touch sent a shiver through him. How could a living being possess such a frigid temperature? Moreover, during their earlier contact, when she had drawn his blood upon his awakening, he had sensed nothing amiss. This peculiar disparity left an indelible mark in his mind. He then glanced at the bottle in the nurse's hand, its label obscured and the liquid within somewhat murky, before shifting his gaze to another vial containing a clear stabilizer. A wave of dread unfurled from the depths of his heart. Could this truly be a remedy, or was it something far more sinister? Yet, the harsh reality loomed. Under the eaves of another, one must bow. Given his current predicament, even reluctance to comply was rendered futile. The needle pierced his skin, bringing a slight sting, as the icy liquid began to flow gently into his veins. The nurse adjusted the drip rate and verified the hospital wristband on Cheng Hao's wrist, confirming its accuracy before lifting the tray. She instructed, rest well and refrain from moving. Should you require anything or have questions, press the button by your bedside, and I shall attend to you immediately. With that, she departed. Cheng Hao fixated on the dripping liquid, Dr. Luo's icy words echoing in his ears. A month? Continuous infusion of this enigmatic solution for an entire month. Who could fathom what he might ultimately become? No, I shall not remain here for a month. Chapter 117. The nurse's temperature, the frigid fluid dripped steadily into his bloodstream, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of lethargy. Cheng Hao focused intently on the foreline. Each passing second felt interminable. The clock on the wall ticked monotonously. He forced himself to maintain composure, monitoring the measurements on the vial while silently calculating the time. Approximately 20 minutes later, the first bottle of murky purification liquid finally reached its end. Almost simultaneously as the last drop fell, the door to the ward was silently pushed open. The nurse entered with the precision of a stopwatch. Swiftly, she removed the empty bottle S needle, replaced it with another vial of the transparent stabilizer, and adjusted the drip rate. As her fingers inadvertently brushed against his hand once more while changing the fore connection, the chill he felt was even more pronounced. This was decidedly abnormal. Cheng Hao distinctly recalled that when she had first awakened and had her blood drawn, although her fingers were cold, they did not bear the excruciating chill that now enveloped her. Could the body temperature of an ordinary person fluctuate so drastically in such a brief span? What, indeed, had transpired within her? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, Cheng Hao maintained an air of tranquility, revealing not a hint of her inner turmoil. After the nurse replaced the fore bag, she merely performed her routine duty of glancing at the monitor before turning to leave. Approximately 20 minutes later, as the second bottle of stabilizer was depleted, the nurse reappeared punctually. She deftly removed the needle from the back of Cheng Hao's hand, applying a cotton swab to the puncture site while stating, "Today's treatment is concluded. We shall continue tomorrow." With that, she tidied her belongings, not sparing a glance at Cheng Hao or Su Wan, and exited with a demeanor significantly more frigid than her previous joviality. Once the nurse had distanced herself, Su Wan spoke softly, her voice tinged with excitement. "Based on my observations over the past few days after the four is changed, nurses and doctors typically do not return. In less than 20 minutes, it will be 5 o'clock. We will then be free to see Qing Yin and Wan Wan. They will undoubtedly be overjoyed to see you awake." Cheng Hao felt a surge of vitality at her words. She attempted to move her limbs, although still heavy and fatigued. She sensed a slight improvement compared to before the infusion. Struggling, she endeavored to sit up. "Slowly, I will assist you," Su Wan exclaimed, promptly pulling back her own covers and carefully stepping out of bed. Her movements were also somewhat stiff, clearly indicating her own weakness. She approached Cheng Hao's bedside, supporting her arm as she helped her gradually sit up, allowing her feet to dangle over the edge of the bed. Noticing Cheng Hao's occasional winces, Su Wan inquired with concern, "How do you feel now?" "Not too bad. I'm not dying," Cheng Hao replied with a faint smile before quietly asking, "Sister Wan, have you noticed any difference in that female nurse compared to when I first awoke?" "You mean her temperature?" Su Wan responded, nodding vigorously, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. "Both Qing Yin and Wan Wan have noticed it too. After 4:30, her temperature feels utterly unnatural, almost as if she were not alive. Yet, after the free activity period, around 6 o'clock, she distinctly radiates the warmth of a living person, her temperature returning to normal. Is it truly possible for such a phenomenon to occur?" Cheng Hao pondered, her expression shifting. It appears that the time frame from 5 to 6 o'clock is not merely a period for patient's liberty. It holds significant importance for that female nurse as well. As the two conversed, time slipped away imperceptibly. Finally, the clock on the wall struck 5 o'clock. Almost at the moment the hands of the clock aligned, a dull, clicking sound echoed down the corridor, reminiscent of an electronic lock being disengaged. It worked. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Wan's eyes as she firmly supported Cheng Hao, urging, "Let us proceed to the next room." The two staggered forward, making their way to the door of the ward. Su Wan gently pulled the door open. The corridor's light was dimmer than that of the ward, and the scent of disinfectant in the air seemed to intensify. Steadying Cheng Hao, she walked directly toward room 303 next door. The door was ajar. Su Wan softly pushed it open. "Cheng Hao." Two voices, filled with surprise, rang out simultaneously. Lin Qingyin and her sister Lin Nuanyuan stood by the bedside, evidently preparing to leave. Upon seeing Cheng Hao being assisted by Su Wan at the doorway, Lin Nuanyuan joyfully rushed over, nearly toppling the frail Cheng Hao. "Brother Cheng, you are finally awake. You had us terrified." Tears welled up in Lin Nuanyuan's eyes as she tightly grasped Cheng Hao's other arm. Though Lin Qingyin maintained a more composed demeanor, her clear, cold gaze brimmed with excitement and relief. She quickly approached, surveying Cheng Hao from head to toe, and inquired with genuine concern, "How do you feel? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit weak," Cheng Hao replied, looking at his three companions surrounding him, a warm surge of gratitude filling his heart. "I'm sorry for worrying you these days. Now that you are awake, we feel much more at ease." Lin Qingyin sighed deeply, then softly suggested, "This is not the place for conversation. Let us move to the balcony." "All right." Cheng Hao nodded, and the four of them gradually made their way to the end of the corridor, which indeed led to a modest outdoor balcony. The afternoon light streamed in at an angle, bestowing a touch of warmth and a rare sense of openness. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Cheng Hao directly addressed the matter at hand. "I heard from Sister One that you've been hearing sounds of chains and cries at night. What exactly is that like?" Fear flickered across Lin Nuanyuan's face as she described. "It sounds as if someone is dragging very heavy chains across the ground. With the noise sometimes distant and sometimes near, it's particularly frightening. As for the cries, there are both men S and women S. You can truly feel their sorrow and despair." Lin Qingyan added, "Moreover, these sounds only emerge after 10 at night and continue until dawn, completely absent during the day. We also attempted to locate the source of the sounds, but to no avail." The four exchanged hushed observations, particularly about the fluctuating body temperature of the female nurse, which Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan had also sensed. They endeavored to piece together more information as time slipped away amidst their urgent discussions. Unbeknownst to them, an hour was drawing to a close. Suddenly, the emotionless announcement of the female nurse echoed through the corridor, amplified through a speaker. "Free activity time has concluded. All patients, please return to your respective wards immediately. Please return to your wards at once. Time is up," Lin Qingyan softly reminded, her gaze tinged with reluctance. "We must return. Be careful. See you tomorrow." Cheng Hao nodded, rising with Su Wan's assistance. The four exchanged encouraging glances before parting ways to their respective hospital rooms.